Personal notice. Danger's my stock and trade. If the job's too tough for you to handle, you got a job for me, George Valentine. Write full details.
Standard Oil Company of California, on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West, invites you to Let George Do It. High Card, another adventure of George Valentine.
Well, it's 10 o'clock already, gentlemen. Shouldn't we... I mean, my watch says 10. Chester has the cards and...
Sure, what are we waiting for? We're going to do it, let's get...
No! No. Ames, Salto, this is crazy. It's insane.
It was your idea, wasn't it, Norton?
Yes, but a man's guilt is no more to be bandied about.
Oh, get off the words.
There's the good name of the man to be thought of afterwards.
Let's get it over with now, now.
It's all right. How about you, Chester?
Huh? What?
He's had a good many, Mr. Norton. I'm not sure that
I'm all right. Yes, I'm all right.
Okay, give me those cards.
Spread them out on the table.
I know what I'm doing. Well, hurry up, huh? We'll get it over with, the four of us.
We'll need a piece of paper. Envelope here in your jacket. Do you mind?
Of course I do, if it's got my name on it.
Valentine. George Valentine.
What?
Oh, your wife's letter. From somebody named Valentine.
If I'd know her friends.
Here's a blank sheet, club stationery. Couldn't we get on with the...
Dear Mrs. Ames, I am so sorry to hear of your concern over your husband. Naturally, I will do whatever I can to help. Sincerely, George Valentine.
Give me that.
But...
Concern. How do you
For
like...
heaven's sake, stop the stalling, both of you. Will you get...
All right. I draw one. Go on, draw a card.
Me? Go on, Salto.
All right. 9 of diamonds.
Yeah. Norton?
9 of clubs.
9 again? Give me one of those. Jack. Diamonds.
All right, Chester. Chester.
Huh?
Your turn. Draw.
Oh, I'm all right. Draw? Oh, yes.
King. King of hearts, look. Chester drew the king of hearts.
Shut up.
You understand, Chester. High card.
Yes. Yes, the paper.
Here. You can use the pen.
I'm all right. I, Jeffrey Chester, hereby confess 1 year ago to this date, it was I who murdered Miss Dorothy Pullman.
It is after 10 o'clock now, Chester.
I'd like to have a drink or two. I'll have to run down to my boarding house. There's a bill I should pay.
The watchman's spare gun is in the locker room, and it would look better if you did it at the same place that...
Leave him alone, Salto.
I'm all right. I could run downtown first, then come back, have the drinks, if I could borrow your car, Mr. Ames.
Sure, Chester. Let's go over and get you my car. Sure.
Thank you. You don't have to worry, any of you. I'll be back. The club bar, drinks. We always had two, she and I. But I'm all right. You can mail my confession of guilt to the police. I got the high card. I'll be dead by midnight.
Where are you, Sylvia? It's the big idea, that letter in my coat pocket. This Valentine, who is he?
Honey?
Oh, there you are. So sorry to hear of your concern over your husband. Of all the meddling...
Please.
Hello?
This is Mr. Valentine. Miss Brooks, my husband, Mr. Ames.
Oh, how do you do, Mr. Ames?
Huh. With my foot in my mouth. Just who are you?
Did you have a nice time, darling? Where have you been?
Huh? Oh, over to the club. Yeah, they let me in. Just playing a little cards, that's all.
Look, Mr. Ames, I had a letter from your wife.
My wife
I'm
is
only...
leaving me. What difference does it make? Go on, get out. She's hired snoopers before, my friend.
Victor, you can't.
Oh, shut up.
Listen to me. You were beaten up the other night.
Get them out of here. Get yourself out of here.
Hey,
Oh, no, you don't.
Stop it. will
No,
you?
listen.
What's the matter with you, friend?
Victor, that was your car, wasn't it? Driving away?
Yes. Yes, I loaned it to... Somebody needs it for a while tonight. He's got some things to do.
Mr. Ames, I know I'm butting in, but your wife has been worried, and I'm only
Please.
here.
I'm going. Back over to the club. There's nothing anybody can do now except to make things worse.
What? Darling.
Send him home, Sylvia. I'll take care of myself.
Oh. I put your letter in his pocket on purpose, Mr. Valentine. He'll never listen to me or believe in it.
It was certainly an understatement when you said he was upset.
Yes.
But you haven't said why yet. Now, just what's going on tonight, Mrs. Ames? Where's your husband really been?
I don't know. Playing cards, I guess. He doesn't generally, but no harm could come out of that, could it?
Maybe not. You said he'd been beaten up.
Oh, yes, I know he's in danger.
Well, go on. Your husband's a lawyer, isn't he?
He was until a year ago. His practice disappeared on him.
What do you mean?
Suspicion, distrust, whispers. This is a small town, Mr. Valentine. A very nice town. My husband used to be a very nice person.
What happened?
Have you ever heard of the Dorothy Fulman murder case?
Well, yes, I think so, only I don't remember the
It was
details.
never solved. She was murdered, beaten up. It was horrible. They never even found the weapon. Police, experts, everyone's been over it 1,000,000 times. It was a whole year ago. They'll never get a confession from anyone.
Mrs. Ames, was your husband...
My husband was very nearly tried for that murder.
Oh, I see. But then if he weren't tried, then...
There are people in this town who really believe that he killed her. Who'll always believe it. There wasn't any actual evidence. But the circumstances... horrible, sordid, awful.
Now, look, Mrs. Ames...
Mr. Valentine, we have children. I'm taking them away. I have to. He won't leave. He's so mixed up, bitter. I don't know what he'll do. It keeps getting worse and worse.
All right. Now, just take it easy. I'll go after him, see if there is anything I can do.
You'll never listen to me.
Brooksy, stay here, will you? Get her off to the train. Mrs. Ames, just tell me one thing, will you? Do you think your husband killed this Dorothy Fulman?
Mr. Valentine, I don't want anything worse to happen. That's all.
I say, excuse me. You're Mr. Valentine, aren't you? George Valentine?
Yeah. I was looking for the club doorman.
My name is Norton. This is quite a pleasure. I've heard of you. Seen your name here and there.
Oh, is that so?
See here. Join me on the veranda for a cup of coffee, will you? Hospitality of our little club isn't
I'm
much,
sorry,
but-
Mr. Norton. I'm looking for a man named Ames.
Oh, yes, Victor Ames, splendid chap. Haven't seen him in some time. Might be here later. We can wait together.
I said I'm sorry, Mr. Norton.
Well, I certainly don't intend to be pushy. Oh, wait a moment. Perhaps I should be a bit more honest and say there's a little matter I'd like your advice on.
I'd still go looking for Mr. Ames.
Even if I said the little matter concerned Mr. Ames?
You twist my arm.
Then we can do better than the veranda, I think. People there. There's a lounge in the locker room.
All right. Through here?
To your left. generally closed at night. But, there we are.
Okay. Now, what's the story?
Nothing so very important, but sit down, sit down.
How'd you know who I was out there?
Well, Ames had mentioned your coming.
You said you haven't seen him lately. Try again.
Really, Mr. Valentine,
Hey, who's that?
Hey, anybody in here? Locking up.
Blue shirt. Private police?
just a moment. Yes, he is. Mr. Valentine, let go of me. Well, what are you doing here?
What do you mean?
Stop it. Who are you?
Hey, what is it?
Jimmy, I found this man.
Break it up
Break
there.
what up, John?
I found him in here. I left my wallet in
Wallet
my
of
locker.
all the...
All right. Oh, it's you, Mr. Norton.
He was snooping, Jimmy. Now my wallet's gone. He took it. He must have.
Oh, brother. If
What
this
am
is...
I supposed to do?
Search him. Oh, but he won't have it, will he? That's not the way they work. But he's trespassing. You can lock him up for that. I'll see the steward. Prefer charges.
I'm sorry, Mr. Norton.
What?
I said I'm sorry. You're not going to prefer anything. Good night.
Jimmy, my father was the founder of this club. When I issue an order to one of the paid employees, I expect that...
Yeah, sure, issue away. Only someplace else, huh? I'll handle this end. Good night, Mr. Norton.
Jimmy, I have never in my life been... Good night. Yes, good night.
Well, that was something.
Okay, bud, hand it over.
What? Oh, now, wait a minute. You don't mean you believe that old school tie's gag about... And still you boot him out?
The wallet, bud.
Oh, sure. Mine. Here. Credentials, the works. Good enough?
Oh. Well, I didn't exactly figure. Valentine, huh?
Yeah, that's right. Only look, Buster, why? Why'd you treat him like that? Will him like lettuce before you even know what he had to say?
Because I have no use for the high and mighty Mr. Norton. And don't worry, I won't get in trouble either. He maybe don't know it, but he's being eased out the side door of this club anyway. All 4 of them are.
All 4. Will you clear that up?
You ever hear the Dorothy Fullman murder? Well, that nice, dignified man there, that Norton. For my money, he's the one that killed her.
All right, so you've got your opinions, Jimmy. It's just an opinion.
I'll stick to it, Mr. Valentine.
But there wasn't any concrete evidence against either him or Victor Ames. And what did you mean, all 4 of them? And why did Norton want to stall me like that? That's all he was trying to do, keep me away from something.
You're the detective, mister.
Excuse me.
Huh? Yeah, hello, Mr. Chester.
Oh, Jimmy. Just standing here having a couple of drinks. I was downtown. Yes, that's done.
Looks like you've had enough.
Oh, no. I'm all right. I'm fine. I'm all right.
Sure, Mr. Chester. See him?
Oh, that guy?
He's one of them.
Say it faster, will you?
One of the 4. Dorothy Fullman was murdered in her house just over the bluffs across the golf course.
Yeah?
They never got enough evidence. They never will. But the police did prove that it couldn't be anybody else. It had to be one of the 4 men mixed up with her.
Who are they?
Mr. Norton, Ames, big fool, always in trouble. Another man named Salto. He asked me he couldn't have got to first base with her. And Chester there.
Oh, I get it. Not much left of Chester, is there?
All of them have changed. But he don't even know what he's doing anymore.
Nobody will confess, no evidence.
Oh, Jimmy, come here.
Now, excuse me, Stewart, back to business.
No, I'm right behind you.
Huh?
That's Victor Ames with him, isn't it? With the steward? Sure it is.
Valentine.
Yeah, we catch up again, friend. It's a busy night.
Excuse me, gentlemen. Jimmy, there's trouble in here.
What?
The card room, the one with the back entrance. I put those cards in there myself just this evening.
Valentine, I've got to see you
Wait a minute,
alone.
Hold it, will you? Go on, Stewart.
This deck of cards. Some men have been playing in there, apparently, or drawing high man or something.
Well, what is it? What's the matter?
Well, sir, it's more puzzling than anything else. At a club like this, someone was being dishonest. A rather hasty job, but here you see, this deck has been marked.
We'll return to tonight's adventure of George Valentine in just a moment. In the average car, believe it or not, there are something like 7,000 separate parts. But no single unit needs more exacting care than the automatic transmission. It can be damaged by just the smallest amount of dirt. Low fluid level also would be harmful to this precision-made unit. Now, if your car has an automatic transmission, here's the way to keep it in order, to avoid trouble and expensive repair. Have this vital part checked every 1,000 miles at a standard station or independent Chevron gas station. Here, the men are carefully trained in the care of automatic transmissions. It's important to have the fluid drained and refilled at regular intervals. Superior care of automatic transmissions is another car saver service at independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations where they say and mean we take better care of your car. Now, back to tonight's adventure of George Valentine.
9 of diamonds.
9 of clubs.
Jack, diamonds. Your turn, Chester. Draw.
Yes, I'm King of Hearts. I hereby confess 1 year ago it was I who murdered Miss Dorothy Fullman. I got the high card. I'll be dead by midnight.
Only if your name is George Valentine, all you know is that Dorothy Fullman murder case has never been solved. That there were 4 suspects, but the police have despaired of ever finding out who her murderer was. Yes, all you know is that Mrs. Ames was worried about the strange behavior of her husband, and more recently that 4 men have been playing cards in the back card room of the local club, and that the steward says the deck of cards is marked.
No, they can't be. Give me
Hey, take it easy, Mr. Ames. Let's see, Stewart.
They're not marked.
What's bothering you so much, Mr. Ames?
Kind of a crude job.
Yes, Jimmy, little ticks on the edges, like this. But the person who did it could tell the cards, all right.
Get out of here, both of you, Jimmy Stewart.
Hey, slow down, Buster.
Look, I've got to see you, Valentine. I've got to see you alone.
Have you been sampling some of that stuff Chester uses, Mr. Ames? What's so important about
Chester?
Hey, where are you going, Miss Ames?
He was downtown. He's back now.
Look, Buster, will
the
you
bar.
please?
He's here in the bar. He's having those last 2 drinks.
Well, there you
Oh,
are.
hello, Angel.
Oh, Mr. Ames, I saw your wife to the station. She said to tell you...
Yes, of course. Where is he?
What?
Little guy, Brooksy. He was in here a few minutes ago.
He was having a couple of drinks.
Yeah, he's gone now.
Well, I did see somebody leaving just when I came in. He looked like he could use a little sleep.
It's 5 minutes to 12.
Time for you to clear it up, friend. Where's Chester gone? What's happening tonight?
Could have been any one of us. I mean, the cards marking them. But I didn't try to save my own skin. I would have gone through with it if I'd been high man.
What on earth?
I'm trying to remember. The watchman's spare gun, that was it.
Quit fooling, Buster. What?
Yeah, the closet, the back hall. Come on, hurry, will you? The watchman's gun, that was it.
Only the cupboard was bare.
He's taken it already. Chester.
Certainly no gun in here.
We drew. High man. He had the king of hearts. Little Chester, the weakest one in the whole bunch. Didn't even seem to react.
What do you look? Will you...
I know I'm talking wildly. I'll explain later. We've got to find him first. Hurry.
Oh, we're with you, all right, but who's he going to use this gun on?
Who's he? Oh. Isn't it perfectly obvious, Mr. Valentine? On himself.
Just like Jimmy said. House over by the bluffs across the golf course.
It's certainly deserted looking. For sale, for lease.
Chester must be here. It's where he'd come.
It's Dorothy Fullman's house, huh? Where she was killed?
Yes, in the living room. Found her body there.
Beaten to death.
Door's open, you see. Chester? Chester!
Well, he's not here. The fall guy. Well, we're a long way on the outside of that old crime now, aren't we?
Perhaps we beat him here, missed him in the dark. Chester!
What do you mean, George?
Ames here knows what I mean. This is where it happened. Wasn't a pleasant crime. And inside a man, a terrible thing like that can get bigger in a year, huh?
Mr. Valentine, I didn't kill her.
Sure. That's what they all say. But, Buster, I'm just finally beginning to realize what a hopeless, crazy thing is happening tonight.
Wait a minute, George, listen.
Upstairs.
Come on.
Chester? Where are you, Chester? It's me, Victor Ames. Salto, what are you doing here? Mr. Valentine's all right, Salto. He knows the whole story now.
But I didn't mark any cards. It wasn't me.
Then what are you doing here, Salto? Hiding?
Leave him alone, Ames. Leave him alone. And never mind who marked the cards. But what do you think, Brooksy? 4 men actually drawing to see which one would be a fall guy. Which one would confess to a murder.
I don't believe it.
Oh, yes, it's very easy for the two of you to talk like that.
I told them it was ridiculous.
Same as Russian roulette. Spin the cartridge wheel. See who gets the bullet. Yeah, they couldn't stand to be pointed at. The suspicion, the shadow of guilt. The crime that would never be solved otherwise.
Yes, I told them that, but Ames and Norton kept
You
saying
were willing enough, Salter. You didn't have any solution anyway to keep yourself from going insane. Maybe you can't believe it, Miss Brooks. Why should you? You don't have a private hell to live in.
I don't think that's exactly what she meant, Ames. Sure, I know it's not like in books where people just forget about murder. But to try to dig yourself out of a swamp by drawing, taking 1 chance in 4 of being tapped for guilt, just to lay all the ghosts for the others.
If we did it, so what? We did it. We've nearly killed each other trying to make each other confess anyway.
I was thinking about the second part of the bargain. Suicide for the elected guilty one.
Yeah, to make sure the police would accept that confession.
Mr. Ames, you might have gone through with it. You're that kind. But I just don't believe that most men
Check,
would...
Angel. All right, how about it, Soldo? That's why you're here, isn't it? To see if Chester would go through with something that you wouldn't do yourself.
That I... I'm sorry, Victor. I wouldn't have. I couldn't have. I went along with it. Of course I did. If I'd been high card, I don't know what I would have done, but...
Okay, there's one down. Wet feet. By this time, Chester must be aboard the nearest freight train headed for parts unknown.
Chester? He signed the confession.
But he wouldn't do it. I know he'd been
At
drinking,
the last
but...
moment, it's a little hard to pull the trigger.
Is that so? You're so sure, aren't you?
Huh?
Moonlight out there. Window, come here. Look.
It's him. It's Chester.
But he's not coming toward the house.
Just walking. That's the path runs up by the bluffs.
Yes, and if anything happens to him, it's our fault, Salto.
Come on, step on it. Run!
Chester! Chester! What's the matter with him?
He doesn't even listen. Oh, look out, George.
Yeah, these bluffs are pretty steep, aren't they?
Chester! I'm going to climb up this way, too.
Oh, no, you don't, Buster.
Huh?
You
What?
just stay behind me with Miss Brooks.
Valentine.
There's another way this whole thing tonight can work, but I'm going to see that it doesn't.
George, look. He's up on one of the edges.
Yeah.
Stand still. Oh,
What a... Norton.
get out of here. Leave him alone.
Norton, wouldn't you know?
Stand still. I'm warning you, I have a gun.
Oh, yeah, sure. The one from the watchman's locker?
He didn't take it. Chester didn't take
Hey,
it.
what's all this?
So you did. Sure. You guys wouldn't just make a deal for somebody to commit suicide. You'd get him to write a confession and then murder him.
He killed her. He killed our woman. He confessed.
George, he's up on the edge. Look at him.
Leave him alone. He'll jump, I tell you. Look at the way he's acting. I just followed him.
To give him the gun he didn't take.
Ames, listen to me. It will all be over. For all of us.
Oh, you inhuman old...
Let it happen. If you don't, it'll be the same thing over and over and over again.
Yeah, look. We can't stop him from here, and he does look like he wants to jump. Okay, so I've been wrong, so I...
Valentine!
Get out of the way with that gun!
I just...
Okay, now you're all
I've
right,
got it.
Norton. Stay there, all of you. Chester! Mr. Chester!
I'm all right. Yes?
Mr. Chester, now you listen to me. I can't reach you, but...
But get away now. There's something I'm going to do.
Yeah, I know. Kill yourself. But you were supposed to do it where she died, weren't you? Wasn't that the agreement, Chester, to make it look good? Can you understand me, Mr. Chester?
I'm all right.
That's it. Just keep looking at me. It should have been the living room, though. Or were they always wrong? She was beaten, bruised. I remember they said they never found a weapon. Was it really up here that she died? Did she dump? Was she thrown? It would have looked the same if somebody then carried her body back to her house.
I'm going to jump, you know. Get back, get back.
No, you're not. You're too curious, Chester. This year, since Dorothy Fullman died, must have been the worst for the one who really killed her. Don't you think so, Mr. Chester?
What do you mean?
But admitting it is worse. Some people can't ever do that. They'd rather die than do that.
I'm going to jump. You can't stop me.
But you don't even want your death to be a confession, do you? Well, they gave you a chance, the little card drawing. You knew the masked deck, the marked one, would be found sooner or later. You deliberately left it behind.
No, go away
The
now.
world would say your confession was a fraud. You were a poor little patsy.
Well, any of them could have marked the cards. Norton, Salto,
The high man marked them. The guilty man, Chester. All I've said is built on that. When there's a drawing, a man can't make another man take a certain card. So if he marks them, he only marks them for himself. Check?
Yes, I understand, but...
To pick his own card. But the lowest card picked tonight was a 9. If a man wanted a low card, that's not very safe, is it, with 52 cards in the deck? You know, it baffled me for a while, until I saw that you really did want to die.
She was faithless. She was bad. Get out of my way!
Oh, no, you don't. Now, just hang on. You're going to live, Buster. You're going to write a real confession.
George, it did work out that way, didn't it?
Yeah, Brooksy, they pieced it together again. That's why Chester went up to the bluffs instead of taking the gun. That's how he had killed Dorothy Fullman a year back.
And if the first confession had gone through, if he'd shot himself, nobody ever would have believed it.
Well, the other 3 would have always thought they railroaded the poor little Punchy.
Trade their private little hells for new ones. If Mrs. Ames weren't still in love with her husband and called you here.
Mm-hmm.
George, isn't it remarkable what a woman will do for the man she loves?
Remarkable.
Forgive, forget, protect.
I'll remember that.
Darling.
The very next time I'm suspected of murder.
Oh!
Good night, Brooksy.
A newspaper reporter does plenty of stop-and-go driving in a month's time, short trip driving around town. And that's tough on car engines. Short trips prevent an engine from warming up. Corrosive rust gets a bigger chance to attack cylinder walls. One newspaper reporter wrote that he beat this kind of engine punishment by using RPM motor oil. I've driven my 1940 Buick, he wrote, for more than 92,000 miles. During this time, RPM motor oil was used exclusively. This is probably the reason why no repairs to the running gear or engine have been necessary. I thought you'd like to know about it, unquote. Well, friends, that's why RPM is first choice where driving's toughest. Ask short trip drivers anywhere in the West. They'll tell you more people prefer RPM than any other motor oil. And you'll find it's the best engine insurance you can buy for your car. Get RPM at independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations where they say and mean we take better care of your car. Tonight's adventure of George Valentine has been brought to you by Standard Oil Company of California on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West. Robert Bailey is starred as George with Virginia Gregg as Brooksy. Let George Do It is written by David Victor and Jackson Gillis and directed by Don Clark. Larry Dobkin was heard as Ames, Bob Griffin as Chester, Harold Deerenforth as Salto, Ted Osborne as Norton, Lorene Tuttle as Mrs. Ames, and Bob Bruce as Jimmy. The music is composed and presented by Eddie Dunstetter, your announcer, John Heaston. Listen again next week, same time, same station, to Let George Do It. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System.
They all knew he was aboard the yacht when it exploded and sank, and everybody called his death an accident. That is, everybody except the corpse himself. He said it was murder.
From the pen of Raymond Chandler, outstanding author of crime fiction, comes his most famous character as CBS presents The Adventures of Philip Marlowe. And now, with Gerald Moore, starred as Philip Marlowe, we bring you tonight's exciting story, The Restless Day.
It had been a long, hard Saturday night that topped off a long, rugged week. When I finally got to bed dog-tired at 5 a.m. Sunday morning, I was planning to stay there until I'd caught up on all the sleep I'd lost and gained a running head start on the coming week. And by 3 in the afternoon on the day of rest, I figured that job was only about half done. But whoever it was that started riding my doorbell had a different idea. I held out until the buzzer stopped, but it was only a change of tactics, so I gave up. All right, I know when I'm licked. Just a minute.
Thank heaven you're in, Mr. Marlowe. I don't know what I'd have done otherwise. I'm sorry.
It's all right.
Here, read this story on the front page.
What?
No, down here.
Oh, yacht explosion, death labeled accident, huh?
Yes.
Oh. Mystery blast which destroyed the Rollins yacht at Santa Monica Friday night, and in which Benjamin Rollins, noted cosmetics manufacturer, was killed, was established today by police investigators as accidental.
I'm sorry I spoke too much.
That's all right. The explosion which shattered and sank the 50-foot pleasure boat was caused by a leaking fuel line. Rollins, known to be a chain smoker, is believed by witnesses to have continued on page 7.
Never mind, Marlo. I'll tell the rest.
Yeah. Think you'll make it?
There are 2 frightening things wrong with that story.
Well, go ahead. Frighten me.
First, the explosion was no accident. That fuel line was repaired a week ago. Second, Ben Rollins was not killed.
You're shaking my faith in the American press. How do you know all this?
Because I am Benjamin Rollins.
Yes. Well, look, fella, you better dial 116 on the phone and tell the police all about it, huh?
No, that's exactly what I can't do. Someone's tried to murder me. If they find out I'm still alive, I'll be a target for a second attempt.
Wait a minute. I need 2 things right now. One, a cup of coffee. Would you like some?
No, milk, if you please. My doctor insists.
Okay, come on. The other's a good, solid explanation of why everybody thinks you were aboard that yacht.
Well, first, they believe my body was lost in the explosion. You see, I intended to spend the night there because Lucille, my wife, and I had quarreled.
Mm-hmm.
But I got a call, and I had to go out of town on business at the last minute. I went out to the boat, but only to pick up some papers. I was in a hurry. I must have left the lights on. I'd lost my hat in the wind on the way back. It was found in the water. Apparently, I didn't secure the dinghy because that was adrift offshore. Mind you, I read all this in the paper when I got back this morning.
Back from where?
Phoenix, Arizona.
Figures.
I came in on the California Limited. You can check on that. Marlo, I must know who tried to kill me before they know they've failed.
That could be tough. Have you got any ideas?
Yes, I have. It might be any one of 3 people.
3?
For instance, Walter Pitman, my ex-partner, threatened to kill me less than a month ago in New York when I won another court decision from him.
Mm-hmm.
Then there's my business manager, a fellow named Slater. I almost fired him last week, the arrogant fool. It's always when I get cross this comes out.
I see.
And I'm sorry to say it, but Mrs. Rollins herself would no doubt rather have me dead than alive. That's quite a lineup for a mere cosmetics chemist, isn't it?
Yes, it is. Look, you haven't been running lipstick experiments with somebody else's live equipment, have you, Rollins?
Oh, certainly not. I've been working so hard I haven't time for my wife. Say nothing of another woman. Oh, Marlo, I'm frightened. I must get to the bottom of this. I'll pay you double your usual fee. Will you help me?
Okay, Rollins, it's a deal. If I hurry, I might get in on your funeral. Under the circumstances, that should make somebody due for a very big surprise. A shave and a shower later, and I checked my wheezing client's credentials, settled him down in my apartment with orders to answer the phone, but not the door, and drove out to Santa Monica, where the not very late Ben Rollins had made his home. I had a list of names, addresses, and phone numbers of people close to Rollins. That is, close enough to kill. And I decided that Arthur Slater, the business manager, was my best bet for an opener. He had been described as soft-spoken, efficient, and somewhat arrogant. And after I found his cottage on Seaview Drive and walked up to the door, I heard someone inside offering a similar description, but with more color.
Mighty routine, Arthur Slater. If you think for 2 minutes you can throw little Angie over any time you feel like it after all the promises you've made, you're wrong.
That's just about enough, Angie.
Not by half, brother. I know which way the wind is blowing, and it's a nice big wind. Nobody kicks me out, and I mean nobody. So think it over, Mr. Big. Oh, get out of my way.
Yes, ma'am. Cute kid. Friend of yours, Slater?
Who are you? Another insurance investigator?
That's right. My name's Marlo. May I come in?
Yes, certainly. All the others did.
Thanks. Who knows? I may be the last. Slater, I've got 3 reasons for believing that yacht explosion was no accident.
Not an accident? What reasons are you talking about?
For one, Walter Pitman.
Pitman? You mean Rollins' ex-partner?
You know him, huh?
Well, only by name. I never met the man.
All right, then. Let's talk about reason number 2, Lucille Rollins. How do you feel about her, Slater?
Well, you must be out of your mind, Marlo. She and Ben fought constantly, yes.
Slater, I asked how you felt about Mrs. Rollins.
I don't like her. And now, what or who is reason number 3?
You are. You had an argument with Rollins last week. He practically fired you.
And you think I'd kill him over that?
Could be.
Look, Marlo, Ben Rollins drove himself like an overloaded truck. He had a cigarette cough, nervous shakes, and bad dreams. To me, bureau drawer eyelashes and glue-on fingernails simply aren't that important. So we had frequent arguments. Now, do you have any more smart reasons you'd like to discuss, or would you care to leave?
Just one thing more. Why does your girlfriend think you're a little stuck up these days?
You're becoming a bit too personal, Marlo. Get out. I'm not compelled to answer any of your questions. There's an established legal procedure.
Skip it, Slater. If I need to, I'll be back. And I'm fairly chummy with the boys in blue myself, so I'll get the answers if I want them. Good night, big shot. Arthur Slater was like a billiard ball, hard to rub the wrong way. And if he did have an angle, he was playing cagey. So as long as I was in the neighborhood and the trail was hot, I figured I'd have a talk with the Spitfire, Angie. It wasn't hard to trail her. A corner newsboy had heard her get into a cab. The cabbie swore he'd never forget her. Swore again. So finding her apartment was less trouble than unfolding a $5 bill. When I pulled up across the street from her place, I noticed a big car as big as the average garage and older than last year's college graduate parked in front. It was a black Pierce Arrow, and someone with a mouthful of cigar hulked behind the wheel. The cigar was pointed at me as I crossed the street. When I went up the stairs to Angie's door, it was still pointed at me. But I forgot about that when the apartment door opened. Angie was relaxed. There were little glints of gold in her green eyes. And the warm lights behind her shimmered on soft waves of hair, a shade of burnished copper. Maybe she was a Spitfire, but at the moment, her damper was down.
Yeah? Well, Buster, you got your mouth open. You might as well say something.
Angie, who do you think murdered Ben Rollins?
Oh, murdered? My mistake, chum. Good night.
Just a minute. This is business, honey.
Who are you, anyhow?
Philip Marlowe. You ran over me on your way out of Slater's place a few minutes ago and dented my ego.
Well, sue me. Who are you working for, Shamus?
You wouldn't believe me if I told you. But I will tell you this, sweetheart. The explosion on that yacht was no accident. So I'm checking up on wives who'd rather be widows.
Lucille Rollins?
Mm-hmm.
Nuts. She was rolling in dough either way. She hated her job, but she sure didn't have to kill to quit. Get your compass fixed, Marlo.
Wrong way, huh? Well, suppose Lucille were in love with Pitman, maybe.
Pitman? Who's he?
Shot in the dark. Tell me something, Angie. Your boyfriend Slater has picked up a lot of push lately. How come?
Some big deal they've been working on at the plant. And he makes me sick. Gets the first sniff of a success, and suddenly all his hats are too small.
Especially his old hats, honey. And you can't blame the guy if he's really on his way up now, can you?
Listen, Mac, I'll tell you, him, and the whole world something. Nobody is going to put little Angie on the skids. If there's a heave-ho pulled around here, Mr. Hotshot Slater himself will get it, and right in the neck. So if you happen to be snooping for him, Marlo, you can putter right back and tell him so. Now beat it.
That's not a bad idea. Oh, by the way, what's Angie stand for?
Angelica? But don't count on it, brother. Don't count on it.
As I went down the front steps, the cigar and the black Pierce Arrow lined up on me again and followed me as I crossed the street and got into my car. It was still pointing at me as I drove away, but after all, the street was public property and the guy could smoke a cigar if he wanted to. Well, by the time I knocked on the front door of the Rollins home, I was braced for a deluge of tears and a session of red-eyed hysteria. So I was caught off balance by the handsome blonde woman of 35 with a wry, crisp waistline who was cool, calm, and well collected in green slacks. She introduced herself as Lucille Rawlins.
Sit down, Mr. Marlowe. You said you're a friend of Ben's?
That's right, Mrs. Rawlins. I stopped by to offer my condolences. But apparently condolences aren't much in order today. No tears, huh? Not even crocodile tears.
I'm not a hypocrite, Mr. Marlowe, that's why. I'm merely stunned and confused over this terrible accident, and I'm not sure yet how I feel.
Yeah, it was an accident, all right. Especially since that leaky fuel line that caused it was repaired a week ago.
It had been repaired?
Oh, yeah. It's interesting, isn't it?
Who are you, Marlowe?
I'm a private detective, and I know a lot more than that. I know, for instance, that the insurance on the boat alone will keep you in pretty doodads for several years. And that's only a drop in a bucket.
Mr. Marlowe, I think you'd better leave.
And I think you better climb down off that high horse and listen. Because I haven't even started yet. Ben was a hated man by Pitman, by Slater, and maybe by you. And I can prove he didn't die accidentally, baby, so I'd like some nice straight answers, huh? When did you see Pitman last?
I've never seen Walter Pitman. I don't even know what he looks like. Ben and I were married 2 years ago. He broke with Pitman long before that.
But you're pretty chummy with Arthur Slater.
That's a lie. Why, we hardly spoke until a week ago.
You picked a poor time to get friendly, baby.
Listen here, Marlowe. Mr. Slater, I ran into each other purely by accident one afternoon last week. I happened to stop in at a small bar in downtown Los Angeles. Mr. Slater was there at a table talking with some man, a stranger to me. When he saw me, he came over. He seemed upset. So upset,
Wait a
in
minute.
fact, that...
Is there anyone else here now?
Well, no. My maid went out to the movies. What's the matter?
I heard something, a noise. Sounded like it came from the service boys. Come on, let's have a look.
Well, I don't know what anyone...
Hey!
The lights went off.
Somebody turned them off. You better... Lucille, look out! The bullets which had been intended for Lucille had only traveled the width of the kitchen, but miraculously both had missed. Whoever had thrown them moved out fast, because when I got through the service porch and into the backyard, nothing stirred, except the restless ends of a pepper tree. But a second later, a heavy, clanking motor roared on the side street, and I got to the fence just in time to see a boxcar on rubber tires skid around the corner. It was a black Pierce Arrow. I went back to the house, found the master switch, and turned on the lights. Lucille, her face strained and bloodless, stood in the kitchen door and watched me. A hole had been punched in the back screen door, and on the floor was a strange object which had been used to unhook the lock. It looked like an oversized bobby pin wearing rubber pants, which didn't mean a thing to me. But to Lucille, who stared at it like it was a centipede she just found in a cream puff, it meant plenty.
Ben.
What?
It's like Ben himself was here. Like he wasn't killed at all.
What are you talking about? What is this thing, anyway?
I don't know. It's part of some new invention he was working on. For the last month, Ben carried 2 or 3 of these things with him everywhere.
Look, Lucille, where's your phone?
Right there.
Oh.
But, Marlo, you don't suppose... Who are you going to call?
Friend of mine. He'd better be in, too.
Marlo. What's the matter, Marlo? Busy?
Yeah, busy. He's either talking to someone or he's gone out after leaving the phone off the hook. And either way, Lucy, that makes my friend very busy.
In just a moment, we will return to the second act of the adventures of Philip Marlowe. But first, it may have taken a little detective work finding a much-wanted man last week, but an unprecedented number of listeners seem to have turned Philip Marlowe. For Jack Benny's largest audience this season found him here on his opening show on CBS. Tomorrow night, Jack will be back with Mary, Dennis, Phil, Rochester, and Don for more of the fun that's made the Jack Benny Show the #1 comedy in radio. You'll find him right here on CBS every Sunday at 7 Eastern Standard Time. And now, with our star, Gerald Moore, we return to the second act of Philip Marlowe and tonight's story, The Restless Day.
When I left Lucille Rawlins, the feminine target for tonight, I headed for Angie Gordon's, where I'd first seen the man with a cigar in his face, who I suddenly figured might be Walter Pitman. And as I drove, I felt like my brains had spent the night playing leapfrog in a squirrel cage. Because any way I call the dice, every one of my clients suspected of murdering him suspected somebody else. And just to keep things from making any sense at all, I suspected my client. I pulled up near Angie's and saw the Pierce Arrow parked, lights and a man with cigar out. When I got close to the bungalow door, I knew that the lady was at home.
Now, look here,
And that she was receiving
Oh,
a
you're
gentleman
in here
caller,
right
more or
inside.
less.
Tell me your name is Smith, which incidentally I don't believe. And then you start asking a lot of very personal questions. How cozy.
Now, please, you do not understand. There are certain things about the death of Ben Rollins that I must know, things that mean a lot to me.
How much a lot?
Well, $100 maybe.
What? Now, don't tell me that's all you could stuff into that briefcase there in your hand.
Listen, girl, I must know whether that explosion on the boat was an accident or not.
The police let it go as an accident?
Never mind that. You are Slater's girl. You must know something about him as well as the other one who was here. Now, you tell me. Quick.
Stay away from me, you big lug. I don't know anything.
Let me-
Let go of me, let go.
You heard the lady, Pitman. Let go.
How do you know my name?
I read tea leaves. And while we're all asking questions, do you mind telling me why you were throwing bullets at the Chinaware on Mrs. Rollins?
I did no such thing. I don't even know Mrs. Rollins.
You're a liar, and it's dull as the sauerkraut. The gun in your pocket will prove it.
I have no gun in my pocket. Here, look for yourself.
All right, I will. But if it's all the same to you, I'll start with your briefcase.
Give me that.
Why, so you can get to the gun first?
No, because All right, Mr. Smart Man. Go ahead and look. See for yourself that there's absolutely nothing there that concerns you.
When I get my hands on you, I'll break you in two.
Still, Marlo. And don't look so astonished, friend. It's called a gun.
Why, you little...
Skip it, Marlo. This isn't my idea of returning a favor, but it is good business. You see, baby, little Angie sells out to the highest bidder. And no matter how I add things up, that isn't you.
So exit Pitman, huh? Briefcase and...
What are you staring at?
That little gadget there. Must have fallen out of Pitman's briefcase.
What is it?
Twin brother of an item I found a little while ago, rubber pants included.
What are you talking about, Marlo?
Nothing, baby. Just tell me how long I sit here.
As long as you like. Now, you see, Marlo, I just can't afford to let you get to Pitman ahead of me.
Yeah. That good business you were talking about.
Uh-huh. After all, a gal's got to make a living. One way or another, Marlo. Doesn't she?
There was room to debate Angie's point, but no time. So I skipped her invitation for a drink. Both promised and threatened to see her again and headed for my car in the only direction left, the residence of the local pivot man, Mr. Arthur Slater. When I got to within a block of the place, I parked and then approached slowly, keeping to the shadows all the way. But the house turned out to be as dark and quiet as the inside of a coffin. I was about to leave when some noise a dozen yards behind me said that I was no longer alone. I turned quietly and got ready for what I figured would be a reunion with my old buddy, Walter Pitman. But I was wrong. Sneaking through a nearby clump of orange trees with all the deftness of an ox with bunion trouble was no one else but my client, Ben Rollins. When I called his name out loud, he ran toward me, arms and legs flailing the wind like a Kansas scarecrow caught in a tornado.
Marlo, I've been looking all over for you.
Rollins, why aren't you back in my apartment where you're supposed to be?
I couldn't wait any longer. I was afraid something had happened to you. When you didn't call, I was sure of it. I thought you might be here at Slater's.
But I did call, and all I got was a busy signal.
Oh, about an hour ago. Why, that was a friend of yours. He wanted to know if you'd play cards with him tonight. Now, do you believe me?
No, for the time being, yes. Incidentally, Rollins, do these mean anything to you, these oversized bobby pins?
Good Lord, the curlers. Where did you get those curlers, Marlo? They should be in my safe.
Well, I found one at your house and the other in a briefcase that belonged to Walter Pitman.
But Marlo, these are samples of my newest invention, these hair curlers. They can produce a home permanent wave overnight that'll last for 6 months. It's worth millions to me.
If you live.
Yes. Now, it should be easy to figure out who wanted to kill me.
I'm not so sure. If you didn't even know these were missing, why should someone have to kill you to get hold of them? And second of all, how come the shooting's still going on?
What shooting are you talking about?
Over at your place. Somebody tried to kill your wife there just before I called you. And that brings us right back to your alibi about talking to Ibarra at the time. It's a little too pat, Rollins. Besides, that curler could very easily have dropped out of your pocket.
But why should I shoot at Lucille?
For the best reason in the books, you wanted to kill her. And when that yacht business almost boomeranged on you, you still hadn't changed your mind. And that led to this whole routine with me double-billed as Patsy and star witness both.
Oh, you're out of your mind, Marlo. I couldn't have set that explosion on the yacht as a trap for Lucille.
Why not?
Because it was on account of me that Lucille wasn't on the yacht herself that night.
What?
After we argued, we decided not to spend any more time under the same roof. Lucille said that suited her fine and she'd sleep on the yacht. And we let it go at that till about noon on Friday.
Then you got small about things and said the yacht was yours, maybe? That you'd sleep on it?
Yes. I was just bickering.
Just
I know.
a minute, Rollins. I've heard enough, and I think I finally understand this whole screwy deal. I'll know for sure just as soon as I can make one single phone call to your house. We'll get back to Slater. Come on. When I got to a telephone and through to the maid at the Rollins place, I was almost positive that in another minute I'd have both a solid answer for my client and a couple of clumsy customers for the law. But when the shaky voice at the other end of the tube told me that Lucille had just left the house in high gear, after mumbling something about a place called Inspiration Point, I stopped being confident and started to worry. And when I tossed the jackpot question at the maid and got the winning answer, that worry became something worse, and it must have showed.
What is it, Marlo? What did you find out?
Too much to explain now. Where's Inspiration Point, Rollins?
About a mile south of here, straight along the shore.
Good. What kind of a car does your wife drive?
A blue Nash. What's Inspiration Point got to do with Lucille, Marlo?
Everything. Now, look. You call the cops and tell them to get out there as fast as they can. Do you get me? As fast as they can. Inspiration Point turned out to be an acre of wind-swept rock that overlooked the cold January sea. And after I saw Lucille's empty car, I crept, staggered, and fell down the narrow, winding trail that led from the road to the promontory itself. I was afraid that I was going to be too late to stop what I was sure was a hastily scheduled murder. But a minute later, when I rounded the last crazy turn in the trail, I felt better. Because standing only a couple of yards away from me, her hair slapping wildly against the upturned collar of her coat, and very much alive, was Lucille Rollins. I was about to breathe a sigh of relief when suddenly I caught the expression in her eyes. I turned to follow the line of her unblinking gaze, and I knew that I hadn't arrived any too soon. Because the lady was being held at the point of a gun held by Arthur Slater. I closed my hand tight around the cold .38 in my pocket and moved closer.
When you called me at the house, you said that my husband was alive and with you. Why did you lie to me?
Because I knew that would bring you running. And I had to be alone with you, Lucille, so I could do what I missed doing last time.
Last time? You mean the yacht? You did that?
Yes. But somehow or other, Ben was out there instead of you. So that accident was a waste of time. But this one, the bereaved wife who jumped or fell to her death from the edge of Inspiration Point, won't be.
But why, Slater? Why do you want to kill me?
There's no time to explain, Lucille.
And we'll take time, Slater.
Marlo, you!
Yeah, me!
Marlo! Marlo, he's going to kill me.
Yes, honey, I know. He had to.
But why, Marlo, why?
Because he stole your husband's invention to sell the wall of Pitman. He was going to go into business with him. Now, when the cops get here, he's going first to a hospital and then to jail. For grand larceny and attempted murder.
Attempted murder? What about Ben, Marlo?
Ben was a near miss, honey, nothing more. You'll see what I mean in a minute. When Lucille found out that Ben was still alive, there were a lot of tears and promises to be good from both parties. And it wasn't until an hour had gone by and the police had already booked both Slater and Pitman, who was picked up heading back for L.A., that Mr. and Mrs. Rollins were in the condition to sit down and talk things over, even with the help of coffee and cigarettes in the Rollins home.
And the whole scheme, Marlo, was designed by Slater, who, as my business manager, had access to the new curlers.
That's right. Knowing how Walter Pitman felt about you, Slater secretly contacted him to handle the manufacturing end, you see?
Yes, I see.
Well, a few changes in the design, and the whole thing would have been patented and on the market while you and Slater...
Who pretended that Pitman was a stranger to him.
Were still laboring away at last-minute changes.
And when we learned about Pitman's product, Slater would act as surprised as Ben here.
You're so right, Lucille. That was the plan. Oh, but it fell apart. See, it fell apart when you accidentally ran into Slater in that small bar in downtown L.A., do you remember?
Yes.
When he was with Pitman, the man you described to me as the stranger?
Yes, of course.
All right. Well, he realized then that with Pitman's product a success, you would sooner or later see a picture of Pitman, the newly rich inventor, and recognize him as the man you saw with Slater before Pitman's product was on the market.
So that meant that Slater either had to get rid of Lucy or give up his entire plan.
Mm-hmm.
Have you got a match, Mr. No, I'm going to give them up. Well, Marlo, was Pitman involved in the murder attempt, too?
No. He drew the line at the theft. See, when he found out that you had died mysteriously, he turned up here to check on Slater because he couldn't afford to be mixed up in your murder.
I see. But how did you figure all this, Marlo?
Well, after I had tangled with everybody, I was no place. Angie Gordon was looking for an angle. You, Lucille, were getting shot at.
Poor darling.
Yeah, and Pitman and Slater were not on the same team. At least as far as the business on the yacht was concerned. Nobody seemed to have a clear-cut motive.
But when I told you that Lucille herself was supposed to stay on the yacht that night, you had the answer.
That was the time. After I called your house and asked the maid the jackpot question, which was, who aside from you, Ben, knew that Lucille was going to sleep on the yacht Friday night?
And she said Slater, didn't she?
Yeah. Said something else, too. She also said that you had left for Inspiration Point in a big hurry.
Yes. Then Slater tried to kill me first on the yacht, second in the house here, and finally out on the point.
Mm-hmm. But in the end, it worked out fine, darling. Because the third time was the charm. For us. Well, by the time I was through tying in all the loose ends for my client and his wife, it was 3 o'clock in the morning, and I was dog-tired all over again. When I got into my car and started away from the place, Ben and Lucille were standing in the doorway waving at me and smiling. So as I drove back toward L.A., I forgot about the sleep I was missing and thought about them. A couple who couldn't get along until one or the other of them had been robbed, dynamited, and shot at. Yeah, I guess it's really so. As the old bromide has it. The path of true love never does run smooth. Smoothly. It's smooth. Oh, well.
The Adventures of Philip Marlowe, created by Raymond Chandler, stars Gerald Moore and is produced and directed by Norman MacDonald. Script is by Mel Donnelly, Robert Mitchell, and Gene Levitt. Featured in the cast were Lorette Philbrandt, Edgar Barrier, Virginia Gregg, John Daner, and Jack Moyles. The special music was by Richard Arunt. Be sure and be with us again next week when Philip Marlowe says...
Somewhere in the cold, persistent rain that made the city itself seem a thing of evil, a girl had disappeared, and it was my job to find her. But before I did, I found death and a devil.
The Jack Benny Show's on CBS Sundays at 7 Eastern Standard Time, and comes right in the middle of 90 minutes of wonderful comedy on CBS's new early Sunday evening lineup. Immediately preceding Jack's show, you'll find Spike Jones and a Spotlight Review at 6:30 Eastern Time. And following the Benny Show, Amos and Andy take over with their inspired humor. Listen to Spike Jones and Amos and Andy over most of these same CBS stations tomorrow, flanking Jack Benny. They add up to 90 solid minutes of merry Sunday listening on CBS. Now, stay tuned for Gangbusters, which follows immediately over most of these stations. This is Roy Rowan speaking for CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
For the safety of your smile, use Pepsodent twice a day. See your dentist twice a year. Lever Brothers Company presents the Pepsodent program, The Adventures of Philip Marlowe, starring Van Heflin. Philip Marlowe, the famous private detective of Murder My Sweet and The Lady in the Lake, created by Raymond Chandler, brought to you on the air by Pepsodent, and starring MGM's dynamic young actor, Van Heflin. Now, families all over America have named their favorite toothpaste, New Pepsodent with Irium. New, fresh-tasting Pepsodent with the new, cool, minty flavor. It's preferred 3-to-1 over any other toothpaste.
It's true. With families all over America, New Pepsodent is a favorite 3-to-1.
Families from coast to coast recently compared New Pepsodent with the toothpaste they were using at home. They preferred New Pepsodent by an overwhelming average of 3-to-1 over any other brand they tried. These families, 3-to-1, said New Pepsodent tastes better, makes breath cleaner, makes teeth brighter.
Yes, families 3-to-1 say New Pepsodent tastes better, makes breath cleaner, makes teeth brighter.
Get New Pepsodent toothpaste for your family right away. Now, Van Heflin in The Adventures of Philip Marlowe.
Hollywood after midnight is like any other city after midnight. Night moves in and the city becomes hushed and stealthy. The nightclubs close up one by one, but now and then the police whistle and the prowl car siren serenade the sleeper. If you've got any cop in you at all, you get on edge and you have to get dressed and go out and walk it off to relax. Well, I was relaxing past the Swank Carlton Hotel on the Sunset Strip about 1 a.m. when all of a sudden, recess was over.
Hey, Marlo. That you, Marlo?
It was George Millar, the quiet-spoken night clerk of the Carlton, hailing me from the doorway, probably to Mucha Melacrino. No, I was wrong.
Hey, look, Marlo. You very busy right now?
Why, Millar? If I may be as cagey as all that.
We've got some trouble on the 8th floor.
Where's Curly, your fearless house dick?
Tonight he has to have a hangover.
What's the beef on floor 8?
King Leopardi. Do you know him?
King Leopardi? Oh, that's the sweetest trump this side of Gabriel. Is he tenting here tonight?
He's in the corridor on the 8th floor, dressed in yellow pajamas, and he's trumpet. There's a girl with him, and they're putting on a jam session.
Well, suppose the king rejects my diplomatic notes.
Well, get rough, but only if you have to.
Okay, thanks. But a guy with such an ear for music ought to listen to reason. All right, I'll be down 5 minutes, Millar.
Suffer, blow more. Come on and blow.
Hey, King. Hey, King, that's all, boy.
Oh, suffer, out, mellow, King and yellow, more schmozzerino, more.
I said, all right, King, the party's over. Hey!
Were you addressing me, peasant?
I said, wrap it up, can it? Put it on ice. The show is over.
Ha!
Conk him, King. King Conk, that's what he is, King Conk. Let him have it, King.
Fanfare to a nosy house dick. As follows.
All right, now look, Yellow Pants, wrap up your bugle and buzz off. Now hit the grit.
Oh, you're tougher than a 40-cent steak, aren't you? Well, this'll make you soft and tender. Here!
Attaboy, King. Hit him again for me.
All right, hit me with that trumpet, will you? Okay, King. Ooh. Now, come on, get up, get dressed, and get out.
How can he? He's out cold.
I'll be glad to pack for him. And you get back to your room, too.
Listen, copper, I don't have to do
anything.
anything.
Get going, sister. Come on, jump. The door to room 815 was ajar. I went in and began tossing a lot of that yellow silk that the king liked so well into his suitcases. Something at the small desk stopped me. Tucked under the corner of the desk blotter was a note. It was assembled from words and letters cut out of newspapers and pasted on a telegraph blank. It said, 10 grand by Thursday night, Leopardi, or else. Her brother. I slipped the note in my pocket and went out in the corridor just as the king staggered past me into his room. I could get an infection from the dirty look he gave me as he slammed the door after him. The door 2 suites away opened a crack and then shut again very quickly. I went over and knocked.
Beat it, copper!
I want to talk to you.
I don't want to hear from you.
Okay, here I come, sister. Ready or not?
I'll blow you down, so help me, I'll let you have it.
Lay that pistol down, babe. Come on,
Get out
come
before
on.
you pick up weight you didn't count on.
And what would the little girl be doing with a .25 automatic, I wonder?
A girl needs protection with insects like you around.
Look, what's your name?
Little Bo Peep.
Okay, but what does little boy Blue with a horn mean to you?
I admire his work.
Do you know King Leopardi?
No.
Well, what are you doing in a place like this? I can tell you can't afford it. What's your angle?
I won a soap contest.
All right, baby. You want it that way?
What are you going to do?
I'm going to make a phone call. Won't cost you a nickel. Hello, desk. Millar? It's Marlo. I'm calling for the lady in room 811. She's checking out. I had a little trouble up there, Millar. Your 2 noisy guests will be checking out any minute. Okay?
Oh, well, I hate for things to happen on my shift.
Well, the king bopped me with his bugle, and the girl had a gun.
Gee, nice people.
Yeah, how come you put a floozy like that girl so close to the king?
Well, I didn't.
Another
Quillen,
thing.
the day man did.
Look, there was a receipt for rent to Miss Marilyn Delorme on the telephone table in her room.
Well, that wasn't the name she gave Quillen.
Apartment 211, Ridgeland Apartments, Cord Street, L.A. She lives right in town in a cheap neighborhood, but she checks in here at a price she can't afford and gives a phony name. Now, why? Why? Cord Street, where Marilyn Delorme lived, was Old Town, Arty Town, Crook Town. It was afternoon when I got off the cogwheel car that climbs the steep hill to where the Ridgeland Apartments sat on the top of Bunker Hill. I went up dim, dusty stairs to apartment 211, and I tapped on the door. There was no answer, so I tried the door. It was unlocked. The room inside was dim with stagnant gloom. Marilyn Delorme was in. I didn't talk to her, though. I didn't think she'd want to make much conversation with those blue bruises about her throat where she'd been strangled. I got out of there fast, wiping off doorknobs like Uriah Heep polishing apples for his boss. I found King Leopardi at his job at the Club Belvedere. He was relaxing at a table in the bar with a kind of a girl commonly referred to as a knockout. She looked tall, and her hair was the color of a brush fire seen through clouds of dust. I pulled in my chin and then walked over to the table. Hello, Leopardi, old maestro. You remember me?
I'm sorry, I can't say that. Why, you dirty keyhole snooper.
King, please don't start anything again.
You left a certain little note in your hotel room last night.
Get out, dime a dozen.
That wasn't all. That dame with you last night.
I said beat it.
King, sit down.
Beat it and take this with you.
There's not much snap in that punch, King. Would you like to try it again?
I've had some drinks. I'll see you later when I'm okay. See you later, too, Dolores, after the floor show.
I'm sorry, Miss...
Sit down. You've made us conspicuous enough as it is.
Now, wait a minute.
Sit
Look,
down.
Let's get... All right, thanks. Well, that's what I get for being a little gentleman and letting him pepper me without a comeback.
No, he's always spoiling for a fight.
The king just can't control his dukes, can he?
You better have a drink.
All right. Coke with bitters.
That's what I love about Hollywood. You meet so many eccentrics.
Yeah, but you see, I'm the kind of a guy who starts with a short beer and wakes up in Shanghai with a full beard. Is this on me or is it on you?
Well, that depends.
Well, how's champagne? Mum's Cordon Rouge, shall we say, huh?
It's on you.
It's on me. Coke with bitters.
How did you get to know King Leopardi?
Oh, I just happened to throw him out of his hotel last night.
Oh, house detective, huh?
No. Filling in for a friend. Philip Marlowe, private investigator's the general tag.
Oh.
How did you happen to get to know the king?
I once sang in his band, but not for long.
Well, then, look, tell me, would it be hard for a woman to get to him?
Only if he was surrounded by a wall of fire.
If the woman had a gun?
Why?
Well, I found this threat note on his desk last night. It asked for $10,000 or else, and is signed her brother.
Well?
Well?
Yes. A woman with a gun could get to him, and everybody would give her a great big hand.
Mm-hmm. Well, I'll skip that Coke and bitters and say good day and thank you, Christabel.
The name is Dolores.
Oh, good afternoon, Miss Drury.
Chiozza. Dolores Chiozza.
Oh, Chiozza. Fare thee well, Miss Chiozza.
Formal, aren't you?
So long, Dolores.
So long, Philip. If I hear of anything, I'll toss it your way.
The evening papers carried a squib about Marilyn Delorme found strangled in her Cord Street apartment. That was all, dead end. Until about 1 o'clock in the morning when the telephone started having hysterics on my night table.
Yeah.
Philip, this is Dolores.
Dolores. Dolores? Oh, yeah, sure.
Would you come over to my place right away? 2412 Renfrew Street, below Fountain.
Hey, wait a minute.
It's a sort of bungalow court. Mine is the last one in line.
Well, sure, but wait a minute. What's the matter? Dolores, look, what's the matter?
King Leopardi is here, too.
King Leopardi.
He passed out in my den. It's absurd, isn't it?
Yeah, that's absurd. And it'll cost you $20.
All right, but hurry. Please hurry.
All right, I'll be right over. Phone calls in the dead of night. I should have been a midwife.
Oh, come in, Philip. I'm sorry I woke you at this hour.
That's okay. I always get up around this time anyhow to take my bitters and answer phone calls. Where is he?
May I have a cigarette?
Sure.
Thanks.
Right? Where did you say he was now?
In my den. Oh, Philip. Philip, he isn't drunk at all. Did you really think he was drunk? He's dead.
What?
The king is dead. Long live the... With my gun.
Well, good for you. The lady wins the large Cupid doll. Hey, come on, let's go and look at him.
You are listening to The Adventures of Philip Marlowe, starring Van Heflin. Yes, families all over America have named their favorite toothpaste. New Pepsodent with invigorating Irium foam. New fresh-tasting Pepsodent with a new, cool, minty flavor. It's preferred 3-to-1 over any other toothpaste.
It's true. Families all over America say new Pepsodent is their favorite 3-to-1.
The Paul A. Thompson family, Summer Street, Stamford, Connecticut, preferred new Pepsodent on every single count. The Thompsons say new Pepsodent tastes best of all, makes breath cleaner, makes teeth brighter. On all these counts, by an overwhelming average of 3-to-1, families prefer new Pepsodent over any other toothpaste they tried.
It's a fact. Families 3-to-1 say new Pepsodent tastes better, makes breath cleaner, and makes teeth brighter.
Remember, this is not just our opinion. It's the honest conviction of the Thompsons and other families who compared new Pepsodent with the toothpaste they were using at home. Get new Pepsodent, the only toothpaste containing Irium. Get it for your family without delay. We continue with The Adventures of Philip Marlowe, starring Van Heflin, who appears by arrangement with Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, producers of The Hucksters, starring Clark Gable.
Dolores showed me to the den in the back of the house. Trumpet man King Leopardi was lying on the studio couch, large, smooth, and artificial looking even in death. A small Mauser automatic hung loosely in his right hand. There was a bullet hole in his golden yellow sport coat, right over his heart. Dolores, is this your gun?
Yes. Someone gave it to me once. I don't even know how to use it.
Oh, no.
Oh, I don't expect you or anyone to believe me.
Don't expect anything. Just tell it.
Well, I was out late. I sing at KFQC on a late 15-minute program. Agatha and I got home about 11:30.
Who's Agatha, the cat?
My maid. I came into the den for some liquor and fizz water and found him. Like that. I sent Agatha home so she wouldn't find him. Finally, I thought of calling you.
Well, he got in here. How?
I don't know.
Were you ever in love with him?
The king never loved anyone.
I ask if you loved him.
I hated everything about him.
It's even better to tell the cops that is but copacetic.
But I can't help it. It's the truth.
Dolores, look. Go on out in the other room and buy yourself a drink. I want to be alone here with tall, dead, and handsome. Go on now, huh? After Dolores had taken her white face out of that room, I could work better. I went through the king's pocket and found his key ring. One key fit very nicely in the lock of the back door. I went to the living room where Dolores was huddled against the arm of the Davenport trying to become a part of the pattern. Dolores, how long has Agatha been with you?
2 years.
Did you ever steal anything from you?
Small things, that's all. Pair of nylons now and then. I didn't mind why.
Well, she sold a key to somebody. A key to this apartment.
Oh, what's the difference, Philip? We're wasting time. I'm done for as a nice person. They'll think it was a lover's quarrel and I shot him. Or that he shot himself over me.
Well, you don't die from the latter, though.
Your reputation does. And I care about what people think of me.
Yeah. Well, that's what makes me for you again, lady.
Thanks, Philip.
Now, look, suppose you give me a description of Agatha and tell me where she lives. I want to talk to her. Tonight. I drove down Brighton Avenue looking for the house Dolores had described to me. All at once, I slammed on my brakes. In the driveway of a vacant house stood a small coupe. Dolores had described Agatha's car, and that was it. And Agatha did not live in an empty house. I got out and walked up the gravel driveway and looked into the car. And then I got back in my own car and drove until I found an all-night drugstore. I phoned Detective Lieutenant Ibarra. Hello, Ibarra. Write this down. Brighton Avenue, 3200 block, west side. Driveway of empty house. Car parked with dead woman in it. When alive, answered to the name of Agatha. Strangled. I went back to the Carlton Hotel where it all started the night before. Quillen, the head day clerk, was on night duty. That surprised me a little bit. It was 2 a.m. and very empty, very quiet in the lobby. That was fine.
Well, if it isn't Marlo, the old clues man. A good morning, and tripe like that.
Hello, Quillen. Look, how come you're on duty?
Millar went on vacation this a.m. His brother has a cabin at Crestline on the Arrowhead Road.
Oh, I didn't even know he had a brother.
Now you know.
Quillen, look, how come an old hotel man like you registers floozies like that Marilyn Delorme on the same floor with people like King Leopardi?
What?
You heard me, mine host.
I didn't register the girl or Leopardi. Millar did.
What?
You heard me.
Well, why was the room between their rooms empty last night in times like these?
Well, Millar had it marked on change. Plumbing out of whack or something. Why?
Oh. Well, here's why. A lad with a passkey could have gone into that room and then unlocked the two connecting doors. And then you could have run a bus service between the girl's room and Leopardi's.
What are you driving at?
That girl in 811 had a gun and Leopardi had a threat letter last night. Now, here's what I want you to do. Call the hotel where Leopardi's staying now and ask if he's there.
Why?
Because. Good enough?
Best reason in the world. Wife always uses it. Wait here.
In about 3 minutes, Quillen came back and leaned on the counter again.
Leopardi isn't there. I talked to a guy in his suite who was almost sober. He said Leopardi got a call about 11 from some girl.
What girl?
Well, he didn't know. But Leopardi went out preening himself.
Okay, thanks, Quillen.
Anything to do with that brawl you had with Leopardi here last night?
No, all in the spirit of boyish mayhem.
That 815 has a jinx on it, you know. Girl shot herself there 2 years ago.
What?
A girl shot herself there.
Yeah, you said that, but what girl?
I don't know what her real name was.
Look here, Quillen. I want to see your hotel files of that day 2 years ago and all the newspaper clippings about it. Come on.
All right. Let go of my arm, physical culture. I'll get the keys to the record room.
I read the hotel files of that day 2 years ago, and I read the newspaper clippings of that suicide in 815. Then I asked Quillen just where George Millar's brother had his cabin in the mountains. It was just getting light when I pulled up at the cabin, high against a growth of dagger pine and cedar. Smoke was curling from the chimney. Someone was awake. George Millar himself opened the door.
Oh, Marlo! Well, gee, it's good to see you. How'd you ever find us up here? How about some bacon and eggs?
The answer in my brief Marlo morning manner is yes.
Oh, that's swell. I'll wake up my brother and we'll all eat together, huh?
You don't have to wake me up. I'm up.
Oh, hello, Gaff.
Who's your friend, George?
Gaff, this is Philip Marlowe. You've heard me talk of him.
How are you, Marlo?
Gaff Talley. That the name?
Yeah, my brother. That's his fighting name. He used to be a heavyweight boxer.
Fighter. Boxers dance. Fighters fight.
Let's get coffee started, huh? Marlo's hungry.
Say, I've had a busy night. King Leopardi's been bumped off.
Bumped off?
Lowbrow for killed. Vernacular for murdered. The king is dead, though.
Where? How?
In a girl's apartment. Nice girl, too. The old suicide gag. But it could ruin the girl.
Oh, gee, that's lousy.
Yeah, but it won't work. It was murder.
What makes you think it was murder?
Well, Gaff, the way I cased the job, the kill was supposed to have been pulled in his room 815 at the Carlton Hotel night before last.
Is that a fact now?
Yeah. I spoiled it by giving the king the merry heave-ho before the girl in 811 could get to him. Didn't I, George?
I guess you did, Marlo.
Yeah. Of course, it would have been poetic justice if King Leopardi had been killed in the same room where a girl committed suicide 2 years ago, registered as Mary Smith. Usual name, Eve Talley. Did you hear that, Gaff Talley? Eve Talley.
I heard it, Marlo. So we had a sister named Eve, shot herself in 815 at the Carlton. So what?
So, George here told me that Quillen registered that professional gun girl in 815 night before last. Oh, no. George registered her.
So?
So George kept the room between the girl and Leopardi vacant. When everything was quiet, he'd open the communicating doors, and Marilyn Delorme would walk into the king's room, muffle her .25 in a pillow, and shoot the king in his sleep. How am I doing, boys?
Fine, Marlo. How am I doing?
Gaff, put away that gun.
I'll bet you even checked on 118 Cord Street.
I found Marilyn Delorme strangled. She knew too much. For a few bucks, you boys got Agatha to call Leopardi last night from the radio station and pretend she was Dolores with an interesting invitation. The king always had a yen for Dolores, and he came running. You shot the king before Dolores came home and left him in her den. Then Gaff got rid of Agatha. She knew too much, too.
Leopardi was the worst kind of a rat, Marlo. We loved our sister. She fell for him, and he threw her out. She killed herself. Now, what would you do, Marlo?
Take his gun, George. Don't get between us or behind him. This 45 goes right on through.
I'll have to take your gun, Marlo.
Yeah. Well, always treat it like your own, won't you, George?
Got it, George?
I've got it.
Stand out of the way.
Does it have to be this way, Gaff?
Yeah, it has to be this way.
Sure, George and Gaff, the avengers of innocent girlhood in their righteous indignation.
Shut up, Marlo.
Lynch mobs, tar and feather merchants, and other laws unto themselves take notice. George and Gaff, they wrote the book.
Say your prayers, Big Mouth.
Hey, Gaff, there's been enough killing.
Get out of
No,
the way.
Gaff, I won't.
I swear I'll let you have
No,
it, too.
Gaff!
I'm warning you.
Goodbye, Gaff. I'm sorry, Gaff. I had to do it.
George, he's dead.
Listen, I had to do it, Gaff. I just had to. You understand, don't you, Marlo?
Yeah, I understand.
He was a killer. He killed 3 people. He wasn't going to kill a 4th. I wanted to finish Leopardo out in the open and take what came, but Gaff tried to do it cute. I didn't know Leopardo was dead until you told me, Marlo.
I believe you, George.
Yeah. Here's your gun back, Marlo. It shoots fine.
I put in a big pitch for George at headquarters. After all, he hadn't killed anybody except Gaff, and that was in self-defense and in defense of an unofficial copper named Marlo. He won't get off scot-free, but he won't inhale cyanide either at the taxpayer's expense. After I talked to Ibarra at headquarters, I telephoned Dolores Chiosa. I didn't give her the sordid details, but just told her not to worry, that she was in the clear.
Philip. Oh, thank you, Philip. I'm so relieved. I'm so grateful.
I'm so thirsty.
Well, come on over then.
Hey, wait a minute. Now, is this fiesta on you or is it on me?
Why?
Well, I mean, do I drink Coke and bitters or Cordon Rouge?
It's on me.
All right, then. Champagne it is, baby. But look, let me bring the glasses, huh?
You have just heard Van Heflin, starring in the new mystery series, Raymond Chandler's The Adventures of Philip Marlowe, brought to you by the Lever Brothers Company, makers of Pepsodent. Van Heflin will return in just a moment.
Men, here's an important announcement. News about a sensational hair tonic discovery. It's Trim Hair Tonic made by Pepsodent. For the first time, science has created a hair tonic with pure virgin olive oil. There's no finer hair and scalp conditioner. Yes, because it contains pure virgin olive oil, Trim Hair Tonic conditions your scalp as it grooms your hair. Get new Trim Hair Tonic during the big 1-cent introductory sale at toilet goods counters now. 2 60-cent bottles, $1.20 value, only 61 cents. Ask for Trim Hair Tonic with olive oil.
Now, concerning next week's show, here's our star, Van Heflin.
Philip Marlowe crouched in the darkness of Beverly Glen and waited for those footsteps to come closer. And then all at once, the Sandman hit him without bothering to remove the sand from the sandbag. And when Marlowe woke up in the morning, his wallet and his gun were gone, and he was wanted for murder.
Tonight's story was adapted by Milton Geiger from The King in Yellow by Raymond Chandler, creator of Philip Marlowe, the screen's most famous private detective. The original music was composed and conducted by Lynn Murray. This is Wendell Niles inviting you to listen again next week at the same time to another exciting mystery on the adventures of Philip Marlowe, starring Van Heflin with a distinguished cast.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Personal notice. Danger's my stock and trade. If the job's too tough for you to handle, you got a job for me, George Valentine. Write full details. Standard Oil Company of California, on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West, invites you to Let George Do It. The High Price of a Penny, another adventure of George Valentine.
Dear Mr. Valentine, how high is the price of a penny? Well, how high is up? I doubt if you can figure it. In fact, I doubt if you'll be much of any good in the present case. And if you think I talk in riddles, you're right. However, Mr. Valentine, I'll waste my time by telling you the facts. I'm a prematurely retired lawyer and tax consultant. Neighbors of mine out here in the Fish Lake country, name is Mom, elderly man and wife, they spent a penny once, a number of years ago, on a lollipop. Let me tell you, the price of that penny is going to be more than $1 million. In plain words, those nice people are going to be taken. But just to really mix you up, I think you and I can stop the swindle with a diamond bracelet. Now, here's what I'd like you to do. Telephone the Moms. Tell them you're friends of mine and would like to come visit
the country. I'll lay the groundwork. They know there isn't room for you to stay in my place anyway. Maybe you can't do any good, but at least you can wear down your teeth for a change, biting on the penny. Sincerely, Amos W. Fell.
Spoken like a lawyer.
He certainly has a lot of faith in you, doesn't he?
$1 million penny, diamond bracelet, lollipops.
Faith in your curiosity.
Well, come on, Brooksy. Hand me the phone.
Look, Mr. Valentine, they're not home, I said.
Well, when will the Moms be home?
When they get tired of being where they are now. And don't ask me where that is, because I don't know. Playing 500, maybe, or helping somebody pickle some peaches. I don't know. They get all kinds of fascinating ways to spend their time.
Well, who's this speaking? One of the servants?
Mister, just call back later, will you?
But I'm afraid that I'm a friend of Mr. Amos Feld, and I wanted to
and
talk to...
And the housekeeper isn't here either, in case you're thinking of beating Feld's time with her. Sure, Mr. Valentine. I'll be a good boy. I'll write it all down.
You're too kind.
Yeah, and don't be insulted. I'm right in the middle of a poker game, and my luck isn't good. My name is Clifford. I'm the Mom's nephew. Come to live here for a while, so don't worry. They'll get your message all right.
Clifford, huh?
Yeah. Good night. Keep 'em rolling.
Well, Brooksy, maybe there is a penny. A bad penny.
Name of Clifford?
Yeah. Come on. We're not going to wait for an invitation.
The Mom's place is around here somewhere. Road to the right, I think, mister.
How about Mr. Amos Fell? He has a small cabin or something.
Gosh, I don't know. It's kind of late. My mother will be mad.
Fish Lake, you must know where that is. Kid your age in the summertime.
Oh, sure, mister. That's where I was today. Why, I'm so late walking home. I got a bet on with another kid, see? And using only worms, I got 3 of the best-looking...
Yeah? Trout? Well, where are they?
Well, anyway, it's the road to the right. First turn to your left. It's pretty far. I hope you have better luck than I did, but I'll bet you don't.
Here's a turn, George.
Yeah, so dark you can't see the signs.
Everybody wishing us bad luck. I doubt if you can do much good, says Mr. Fell. And that boy, there was something funny about the... George!
See that?
What was it?
Down in the brush there, I don't know.
It looked like lightning.
Somebody with a flashlight, maybe.
There, again.
I'll find out quick enough.
George, be careful.
Easy. Yeah, take your own advice. Those rocks are loose.
Hey there, stand still. You're messing up the scenery. The birdie don't like it.
What in the... Oh!
All right. Pass on. Pass out. I don't care.
Flashbulb, that's what it was.
At this time of night, for heaven's sake, taking pictures
It
of
ain't
what?
for nature study, lady. Stand away from the fender there, will you?
The George.
Yeah. Used to be a fender. Brother, what a wreck that must have been.
The car must have rolled all the way down from the curb.
I know. It's horrible, but stand back. That's it. You've got to get it from this angle. Car didn't roll, lady. It bounced.
What about the people? There's blood in there.
It's a bad corner. Over it went. That blacktop rolled slippery in the evening. Oh, they hauled them out hours ago. Hauled them out dead.
Oh, no. George, it's such a big car.
Should be. Belongs to the Morms.
What did you say?
Man and his wife live up the road, sole occupants of the car. Mr. and Mrs. Frederick Morm, real nice and real rich. Only long about sunset, they clipped their last coupon.
But listen, Buster, we were on our way to see the Moms. Say, who's been there? Who investigated?
Highway Patrol and the city police, both. Now, if you'll let me finish up, get pictures of the skid mark.
Well, what did they say? What did they find?
He was driving, that's what they said. Mrs. Morm killed instantly, sitting beside him. You know how it is. Steering wheel gave him a break for an hour or so, I guess.
What do you mean?
Found his body where he crawled back up toward the road to flag a car for help, I guess. Only trouble is there aren't any cars on this road, so he just died there.
But why?
An accident, my friend. No other traffic. They just slipped going around the corner. Ask the police if you don't believe me. Phone in the next house down the road half a mile.
Slow down, will you, Buster? Why'd they leave you behind to take pictures if they were so sure it was just an accident?
I'm losing my sleep for the insurance company. They want pictures to close their report, and they'll want to know what I see nosing around. And you know what it is? Nothing, not nothing. Now you happy?
No. Come on, Brooksy. This was no accident.
If it's murder you're thinking of, you won't do any good around here. Waste your time being wrong, that's all. It's an accident.
Yeah. I'm coming. Yes.
I just wondered if we could use your telephone for a minute. There was a wreck half a mile up the road some time ago, and I wanted to...
Valentine. That's who you are. George Valentine.
Mr. Fell?
Yes, come in. How convenient I live so close, huh?
Well, we didn't expect
To enjoy my meager hospitality? Place isn't much. Tired with bad health, you know. So I confine my extravagance to doctor bills. But I'm happy. Sit down.
You're happy, huh?
Yeah, I know. Bad taste. I heard about the accident. Shame, wasn't it? However, that's the way it goes. Nothing we can do. It's all over now.
What was it in the first place, Mr. Fell?
Oh, you mean...
The double talk in your letter, bad pennies and bracelets. And you kept saying there was nothing we could do even then.
Oh, yes. I'm a skeptic, Miss...
Brooks.
Oh, yes, of course.
You were worried about this guy Clifford, this nephew of the Moms. Was that it, Mr. Fell?
Worthless tramp. Of course that was it. He was the one the Moms bought a lollipop for 15 or 20 years ago. And he's been trying to get something better out of them ever since. He's one of those young men watches every angle. You know what I mean. Counts every penny.
He came to live with them.
They were suckers, I told you. Well, Mr. Mom made a lot of money, and the boy was his relative. But he even took in the missus, too. I tried to warn them, but they wouldn't listen.
And I could stop the swindle with a diamond bracelet, you said.
It's all over. What difference does it make? Yes, that's what I wanted you for. Kid never earned a penny in his life. But bought a bracelet for Mrs. Mom, and was she impressed. I tell you, he's the kind who plays every angle.
But how did he pay for it?
That's what I meant, Miss Brooks. Diamonds. But how did he pay for them? Fair-sized one, too. Well, I checked into him a little. He's tangled with the law once or twice. I had an idea you might be able to find his little gift wasn't exactly legal, where he got them, or... What's the matter? What was my angle? Is that what you're thinking?
Well, their housekeeper is a friend of yours, isn't she?
You haven't got a job anymore, so you don't have to be wrong. She is, and so what? My angle was trying to make the blinders off some nice people, that's all.
Mr. Fell, I want to check what the police had to do.
Don't be a detective, will you? Mr. Mom's sole heir after his wife was Clifford.
What?
And her sole heir was Clifford, too. Don't you understand? They're both dead now. What can you do? The bad penny is going to collect his $1 million. The penny's already cashed in.
I know it looks fishy, Valentine.
Look, Lieutenant Riley.
The best accident men on the force say there's not one chance in a million that it was anything but an accident.
This Clifford may have figured his chances, and there are some other angles we don't know about.
No. The doctors and lab men were in on it, too. Injuries sustained in the accident were what killed them both. First her in the front seat, they figure. Then him when he tried to make it up to the highway for help.
Well, what made their car go over?
A normal skid at normal speed. Now, look. You can't tamper with a car to make it go over at a certain point, can you?
No, but you...
You can't scare somebody off the road without making them jam their wheels sharp so it'll show, can you? I tell you, Valentine, there was absolutely nothing...
I know, an accident. My client says there's no more job for me. You say go home and forget it. So maybe I can't do any good out here. Or can I?
George.
Oh, I don't know, Brooksy. A hunch is a hunch is a hunch.
You going to go around and see Clifford before
Well, that's the trouble. Why? On what excuse now? He's got his money, or he will have it as soon as the probate and tax boys get through with it. No, I'm afraid he'd just throw us right out on our ear. Hey. That photographer, what did he say his name was? Clem?
Yes, but I don't understand.
You weren't watching the road, Angel.
What? Well, his car's gone. He's not... Oh, George!
Yeah. His car's gone, but he's not. It must have just happened, Brooksy. He's... No, he's dead already.
Oh.
The photographer who took pictures of the scene of the accident has been accidentally murdered.
We'll return to tonight's adventure of George Valentine in just a moment. How old is the battery in your car? The average automobile battery loses half of its original power in 2 years, and after that, it can give up the ghost within a matter of months. The safest thing to do with an aging battery is to have it checked regularly at your independent Chevron gas station or standard station. They'll make sure that water in the battery is at the proper level, that cables and terminals are free of corrosion. They'll recharge your battery if needed, or test it to tell if it will give you trouble-free service. And they'll be glad to show you all the advantages of a new Atlas battery. These power-packed Atlas batteries have their certified capacities plainly stamped on the sides. And with a new Atlas battery, you get a printed certificate, which is a positive warranty of performance honored by 38,000 Atlas dealers across the United States and Canada. Why not have your battery inspected tomorrow? Get this car saver service at a standard station or independent Chevron gas station where they say and mean, we take better care of your car. And now back to tonight's adventure of George Valentine. You're bound to be wrong, says everyone, from your client, Mr. Fell, to Lieutenant Riley. And maybe they're right, because Mr. and Mrs. Mom are dead, result of an automobile accident. Well, if your name is George Valentine, you don't like it much, but how can you argue? The mere fact that Mr. Mom was worth more than $1 million, does that make him the victim of murder? No, 1,000,000 times no. Only now the other man who sang that same refrain, the photographer, Clem, has been found dead. And this time at police headquarters, there's no argument when you say that it's murder.
Looked like he'd been hit from behind, Riley, by a rock or something.
His camera, that's what it was. My sergeant found it thrown in the brush a few feet up the road.
Somebody grabbed the camera. There was a fight.
What about the car? His car was gone.
Up the road, Angel. They found that, too.
Oh, they did?
Abandoned. Whoever it was took the car to get away fast.
Yeah, they must have seen us coming. Only, Riley, why do you suppose...
Oh, no, you don't. Oh, don't ask me why he was killed.
Obviously, he must have been taking pictures of something that was...
We looked around there, and we didn't see anything.
Any film in his camera?
Of course not. Or in his car, either. It was all cleaned out.
Well, Riley, I've noticed that sometimes a photographer working fast shoves exposed packs in his hip pocket.
Yes, I've noticed that, too, and I've already checked, and he did. But you know what it was?
Huh?
Couple of films with specks on them, overexposed.
Mm-hmm. Still, he was killed because he was taking pictures.
Miss Brooks, whoever was watching the photographer, whoever killed him also must have killed whatever scrap of evidence there was to prove the mom's death wasn't an accident. So now you see where we are, huh? Nowhere.
Okay, then, Riley, let's start all over again. In fact, I'm going to start from scratch with the penny. Clifford, I want to see that bracelet you gave your aunt.
All right. Isn't much. Must be someplace around here in my aunt's room.
I don't understand. She wore it most of the time.
Oh, don't worry. It's someplace here, Mrs. Purdy.
Tell me, where'd you get the money for it in the first place, Clifford?
Here and there. What's it to you?
Nothing, just wanted.
You might try the other dresser.
Yeah. Got a dozen diamonds, Mr. Valentine. Nicest thing anybody ever gave me, she said.
How to get on a woman's good side.
Or into a woman's will.
But I bought it legitimately, despite what Phil thinks. I'll tell you what the secret was. Picked it up on a resale. Every diamond in it was a second and had a flaw or a chip of some kind. Cost me exactly $600.
Flaw, but she never knew that.
Oh.
You never told her that.
Why should I? She couldn't see the difference.
Oh, Clifford, you're a great boy. Indian gifts real close to the chest.
George.
Yeah, Brooksy?
Lieutenant Riley called. He said no.
What? Look, what's all this?
Clifford, you better keep looking for that bracelet. Miss Brooks means that they didn't find it on her body. Your aunt wasn't wearing it when she died.
Well, I'm sure it's just mislaid.
But you just can't find it. Yeah, I know. Or maybe I'll find it myself. Let me see those negatives, Riley. Hey, hold the flashlight.
Yeah, here we are.
Films with specs on them.
George, it'll be dawn pretty soon. You'll see better.
Overexposed, I said. I'll grant you I'm no expert.
I see him all right, Angel. Easy enough mistake, Riley. Only it bothered me that a professional photographer would make a mistake with a couple of his pictures and still put them in his pocket. Besides, I remembered the roads of Blacktop, and Clem was up here looking for skid marks.
Here's the place, George. Here's where we found his body.
Wait a second. These negatives.
But those are white. Transparent.
Well, that's what I meant, that he'd end up with a black print.
Except for a couple of specks. Two. One there, one there.
Hey, this little blur in the corner, it must be this skid here.
Yeah. Now we're oriented.
It's a picture of the road. It is, isn't it?
That's right, Angel. Looking straight down on it.
Then the speck should be right about... Hey, there's nothing here now.
Wait a minute. Knife mark. There was something. See it? And the tar here?
Huh?
The other one, just a foot over there. Some later car tracks have mashed it down a little, but...
The diamonds, George. What else would he have taken a picture of? The two specks. Only they're so far apart.
Yeah, the bracelet might have been broken. We know she generally wore it.
Well, there's nothing here now, that's a cinch. Either the photographer dug them out of the road, or whoever caught him here being curious did it. Hey, Sergeant.
Yeah, Lieutenant.
Get those men closer in here. Have them beat every bush.
George, I'm the one who's curious. If Mrs. Mom was wearing her bracelet when they had the accident, how would the diamonds from it get clear up here on the road? Their car went over. And if there were a couple of them here, what's so sinister about it? And where are the rest of them?
Not much luck, Lieutenant, unless you call this luck.
What are you talking about, Sergeant?
It's a long way from water, but they're beauties, all right.
What? 3 fish.
What?
Hey, give me those.
Oh, that does it. We got enough riddles, and you come up with...
With fish. Fish, sure, of course. 3 of them.
Huh?
Remember, Brooksy? The kid said, I caught 3 beauties today. Only we thought he was just telling a tall story, because where were they? Yeah, the whole thing makes sense now, Riley. Diamonds and all. Only come on, move fast. There's a kid we gotta find before the murderer figures it out and finds him first. That's why the kid was so nervous, Riley. Why he left his 3 trout behind. He'd been at the scene of the accident.
Hey, there he is, fishing.
Hey, you.
He'll scare Mom. Oh, it's you.
Yeah, it's me, kid.
What in the heck
Well, that's nothing. Just somebody shooting. Game warden will get him. Only, mister, what do you want with...
Get down, kid.
Up on the ridge. They came from up on the ridge.
Go on, Riley. We're all right. Get him.
Sure, Mr. Valentine. I'll tell you anything.
Okay, kid. Let's see the diamonds.
I didn't know they were them. I would have told somebody.
Sure. You didn't know who they belonged to. 6, 7, 8, 9 of them, huh?
They were just scattered there by the side of the road.
Not any of them down the grade where the wreck was?
Oh, no, sir. I don't think there was any connection with that. There was a clasp, a catch thing. Here, see? It was caught in one of them low bushes by the road. The diamonds were just scattered along from there.
Did you find anything, Riley?
Oh, 3 empty shells. But whoever it was shot at the kid's gone now. By the time we climb out of the brush here...
By the time we do, you can make an arrest, Riley.
Mr. Valentine, before you say anything to Clifford here, I think you ought to know that he couldn't have killed his aunt and his uncle. He was playing cards at the time of their death. Well, I was playing cards with him.
What's all this?
And so were some other men.
Oh, Valentine. Here we go again. The whole case hangs on the mom's death not being an accident. On all this other stuff being a cover-up for the fact that it wasn't one.
Riley, take it easy, will you? It was an accident, all right. There's no argument. You and the experts persuaded me a long time ago.
What's that?
And, Mr. Feld, you told me a lot of other things, I believe, too. That Clifford here'd do anything for a few pennies. Get as much money from his aunt and uncle as possible.
But how in the world...
The whole case hangs on a few low-grade diamonds, Riley. That's why the photographer was killed. That's why Clifford tried to get at the kid. Only we beat him to it. And that's why you're a sucker staying around to listen to this, Clifford.
Go on, Mr. Valentine.
Sure. You're just counting on one thing that we'll never figure, why that cheap bracelet is so important. Why you could have been up to something if the death of your aunt and uncle was an accident. Well, I know why. Double inheritance tax.
What?
Yes,
What's that?
That's right. Every penny counts. Every $100,000. It's the location of the bracelet that tips it, isn't it, Clifford?
Is it?
It's who died first, your uncle or your aunt.
But we know that she did, remember? She was in the front seat, and he tried to get up to the road for help.
Finally, that accident wasn't discovered for several hours.
Huh?
Well, suppose it was discovered first by the ambitious miser here. Suppose he was all happy about seeing him dead. Until he noticed a terrible thing. The uncle was in the car. The uncle died first. How about that, Fel? You're a tax expert.
You don't need my help.
Hey, and it was Mr. Mom's money. So legally his wife would inherit, and then it would be passed on to Clifford.
Now you're getting it, Riley. No matter how close their deaths were, a few minutes or an hour, both wills would have to come into play when the estate would be settled.
And that means 2 taxes.
You know what the tax is on $1 million inheritance? You weren't out just to save pennies, were you, Clifford? Because what you found was your aunt up by the side of the road.
Now, wait a minute.
How else could her bracelet have got caught and broken on a bush? Unless she was the one who died last, who struggled up that embankment for help. So it's pretty simple, isn't it? All you did was change the bodies around.
So we'd think she died first, and Clifford would inherit from his uncle, and we would think
It was
that
a
he had
body
outlived
switch, Riley. A little investment in his future, that's all. Only the interest got compounded, didn't it, Clifford? You overlooked a bracelet. And then a photographer didn't and began to get curious. He might have even figured it out. And when you counted the diamonds he'd found mashed into the road, there weren't enough. So you had to run frantically someplace else, someplace we almost led you. To the kid who'd picked him up and couldn't see any harm in keeping him.
Mr. Valentine, I did stay around too long, didn't I?
The nice little gift you gave to your aunt. It really came back to haunt you, Buster. The snowball until...
Yeah, a gun makes a lot of difference, don't it? Go on, talk away, Mr. Valentine. Talk to yourself for a change.
You won't get away with this.
Let him go, Riley.
But he's got a car.
I said let him go.
As if there were any argument. Much obliged, friend. Keep him rolling.
Valentine, of all this...
cool off, will you? Keep him rolling, he says. There's a laugh.
I can see him from the window here. He won't get it very far in that car.
What's that?
He's got a flat tire, Riley.
Yes. 9 diamonds from the boy, 2 mashed into the road. That makes 11. But there were 12 in the bracelet. The high price of a penny. The extra diamond. He's got a flat tire. He found it.
Mr. Fell, I grant you that a diamond is sharp enough. But one from that bracelet would be so small, it just couldn't have...
But it did. You saw it happen. You saw them catch him. Yes, Miss Brooks. It was the stone, all right.
Well, now, it would have been neat, Mr. Fell. Retribution and all that stuff, but... You see, Clifford had a flat tire because I let the air out of him.
Huh? Oh, no, now, look. When did you have a chance
a whole lot earlier. You see, I took the precaution, that's all.
But how did you know then that it was he who...
Oh, I played safe and let the air out of your tires, too.
Oh.
Mr. Fell, we're skeptical of clients who keep insisting we're bound to be wrong.
Oh. I didn't want to say it, Mr. Valentine, but now I'll have to. This business of double inheritance tax.
Oh, sure, I know. It's your field, not mine.
There was a recent ruling. You made the same mistake Clifford did. I mean, about saving all that inheritance tax.
What?
Oh, it's a perfectly logical mistake. You and he would have been absolutely correct until recently. Courts decided in a case like that the same money can't be taxed twice.
Oh.
Then Clifford didn't have to move the bodies or kill the photographer.
That's right.
And it's only because I was wrong that I was able to put myself in Clifford's place and figure out his motive.
That's right.
But what difference does it make? Lieutenant Riley caught Clifford and he confessed, and now one thing's sure. George, you and I are going to have this dance and forget all... Oh. No music.
Angel, this seems to be the kind of case where everybody's bound to be wrong.
When we say that RPM motor oil is first choice where driving's toughest, it is not a statement made of dream stuff. It is based on facts. For example, one man in the Spokane Valley, where temperatures vary from 40 below to 105 above, drove 40,000 miles on RPM with no repair work necessary and without needing makeup oil between regular crankcase drains. But you ask motorists anywhere in the West, and they'll tell you more people prefer RPM motor oil than any other brand. Why is RPM first choice where driving's toughest? Because it's compounded to cling to cylinder walls in the coldest temperatures, even when a car stands idle for days or weeks. In sizzling temperatures, ordinary oils run away from engine hot spots, but not RPM. And this premium quality motor oil cleans your engine as it lubricates. In fact, it's the best engine insurance you can buy. Get it for your car tomorrow. Ask for RPM motor oil at independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations where they say and mean, we take better care of your car. Tonight's adventure of George Valentine has been brought to you by Standard Oil Company of California on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West. Robert Bailey is starred as George with Virginia Gregg as Brooksy. Let George Do It is written by David Victor and Jackson Gillis and directed by Don Clark. Wally Mayer appears as Lieutenant Riley. Ted Osborne was heard as Fell, Anthony Barrett as Clifford, Herbert Butterfield as Clem, Jeffrey Silver as the boy, and Noreen Gamil as Mrs. Burley. The music was composed and presented by Eddie Dunstetter. Your announcer, John Heaston. Listen again next week, same time, same station, to Let George Do It. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System.
For the safety of your smile, use Pepsodent twice a day. See your dentist twice a year. Lever Brothers Company presents the Pepsodent program, The Adventures of Philip Marlowe, starring Van Heflin. Philip Marlowe, the screen's most famous private detective, created by Raymond Chandler and brought to you on the air by Pepsodent, and starring MGM's brilliant and dynamic young actor, Van Heflin. Now, families all over America have named their favorite toothpaste. New Pepsodent with Irium. New, fresh-tasting Pepsodent with a new, cool, minty flavor. Yes, in a recent test, new Pepsodent was preferred 3-to-1 over any other toothpaste.
It's true. With families all over America, new Pepsodent is the favorite 3-to-1.
Families from coast to coast recently compared new Pepsodent with the toothpaste they were using at home. They preferred new Pepsodent by an overwhelming average of 3-to-1 over any other brand they tried. These families, 3-to-1, said new Pepsodent tastes better, makes breath cleaner, makes teeth brighter.
Yes, in a recent survey, families 3-to-1 said new Pepsodent tastes better, makes breath cleaner, makes teeth brighter.
Get new Pepsodent toothpaste for your family right away. Now we invite you to hear Van Heflin as the Hollywood private eye, Philip Marlowe.
Quiet.
Quiet.
You there, Marlo. Quiet.
Oh, quiet, you're on a bell.
All right. Roll 'em.
Speed.
Action.
Oh, Robin, my dear, don't you remember me? For all that my hair is cut so short.
Mary. Maid Mary.
Your very own Maid Marian, Robin, dearest.
Friar Tuck, Little John, free Englishmen, archers all. It's Maid Marian.
Cut. That's it. Print it.
All right, that's a wrap up here. Move over to stage 3.
They were filming a new Technicolor version of Robin Hood over at the big studios on Santa Monica Boulevard, and I was there on salary at the request of the director of the picture. Robin Hood and Maid Marian came off the set. Robin Hood was a magnificent sight in his Lincoln green and carrying that big English long bow and quiver of arrows. Maid Marian in her slinkily cut medieval white gown was something to make more than an arrow whistle. They spied me and walked over to me quickly.
Mr. Philip Marlowe?
Yeah, that's right.
My name is Seward Spencer.
Yeah, I know.
This is my leading lady, Jenny Kane.
Yeah, I know.
How do you do, Mr. Marlowe?
Yeah, how do you do, Miss Kane?
Let's go over to stage 9 and talk, shall we, Marlowe?
Talk? Every time I open my mouth on one of these sets, somebody hollers, quiet.
Quiet!
You see? Whatever happened to free speech in America? In Hollywood, anyway.
Stage 9 isn't a set. It's a little cafe across the street on Santa Monica.
Oh. We have a lot to talk about, Marlowe.
Yeah, I know.
Let's go. You see, Marlowe, Demetrio Sador, my director, hired you for what is to me a very embarrassing reason.
It seems I'm supposed to protect you.
And I feel very well able to take care of myself.
Well, it's not safe for that half-mad brother of yours at large.
Did Mr. Sador tell you the whole story, Marlowe?
I said for me to get it from you.
Well, it was my fault that we ever sent for Caxton. But he's my brother, and he looks like me, and he's an absolutely terrific archer.
Seward here is much better looking, though.
Seward is the bow, but Caxton is the bowman, huh?
Oh, they could have faked the scenes where I'm supposed to perform marvels of archery, but, well, we were all against that. Then I remembered my brother, a sporting goods salesman in Philadelphia, and a champion archer.
And so you suggested that they send for Caxton to double for you in the shooting scenes, huh?
Yes, in spite of the fact that Caxton hates the sight of me.
Go on.
I told Mr. Sador he could get the shots he needed with Caxton doubling for me. I'd go to my lodge at Big Bear during those 3 days.
Caxton always resented Seward here because he made good and Caxton didn't.
Now, let's see. There was something about Caxton leaving Hollywood, only not leaving Hollywood. What about that?
Well, he never picked up the return ticket that the studio reserved for him at the airport.
So you figure that Caxton's still in town, then, huh?
Definitely.
You think he'd pick a fight with you?
He picked a fight with Freddie Cole.
Who's Freddie Cole?
A perfectly harmless makeup man on the lot. And all Freddie asked was for Caxton to wear brown contact lenses over his eyes so he'd look like Seward here for the medium close-ups.
My brother has blue eyes, you see.
And he wouldn't wear the brown contact lenses, huh?
No, he refused flatly. He said, let my big-shot brother wear blue contact lenses.
What an unreasonable creature.
I don't know. It sounds reasonable to me. You said that he fought with the makeup man, huh?
Yes, but not for long. Freddie's half Caxton's size, but he knocked my brother kicking.
Ooh. I suppose your brother swore to get him for that.
How did you know?
I don't know. Instinct.
Philip Marlowe. Philip Marlowe.
Here, Mr. Sater, here.
Oh, Mr. Marlowe, this is terrible. Simply terrible. They just found Fred Cole in Sherwood Forest. He's been shot.
Shot? What? How? Who?
I don't know who. But there's 2 feet of arrows sticking out of his back.
You better show me where Fred is, Mr. Sater. Come on, let's go on the double. Sherwood Forest is a wood where Doug Fairbanks Sr. made the silent version of Robin Hood, and they've called it that ever since. Freddie Cole was lying across the steps of the trailer that served as a field makeup room in Sherwood Forest. Mr. Sater's information was not correct. There were not 2 feet of arrows sticking out of Freddie's back. It was less than 18 inches. A bow of terrific power had done that job. Another trailer stood across the clearing from Freddie's body about 100 yards away. I walked through the clearing and knocked on the door.
Yes, sir?
The name's Philip Marlowe. I'm a private detective.
Oh, it's about poor Freddie.
That's right.
Come in, come in.
Thank you. Well, I see.
This trailer's my workshop, Mr. Marlowe.
You have a regular arsenal of bows and arrows in here, haven't you?
Yes, sir. I make and repair bows and arrows for the men in the picture.
Say it's about 100 yards from here to where Freddie was shot, isn't it?
Just about.
Did you ever service the bow of Caxton Spencer, the Star's brother?
I did.
Powerful weapon?
Very.
Good shot?
Very.
Bad man?
Yes, very.
Mm-hmm. Okay, well, thanks, Dad. I'll see you.
What was that you said?
I said I'll see you.
You called me something.
Oh, Dad.
Yes. So long, Mr. Marlowe.
So long, Dad.
So long, son. So long.
A murder on this lot is bad enough, but an unsolved murder is worse. I'm very worried.
About your star, Seward Spencer,
Among other things, Mr. Marlowe.
Well, why doesn't he leave town while this homicidal brother of his is still around?
Oh, he wouldn't go even if I asked him. Besides, every day lost now means money, and the bank wouldn't tolerate any more delays making this picture.
Any more delays? Have there been delays?
I started making Robin Hood 4 years ago. I got the sets built and then had to stop because I couldn't find the ideal man to play Robin Hood.
What was the ideal type for the part, sir?
Well, he had to be romantic, good-looking, powerful.
And it would have been helpful if he could shoot a longbow, huh?
Yes.
Well, Seward Spencer couldn't shoot a longbow 4 years ago any better than he can today. Now, why didn't you hire him 4 years ago?
He wasn't a big enough star then.
Oh, he's big enough now, though.
Tremendous. He's another Gable.
So he doesn't have to know how to shoot a longbow now.
No, especially since his brother, who resembles him closely, could shoot a longbow.
Tell me, where did Spencer stay while his brother was whooping it up here at the studio?
Spencer had a lodge up at the Big Bear. Why? Any ideas?
Maybe. Look, Spencer is known all over the world, right?
That is correct.
Now, his double would have a hard time hiding out unless he hid in places where people expected Seward to be, right?
I hadn't thought about it.
Where exactly is Spencer's lodge at Big Bear?
You think his brother may be up there, posing as Spencer?
I don't know. It's an idea. Where did you say that lodge was now? It was a peachy hunch, and I was proud of it. Proud. Only no one answered my knock when I got up to Spencer's lodge at Big Bear. Getting in without a key was relatively small punkins, but it didn't pay off until I opened a closet door under a staircase. A body didn't fall out, but something else fell out, and I grabbed it before it hit the floor. It was a beautiful example of the bowmaker's art, curved and recurved and polished like glass under the thin layer of dust. I looked closely at the maker's name because I was beginning to get an idea. And then the grandfather of all hornets zinged past my ear. A fraction of an inch from my cheek quivered the shaft of a wicked-looking arrow, its steel head almost buried in the solid oak paneling behind me. A man was standing in the open doorway.
Now then, Mr. Marlo.
Hey, what's the idea?
Make a move towards your gun, Marlo, and I'll pin your hand to the wall.
Caxton.
Yes.
Caxton Spencer, right?
Yeah.
He was a little taller than his celebrated brother. His cheeks were a little more sunken, and his eyes, unlike his brother's, were an icy, glassy, deadly blue. He shot that second arrow as fast as I could think. Believe it or not, that second arrow split the first one right down to the head. There was another thing about this lad that was different from Seward Spencer. He could shoot a longbow. Brother, could he shoot a longbow.
Well, aren't you going to reach for your gun?
Well, Robin Hoodlum of Sherwood Forest, huh?
You know what might be fun? A contest. The old versus the new. Medieval archer versus 20th century gunman.
You know, you're just as crazy as your brother thinks you are.
I see Seward's been talking too much again.
Look, Caxton, tell me just one thing.
You've got your archers mixed up. I'm Robin Hood, remember? Not William Tell.
What was this dusty bow doing in the closet?
That's mine.
Well, how did it get in this closet?
I was out here 4 years ago.
Oh, you and your brother were a little friendlier then, huh?
My brother wasn't such a big shot then.
Beginning to get it. Your brother sent for you 4 years ago to teach him how to shoot. You were looking for someone to play Robin Hood. Your brother wasn't a big enough name then, but he figured if he learned to shoot a longbow well enough, it might make up for other shortcomings.
Not bad, genius.
The Robin Hood picture was shelved before Seward could learn to shoot, so now he had to send for you again. But you had to quarrel with Freddie Cole and plant an arrow between his shoulder blades.
Maybe somebody was celebrating Arbor Day and planting things.
That's very amusing, Jackson. But let me say this.
Don't say anything. Just get off this case, understand?
Else what?
Else this. Only next time, 4 inches more to the left. Catch?
I catch.
All right, don't forget it. Just don't you forget it. So long.
So long. Keep your bows clean. Hello, operator. Operator. This is a police call. Connect me with the Santa Monica Boulevard studios of Rheingold Pictures. I want to talk to Mr. Seward Spencer. It's a matter of life and death. And that's no mere figure of speech.
You are listening to The Adventures of Philip Marlowe, starring Van Heflin. Yes, families all over America have named their favorite toothpaste. New Pepsodent with invigorating Irium foam. New fresh-tasting Pepsodent with a new, cool, minty flavor. In a recent test, New Pepsodent was preferred 3-to-1 over any other toothpaste.
It's true. Families all over America say New Pepsodent is their favorite. It's a fact. Families 3-to-1 say New Pepsodent tastes better, makes breath cleaner, and makes teeth brighter.
Remember, this is not just our opinion. It's the honest conviction of the Paynes and other families who are asked to compare New Pepsodent with the toothpaste they were using at home. Get New Pepsodent, the only toothpaste containing Irium. Get it for your family without delay. We continue with The Adventures of Philip Marlowe, starring Van Heflin, who appears by arrangement with Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, producers of The Romance of Rosie Ridge, starring Van Johnson.
I couldn't reach Seward Spencer at the studio to tell him that his brother was around and on the warpath. I hung up for a second. And I tried something else, just for fun, just another hunch. Hello, operator. Give me Western Union, please. It was late afternoon, and therefore too late to telephone Philadelphia on account of the time difference. I sent my telegram and gave my apartment address back in Hollywood for the answer that I expected in the morning. Then I drove back to Hollywood. It was dark when I gave up trying to locate Seward Spencer, but a bright moon was climbing the sky by the time I got to the archery trailer on location in Sherwood Forest.
Yeah?
Hello, Dad.
Oh, Mr. Marlowe. Come in, Philip. Come in.
Thanks.
Leave the door open for a breath of air.
You don't mind a late visitor?
Mind? I'm crazy about it. It's mighty lonely, Philip.
Yeah, it would out here in this wilderness.
Yeah, it does any place for old people. Oh, can I offer you some hot coffee, son?
Well, thanks, Dad. I'd appreciate it, but I'd rather have some information out of you.
What is it, my boy?
Tell me, is it possible for an expert archer to conceal the fact that he's deaf with a longbow?
I think so.
Well, can he conceal the fact that he can handle a bow at all?
Oh, no. No matter how clumsy he was, he'd be too clumsy.
Oh, I get it. Like a guilty man trying to look innocent, he overdoes it. Huh?
Exactly.
Yeah. Look, Dad, I'm going to pick up a bow, and I'm going to string it, put an arrow in it, and draw it. Now, I want you to stop me at any point where you can tell that I can't shoot a bow.
All right.
All right, I pick up this bow here.
Well, you can stop now.
Well, I didn't do anything yet.
You picked up the bow, and you're holding it upside down.
You mean there's an upside and a downside to these things? Does it matter?
It matters very much.
You might at least have played along with me a minute. After all, even a detective has his pride, you know.
You asked me to stop you, and I did.
Oh, sure. I was just kidding you, Dad. Dad, is anything wrong?
No, nothing wrong. Excuse me. It's just that everybody else calls me Pop.
Oh, well, look now, if you'd rather I call you
No,
that,
I hate it. It's what smart, strong young people call old fellas like me. Pop. Treating us like children. Old folks ain't idiots.
Who says they are, Dad?
No, Dad, that's different. It's got respect and love in it.
Well, that's what we keep on calling you.
You see, I haven't any children. Not anymore.
Oh?
I had a daughter, but not anymore.
I'm sorry.
Oh, no, it's not what you think. She's alive. She just didn't want anybody to know she had me for a father.
What?
Just like she didn't want anybody to know she was married to a plain makeup man at the studio. It might hurt her career, her doggone old career.
Dad, is your daughter in pictures?
She's in this picture. She's playing Maid Marian.
Jenny Kane is your daughter?
Yes, and I'm telling you because you treat an old man respectful.
Well, how could Jenny be your daughter and be so different?
Well, people are like bows, son. The same flesh and bone and blood, but entirely different. Now, look at this graceful little bow here. English yew wood. Pulls only 40 measly pounds, but it'll shoot as straight and as far as that 85-pound bow made out of the same material. Why? Workmanship and design. In people, it's called character.
And your girl Jenny got too big for Freddie, your makeup man husband, huh?
Too big for him and too good for me.
Dad, is Jenny in love with Seward Spencer?
Son, the girl's vain and proud and foolish, but she didn't kill Freddie. She couldn't pull that size bow.
But you just said that a 40-pound bow of good design will do the work of much heavier bows.
She didn't do it, boy.
All right. Look, you've seen Seward shoot after a fashion. Does he handle a bow like a man who could do better but is concealing his real skill? Dad?
Yeah, I know what you're thinking. You're thinking if Seward Spencer loved my girl, but she already had a husband that had to be got rid of.
I'm asking you if Seward is faking his clumsiness with a longbow.
No, son. The lad just can't handle a bow. He's the world's greenest archer.
Well, then that puts the rap right back on his brother Caxton, I guess. He had a motive. He threatened Fred Cole.
Marlo! I thought I told you something a few hours ago.
I spun around. Caxton Spencer stood outside of the trailer in the yellow light flowing out of the doorway. He stood there casually balancing that powerful longbow in his left hand. I wondered how he'd found me here, of all places, hours after he'd left me at his brother's mountain lodge. He took a step near the trailer door.
I told you to get off the case, didn't I?
It just slipped my mind. Now, what do you want?
I went back to the lodge after you left.
Yeah?
You sent a telegram to Philadelphia.
Maybe.
Not maybe, you did. I got the reply.
That reply wasn't going to come in until morning into my apartment.
Slight error, genius. You wired the public directory of Philadelphia asking about Caxton Spencer. It so happens they have a department that's open all night. They wired back to the lodge. Funny thing, Marlo. They say that no one named Caxton Spencer lives in Philadelphia.
How did you find me here?
I called the big director, Mr. Sador. He said you might be out here.
That's funny. I knew that Seda never would have told that voice my whereabouts. He'd have called the police. I looked with new interest at Caxton standing just outside of the trailer doorway. My examination got down to his shoes. The shoes were almost new, and his ankles were a full 1.5 inches above the tops of his Oxfords. Caxton Spencer was wearing elevator shoes to make him look taller.
Well, figured me out yet, Marlo?
I put it all together. I put it together fast. Caxton moved. He whipped an arrow into his bow, and my left leg shot out and kicked the door of the trailer shut. I jumped to the window and opened fire.
Did you get him, son?
No, I missed him. Missed him a mile. He's beat it now.
Can't you see him anywhere?
No. Yeah. I don't know. The moonlight out there in those bushes. Turn out the lights.
Got us on the hook, ain't he?
Turn out the lights and get down on the floor.
Got him. Got him.
Get down. Get down.
All right. All right.
We're safe in here. He can't shoot through these walls. He's good, but he's not that good.
Don't know, son.
What do you mean you don't know?
Might. He could get to us even in here.
With a bow and arrow?
He's smart and he's mean and he knows his way around this here forest.
Can't shoot through this trailer.
He can shoot through the windows.
Well, we don't have to stand at the windows.
He don't have to hit us.
I don't get it.
We got some scenes a while back while Caxton was with us. Robin Hood's men shooting flaming arrows into some old castle.
Flaming arrows?
Arrows soaked in pitch and set on fire. Old medieval custom.
Oh, fine.
And there's plenty of that pitch still around here.
Where?
Out yonder, barrels of it. What did I tell you? There it is. There's the first of your flaming arrows.
Come on, let's put it out.
He'll pick us off if we try that.
Well, then let's get out of here.
Yeah, let's just do that.
Look, I'll go out first. You follow me and lose yourself someplace. You understand?
Old folks ain't idiots.
All right, follow me. Now keep low.
Right after you, son.
Keep low now.
Yes.
All right, run for it. We dashed into the moonlight. A hornet clipped my cheek and wanged into the wall of the trailer. Run, Dad! Lose yourself!
See you later, son. See you later.
I dropped to the ground and didn't move, but my eye measured the angle of that last arrow in the side of the trailer and the direction it had come from. I raised myself on my elbow and fired back. Wise guy, huh? Oh, that dirty... Reload, Marlo. Come on, reload.
Just furnishing you an extra thrill, Marlo.
You...
Or is that one getting stale, Marlo?
2 shots left. 2 shots.
I've got 2 more arrows, Marlo. That means 1 more is for fun, and the last one's for real, huh?
1 shot left. 1 shot. 1.
Now, Marlo, any last words? Any brave, quotable quotes? Any remarks for posterity?
You cheap 10, 20, 30 ham! I waited for the laughter. The taunting, baked ham laughter. It didn't come. I waited with my empty gun clenched in my fist. He was coming toward me. He knew I'd fired 14 shots and that I was finished. He could hit me from any distance. Why was he moving in on me? What was new? What was dirty with Caxton now? I jumped to my feet and drew back my arm to throw my gun at the first thing that walked out of those bushes ahead of me.
Don't throw it, son.
What?
Hold it.
Oh, Dad.
You all right, son?
Where's Caxton?
Dead.
I got him then. With my last shot, I got him.
Hate to disappoint a smart young lad like you, son.
Oh, no, you said he's dead?
I didn't say you killed him.
What?
He's got a 28-inch arrow in his chest. Looks good, too.
How did you...
When I followed you out of the trailer, I grabbed some arrows in that 40-pound bow. I've been hunting, son.
And let me tell you, for what? There never was a Caxton Spencer.
Do tell.
Caxton Spencer fought against wearing brown contact lenses over his eyes for a very good reason. He was already wearing blue contact lenses. Seward Spencer never had a brother. He'd learned to shoot a longbow 4 years ago, but he kept it a secret when they finally decided to film Robin Hood. He had a better use for his skill with a bow. He was already planning Fred Cole's murder and invented a non-existent brother to pin the murder on.
Clever, very clever. I knew it all the time.
What?
That's what.
Well, then why did you tell me that Seward Spencer couldn't shoot?
Seward Spencer corrupted my girl and turned her against her rightful husband and her daddy. I wanted to get him myself.
And you did.
Fair and square and in defense of an officer of law.
That's right.
Well, I see that flaming arrow trick fizzled. It went out.
Oh, yeah, so it did.
Like to step inside and have that coffee now, son?
I sure would.
Then come on.
You know, like you said, Dad.
Watch your step.
Just like you told me. Old folks aren't fools. Not by a long shot, Dad.
You have just heard Van Heflin, starring in the mystery series Raymond Chandler's The Adventures of Philip Marlowe, brought to you by the Lever Brothers Company, makers of Pepsodent. Van Heflin will return in just a moment.
Men, here's an important announcement. News about a sensational hair tonic discovery. It's Trim Hair Tonic, made by Pepsodent. For the first time, science has created a hair tonic with pure virgin olive oil. There's no finer hair and scalp conditioner. Yes, because it contains pure virgin olive oil, Trim Hair Tonic conditions your scalp as it grooms your hair. Get new Trim Hair Tonic during the big 1-cent introductory sale at toilet goods counters now. 2 60-cent bottles, $1.20 value, only 61 cents. Ask for Trim Hair Tonic with olive oil.
Now, concerning next week, here again is Van Heflin.
Philip Marlowe paused in the stealthy darkness of the deserted brewery. There was invisible death lying in wait for him down in the bottom of the unused fermentation vat. But a very visible, dancing death was approaching behind him, dancing and weaving. And at the 2 risks, Philip Marlowe, unarmed and stunned, preferred the invisible one at the bottom of the great wooden vat.
Tonight's story was written by Milton Geiger, based on the famous character and modern detective fiction Philip Marlowe, created by Raymond Chandler. The original music was composed and conducted by Lynn Murray. This is Wendell Niles inviting you to listen again next week at the same time to another exciting mystery on the adventures of Philip Marlowe, starring Van Heflin with the distinguished cast.
This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
They were born at the same hour on the same day of the same parents, and they were identical in beauty and talent. Only one was deadly, but the other was not. And I couldn't tell which was which until I found a green purse, a fresh corpse, and a pair of dancing hands.
From the pen of Raymond Chandler, outstanding author of crime fiction, comes his most famous character as CBS presents The Adventures of Philip Marlowe. Now, with Gerald Moore, starred as Philip Marlowe, we bring you tonight's exciting story, The Dancing Hands.
The telegram I found stuck in the mail slot when I got back to my office after a long and roundabout day read. Enclosed find a $50 money order. I want you to investigate a man. A table is reserved for you at the Saddle Club where I work. come in time for the second show at 11, important. It was signed Beth Tyler. So at 11:15, with $50 worth of inspiration behind me, I drove over the Cahuenga Freeway and out Ventura to the Saddle Club, which pretended to be Old English by showing its beams through a flagstone facade. I went in the carefully rough-hewn oak door, and even before my eyes became adjusted to the cozy lack of candle power inside, Neil Redmond, owner and operator of the place, glided toward me, sporting his genial host's smile, which tonight was even more forced than usual.
How are you, Marlo? It's been a long time. Business a pleasure, Phil.
It's always a pleasure to come to the Saddle Club, Neil. I've even got a reservation.
You know my food better than that, Marlo.
Uh-huh.
Just don't let it get rough, will you? Come on, I'll find your table down front. I want you to see this show. A pair of twins in a twin piano act that's sensational.
Yeah?
Edie and Beth Tyler. Oh, here, how's this?
Fine.
Incidentally, Edie will be the one on the left.
Well, if they're twins, what's the difference?
Plenty. Edie may be Mrs. Redmond one of these days.
Pitman, but you are wanted on the phone, sir.
Get the number, George, and I'll call back.
This gentleman said you would talk to him, sir. It is Mr. Paul Cedar.
Paul Cedar? Oh, yeah. Excuse me, Marlo. This is important. I better take you.
Redmond reacted to the name Cedar like a punch in the nose. But I figured that was none of my business, which was more than I could say for a flabby, dull-faced character at the next table, who followed the nightclub owner all the way out of the room with a pair of watery red eyes, which he deliberately avoided turning in my direction. But at that point, an MC stepped out on the stage, and so I stopped worrying about Flabby in favor of a first look at my client.
The Saddle Club is proud to present its second show of the evening, featuring the incomparable piano stylist Edie and Beth in Dancing Hands. Here they are, ladies and gentlemen. Bring them out.
The curtains parted on the stage, set with an oversized full-length mirror, which reflected a grand piano, a black vase of yellow flowers, and a tall brunette with a wry, crisp waistline, who touched up a piled-high hairdo, put on a pair of long black gloves, checked her hemline, and sat down at the piano. Then she ran through an involved arpeggio while her reflection in the mirror looked on in admiration. It was an old but cute routine, and the illusion was perfect because the Tyler twins were practically identical. I took another look at Flabby, whose face was pushed up in a nasty leer. He stood up, dropped his cigarette into his drink, and tossed a crumpled bill down on the table, just as the lights went out for the trick part of the act. On the dark stage, two pairs of purple hands danced over two glowing silver keyboards, which would have been good except that the pair of hands on the right, which belonged to Beth, suddenly stopped in midair and hit blue notes like a 9-year-old at her first recital. When the lights came up again, my client's face was as white as Middle Sea, and the Flabby character, oozing a victorious smile, was on his way to the door. Well, they wrapped it up fast after that, and Beth ran into the wings, leaving Edie to take the bow alone. The band took over in a hurry and brought things down to normal, so as couples moved down to the dance floor and George the waiter headed for my table, I sat back and waited for that message from my client.
Here you are, sir. Compliments of the house.
Oh, thanks. Any message with this?
No, sir. Just that Mr. Redman had to leave.
Oh, thanks, George. I sipped the double scotch and wondered if I should take the initiative and contact my client, when the message I'd been waiting for came, good and loud. I jumped up, shoved my way through the gaping dancers to the dressing room hallway behind the stage. A gang of club personnel was bunched in front of a door, obviously locked, labeled Edie and Beth Tyler.
Hey, it was one of the twins, wasn't it?
Hey, what's the matter?
It's one of the twins. She screamed. We gotta get in. That door's locked.
Well, break it down.
But
Get out of the way.
It's Edie. It's Edie.
All right, now, wait a minute. Hold it. She's all right. Clear out and give her a chance. Come on. Outside, everybody. Beat it. That means you two. Come on. Out. Here, Miss Tyler, take it easy. You're all right now. Come on, sit down. Tell me what happened.
I don't know for sure. I was worried about Beth. I came back and didn't see her anywhere. Then I heard a noise in here. It was dark. I came in and someone grabbed me.
A man?
Yes. I don't know who it was.
Mm-hmm.
I screamed. He knocked me down, then locked the door and got out through the window there. Who are you?
Well, I'm Philip Marlowe, a private detective. Your sister hired me to investigate a guy. I was to meet her here after your number and find out about it. Any idea what's up?
No, I can't imagine. But gee, Beth has been terribly upset ever since last night.
Oh? What happened last night?
Well, for one thing, my purse was stolen.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't see why that should upset her. Gee, there was nothing in it but $12 and my makeup stuff.
Where's Beth now, do you know?
No, I haven't seen her since she ran off the stage. I'm not even sure she came in here.
No, she was here, all right. She dropped one of her gloves. You're still wearing both of yours. Where do you girls live? Maybe she went home.
Well, Beth has a cottage out on Hazeltine. 4179.
You don't live together? How come?
Well, gee, Mr. Marlowe, just working with Beth is hard enough. She's so sarcastic.
Okay, I'll wear my thick skin. One more thing, Miss Tyler. Do you happen to know where Neil went?
Neil's gone?
Mm-hmm.
Gee, that's funny. He always stays till the place closes. Oh, he must be coming right back.
I'll take a look. Then I'm going out to see your sister. Sarcasm and all. I spent 10 minutes questioning the help on the whereabouts of the boss and got nothing but double talk for answers. So since I was still carrying Beth's glove around with me, I dropped it in my pocket and went outside to my car. I'd opened the door and slid far enough under the wheel so I couldn't back out before I realized that the dough-faced Flab was already there on the seat. His right hand wrapped around something blunt and menacing in his sloppy jacket pocket.
You better come on in.
What are you doing in my car, blubber boy?
Don't get sassy now, mister. And the name is Sippy.
That's no improvement, and that's no answer.
All right. I saw you inside making with the big talk, so I says to myself, he's an interested party. I should look him up. Maybe we can do business together. All right, stay over there.
What kind of business? I'm particular about the gutters I crawl in.
It has to do with the twins inside there. You can get in touch with me later for further details. I got an angle, mister. You'll see when I leave.
Yeah? When you tried to work that angle, you got to the wrong twin in the dressing room. Did you know that?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Mm-hmm. Okay, Sippy, where can I reach you?
You'll find out if you really know what's up. Don't try to follow me, though. I'll be seeing you.
When Sippy slid out of the car and beat it, I made one move after him and then stopped cold. Because lying on the seat where he'd been sitting was a green leather handbag with the name Edie etched on it. I snapped it open. It had been stripped of everything but the scent of Amia and a smudged slip of paper that read, Number 9 Arrow Motel, Lancashire Boulevard. So that was Sippy's address, and he had the stolen purse. But the why of all the commotion over 12 missing bucks was still the number one question mark. And I figured the best place for an answer to it was at Beth Tyler's. So I drove out to Hazeltine. But even before I stopped at number 4179, I heard the piano. I walked to the door and stood there a moment, listening. I eased it open, slipped inside. Soft, indirect lighting accented the figure of the girl at the piano. The little waves of iridescent crimson chased themselves over the smooth satin gown as she played. Glossy blue-black hair fell to her shoulders. Beside her, a burning cigarette sent a single plume of smoke into the still air. Just for a moment, I found it difficult to remember that she was my client.
Oh?
You're looking better, Beth.
You're Philip Marlowe, I suppose.
Yeah. I dropped by to return your glove, among other things.
Just put it there on the table with the other one. Where did you get it, Marlowe?
In your dressing room at the club. Your sister tangled with an unidentified man who was hiding there after you left. While we're on that, why'd you shove off so fast?
I was scared.
How'd you know I'd find you?
You're a detective. Remember?
Mm-hmm. Look, if you want to burn up your retainer playing hide-and-seek, it's your business. Now, who's the guy you want me to check on? The flabby one who made you blow up tonight?
Yeah, that's right.
Why?
Because I think my sweet twin sister is mixed up in something a little more serious than her usual scatterbrain escapades.
And the flabby guy is in on it because he has a green purse, right?
How did you know that?
He left it with me. Name is Sippy. He lives at the Arrow Motel, number 9. Knows something worthwhile about this business, and he's anxious to sell it. All of which puts him a hop, skip, and a jump ahead of your detective. Now tell me, why is everybody, including Neil Redmond, all wound up over one stolen purse? What's it all about, baby?
I don't know, baby. Suppose you find out and tell me.
Wouldn't have anything to do with the fact that Neil loves your sister and you love Neil, would it?
Marlo, I hired you to investigate a man, not to pry into my personal affairs.
You'll get more for your money if you stop holding out on me.
It's my money. Besides, I'm not holding out.
believe me.
I'll try. Real hard. Well, as soon as I've got something, I'll call you.
Where are you going now? My retainer entitles me to know, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. First to the club to find Redmond and get his side of it, and then I'll probably drop in on our chum, Sippy, at the Arrow Motel on Lancashire.
Good. I'll keep a light in the window for you.
Oh, that's sweet. Also keep your door locked. From the inside, baby. As I drove down the dark, winding street toward Ventura Boulevard, I caught a flash in the rearview mirror of a station wagon behind me. It looked like a tail, so I opened up. But it stayed with me. When it swung out into the left lane to pass, it suddenly cut in front of me. I jammed on the brakes as a spotlight slashed at my eyes, and when my front wheel banged against the curb, I was already half out of the car.
Stop right where you are, fella. Don't come 1 inch closer, I'll drop you.
I switched off the spotlight, and I saw a face the texture of a doormat over an embroidered purple shirt and orange tie. He had hand-tooled, high-heeled boots on and was topped off by a 10-quart cream-colored Stetson. But the doormat face was grim, and the silver-barreled Colt pistol in his hand looked right at home.
I followed you up here from the Saddle Club. I don't know what your game is or why you're messing around in what don't concern you, but I aim to find out mighty quick, so start talking.
Okay, first I resent being crowded off the road. Second, I resent a spotlight in my face. And third, I don't like pistols pointed at my stomach. So cool off, Jesse James. You're wasting your time and mine.
You got it wrong there, friend. Paul Cedar don't waste his time, and you're going to find that out.
Paul Cedar, huh?
Yeah.
Don't tell me you're all excited over a stolen purse with $12 in it.
$12?
Yeah.
Listen, clown, there's 30 grand missing somewhere between Redmond and me, and I'm going to get it.
30,000?
Yeah. Redmond's a high roller, and that's okay with me. But he lost it fair and square in my joint over in Nevada, and I've been holding his markers much too long. So if I have to chalk that dough off to experience, it's going to be a pretty unpleasant experience for a certain party. Get me?
Yeah, I get you. But you're shoving the wrong way, Longhorn.
Somebody's trying to make a fool out of me, bright boy, and I don't stand for that. I'm liable to shove a lot of ways, and hard. So don't get underfoot. You're sure to get stepped on. So long, dude.
In just a moment, we'll return to the second act of The Adventures of Philip Marlowe. But first, tomorrow marks the anniversary of an important event in American history, the signing of the first peace treaty between the Indians and the Plymouth colonists. In commemoration of these events, CBS's Sunday night stars, Amos and Andy, will be found with a kingfish burying the hatchet deeper than ever in their hopes and dreams. And CBS's own Jack Benny will be back again tomorrow with his special guest, Van Johnson. Invite some friends over. Sit back and enjoy the Jack Benny program. You can hear Amos and Andy every Sunday on most of these same CBS network stations, and Jack Benny over them all. Now, with our star, Gerald Moore, we return to the second act of Philip Marlowe and tonight's story, The Dancing Hands.
When the Texan from Nevada galloped off in his trusty station wagon, I forgot all about Neil Redmond and headed instead for Sippy and his further details at the Arrow Motel on Lancashire, where Bungalow 9 turned out to be an all-alone green and white collection of clapboard that showed light, a half-open door, and nobody home to my knock. When I tried knuckles on wood again and still got only a faint echo for reply, I stepped inside. There in the center of an ivory white throw rug and clamoring for attention like an only child at a family reunion was a wide and wet circle of red. From there, the ugly splotches that narrowed as they got farther away trailed off until, finally, in the next room, the path ended where I expected it to. The quiet form of Skippy, sprawled over an upset chair and holding his hands tight against the red on his left side. When I got to him, he was going fast.
30 grand. A lot of dough. Didn't know I was shooting that high. And the twins...
One what, Sippy?
One of them...
Did one of them do this to...
He's dead, isn't he, Marlo?
Yeah. Yeah, Redmond, he's very dead.
Oh, no, Marlo. I only found him a few seconds before you did.
Yeah, and the rest of that run, you heard someone coming, you didn't want to be seen, so you ducked back out of sight, huh? I don't buy it, Redmond, because for one thing, it's too pat. For another? How do you explain being here in the first place? Come on, fast.
Okay, I'm here because I'm in a nasty jam.
Like what?
Like $30,000 I've got to pay in the next hour to a guy named Paul Cedar who's running out of patience in a hurry, believe me.
About that I do. I've already met the gentleman. But right now, Redmond, we're talking about Sippy.
Okay. Last night I had things to do, so I gave Edie Tyler the money for the payoff to Cedar. A couple of minutes after she stepped out of the club, somebody roughed her up and got away with her purse and the 30 grand.
You're a liar, Redmond. Edie herself told me that purse only had $12 in it. How come?
Simple like, Marlo. In my business, you never yell copper too soon or too loud. It doesn't pay.
Mm-hmm. Now look, for the third time, Redmond, you and Sippy, how do you figure?
I don't know. He was at the club tonight, acting funny. When he left, I got a glimpse of Edie's green purse sticking out of his topcoat pocket. Later on, I saw him run away from a car near the club, so I followed. I ended up here a couple of minutes behind him, and that, Marlo, is the truth, I swear.
Which you do at the drop of a... Hey, wait a minute. Look, if you're telling the truth, I begin to get a different picture. And by that, I specifically mean a very talented but very sly dame named Beth Tyler.
Oh, no, Marlo.
Why not? Because you love Beth's sister? Face it, Redmond, it doesn't add up any other way. Sippy here couldn't have stolen that purse from Edie. If he did, he'd have taken his dough and blown, not spent his time putting out feelers. But on the other hand, if Sippy happened to see Beth take it from Edie, empty it and toss it away, we've got another story, right?
Yeah. Because he wouldn't make a move until he knew how much she had gotten away with.
Exactly. But there he ran into trouble because he was trying to get close to Beth, and in doing that, he got mixed up and went for Edie instead, like tonight at the club.
Sure. And the dying man's words just now about one twin.
To which you can add the unpleasant fact that I personally ran off at the mouth when I was up at Beth's an hour ago. So she knew where to come for Sippy. Look, Redmond, it's got to run that way. I'm sure of it.
Well, maybe you're right, Phil, but right or wrong, I'm still in the jam. So if you don't have any objections, I'm going back to my club now for a last try at raising that money again before Cedar shows.
You mean you're going to face him, Neil, with or without it?
I've got him, Marlo. You see, I own a fast club, all right, and I gamble a lot, too. But I don't welch on my markers, no more than I knock over flabby little guys. You know what I mean, Phil?
I think so. But don't fold now, Neil, because I might still be lucky enough to catch up to Beth Tyler and your money both before your time runs out. And right now that means fast to a phone and a call to Edie, who might know which way a runaway twin would head. I'll see you, Neil. The nearest phone was at an all-night mobile gas station a block away. As I dialed Edie's number, a thought hit me. Maybe Beth wouldn't head anywhere. Maybe she'd just stick around.
Hello?
Edie, this is Marlo. Seen anything of Beth?
No, I haven't. But why? What is it, Marlo?
Well, from where I stand, two things. First, your sister has the $30,000 and $12 that was in your purse last night.
Oh?
And second, she's just about it for a sloppy around the edges murder. Oh. Now, look, have you any idea where Beth would head if she had to get out of town in a hurry?
No, I don't, Marlo.
Oh, well, maybe somebody up around her place does. I'll call you later.
Marlo, wait. Are you sold on this? I mean, about the things you said Beth did?
Just about, Edie. But for your sake, let's hope I'm wrong. All the way, honey. Goodbye. Driving fast back toward Beth's place on Hazeltine still left me enough time to think about a not-too-small detail that I'd completely overlooked. Thanks to me, the entire Los Angeles Police Department knew nothing about what was going on in and around the Saddle Club. 5 minutes later, when I'd parked away from the dock and obviously deserted number 4179, and I'd walked back and around to a pair of uncurtained French doors at the side, I knew that oversight is what is generally called a blunder. But in the next second, I knew it was nothing compared to the one I was making currently.
If you so much as turn your head again, Marlo, I'll kill you.
Not like you did Sippy, please, Beth. I'd hate to go that way.
Sippy was a mistake, Marlo, believe me. I was rushed.
So you shot and ran, huh?
Yes. But I didn't run too far, because from where I stood, I could hear and see both you and Redmond and talking the whole thing over.
And when you knew that we'd caught on to your act, you decided to follow me and see where I was going before you made your next move. Is that it?
Exactly. Now get inside. Go on, the door's unlocked. All right. Now get over there, near that closet, and don't turn around.
Why not? Afraid of the look on my face when you shoot?
Shut up, Marlo. And stop being brave, because unless I have to, I'm not going to kill you. After all, you've already served your purpose.
Which I presume was getting mixed up in this mess just long enough to find out about Sippy for you.
You presume correctly. Also, you talk too much. Now open that closet and get inside.
All right.
Go on.
As you say. But first, baby, one question. Did you do all this for the 30 grand alone? Or does it tie in with Neil Redmond and the way he feels about your sister Edie?
It's a little bit of each, Marlo. But as I said, you talk too much. So get in there and shut up.
Getting out of Beth Taylor's half-inch thick oak closet was like arguing with an umpire. You couldn't be subtle. So 20 tiring minutes went by and the heels on both my feet were numb before the paneling finally gave in and I was out and over to the telephone to put in a call to the police. It should have been made a long time ago. But then, even as I was halfway through dialing the numbers, I saw something on an end table nearby that made me slowly change my mind. It was the 2 black gloves that Beth wore in the Dancing Hands act. And while I stared at them like they were alive and beckoning, I thought hard for what must have been a full minute. And then suddenly I knew that my next stop had to be the Saddle Club. As I parked at the Saddle Club, I saw light drifting out of Neil's office, which was something I had expected. Inside, I moved along a dark hall toward what I knew would be the trio of Neil Redmond, the Nevada Texan, and Eddie Tyler.
All right, Redmond.
The raucous voice of Paul Cedar was anything but happy.
Just how stupid do you think I am?
But, Cedar, I'm telling the truth. Edie had the 30 grand, but somebody got it from her when she was on her way to you.
That's a stinking line. You know it, Redmond. You never had the money. This whole thing's been a frame to stall me. And one way or another, I'm going to get you to admit that.
No, you're not, Cedar. And if you don't drop that gun now, you're never going to do anything ever. Come on, let it go. All right. Now sit down and shut up and listen hard because Redmond's telling you the truth.
What?
Marlo, you know where the money is?
That's right. And I also know who took it. Less than an hour ago, a little after I called you, Edie, Beth caught up to me and confessed the whole shebang, exactly as we figured it, Neil.
You mean she admitted getting the money from Edie and using you to locate Sippy?
That's right. But there's only one drawback to everything she admitted. None of it's true.
What do you mean, Marlo?
I mean, Cedar, that Beth Tyler didn't steal your money from Edie here any more than she killed Sippy. I also mean that as far as I can tell, Beth Tyler was nothing more than a girl who played the piano and got upset when a stranger named Sippy started to bother her. That I never saw the real Beth Tyler after she ran away from a piano in the club tonight. That she's dead and that you, Edie, have been posing as Beth all night because, 1, you yourself stole Neil's money, and 2, you murdered your sister as well.
No!
Yes, Edie, come on, admit it, it's true.
No, it isn't. I guess it is at that, Marlo.
And Beth's body?
In our dressing room. In the closet. I didn't want to kill her. But she found out that I had only pretended to be robbed when there was no one around. That Sippy had seen me scream and get rid of the purse myself.
Sippy, who was only trying to muscle in on a deal, went to her by mistake, huh?
Yes. That's how she knew what I'd done. When she confronted me in the dressing room just before you came in and said that she wouldn't stand by and let me do a thing like that to Neil, I lost my temper and...
You killed her, Edie.
Yes, I did, Neil. And when Marlo showed up after her scream, I said that someone had attacked me. And then I pretended to be both Beth and myself from there on to get out of the whole thing. And I almost did. But now I'm so sorry. Oh,
A couple of bad hours went by before the police had everybody's story, and Paul Cedar and the 30,000 was gone for Nevada, and Edie was gone for good. That left just Neil Redmond and me alone and standing near the main bar in the club. Neil was doing his best to stay all in one piece.
Well, Marlo, it's been a tough night for you, hasn't it?
Yeah, but a tougher one for you, Neil. What with Cedar and the money and...
The girls, Marlo?
Yeah.
Yeah. At least it came out right before the cowboy got too tough, thanks to you. So tell me, Phil, how'd you know that Beth was dead and that Edie was both people all along?
That was a couple of gloves, Neil, the ones they wore in their Dancing Hands act. You see, when I first met Edie in the dressing room, she was wearing hers, and one of Beth's was on the floor. Hey, pour me one, will you?
Yeah.
Okay. I took it, and later when I met what I thought was Beth, I returned it, and she put it with what we both thought was its mate.
I hear you.
Thanks. But a little while ago, when I got close to the gloves again, I saw that couldn't be, that they were both for the left hand, Neil.
Ah. Then when Edie went to Beth's place to pass herself off as her sister, who she had already killed, She was smart enough to know that she should have only one glove around.
Yeah, but not smart enough to think about which glove it should be. From there, I worked backwards.
Until you got to the three of us at the club and tried what you knew might be the right answer.
Mm-hmm.
Well, you were right, Phil, all the way.
Yeah, but I was still gambling. If I had been wrong, Neil, I was giving the real Beth a long head start.
It's always that way when you gamble, Phil. I know. Sometimes you pick right, sometimes wrong.
Mm-hmm.
Cards, dice. Even with twins. Good night, fella.
When I finally got to my car, started out of the valley and back toward Hollywood, it was better than 8 o'clock in the morning. And here and there as I drove, I saw people who I'd never heard of and who'd never heard of me, stumbling outside after their morning papers. And I got to wondering what they were going to think when they read about a girl who had killed both her twin sister in a nightclub and a flabby guy in a motel who wasn't much good. Oh, well, it was hard to say. And for myself, I was too tired to think. Or maybe I just didn't want to.
The Adventures of Philip Marlowe, created by Raymond Chandler, star Gerald Moore, and are produced and directed by Norman MacDonald. Script is by Mel Donnelly, Robert Mitchell, and Gene Levitt. Featured in the cast were Vivi Janis, Lou Krugman, Ed Begley, Paul Frees, and Bert Holland. The special music is by Richard Arunt. Be sure and be with us again next week when Philip Marlowe says...
When it started, it was simple. Just a lawsuit for damages. But before it was over, it was far from simple, and the damages were murder. All because of a red-headed woman, a ghostwriter with ambition and a match that burned with a bright green flame.
With part of its star-studded Sunday nights devoted to shows named after great personalities such as Jack Benny, Lum and Abner, and Amos and Andy, CBS also goes to famous fiction for one of the brightest, most dramatic of its Sunday galaxy, The Adventures of Sam Spade. Created by the master hand of Dashiell Hammett, Sam Spade cuts a new and deadly caper with mystery, murder, and adventure on most of these same CBS network stations every Sunday. Join him tomorrow night. This is Roy Rowan speaking. Now, stay tuned for Gangbusters, which follows immediately over most of these same CBS stations. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Personal notice. Danger's my stock and trade. If the job's too tough for you to handle, you got a job for me, George Valentine. Write full details.
Standard Oil Company of California, on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West, invites you to Let George Do It. Opportunity knocks twice. Another adventure of George Valentine.
No, I want to speak to Mr. Valentine.
I told you this is Claire Brooks, his assistant.
It's terribly important. I don't know what to do. If I could
Hey, what's
only...
going on, Angel?
Take the other phone, George.
Assistant? What do you mean his assistant? What kind of a man is Mr. Valentine? I only got his name.
Hello?
Oh, thank heaven. There you are.
Yeah, this is Valentine, but...
I got your name from his pocket, you see. It was a note. I'm sure he intended to call you. He doesn't have any other friends in town, so I didn't know who to turn to. And
Who are you talking about, and who is this?
Miss Greta Jenkins, George. She's the housekeeper at the Abel Merton house.
Oh, okay, Miss Jenkins. And you're talking about Mr. Abel Merton?
No, you don't understand. It's his nephew, young Larry.
Well, what's wrong with this Larry? What happened to him?
I can't do anything with him. He's sick. He went out and he drank, and he always used to drink and run about, you know. His uncle could never stop him.
He's sick. Well, look, lady, have you called a doctor?
No, he won't let me.
Well, do it anyway. This isn't Alcoholics Anonymous. Just because he had my name in his pocket.
Mr. Valentine, if I leave him alone for 1 minute, I'm afraid he'll kill himself.
What?
That's the trouble. I think that's what he tried to do tonight. Take his own life. So please,
Tried
won't
to...
you-
Well, sure, Miss Jenkins. We'll be right out.
I've got the address, George.
Only, where's this uncle, Abel Merton? You'd better...
Oh, no, Mr. Valentine. I'm all alone. Mr. Merton's gone.
Gone?
He killed himself yesterday.
I'm all right. Leave me alone, will
Here's
you?
another cup of coffee, George. if you
Oh,
can-
cut it out. You want to keep me awake for 3 years?
It's better than putting yourself to sleep, Larry.
I didn't try to do that. She's crazy.
I am not. You kept saying you didn't care whether you lived or not. You kept
Turn
saying
it off, will you?
Mr. Valentine, he would have killed himself just like his uncle did. And when I found your name, I thought you knowing him and all.
Miss Jenkins, get it straight, will you? We've never met in our lives.
What?
That's right, Worry Ward. Valentine's a detective.
Detective?
Sure, you don't think I ever set out to make friends with one, do you? Bad Penny, that's me, Valentine.
Well, why did you want him then? What was his name doing
Miss
in your...
Jenkins, would you leave us alone with him for a few minutes?
No, I won't. He's my responsibility now with his uncle gone.
I'm sorry, lady. Whether you like detectives or not, you asked for it. You've got one now, so thanks.
She worries all the time. I used to live here, you know, until 5 or 6 years ago. Did I give her a bad time?
Uh-huh. Just what was my name doing in your pocket, kid?
Thought of hiring you this afternoon, that's all.
Oh.
You see, my uncle and me, we're each other's only relative. He's a widower, no kids. Practically raised me. We were... malarkey.
No, go on, Larry. That's your Uncle Abel Merton, and he committed suicide yesterday. Is that right?
He was murdered.
That's so? Who murdered him?
Well, I did, naturally. I'm no good, you know. He booted me out of his house 5 years ago, and I've always wanted to get my hands on his money. The Merton Styles Company's a pretty rich outfit, you know. Sure, me.
Okay, you're under arrest. Happy?
Mr. Valentine, I'm all mixed up, sure. I just got back to town a few days ago. I've changed a little in those 5 years I've been away. I used to make him so unhappy, but now it was going to be different. He was such a wonderful guy.
Larry, did you act the way you did tonight because you couldn't face the idea that you're his only family and you made him unhappy and you might have been the cause
Oh,
of
no,
his...
things were different, I told you. We were going to get along swell. But, I mean, why would he kill himself right then? I can't believe he did.
Okay, I understand.
Maybe I just wanted to wake people up. I tell you, some people in the world are so stupid that...
What people? And who says Merton's death was a suicide instead of murder? What happened?
Mr. Valentine, I've never been so frustrated and mad in my life. You want to know what made me go out and drink again, call you, blow my top, and cry in my beer? Well, I'll tell you, in 2 stupid words. Have you ever met a cop by the name of Lieutenant Johnson?
All right, sure, me, dumb old cop me. Well, listen to me, will you? There hasn't even been a coroner's inquest yet.
But then, Lieutenant Johnson, what makes the boy think
Somebody talked who shouldn't have, I don't know. That Larry found out what the police recommendation is going to be, that's all, and he blew his top.
But the police believe suicide. You'll admit that? So don't beat around the bush, Johnson. You told the kid...
Look, Greatheart, I feel sorry for him, too. But don't bark at me like I didn't know what I was doing.
Lieutenant...
Because I don't. Said it before you could. You want to hear the facts, or don't you?
I was only going to say that from what we could find out about Abel Merton, well, he was such a straight-laced and stern sort of man, He just doesn't seem like the kind who would have killed himself.
Pillar of morality, I know. I suppose that's the way the boys saw him because he was so different himself. They had a reunion, so Larry thinks that was the most important thing to the old man. But maybe that's why Merton did it.
Oh, clear it up, will you? Let's have those facts.
Abel Merton always yelled at the kid to straighten himself out, and he finally did. What I meant just now was, well, maybe seeing the boy different made Merton look at himself a little closer.
To see what?
Merton was alone in the house night before last. Nephew and housekeeper both out. She testifies he'd been worried, upset for several weeks. Then, that night, he said he had a headache, wanted to be alone, practically snapped her head off. Brooding, unhappy, sick-looking.
No, well, we didn't talk to her much. We spent...
Of course you didn't. Facts. Death about 10 o'clock in his own study with his own gun.
Merton had
Yes, the revolver he took from his own desk. Fingerprints, powder burns, the works, all check.
Uh-huh. Well, a typical suicide so far, but...
As he put it, you can only mess up your life so much.
Hmm?
In the note he left. Think we go off half-cocked like you do? Here. His farewell to Larry, look.
Let's see. When a man messes up his life, there comes a point when it is impossible to salvage it. I know you'll understand what I mean, Larry. I'm doing what I have to do. This must be the end. Goodbye and good luck, Abel Merton.
Mm-hmm. The signature looks a little...
Oh, that's the way he always signed it. Want to say he didn't really write the suicide note himself? Well, don't embarrass yourself. For once, the experts all agree.
But mess up his life? How could a man like that...
Oh, and don't argue until you've heard all the facts. Come on. I got a man still working over in his office.
His office?
Not the type to kill himself. I'll show you how wrong you can be.
How do you do, Miss Brooks?
Hello, Mr. Stiles.
Stiles, huh? You're the other half of this company.
Yes. Abel ran it, though. Sharpest investment man in the business.
Through here, Valentine. Morton kept his own private office. I mean, completely private. The sanctum sanctorum. Wouldn't even give dictation in here.
I told you before, Lieutenant. Abel couldn't think clearly unless he could get away someplace, lock himself up. That doesn't mean that all his life he kept secrets.
Says you, says he. Didn't even let you in, did he?
All right. You're getting your facts. What more do you want? I thought you were all through messing.
Oh, now, take it easy, friend. Just want to check my man here.
I'm sorry, no sleep. We've been up all night.
How's it coming, Joe?
Well, hello, Lieutenant. 63,175 so far.
So far. There's nothing beyond the past month, I'm sure of it. I've checked myself.
You want to bet it goes back for years?
It does not. We've had certified audits. What are you trying to do, wreck the name of the company completely? We've got stockholders, you know. This isn't just
I think he's right, Lieutenant. There isn't anything earlier or it has shown up in the books outside. But in Merton's private books...
Hold it, all of you. What is
Sure, Joe. We've got to explain all this to Mr. Valentine or he'll be very unhappy.
Oh, well, you see, there's $63,000.
Sure, embezzlement. Tell everybody.
Merton had no reason to kill himself, eh, Valentine? This morning, this is the first thing we looked into. How would you go about salvaging your life if you'd embezzled $63,000?
Hold it, will you? I got Larry Merton on the phone. All right, Larry. Well, take it easy, will you? So maybe it doesn't make sense. I'm just telling you the facts. Yeah, maybe he wasn't that kind of a guy, but...
Wait a minute.
Hold it, Larry.
Match cover.
Huh?
Here, look. It was under the edge of the rug.
Let's see.
Well, it was behind his desk. It must be Mr. Merton's. You said nobody else ever came in here.
Yes, that's right.
What's that stuff written on it?
That's what I mean. Scribbled in pencil.
It doesn't look like his handwriting, though. Lieutenant, I thought you went over this place inch by inch.
Listen, flycatcher. M.E.J. Witch's Dream.
What? Sounds like pig Latin. Oh, for the love of Mike, Lieutenant, I'm worn out. Can't we just...
If a man embezzles, he has to have a reason for it, doesn't he? Will you be quiet a second, all of you? Hello, Larry. Listen, Did your uncle ever bet on the horses?
That's what they are, of course. Flycatcher, M&J.
All right.
What's the matter with him?
He says no. What did you think? He also says if I can't prove it was murder, he'll hire somebody who can. A real upset boy, that he... Mr. Stiles. Mr. Stiles.
Grab him.
Huh?
He's all right. Just fainted, that's all.
We'll return to tonight's adventure of George Valentine in just a moment.
Listen to the difference. Yes, now you can actually hear authentic scientific proof of the difference between new RPM motor oil and premium-type motor oils as designated by the American Petroleum Institute. Auto engines are equipped with irradiated piston rings, and during operation, minute particles of radioactive metal wear off the rings. Geiger counters are thus able to detect the amount of wear actually taking place. Listen now as the Geiger counters click off the difference. First, the low wear rate of the new RPM. Now, the much faster wear rate of the conventional oil. Now, new RPM again. You have just heard authentic scientific proof that new RPM motor oil cuts in half the wear rate of critical engine parts, doubles the life of the average auto engines between major overhauls due to lubrication.
Proved in the laboratory and checked out in severe road service, new RPM motor oil is sold with a money-back guarantee of satisfaction. Ask for it at standard stations and independent Chevron gas stations where they say and mean, we take better care of your car. And now, back to tonight's adventure of George Valentine. Opportunity knocks twice. But so far, if your name is George Valentine, you've seen very little of opportunity. Abel Merton committed suicide, that's what the police said, but his nephew refuses to believe it, still thinks it must have been murder. The only trouble is, how are you going to explain all the evidence? Suicide note, technical testimony, motive, everything. Well, perhaps you realize that you're not going to explain. And so instead you question why Merton's partner, Mr. Stiles, should happen to faint.
Because I'm worn out, that's why. Up all night trying to figure those books out for the police
Did
here.
Merton always keep a private set of books?
Of course he did. Yes.
We've been through all that, Valentine.
Look, Johnson, I just want to understand this case.
I've fainted, yes. Surprised I didn't do it sooner. You know what it's like to be waked up at midnight to be told your partner killed himself? To get rousted down here the next morning with a police accountant to pry into something you know is silly until you find it's not? To find your partner of 20 years has suddenly switched in the last month into a man who dipped into $63,000.
Okay, Mr. Stiles, okay. Never mind, thank you. Come on, Brooks.
Hey, wait a minute. Where are you going?
The Sportsman's Cafe. Distinguished cuisine.
What?
No television, no more you conviviality. Drinks cheap, booze for lady.
George.
The match cover, Angel. One with the names of ponies scribbled on it.
Abel didn't bet on horses. At least I don't think he did. I don't know anything anymore.
Somebody at this place he seemed to visit might know.
Not Merton's handwriting, not Stiles' handwriting, not Larry's. So somebody else must have dropped it while in to see Merton here, that's all.
Come here, Johnson.
Huh?
Look, you really want me to quit?
Valentine, just do me one favor, will you?
Sure.
Just don't find anything more to make me right about the things I know are wrong.
Huh?
You think I believe in this case?
Okay, friend. It's a long shot, but maybe this time I'll prove it's murder.
Help you? How can I help you, Mr. Valentine?
By being honest, Miss Jenkins. No matter whose reputation you'd like to protect.
Mr. Merton was no embezzler. I don't care what anybody says or what evidence they dig up.
All right, Miss Jenkins. Just take it easy.
Was Mr. Merton in the habit of visiting cocktail bars?
No, indeed. He left that to his nephew.
Uh-huh. Well, tell me, did Mr. Merton bet on horses?
Young man, I'm not going to listen to any more libel of one of the finest men I've known. If you'll begin to talk some sense, I'll be more than willing to cooperate. If not, Where are you going, Mr. Valentine?
No. This is going to be my little secret. Come on, Brooksy.
Oh, believe me, I wish I could be of more assistance, Mr. Valentine. You're the type I'd like to help.
I can imagine.
And I can imagine you imagining, dearie. But I ain't got that class of mind. Well, haven't, that is.
Okay, lady, but the manager says you were around here 5 nights ago.
The name is Lucy. It's always been my understanding the word lady is reserved for the ones that aren't, if you follow me.
Hey, would you get that chip off your shoulder? We only want to...
Besides, how'd you know this gentleman was here 5 nights ago?
Because I just checked the newspaper to find out when certain horses were running. Seems it was 4 days ago, so I assume the guy who was thinking of betting on him was in here the night before.
And I'm the kind of girl who'd know every man who comes in the place, huh?
Well, yes. Go on, hit me.
What are you asking all these questions for?
Oh, now, look, Lucy,
Let me see that thing, will you? Come on.
The match cover?
Yeah.
Sure. Hey, I see.
You know, people should use lighters. Look, mister, the boss is waving at me. Couldn't you come back
The
some
names of the horses are written in brown pencil.
And you made the clever observation nobody uses brown pencil.
Your boss made it for us.
Oh. Well, not one of them horses won. Did you know that?
No.
Eyebrow pencil.
Oh, why do you beat around the bush with me? Of course I wrote it. Sure, a blonde with an eyebrow pencil. So the boss told you already. So you're real deductive.
Uh-huh. You wrote this yourself. So now will you sit down and have a drink with us?
Look, Mr. Valentine, once in a blue lifetime, maybe every 3 or 4 days, an opportunity knocks. A guy comes in, wants to be cordial. So I express my interest in horses. So I write down some choices, see? And if he's real nice, he puts up the bets for me. $5 on the nose, maybe, or... Well, what's the matter? So I don't remember who it was.
Oh, yes, you do, sister. Come on, cut the stalling.
Let go of me. I don't. Somebody who maybe later went to visit a stuffed shirt named Merton, as you
George,
say.
your boss is coming.
Why should I remember? Why should I get mixed up in all...
Hey there.
You stay out of it, friend.
Give him a piece of your mind. This guy's crazy.
Relax, will you? I've been waving at you. You blind or something, Lucy? You left your coat across the room.
Coat? This coat?
Sure, just brought it over so it wouldn't be stole, that's all.
Coat?
I told you all I know, and I'm getting
Oh, no,
out of
you
here.
don't. And this is the last time I'm going to... Hey, easy.
Lucy, look. All we want to know is that...
I don't want to get mixed up in things.
A mink coat. And you didn't want us to see it. Why?
Yes. He gave it to me just the other day, but I didn't know where he got the money. Honest, I didn't.
Oh, who are you talking about? Who got what money?
Oh, what's the use? Well, who do you think? How was I to know he was going to kill himself?
You mean Mr...
Yeah, Abel Merton. Well, what's the matter with you? Don't you believe he was the kind of a man who would have a girlfriend like me?
Look, Johnson, look,
So
will
you
you?
tried to prove a man didn't have the reason for suicide, and what do you get? More and more evidence. He embezzled. He played the horses. Now he had a date. And probably taken him for everything he had. I tell you, all you do is get him deeper and deeper.
And I'll still make it murder. Now, for the last time, just do what I tell you.
George, the parking man brought our car around front. If you and Lucy... Lucy? Where is she, George? George!
I'm all right, Brooksy, all right.
Oh, sure, your head is still on your shoulders.
But how do you know she was the one hit you, Mr.
I
Valentine?
told you her boss practically saw it. Here we are. That's the place, Larry.
Yeah, it drives around the other side. Pretty lush apartment, huh?
I started talking murder to Johnson. I guess that's what did it. She took a swing with her shoe and
He's got a
ran.
general alarm out, he said. I mean, Lieutenant Johnson. He thinks...
Sure, Angel. I used to think, too. Say, look, run in and ask at the desk, will you?
All right, George. Just see if Mr. Stiles left any message. Check.
Right.
He's not at the office. He didn't answer his phone here. He must...
Step on it, will you?
I don't understand why that girl, Lucy, would have told you that story of hers. I mean, almost willingly. And then suddenly she takes his shoe
Look,
and...
kid, look. A lot of things didn't make sense. Neither did you at first. I didn't believe you.
What?
Well, I mean, I didn't believe my uncle was a pillar of morality, you know.
Too much evidence the other way?
But I believe everything now. Yeah, sometimes I wise up and start believing the obvious. And then I realize how simple a crime can be. Hmm?
Outside, just a minute.
Hey, that's his car right there.
Stiles. Hey, Stiles, wait!
Look out, Valentine.
Crazy. Hey, slide over, kid.
What about Miss Brooks? She's back there.
Just hang on to your hat. You see anybody with him? See the girl?
I don't know. He went by so fast, I thought he was going to hit you.
Meeting her someplace, maybe. Ditching her someplace, maybe. Let her run for herself. Who knows?
He's heading up the back street. You can turn here.
I know a better way. Cut him off. That's what you mean, isn't it?
Yeah.
He's the only guy who could have done the embezzling, isn't he? Get at those books to fix him up? I mean, besides your uncle.
I guess so, but I don't understand about the girl.
Abel Merton was a nice guy. You told me so. He wouldn't get mixed up with a little opportunist like that. But she knew my name. Now, how? Unless somebody'd given her a fast call. And who knew I was heading in her direction except Stiles?
I mean, she's really his...
Sure. Stiles paid for the mink. That's why he took that money, I suppose. She was just putting on an act for me, what he told her to say. And it might have stuck if they hadn't got cold feet. But now, running away is a pretty good confession of murder.
Yeah, sure is. I told you that a long time ago, too. Hey, what the...
Take it easy. Just take it easy. We'll wait for him here. If they cut back to the highway. Only, I wonder what made them run.
Huh?
Well, suppose Stiles is an opportunist, too. Suppose he saw the perfect chance to steal some money and get away with it. All he had to do was fix a few books in a hurry, tell his grasping girlfriend to play along with a gag about being a friend of Merton's. But then tonight, everything backfired.
I'm sorry, I don't get you.
Don't you? I repeat. What made them run?
What?
The word murder, wasn't it? A word they never expected to hear. That scared the daylights out of both of them.
Yeah. You know, they ought to be coming along any second.
Oh, yeah, sure. Unless they're on the road to Mexico by now, but who cares? Because you're the biggest fool of all. You tried to make opportunity knock twice.
Knock twice?
Well, bad penny, that's what you said you were. But it takes a lead slug to press your luck as much as you have.
You're crazy. That guy in that car, he ran.
Sure he did. He stole the money. Perfect opportunity when he was phoned up at midnight and told his partner committed suicide, wasn't it? That's what the girl thought, too. Everybody thought so.
Except me.
And me. For a while, that suicide note bothered me. I didn't see how anybody could have framed that. Until I realized that nobody could have. Except you.
Very smart. I hired the right man, didn't I?
You want to hear the rest of my report? Suppose the sour apple nephew, that's you, came back to his uncle after 5 years. Only instead of open arms, he got the boot he deserved. From an uncle who was all upset over having to tell him to get out. So your uncle wrote you. When a man messes up his life, there comes a point when it's impossible to salvage it. I know you'll understand what I mean, Larry. I'm doing what I have to do. This must be the end. Goodbye. Signed, Abel Merton. Sure, very funny, isn't it? Made a perfect suicide note. So you killed him and framed the rest of his death and used the note for just that. But I guess you knew it wouldn't stick, not forever. So when Sucker Stiles capitalized on the death, you started pointing and yelling
It
until...
would have stuck if you'd believed it. They're running, they might get away. Don't you understand yet? You were a test case.
Sure, the police think Stiles and Lucy did it now.
I wanted a detective near me to know what was going on.
So all that's left now is to kill me. Get rid of the one guy who figured it.
Yeah,
Okay, do it.
I will. Start the motor again.
I can't. The key's bent.
Give me that.
Take it easy with that gun now. You can probably straighten the key in 10 or 15
Shut
minutes.
up. I'm going to kill you anyway.
Okay. Only before you pull that trigger, think of the noise and look where you are.
Huh?
Yeah. Precinct 37, I think it says. Maybe it's 39, I'm not sure. You might ask the cop on the curb.
Police station?
Sure. You want to go inside? There's a lot of opportunity there for a young man.
Georgie was crazy. Why?
You just said it. He was a little crazy.
But if he'd left well enough alone after Lieutenant Johnson said it was suicide...
Well, he couldn't resist the second opportunity, that's all. He told us he wanted to get his hands in the whole Merton Stiles company. With Stiles on the run, he would have moved right in.
Oh, but George...
I know. Crazy. That's what murder always is. He gambled on double or nothing. They always gamble, even though there's no chance of winning.
Far cry from you, isn't it?
Hmm?
I was just thinking. You could never be a murderer then, I guess.
Thanks for the compliment.
That's all right. What I meant was... Well, knowing you, darling... I guess there's no opportunity that you couldn't resist.
Listen to the difference. In a few seconds, you'll hear Geiger counters measuring automobile engine wear. The engines are equipped with irradiated piston rings, which make it possible for the Geiger counters to detect wear as it occurs. You will hear authentic scientific proof that new RPM motor oil cuts in half the wear rate of critical engine parts, doubles the life of the average auto engine between major overhauls due to lubrication. First, let's listen to the Geiger counter slowly click off the low wear rate of new RPM. Now, the much faster wear rate of a premium type oil as designated by the American Petroleum Institute. Now, new RPM again. You have just heard Geiger counters clicking off the scientific proof that new RPM motor oil is years ahead.
Yes, years ahead. New RPM doubles engine life between major overhauls due to lubrication. Try it. Sold with a money-back guarantee of satisfaction at independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations, where they say and mean, we take better care of your car. Tonight's adventure of George Valentine has been brought to you by Standard Oil Company of California on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West. Robert Bailey is starred as George with Virginia Gregg as Brooksy. Let George Do It is written by David Victor and Jackson Gillis and directed by Don Clark. Ken Christie is Lieutenant Johnson. Francis X. Bushman was heard as Stiles. Harry Bartell as Larry. Noreen DeMille as Greta. And Gigi Pearson as Lucy. The music is composed and presented by Eddie Dunstetter, your announcer, John Heaston. Listen again next week, same time, same station, to Let George Do It. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System.
A startled corpse, a blue-eyed woman, and a cryptic message scrawled by a dying man, were the pieces of a Chinese puzzle that wouldn't fit together until I found out what was deadly about the orange dog.
From the pen of Raymond Chandler, outstanding author of crime fiction, comes his most famous character as CBS presents The Adventures of Philip Marlowe. And now, with Gerald Moore, starred as Philip Marlowe, we bring you tonight's exciting story, The Orange Dog.
By 6 in the evening of a very slow day, I'd resigned myself to the business of no business. So I took my feet down from my desk, switched off the lights, and started out the door for home with the prospect of a nice, quiet evening ahead of me. But I didn't make it, even as far as the door. Oh. Hello, Philip Marlowe.
Marlowe, my name is Shelley Martin. I'm at 8412 Los Feliz, a private residence. I want you to come out here right away. My sister is in a jam, a nasty one.
Well, Miss Martin, as a matter of fact, I was just closing up for the night, and I was...
Look, you. I need the services of a private detective right now this minute, and I'm prepared to pay for them. There are plenty of others in town. Are you coming or not?
Yeah, okay, and thanks for the reminder. That's me you hear sprinting up your front walk.
That's much better. And Marlowe, Bring your brains along. You're going to need them.
And that was the end of my quiet evening. But I just couldn't resist those government engravings of Mr. Lincoln. So I drove down to Weston, turned off on Los Feliz, and found the number 8412. The yard was an overgrown tangle of perennial plants losing their battle with the weeds. It was like a girl in a strapless evening gown with her hair up in curlers. However, I could see a light through the Venetian blinds, and the doorbell worked with a resonant two-tone chime that caused the door to open just far enough to allow a pair of eyes so blue they were almost purple to peek out at me.
Yes, what is it?
I'm delivering that private detective you ordered.
Oh, Marlo. Come in.
Thanks.
Sit down, won't you?
Thanks again. All right, what's the next move?
It's about my kid sister.
Mm-hmm.
She's involved with a man named Lou Horner, a San Francisco broker. She's quite deeply involved, I'm afraid.
Oh?
You see, some very strange things are going on, Marlo, and my sister is a naive kid caught right in the middle of them.
Yeah, I see. What sort of strange things, Miss Martin?
Shelley.
Sweet.
Well, to begin with, when I arrived from San Francisco today, my sister called me and asked me to meet her here in this house. When I got here, the lights were on, the radio was playing, and the front door was open. But the place was deserted.
Whose house is it, Horner's?
No, I think she said it belongs to a friend of his who's in Europe now. This Horner person uses it when he's in Los Angeles.
Well, couldn't they have stepped out for a while?
Mm-mm.
You know, you don't look the type, Shelley, but maybe you're just panicky, huh?
No, I'm not being panicky.
All right. Where's the nasty jam?
Right behind the couch. Take a look.
Okay. But you know, I see what you mean. Who is he, Shelley? How'd he get here?
Maybe it's Horner, I don't know. I tried to search him, but I couldn't.
Mm-hmm. Well, it wouldn't have helped anyway. Whoever shot him cleaned him out. No wallet, no papers, nothing.
I found this magazine lying under his hand. Look here.
Mm-hmm.
He must have written this just before he died.
Where's that?
Here.
Oh. It says, call Marion tonight about the orange dog, a foe. Orange dog, a foe. Foe what?
That's why I called you, Phil. Marion is my sister. And whatever the orange dog of foe is, it must be awfully important. We've got to find out what it means, Phil, for Marion's sake.
So far it means murder, honey, and that's for the cops.
No. Well, all right, call them. But keep Marion's name out of it. A thing like this could destroy her.
Well, look, maybe she pulled the trigger on our friend here.
Maybe, but I don't think so. She's a sweet kid, Phil. Give her a break. If I'm wrong, I swear I'll help you bring her in myself. Is that fair enough?
Okay, Shelley, it's a deal. It makes just as much sense as the orange dog of foe, but no more. After I'd checked as far as I could on my client and sent her home, which was to the Villa 12 at the Wilshire Gardens Hotel, I ripped the General Squeegee tire ad with a message scribbled across it out of the magazine, folded it up and stuck it in my pocket. Next, I called Lieutenant Ibarra at Homicide and told him where I'd found a body, probably named Lou Horner, leaving out all the details about Shelley, Marion, and the orange dog. And then I started out the door, but ducked back as a shadow slid across the walk. I caught a glimpse of a large, ugly head of long, dirty hair set on a small, ugly body that was moving fast. By the time I got out on the walk, Longhair was already putting mileage on a green coupe with a broken tail light. It winked mockingly as it went out of sight. So I got in my car and headed for New Chinatown. It was the logical place to get some information regarding a Chinese dog. I saw a light filtering through a dingy window, illuminating the words James Tang, dealer in Oriental curios. Inside the musty shop, a little man, dressed in a black kimono, drifted forward, softly.
Yes?
I think perhaps you can help me, huh?
I am honored. To be able to help will bring fragrance of plum blossoms to my nostrils, carpet of rose petals to my humble floor, and 1,000 blessings upon my head.
Oh, that's very pretty. Tell me, what is the dog of foe?
The dog of foe? Why, this fantastic creature here is called the dog of foe. His fierce eyes and snarling mouth are to frighten away evil spirits from temples of Buddha.
Why do you say called the dog of foe?
Amateur collectors and auctioneers have named him that. It sounds exotic to cash customers. Actually, he is a lion. the Lion of Korea.
I see. Tang, would you happen to have an orange dog of foe?
Very strange that you should ask that, my friend.
Strange, why?
Reason number one. There is no authentic orange dog of foe.
That's a good reason. Why not?
Because to Buddhists, orange is color of sorrow. The piece you speak of could not possibly be authentic.
What's reason number two?
You are second person to inquire after this non-existent orange dog of foe within the last few minutes.
Was it an ugly little man with long hair?
Quite contrary. It was a very pretty girl with short hair.
Was her name Marion?
She made point of not leaving her name.
Now that proves something.
However, my friend, old Chinese proverb, loosely translated, says a little knowledge is the instrument of a fool.
There were 9 other curio shops in the neighborhood, so I started making the rounds for the non-existent orange dog of foe and a girl who was interested in one. From the first 3 shops, I got a fast horse laugh and the fact that the girl was still ahead of me. The next 2 netted an insult apiece and a total blank on the dame. And from the 6th, called Saxon's, a glossy, well-ordered place on West 7th Street, the only effect was a coldly curious raised eyebrow. The man in front of me, whom I took to be Mr. Saxon himself, was a gaunt white Russian with a high, naked head the color of warm paraffin. His slender fingers played nervously with each other as we talked.
The orange dog of foe. Yes, I have heard of such a piece, I think. It would be porcelain.
Probably. This is your business. Who has it, Mr. Saxon? Can you tell me?
No, I'm sorry. I believe I heard this orange dog mentioned just once, somewhere down in the village. But I'm sure I could never remember who spoke of it or when.
Oh, no idea of its value then, huh?
Now that you mention it, I seem to remember the figure 20,000.
You mean yen. How much in American money?
I am speaking of American money. It would be an importation from China, you know.
How could it be worth that much? It's not even authentic, Mr. Saxon.
Authentic? You seem to know a good deal more than I about this orange dog. Possibly one would have to see it to appreciate its value.
Yeah. Tell me, has a girl been in here tonight looking for this orange dog?
A girl? I know.
Know anybody named Marion?
Marion. No, there is no one in my acquaintance by that name. But why do you ask?
Because Marion has quite an interest in the orange dog. I have a feeling they'd make a great team if we could get them together.
I see. And what is your name, sir?
It's not Fu Manchu, Mr. Saxon. Good night. Saxon's expression didn't change. I turned and walked out of the place, and then because, with both of us using double talk, the conversation was bound to deteriorate. At least I had found out that the orange dog of foe existed and was going for a very high figure, especially for a phony. And it didn't take an abacus to figure out that Saxon knew more than he told me. Well, I started up the sidewalk to the next bric-a-brac emporium when I saw something parked on the side street, which brought me to a halt. It was that green coupe with the broken tail light. I went over to it, found it empty, and stuck my head inside to check the registration card for Longhair's real name. Yeah, it was a very foolish move because Longhair at that very moment prodded my kidney with the muzzle of a .38. And neither he nor the gun had a sense of humor.
All right, Mr. Wise Guy, come on, walk. You and me are going up the alley here.
What's the matter? Don't you feel at home in the light?
Shut up. I don't like you much anyway, so you better ease off with the smart science. Okay, this will do us far enough. Well, Mr. Wise Guy, did you find what you're looking for?
You mean the orange dog, Shorty? The answer's no.
The orange dog. So that's where the plates are.
What plates?
You're working for Horner. You don't know what plates.
Look, chum, when you get your next haircut, have your brains dusted off. Nobody works for Horner anymore. Horner's dead.
Dead? Since when?
What's the surprise act for? You saw the body. You were sneaking around that house on Los Feliz. In fact, you might have killed Horner yourself.
That body wasn't Horner. Why, Horner is 3 times the size of that guy in Los Feliz. He's bald. Also, he's so dumb he can't remember his own phone number. Oh, hold it.
I'm looking for O'Vara Street where they sell those enchiladas. I'm sorry, gentlemen. I don't want to intrude.
Hey, quiet. I'll blow your brains out. All right, now, come on, Mr. Wise Guy. Tell me what Horner's got on his mind. You know all right. I saw you taking orders from his girl.
You mean Shelley Martin?
Who else?
Thought maybe you meant Marion.
Marion? Who's Marion?
Shelley Martin's sister. And don't let it worry you. Marion's got the orange dog eating out of her hand.
I don't say. It ain't funny, mister. It's just peculiar. Because Shelley Martin don't have a sister, I know. So it seems like you're a very mixed-up character. In fact, Mr. Wise Guy, you're so mixed up, you're no good to me at all. So get over there with the rest of that.
I took my time getting up. The dirty, long-haired little man was gone, and my head ached from the rap he'd given me with the pistol barrel. And I was disgusted with myself. Dry, dirty, disgusted like a drunk at sunrise because a nasty little jerk with an oversized head and a blue-eyed dynamo with auburn hair had me jumping through hoops like a trained ape. I stood in the alley and swore at myself until the futility of that routine dawned on me. Then I decided to go hunting. But I made one stop first at a telephone to at least get Ibarra off my conscience.
Lieutenant Ibarra.
Marlo, Lieutenant. I just found out that body on Los Feliz isn't Horner.
I knew that an hour ago.
Huh?
The body isn't Horner's, and Horner is no broke. He's a counterfeiter, a big one.
Oh.
The dead man was a Treasury agent named Slade who was closing in on Horner. So if you've got anything you haven't told, Phil, you better get it off your chest.
At this point, it's a pleasure. A girl named Shelley Martin's calling the signals about now, and she can be found at Villa 12, Wilshire Gardens Hotel. You hurry, you'll just about meet me there, Ibarra.
Now, wait. Suppose you go alone and find out what you can first.
That's a switch.
I'll follow in half an hour. Let's not freeze her up, Marlo. Let's keep her talking, okay?
Okay, Ibarra, that's easy for her. She's got a forked tongue. Only this time it's going to wag strictly on the straight and narrow, I guarantee it.
In just a moment, we will return to the second act of the adventures of Philip Marlowe. But first, it's no mystery that hunger and cold confront many families abroad this winter. CARE will help feed and clothe these needy people. CARE, the safe, sure, non-profit way to send supplies to Europe and Asia. A check to CARE for $10 will send a 21.5-pound, 41,000-calorie food package, or a baby food package, or a layette, or a baby blanket package, or material for clothing. CARE guarantees delivery. You get a signed receipt that your package has reached its destination. Write your check tonight. Mail it first thing in the morning to CARE, C-A-R-E, 50 Broad Street, New York City. And now, with our star, Gerald Moore, we return to the second act of Philip Marlowe and tonight's story, The Orange Dog.
When I pointed my car toward the Wilshire Gardens and a beautiful liar named Shelley Martin, I was sure of two things. The plates that Longhair had wisecracked about just before he piled me into a row of garbage cans were the engraved kind that counterfeiters use to make money the easy way. And second, both Longhair and Lou Horner were racing for the plates as well as the Orange Dog, which could be one and the same thing. But 20 minutes later, as I pulled up near Villa 12, which was strips of yellow light and raised voices drifting out of half-open Venetian blinds, I forgot about the gentleman involved and concentrated on a lady who didn't have a sister called Marion. I went around to the back of the villa where I found the service door unlocked and the kitchen beyond dark. And when I entered and quietly moved to a spot near the living room where I could see Shelley snapping at a pompous, excitable man with a red face, I figured that a little eavesdropping might pay off.
I'm here in Los Angeles. Is there anything wrong with that, Mr. Horner?
Yes, everything. Why, I wouldn't even have known you were in town if I hadn't gone back to the place in Los Feliz where I saw you and some man having a delightful little chit-chat over the body of that T-man.
Treasury man?
Yes.
Is that who he was?
A meddlesome fool I caught snooping through my papers.
Then you killed him, Lou.
Of course I killed him. I had to. Now stop asking questions and get out of here. Because this is business, not pleasure, Shelley. And that leaves no room for you.
Or Marion?
What do you know about Marion?
Not enough. But what I do know, I don't like. Look, Lou, who is Marion and what does she mean to you?
Marion means money to me, Shelley. Nothing more. So just leave me alone here so that I can make a call according to schedule.
A call about... Lou.
What's the matter, Shelley?
Behind you, Lou. They're in the garden. Lou!
The bullet that crashed through a closed window didn't stop until it got to Horner, who grabbed at his chest and dropped to the floor even before the glass quit flying. And by the time I got outside to where the shot had come from, I found nothing but a little wind rustling a lot of trees. When I got back to Shelley and the blood of a tweed on the carpet, Horner was already dead.
Marlo, the man out there was Henry Peel.
Peel? Something in long hair and dirty clothes?
Yes, I met him in Horner's office once. Lou said he was a broker from Chicago.
Come on, both Peel and Horner are counterfeiters.
What? Lou, a counterfeiter?
That's right. Never mind the carefully arched eyebrows, honey. They mean nothing.
But, Marlo, I swear I never knew that Horner was anything but a broker.
A broker maltreating poor sister Marion? You're a liar, Shelley.
About Marion, yes. I haven't even got a sister. But from there on out, I'm telling the truth, Phil.
Then tell some more and fast.
All right, here it is. Lou Horner's been my boyfriend.
And, checkbook?
For the past year and a half. But about a month ago, he suddenly stopped being very attentive. And I couldn't figure out why.
So you decided to keep your big blue eyes wide open, huh?
Exactly. And it paid off. Because I found out that, 1, he had taken better than $20,000 out of his bank account. 2, that he was coming down here to Los Angeles.
And 3, that an item named Marion might be beating your time.
Yes. And that part of it upset me plenty. Until 10 minutes ago. But then I found out that Horner here was a murderer, and that, Marlo, I don't buy.
3 cheers for the all-American girl.
Oh, skip it, Marlo. I'll live my way, you live yours.
Don't worry, honey. Nobody wants to change places with you. Hey, look. Why does Horner wear a little rubber band on his little finger, do you know?
Oh, he had a bad memory. Used every kind of gadget in the books to keep himself from forgetting things, especially numbers.
Oh.
Oh, for example, that rubber band might mean 10 o'clock.
How do you figure?
Like 5 and 5. The fingers on each hand, reading from left to right. He used things like that.
No. Wait a minute.
Hmm?
Horner was going to make a call to Marion just now, and the message the T-Man left was...
Call Marion tonight
about the orange dog of foe. Shelley, baby, where's your phone? Fast. Come on, it's 10:15 already.
Oh, it's out there in the hall, Marlo.
Oh.
What are you talking about?
A line, honey, a line on your ex-sister, Marion.
This is Mr. Saxon.
Ah. Lou Horner, Mr. Saxon. I know I'm some 15 minutes late with this call, but I'd still like to see you about the orange dog of foe.
Certainly, Mr. Horner. The orange dog is here, waiting for you.
Good. I'll be right over.
Marlo, who is Mr. Saxon?
A man very close to a lot of trouble, Shelley. Now, look, you wait right here for the law, and in particular, one Lieutenant Ibarra. Tell him nothing but the truth about Horner and what he meant to you in dollars and cents, and you may be all right.
But where are you going, Marlo?
To a curio shop on West 7th Street to see, among other things, the orange dog of foe.
You are the Mr. Horner who called?
Yeah. Also the one who was here this afternoon, you remember?
Oh, yes.
Well, I'm sorry I didn't call you at 10, Mr. Saxon, according to schedule. I hope it hasn't inconvenienced you.
No, that's quite all right, Mr. Horner. One moment, sir.
Ah. What's the matter? Is anything wrong tonight? Seem on edge, Mr. Saxon.
I am. So please, Mr. Horner, don't make a single stupid move.
What? Wait a minute. Why the gun, Mr. Saxon? I promised not to bite the orange dog.
You won't even touch the orange dog. No, who are you?
Oh, we've been all through that. I'm Horner, Saxon. Lou Horner of San Francisco.
No, you're not. Horner would have had no reason to wander around curio shops as you did this afternoon, asking any and everybody about the orange dog. Now, once more, who are you, and where is the real Lou Horner?
All right, we'll take them in that order. I'm a private detective named Philip Marlowe, and Lou Horner's a corpse. But also, I'm a good friend of yours, Saxon, because I'm going to give you a little bit of advice for free. Call it quits, Buster. You're licked.
What are you talking about, Marlo?
A T for Treasury man named Slade. Before he died, Saxon, he talked.
I see.
Yeah, and believe me, he said enough to put you away till orange dogs are as popular as lifesavers. Now, what do you say, Saxon? Do we play it smart?
Very well, Marlo. We will play it smart. My kind of smart. Now, turn around and walk through that curtain there. I want to show you something.
Orange dog, maybe?
Yes. The orange dog of foe. I want you to see it for yourself before you die.
Saxon said die like it already happened. And after he relieved me of the comforting bulge of the gun in my pocket and marched me to a large, windowless room that was a little darker than the lining of an 8-ball, he told me to stand very still. Then he turned on a single lamp that rested on a large, scarred table, and next to it an ordinary shipping crate and cushioned on all sides by white wrapping paper. I finally saw the orange dog of foe. It was a porcelain lion, pop-eyed and majestic in a crazy way. And also it was colored orange, bright and clear. But Now that I'd seen it, I knew that the next move was Saxon's. I turned to face him. It was then that I noticed the black curtain behind him moved slightly, and Longhair quietly stepped into the room. This Mr. Saxon did not know about.
Well, Marlo, now that you have seen the orange dog for your first and last time, what do you think of it?
He thinks it's just Jim Dandy, mister. Now drop your gun before I blow the top of your head off. Go on, drop it. It's better. Now sit down there and stay put. You, Marlo, get across the room.
Okay. Thanks for showing up, Peel, before Saxon here ran out of small jokes.
Don't kid yourself, Marlo. I didn't just show up. I've been right behind you all the way. That's how I work.
So what do you want, Peel?
A couple of very fine engraved plates that I've been after for 6 months now.
Plates which could be in the Orange Dog of Foe?
No place else but. Or do you think that maybe the late Mr. Horner wanted as an ornament?
But that's all it is. There are no plates in the orange dog. It is only a collector's item.
And you're a liar, Saxon. And I know the best way to prove that. Marlo, pick that thing up and toss it against the wall.
No, don't. I tell you, there's nothing in it.
Toss it, Marlo. Go on.
Okay, Peel.
Now we'll see who's right about the plates being here.
Nothing, huh, Peel?
No. Nothing. All right, Saxon, get up. I want to know what the plates are, so I'm going to count to 3. That's how long you have to live if you don't tell me.
No. Peel, believe me, there are no plates.
1, 2.
Hold it, Peel. Wait. Here are the plates. Here. In this jeweled box. Look, right here, under your nose.
Is he out, Marlo?
Yeah, he's out, all right. He took the light with him, too. Is there another lamp in here?
No, there isn't. Nor is there another gun.
Why, you stinking little... Wait a minute, those sirens, Saxon, they're heading this way.
Police?
Yeah, the police. Looks like sooner or later everybody gets together in the back room at Saxon's,
But not everybody stays here, so I'll take this wrapping paper and leave now.
Wrapping paper? The stuff that was around the orange dog?
Yes, a sample of the best grade of counterfeiting paper made, Marlo. And that's what Horner was supposed to buy, not plates. Those he got a month ago.
Still makes you a crook, Saxon, and one who'll never get past the front door.
Oh, no, we'll see about that. Marlo!
Keep shooting, Saxon, in the dark. You got 4 shots left.
You filthy maggot!
Only 1 now, Saxon. That's number 6. You're through, Saxon. By the time Ibarra and his boys, plus a half a dozen very anxious team men, got into the room, Saxon was already coming apart at the seams. After a half hour of steady questioning, he split wide open and led us all to a basement hideout where the team men went wild over a few thousand sheets of A1 counterfeiting paper. But an hour later, after Peel, who admitted murdering Lou Horner, and Saxon, who was ready for the nearest straitjacket, were both in the lockup, there was still the problem of the glib lass from San Francisco. Finally, when Shelley, Lieutenant Ibarra, and I stood under the green light of the globe in front of police headquarters, I knew that the girl who technically was only guilty of withholding information from the police was not going to spend any time in the pokey. Because, after all, I was more or less guilty of the same thing. Besides, Lieutenant Ibarra was still interested in the others.
Well, Marlo, it looks like the whole business actually boils down to a single transaction between Clay Saxon, who had the counterfeiting paper, and Lou Horner, who was supposed to buy it.
That's right, Ibarra. But Horner, who must have made his contact with Saxon via some middleman in San Francisco, only had a telephone number and the password, the Orange Dog of Foe, to work on here in L.A.
But how'd you get hold of that number, Phil?
From the message the T-Man left before he died.
You mean you actually called someone named Marion?
No, honey, I just dialed Marion. M.A. Madison. R-I-O-N. 7466. Madison 7466. You get it?
Yeah. Another one of Horner's screwy memory tricks, like the rubber band on his 10th finger.
Hey, that's pretty good, Phil.
Ah, it's an old gimmick, really. I read it in a dozen detective stories.
What do you know? Maybe I ought to read some of those. Well, good night, Philip. Look for you tomorrow.
Night, Lieutenant. Well, Shelley, do I show you the way home?
No, Marlo. Aren't you hungry or thirsty or something?
Yeah, I guess I am at that.
Well, I know just the place for us, darling.
Oh?
It's a cute little place right smack in the middle of Chinatown.
Well, we got through a small Chinese dinner without seeing or hearing from a single orange dog. And when it came time to leave, I was thinking that Shelley wasn't really too bad a kid at that. So when she left the table to powder her nose, I started to make plans. But when she got back, I forgot about them because in the meantime, she'd run into an old friend. Yeah, a rich old friend who was all alone in the big city. I said I didn't mind taking a rain check when she explained that he was from Kansas City and a broker at that. He certainly was overweight. Too much steak and potatoes. Steak and potatoes. Wonder if Lindy's is still open.
The Adventures of Philip Marlowe, created by Raymond Chandler, stars Gerald Moore and is produced and directed by Norman MacDonald. Script is by Mel Dinelli, Robert Mitchell, and Gene Levitt. Featured in the cast were Francis Robinson, Edgar Barrier, Tony Barrett, Lou Krugman, and Ed Begley. Lieutenant Detective Ibarra is played by Jeff Corey. The special music was by Richard Orant. Be sure and be with us again next week when Philip Marlowe says...
I was hired to find a blackmailer, and I did. But first I found a badly beaten Adonis, a Jezebel with an accent, and a man who had been an easy mark for murder.
"90 minutes of unsurpassed comedy comes to you every Sunday night when CBS brings you The Spike Jones Show, The Jack Benny Show, and Amos and Andy in succession. Tomorrow night, pianist Alec Templeton and songstress Peggy Mann are Spike Jones' special guests. Jack Benny and his gang and Amos and Andy, following in succession, will bring you more of the laughs that make them first for Sunday night fun. Spike Jones and Amos and Andy come to you over most of these same CBS network stations, and Jack Benny comes to you over them all. Now, stay tuned for Gangbusters, which follows immediately over most of these stations. This is Roy Rowan speaking for CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
I felt low, very low, the night I set out searching for the girl with the strange hazel eyes. The fog which hung over Los Angeles didn't help, and I felt even worse when I found her. For by then I had death on my hands.
From the pen of Raymond Chandler, outstanding author of crime fiction, comes his most famous character as CBS presents The Adventures of Philip Marlowe. And now, with Gerald Moore starred as Philip Marlowe, we bring you tonight's gripping story, The Persian Slippers.
One of those thin, chilly fogs had sneaked in from the Pacific and had hung vaguely to the streetlights along the Sunset Strip. It was a kind of a fog that you could see through, but everything was out of focus. It made you start wondering what you were going to do when you were 90 and you were all alone. I'd have liked to have spent the night in a room full of noisy extroverts playing charades. But instead, I had to eat a quick dinner and drive up into the secluded Hollywood Hills to meet a guy. A guy who had nothing but trouble on his mind. When I pushed the buzzer, I had the feeling of wishing I was someplace else. Carl Delaney himself opened the door. He was grim and brusque and to the point.
Marlo?
That's right.
Come in, Marlo. I appreciate this. You're coming up here after business hours, I mean. I wouldn't have asked except, well, perhaps I waited too long as it is. Sit down.
Thanks. Waited too long for what, Mr. Delaney?
36 hours ago, my wife disappeared. Marlo, you've got to find her for me. Find her just as fast as you can.
Wait a minute. Disappeared, you said. Would you mind playing that part back a little slower?
Norma simply walked out that door, got in her car, and drove off to get hold of herself, as she always does when we've quarreled. And always before, she's come back in an hour or so. But this time...
This time she simply didn't come back, is that it? Look, Mr. Delaney, I could...
You'd better let me finish before you do anything. Lately, my wife has been brooding over something serious that she refused to discuss.
I've caught her crying several times, and she's not a woman given to tears. Marlo, I'm sure that unless we move fast, when we do find her, we're going to find her dead.
Suicide?
Yeah.
With his thick, blunt hand, Delaney reached for a color portrait lying face down on the table and gave it to me. I looked and saw the face of a dream. A beautiful dream with strange hazel eyes and soft black hair. I felt Delaney watching me as I glanced up in time to catch the fading end of a very ugly expression on his face. I handed the picture back to him, and he laid it on the table again, face down. Then he took me upstairs to Norma's room. It was a nice, frilly room, typically haunted by elusive, sweet smells. There was only one incongruous note. What was the horoscope doing on her desk? From the looks of a picture, I knew that Norma was attractive enough that she didn't need to look to the stars for a future. A horoscope?
Yeah, you know how women are. Marlo, will you find her for me?
Well, I'll try. My rate is $25 a day plus expenses. And remember, you hired me to find her, not bring her back.
Fair enough. You just find her. I'll be satisfied.
I'll need a starting point. Were there any phone calls or letters or anything that might be a lead? What about friends?
We have no close friends. Norma always stayed to herself. Wait, there was a phone call yesterday from, Madame Jeanette, I think it was.
Who's that, a dressmaker?
I haven't any idea. She wanted to speak to Mrs. Delaney. I told her Norma was out, and she asked that my wife call her when she got back. That's all there was to it.
Anything else you can tell me?
No. No, it's not much to go on.
I'll see what I can do, Mr. Delaney.
I'll be here all night, Marlo. Call me if you need anything.
I'll do that. Good night. I drove back through the persistent fog to Sunset Boulevard. It was 9:30. I knew it was going to be like tracking a hummingbird through the petrified forest by the bent twigs, but I got a classified directory and I started digging. I checked the hairdressers, the manicurists, and the milliners, and I was just about to start on the interior decorators when I remembered the horoscope on Norma's desk. I quickly turned to the personal consultants. Yeah, there it was. Madame Jeanette. Her establishment, located in the dubious neighborhood south of Olvera Street, turned out to be a tacky cottage set back next to an alley. It was as dark inside as out. I was pounding on the door like a vampire at sunrise when a newsboy came up the path.
Looking for Ma'am Jeanette?
Yeah, you know her?
Sure, she tells fortunes. Says I've got a great career line. You want to see it?
Not right now, thanks. And I'll say for her that she's a sound sleeper.
Maybe, but not so early as this. About this time, she's always hanging around that bar on the corner. Tonight, she's throwing a farewell party in there.
Farewell party? Who for?
Herself. She's leaving town.
Oh, thanks a lot. Here, kid.
Gee, a buck. My old man'll swear I've been shooting crap again.
Give me another one, Charlie. Not every night I say goodbye to my dear old neighborhood.
Muscatel again, Jeanette?
Yeah. Did I say dear old neighborhood, Charlie?
I think you did, Jeanette.
Must have had one too many then. Because of all the low, flea-bitten row of shacks I ever lived in, this is the new low.
Ah, Jeanette, that's no way to talk. You hurt my feelings.
Pinky, there ain't nothing like a little beer to soothe hurt feelings.
Yeah, you said it. Jeanette, can I have another?
Yeah. Charlie, give Pinky another. This is his last.
The last? I thought you said it was a farewell party. You with all your dough.
This dough's to get me out of this rat trap of a town, see? It's the last I want to see it of it in all my life, see?
Yeah,
Another muscatel, Charlie.
Hold on a minute, Jeanette. Hey, what'll it be, mister?
Something just a bit drier than muscatel. Say scotch?
It's on me, mister. It's my party.
Well, this is indeed a pleasure. You're the Madame Jeanette, aren't you?
Yeah, why?
You're all of 20 years younger than what I expected.
Probably the life I lead. Hey, wait a minute. Why should you be expecting anything about me? I don't know you.
Perhaps not, but I know you.
From where?
Oh, you're more famous than you think. Your reputation has spread far beyond Olvera Street. In fact, it's gone up as far as the Sunset Strip, Madame Jeanette.
No kidding.
How would you kid a fortune teller? Don't you know all, see all, and tell all?
Well...
And judging from that Spanish shawl, your Hungarian skirt, and those embroidered Persian slippers, I'm beginning to think your fame is not only local, but international.
Say, you're beginning to make me feel like I shouldn't be giving up this racket after all.
Giving up fortune telling? No.
Yeah. I'm leaving town on the midnight train. Gonna spread my talents all over the East, and I'm not coming back.
Don't tell me your crystal ball has laid a golden egg.
So to speak, yeah. I come into some lettuce. Suddenly.
That's always nice. Well, I guess it means you won't be interested in the few paltry dollars I'd intended to spend with you.
Hey, can I have another beer, Jeanette?
Shut up, Pinky Blow!
Ah, just a...
Traveling lady can always use a little extra moolah. What was it you wanted, Bud?
I'm looking for someone. Norma Delaney.
Norma I'm afraid I don't know anybody by that name.
I'm afraid you do.
What's your angle? Who are you, anyway?
I'm Philip Marlowe, private detective.
Some private dick you must be to have to resort to fortune tellers.
Come on, Jeanette. Look into your crystal muscatel. See if you can spot Norma Delaney.
I told you once. I don't know the name. Now blow.
Just a minute, Doc Eyes.
Hey, Charlie. Yeah? This bird's crabbing my party. What kind of a joint is this, anyway? Lady can't sit here and have a farewell party without being insulted by every jerk that drops in.
Well, mister,
I haven't finished my drink yet.
you got pockets, ain't you? Just pour the drink into one of them and take it along. You ain't finishing it here.
Charlie reached under the bar for his pick handle, so I left without pursuing the subject further. But I knew Jeanette was lying, right in her purple lipstick about Norma. I walked back to my car, lit a cigarette, and spent a few precious minutes trying to decide whether or not to break into her place and snoop. Then I caught the shadow of a figure slipping up on me from behind. I turned.
Wait, don't swing, Mac, don't swing. It's only me, Pinky. I was in the bar when you was talking to the madam. That tightwad Jeanette.
Yeah, I saw you, so?
She did something the minute you left. I figured you might like to know what it was.
It all depends.
Well, I thought it might be worth something to you, like a saw, maybe.
Come on, you! Spill it!
Wait a minute!
Spill it!
Wait.
If it's any good at all, it's worth $5 and no more.
Oh, all right. She made a phone call.
Who to? What'd she say?
Nothing. Just some swear words in Spanish. The line was busy. But I kept my eyes open, and I got the number.
All right, let's have it, if you can still remember it.
Oh, I can remember easy. 5 first, huh?
Here.
Thanks. The number was Crenshaw, 1929. But you get it? Like the year of the big crash.
Thanks to the thirst of an underweight lush, I wasn't at the end of my rope yet. I drove as far as the nearest drugstore, dropped a nickel in the slot, and dialed. Crenshaw, the year of the big crash.
Hello?
Hello, let me speak to Norma Delaney, please.
I'm afraid you must have the wrong number.
Look, you, I'm trying to locate Mrs. Delaney. I suggest you help me.
How did you get this number?
From a client, Mr. Carl Delaney.
But that's impossible.
Let's stop sparring. We can save each other a lot of wear and tear if we get together and talk this over.
Maybe you're right. Yes, that sounds sensible. I'm at the Beechwood Apartments, number 4.
Check. I'll be right out. Mr. Pierre Gillum, it says here on the door.
Yes. Are you the man who called?
Uh-huh. Philip Marlowe.
Come in, won't you? You said you were looking for Norma Delaney, Mr. Marlowe. Tell me, what's wrong? Has anything happened to her?
Well, her husband seems to think she might have killed herself, but I have a hunch that you might have something interesting to say.
No, poor kid. Poor Norma. Well, I'll tell you what I can, Marlowe, but it isn't much.
Oh, I'm all ears, and I'll sit, thanks.
I was in love with Norma once, briefly, a long time ago. She was a wonderful girl, but her husband was insanely jealous.
Mm-hmm.
Even though she hadn't loved him for years, he refused to give her up. He even threatened to kill her first.
Oh?
Norma and I realized that serious trouble lay ahead, so we parted. Good friends. And I haven't seen her or heard from her in months.
I buy it all but the last line. You have seen or heard from her, and recently.
I'm not going to argue that. I've told you the truth. You can take it or leave it.
I leave it.
Suppose we both put our cards on the table. You lied to me when you said Carl Delaney gave you my number. I know because Madame Jeanette called me shortly after you did.
Touché. But why did she run to call you at the mention of Norma's name if you two broke up months ago? And incidentally, how did that ersatz oracle Jeanette get mixed up in this in the first place?
That is a long story, Marlo.
Good, I like long stories. I'll bet it begins just for a lark. Norma and I went down to Olvera Street once to have our palms read.
Yes, that's exactly how it started. Madame Jeanette was an unusual woman, a character, you might say.
Uh-huh.
Well, we became friendly with her. Norma got quite sentimental about her. One day we made a sort of pact. If ever either of us was in trouble and needed the other, we'd go to Madame Jeanette or get a message to her. She would notify the other.
So when I walked in asking for Norma, the madam assumed she was in trouble.
Right. Called me immediately because she herself was leaving town in less than an hour.
I know. Well, Mr. Gillum, it's all very interesting, but it's getting me no place. Thanks. If I need you again...
No, wait, Marlo, don't go. I know a lot of details about Norma that I'm sure will be helpful. For instance, she drives a Nash coupe, a powder blue.
Powder blue coupe, huh? Thanks, that'll help.
Oh, and she has a fondness for white gloves. Wears them quite often.
I see. Well, I better get moving.
No, wait just a minute, Marlo.
I've got to go.
Now, listen, Marlo.
I told you I was in a hurry.
Now, take it easy. Stick around a while.
Get away from that door.
Look, just who do you think you are? Come busting in here, prying, asking questions, you dirty...
Oh! You asked for it, Gillum. Oh! You got a left, too, huh? So have I, brother. I left Gillum sprawled all over his coffee table, as limp as a 5-cent salad. Outside, I glanced at my watch. Madame Jeanette's train left in 40 minutes. I ran through $22 worth of red lights, getting down to a cottage because I was sure Gillum's attempted stall was tied in with the departure, but I couldn't figure out why. That is, I couldn't until I switched out my lights and coasted to a stop in front of her place. Then I saw it. Half hidden in the shadows back of the house sat a powder blue coupe. I got up on the porch close to the front door and listened. Jeanette was talking to a woman. I couldn't catch what they were saying, but one thing was certain. The woman was Norma Delaney. All at once I realized the talk had stopped. That was my cue. I shoved open the door and went in. Jeanette sat at a table alone, facing me.
Oh, Mr. Marlowe, you've returned. What is it this time?
I'd like my fortune told.
Yeah? Now listen close, Gumshoe. I'll make this a short and snappy reading because I'm catching a train in 15 minutes. There's a woman very close to you. In fact, she's right behind you, sucker!
What? Oh! When I finally opened my eyes again, nothing changed. It took me a long time to figure out that the lights were off and it was dark. I climbed up the table leg hand over hand and switched on a lamp. Jeanette's house was absolutely quiet. I had caught a glimpse of a white glove holding what is known as a blunt instrument just before I dozed off. And that reminded me what I was down here for. I wobbled through the kitchen and out the back door, but the powder blue coupe was gone. It was 12:15. My head and the fog both had gotten a little thicker, so I just stood there, useful like a ping-pong ball in a bowling alley. It was the sound of footsteps that finally moved me, and the newsboy was back.
Well, how you again, mister? Did you ever get a hold of Madame Jeanette before she left?
Yeah, but not tight enough. Say, a blue coupe left here a few minutes ago. Did you see it?
Nope, I didn't. Gee, I'm sure sorry she went away. She gave me a buck tonight, too. Said she was coming into a fortune.
You and your career Say, what's that down there, in those weeds?
I don't know. It looks like some kind of a shoe. Yeah, it is a shoe. Here, see?
What do you know? A Persian slipper. I took the slipper along as a souvenir from my scrapbook and walked back to my car, trying to fit Norma Delaney's lovely hazel eyes in with that crack on the skull. But I couldn't. Between throbs of my headache, I figured Pierre Gillum would know why Norma had dropped in on the madam so close to train time. I decided to go back and ask him. Gillum was as reliable as a two-headed quarter and just as tricky. So when I got to his apartment, I pushed the buzzer, stepped back, and braced myself. But there was no fight left in it. He opened the door in his robe, fingered the mouse I had given him, and grinned.
Oh. So you found your way out by yourself.
Uh-huh. Say, Gillum, what was so important about Norma seeing Madame Jeanette just before her train left?
I don't know.
You knew enough to try to keep me here, to delay me. Why?
Oh, Marlo, I did that for old time's sake, for an old friend. Jeanette asked me to hold you here until midnight, and I tried my best. Obviously wasn't good enough. Well, that's all I know about it.
I see your phone is off the hook. Do you know that?
Yeah, I took it off. It's given me nothing but trouble tonight. I hereby wash my hands of this whole business. I'm going to bed. And I hope to sleep. Good night.
I envied him and left to call my client, Carl Delaney. He said he'd be in all night, but the phone kept ringing and ringing, and no one answered. I suddenly got a very creepy feeling. And 20 minutes later, I pulled to a stop at that small but elegant house. The lights were on, and I saw the powder blue coupe in the garage next to Carl's big black sedan. I ran up the steps. The front door was ajar, so I went in. I found Carl Delaney in front of the fireplace, face down on the floor, dead. There was a handbag on a chair. I opened it. Compact, cigarettes, and a key to room 340 in the Bradford Arms Hotel. No identification. That color portrait of Norma was standing up on the table this time, and those searching hazel eyes seemed to follow me all the way to the telephone.
Lieutenant Ibarra speaking.
Phil Marlowe, Ibarra. There's a dead one at 1077 Hollycrest Road. Named Carl Delaney. Murdered.
I'll be right out.
I hung up the phone, and then the hair on my neck crawled as I heard the unmistakable sound of a woman's heels on the floor upstairs. I ducked behind a door as the heels clicked down the steps. And then she entered the room. Norma Delaney was lovely. As lovely as a picture. She moved calmly and deliberately, put a note on the table, picked up the handbag, and then turned to face the door I was hiding behind.
You can come out now, Mr. Marlowe.
Hello, Mrs. Delaney.
You can call me Norma now. And if you're thinking of using your gun, perhaps you'll be good enough to read this note first. Here.
To whom it may concern. I, Norma Delaney, purposely and with premeditation, shot and killed my husband, Carl. It is beyond me to express how deeply I hated him, and since I must pay for this and cannot endure a public spectacle, I shall take my own life within the next few minutes. Now look, Norma, no guns.
Easy, Marlowe. I'll kill you if necessary. But it would be so pointless now. I'm free at last, and I want to spend the little time left to me in my own way.
Norma, if you'll listen to me...
Stay
just
back.
a minute.
Tonight I made my only friend, Madame Jeanette, happy. And I killed a man who needed killing. Something good, something bad. So I'm quitting, even up.
What do you propose to do with me?
You mustn't try to stop me, Marlo. See that closet?
Mm-hmm.
Get inside. And careful how you move your hands. Turn around to the wall. That's it. Marlo, I'm sorry I had to hit you with Jeanette's tonight. Goodbye.
It took 3 shots to smash the lock on that closet door. I heard her driving away just as I got it open. In spite of what she'd said, I couldn't let her kill herself. I ran outside to my car. One glance under the hood was all it took. There was nothing left of the wiring but loose ends. I ran into the street and a miracle happened. The first time in my life, a taxi in Los Angeles when I wanted it.
I'm sorry, fella. I'm going to call.
Skip it. This is an emergency.
Hey, wait a minute. You
Police
can't...
business. A girl is driving up the road in a blue coupe. We got to catch her before she kills herself. Let's go.
I think I saw taillights just then.
Yeah? Can't you go any faster?
Not on these curves, brother. I got a wife and kids.
Okay, fella. We'll be at the top of the hill when we can get around the next bend. We should spot her then.
Yeah. You can see the whole road down the other side. Here we are, mister. This is the top.
But I don't see her. Where is she? Hey, wait a minute. Stop here. Turn off your motor. This is haywire.
I don't get it. We were gaining on her, and now she just disappears. Hey, what's that?
A motor. That side road we passed. That's it.
Hey, look! Look! Holy smoke.
We both saw the awful sight for just an instant. A powder blue coupe with a woman crouched over the wheel. It shot out of that side road, crashed through the guardrail, and fell end over end down into the gorge. By the time we got to the hole in the fence, the wreck was an inferno.
No use trying to get down there. The whole hillside will be on fire in another minute.
I guess she pulled over here into the side road and waited for us to go by. And we did.
Yeah, it's sandy here, too. So wonder she didn't get stuck. What's the matter?
There's something buried here in the sand. One of her tires ran over it.
What is it?
Why, it's plenty, brother. Come on, turn that hack of yours around. Let's get off this mountain. I just found the answer to a lot of questions.
That you, Marlo?
Yeah, Lieutenant.
We found the body and the wife's suicide note. And one of the boys spotted that fire up on the hill. What is it?
Car went off the road.
An accident? Or the suicide?
Just a little of both, Ibarra, but we'll talk later. Right now, we got to go to the Bradford Arms Hotel on the double. And please, no siren. The Bradford Arms was a 3-story walk-up. When we got there, Ibarra stationed one man in front, sent another to cover the back, and we started up the stairs. We had reached the second floor when we saw him on the landing above. Gillum. He spotted us at the same time and turned back fast.
There, Marlo. Who's that?
That's our boy, Ibarra. Pierre Gillum. Let's go.
There he goes. He's heading for the fire escape.
Second Lieutenant, he's all yours. I got business the other way.
Hey, you stop or I shoot!
Room 336, 38, 340. It's all over now. You better drop the gun. Please, it's been neat so far. Don't mess it up. Come on, beautiful. Drop it. That's better.
Well, Marlo, I got him. I had to wing him to bring him down, but here he is. And the lady must be...
Yes, Lieutenant. The lady is Norma Delaney. The girl who wanted to kill her jealous husband and then commit suicide, but didn't want to die doing it. So she used someone else's body, Madame Jeanette's, which was a logical choice because Jeanette was blackmailing her. Thus, 2 vultures with 1 stone, leaving 2 lovebirds free to fly away together. Right, Norma? Didn't you give Madame Jeanette money so she'd leave town and tell everybody she was going away?
Yes, I did.
That way the body wouldn't be missed, huh?
Yeah. Isn't it pretty?
Oh, lay off, Marlo, can't you?
Okay, Gillum, okay. Well, Ibarra, I've got a sour taste in my mouth. I think I'll go home and goggle. Anything else you need?
No, I guess not, Phil. I've had all that's necessary. Wait. Just one thing. How'd you get inside this setup? How do you find out it was the dead Madame Jeanette who went over the cliff, instead of the very much alive Mrs. Delaney here?
Well, Jeanette had on a pair of Persian slippers, Lieutenant. One fell off down at her cottage where Norma murdered her and put her in the trunk of the car. The other one fell off in the sand of that side road when she took Jeanette out of the trunk and propped her up behind the wheel. It was lucky, Burra. Just dumb luck. I took a walk later. A long walk. All by myself. Through that thin, empty fog in the dark, empty streets. A pair of hazel eyes and a pair of Persian slippers went round and round in my head. And for some reason I kept thinking, a pair of Persian slippers has 2 soles and 2 heels. And it's hard to tell just exactly where the one becomes the other.
The Adventures of Philip Marlowe, created by Raymond Chandler, stars Gerald Moore and is produced and directed by Norman MacDonald. In tonight's story, The Persian Slippers, Virginia Gregg was heard as Madame Jeanette, with Larry Dobkin as Pierre Gillum and Louis Van Rooten as Carl Delaney. The additional players were Gene Bates as Norma Delaney, Gil Stratton Jr. as the newsboy, Frank Richards as the barkeep, and Tony Barrett as Pinky. Detective Lieutenant Ibarra was played by Jeff Corey. The special music was conceived and conducted by Ivan Ditmars. Be sure to be with us again next week at this same time when Philip Marlowe says...
Sounded good, real good. A weekend at Malibu, expenses paid with a cash bonus thrown in. But that was before I knew about the henchman, the redhead, and the corpse. These three and a white Panama hat ruined it all for me.
The big star-studded array of CBS Sunday shows starts tonight. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 top entertainment programs that make listening to your CBS station a happy habit. 1, Cabin B-13, the popular dramatic show by John Dixon Carr, renowned mystery writer. 2, the new Electric Theater, guest starring Henry Fonda tonight, and regularly starring Helen Hayes, first lady of the theater when she returns from London. 3, Our Miss Brooks, the hilarious comedy success starring Eve Arden. 4, Lum and Abner, a brand new half-hour show of smiles and chuckles with the merchants of Pine Ridge. 5, Strike It Rich, the sensational quiz show with a heart to wind up the sparkling parade of entertainment. Mystery, drama, comedy, excitement tonight over most of these CBS stations. And next Sunday, the first broadcast in the new season for 2 of radio's greatest stars, Amos and Andy. Yes, Sunday nights are great on CBS. Check your local newspapers for program times. This is Roy Rowan speaking for CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Personal notice. Danger's my stock and trade. If the job's too tough for you to handle, you got a job for me, George Valentine. Write full details.
Standard Oil Company of California, on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West, invites you to Let George Do It. The House That Jack Built, another adventure of George Valentine.
Dear Mr. Valentine, my name is Lacey Jack. Yeah, Jack is the surname. I always have to explain that. As a boy, I never appreciated that handle Lacey in the front, but I got over it. We change, don't we, as time goes by? Do a lot of things different. Mr. Valentine, for the first time in my life, I'm going to be really different and ask for help. I need you tonight. If you'll meet me at the club casino at 11 o'clock, you and Miss Brooks, I'll explain to you what it is.
The man likes to just sit and look, Brooksy. What's the matter? Take you half an hour to size people up?
No.
We don't even really know who you are.
No, I know you don't. Mother died when I was 7 or 8. She was a mess, but can you imagine anybody, even on 5 cents a bucket beer, hanging a name like Lacey on a board?
Friend, it's a nice nightclub, but let's get
Hold
down
it, will you? Excuse me, this is it here.
What?
The girl, the singer.
What about her, Mr. Jack?
What do you think?
I was alone. Nice looking. You don't mind a few extra circles under the eyes?
Needs fattening up is all.
Oh, brother, I give up. Come on, Brooksy, let's drink the champagne.
What do you think about the way she sings?
You want my opinion?
You've been around a lot. She's a little inexperienced, I guess.
Oh, brother, that does it. Did you get us all the way here just to get an opinion on some little blonde you've got your eye on?
I want to know, Mr. Valentine. I must know.
All right, so I'll tell you. In a word, she'd be a great dressmaker's dummy. fall for. I don't care. Only when it comes to a singing, excuse me, but I'm afraid I don't get it. In fact, why a fancy place like this would even hire somebody who can't...
George, she's not as bad as that.
Just asking. I can't carry a tune in a bucket myself. I guess you're right. That's not the important part. Her name is Lila. She's my sister.
So Daddy has friends. Imagine, Daddy with friends. Has he drunk his champagne like a real nice friend, Miss Brooks?
Lila always kids a lot. You mustn't mind her.
Shut up. How'd you like my applause? All people with one arm. Hi, Joe.
Hey, Lila, how's it, baby? It was great, kid. You got a great talent. You got a great...
Hello, Joe.
Oh, Lacey. Nice to see you. Excuse me. Excuse me.
Daddy's got friends, all right. Isn't my brother the most impressive, important man
Take it
that
easy,
you ever,
Lila. Mr. Valentine,
that you ever met for the first time in your life?
Hey, where have I seen that guy Joe before?
That's not important.
Oh, not like Daddy. So drink your champagne, stranger, and do not
Waiter,
ask
bring me
any...
the bill, William.
Mr. Jack, I said,
You don't
where
have
have
to be a friend, Valentine. You've got a job tonight. I'm hiring you. Now we start, and that's good enough.
Yes, sir.
Oh, here. Take it out of this.
Oh, no, Mr. Jack. Compliments to the house. I'm sure the owner wouldn't want me to give you a bill.
Go on. I don't want anything free. Now take it.
Oh, no, indeed. No, sir. Really. Compliments to the house.
George, no wonder I keep my job.
Well, you coming, Valentine, Miss Brooks?
Yes, we're coming. Don't wave that money at me yet. But at least you've hired my curiosity.
We're all going home, to our place. Mr. Valentine and Miss Brooks are going to stay with you tonight, Lila, so come on.
What? Why? What are you going to do?
Now, please, Lila, do what I say. Just tonight.
I'm sorry. I'm coming. Whatever you say, Lacey. And this is the house that Jack built.
Nice-looking apartment.
Hiya, Lacey.
Hello, kid. You see a good movie? This is the rest of the family, the brother. Miss Brooks, and this is Mr. Valentine.
Hello.
I'm very pleased to meet you.
Hiya.
His name is Mickey, and he's the best halfback in town.
Ha ha.
Second string, he means. Gosh, he's the one who could have played ball. Huh? He's twice as fast as I am at everything, and he's still in better condition than most of them.
I got him fooled, you see. Come on, Valentine, in here.
And there's no fool like an old...
Oh, shut up. What's your trouble tonight?
Just keep them apart, Miss Brooks. They're all right. Just kids is all in here.
So, you're the daddy around here, huh? The house that Jack built.
Skip it. I'm sorry I've stalled so long. I just wanted you to meet them. I'm going out now. I'll be back in an hour.
Hey, wait a minute. Hold it. My job isn't babysitting.
There's a gun in the desk drawer if you need it.
What?
Job really starts when I get back. Lila is worried about me, that's all. I'm running cross town to see a man in a boarding house on Commercial Street.
Hey, wait a minute, Buster. I said I don't...
Credentials. There they are. I'm a writer, Mr. Valentine. I write about crime.
Oh?
I'm ready to blow the lid off this town.
Oh, wow. Special deputy, DA's office.
Mm-hmm. There's a big shot or two the police can't get because they don't have facts. The man I'm going to see has them. We'll go over that when I come back.
That man in the nightclub, the one named Joe who knew you, works for one of those big shots. Yeah, that's where I've seen him before, in police lineups. He works for Duke Averson, right?
Well, he's not the one I'm seeing. Joe, I mean. There's nothing on Averson, is there? Maybe we'll get something. Who knows? Only now I've got to get my car out of the garage before the nightman
Mr.
leaves.
Jack, I'm not going to...
It's a dangerous game I play, Mr. Valentine. I told you I need your help. There's too many wrong people loose. Sure, I know people. And they know me. So I don't want anything to happen to the kids in there. Do you?
No.
Well, that's the idea. Now, you can get the gun out of the desk later on, I guess. And you don't have to worry about me any because I carry another one myself. Right here, you see?
Yeah, I noticed.
You play it straight,
And I will. Always have all my life.
Be back in an hour.
What a pile of stuff that was. Lila, where's your telephone?
Oh, it's there on the coffee table. Has a long cord.
Oh, yeah, thanks.
Won't I do instead?
Oh, you do fine. Keep it up. I like it.
Oh, I got a great talent, sure.
George, what's the matter?
Everything. Now, Brooksy, get over there and talk to the boy. Keep him busy.
Who are you going to call?
Lieutenant Riley, go on.
Sure, George.
Well, you played that pretty well, Lila. Better than you sing.
Well, I like you, too.
Friendly, that's me. Say, why do they keep you at that club? What's it got to do with your brother Lacey?
He got me started. I earn $200 a week. Should I complain?
It's not what I meant. Who is your brother that they're so anxious to please? Won't even take his money, but won't talk to either. Makes them all look nervous.
You've never heard of him, Mr. Valentine. Nobody has. He's nobody. Hey, listen to this.
Has he ever done any writing in his life?
What?
Ever worked at the DA's office, special deputy?
Oh, you jerk.
No, not a sucker either.
I'm sorry. What are you doing?
Who is your brother, really, Lila? Why don't you like him? Why are other people afraid of him? Oh, hello. This is George Valentine. Give me Lieutenant Riley.
Huh?
Yeah, sure, I'll wait.
Well, it won't do you any good, Mr. Valentine. They don't know anything. Nobody does. And nobody ever tells anybody.
I'll get it, sis. Hey, Uncle Mark.
Hello there, halfback. Your sister home and Lacey? Thought you might like to come upstairs, join a little party. Lieutenant Riley speaking to you, Valentine. We'll keep you in training on ginger
George, why
ale.
did you hang up on Lieutenant Riley?
What about it, Lila? Thought you might like to have a little fun today. Wow. Hello.
Hello. Come in.
Your face is familiar, young man.
So is yours.
I don't recall the name. I only stopped by to ask the three jacks upstairs for
Well, I
lunch
recall
party.
yours. So, you live in the same building, Uncle Mar.
Well, not really his uncle. Short for Marmaduke. Hideous, isn't it? Old friend, that's all.
Short for Duke. Duke Averson. Well, I'm really impressed, Mr. Averson. This is the real big time. And I guess you're the biggest crooked wheel of them all, aren't you? Still rolling, at least.
Don't be rude, young man.
Well, Lacey isn't here. He went out a second ago to see a man in a rooming house.
Oh, is that so? I didn't know.
I'll bet you did know. You're not surprised.
Oh, for heaven's sakes. I'm giving a party, young man. That's all I care about. And Lila, my dear, whenever you send these people home, come on up. Join us. Or bring them along. I don't care.
George, what on earth is going
Haven't you
on?
figured it, Angel? We're on top of a powder keg.
And there is the dog that chases the cat, that worries the rat, that lives in the house.
Lila, does your brother work for Averson? Who's the rat in that poem? Lacey? Is he really one of Duke's thugs?
Mister, my brother's all right. He's straight.
Take it easy, Mickey.
And so is Duke. You just don't know him. He's a nice guy.
Oh, sure. So nice that people who cross him end up dead. Only the police can never prove it. You move in a great circle.
Lacey's no rat. He's straight. You can't say that about
Uncle Mar of all the...
Leave him alone. He doesn't know anything.
Do you?
Why did Lacey get you in the first place? Why did
We're
you
going to
come
find that out when Riley gets here.
What? Hey, let
And don't argue. He wants the two of you protected. Maybe he was telling that much of the truth. Here, Brooksy, the gun's for you. Now, Riley's probably in a lather because I hung up on him. So get him back. Get him over here. You won't have any more trouble.
Well, George, where are you
To
going?
blow the lid off this town. The house that Jack built, it's made out of straw. It's falling down. I don't know why. But I will if I can get down to Commercial Street in time to stop a murder.
We'll return to tonight's adventure of George Valentine in just a moment. When your car acts as if it had taken a sleeping pill instead of giving all the pep and power it was designed to give, it may be the fault of gummy gasoline. That's because most raw gasolines contain impurities that form power-robbing gum.
And the only way those impurities can be got rid of is by refining. That's where Chevron Supreme gasoline comes to the rescue. It's super refined to prevent engine sticking gum. Remember that next time you buy gasoline. It is carefully balanced to give your car superior performance under every driving condition and wherever you motor in the West. Properly balanced Chevron Supreme gives you plus mileage, too. Why not try it tomorrow? Ask for it where you can depend on careful battery inspection. That's at standard stations and independent Chevron gas stations, where they say and mean we take better care of your car. And now back to tonight's adventure of George Valentine. The house that Jack built. Lacey Jack, a strange man that you've never heard of before, but that other people seem to be afraid of. A man who apparently works for Duke Averson, whom the police have been trying to get for years. But why would such a man hire you? If your name is George Valentine, you know this is one case where you'll probably never have all the answers. But you also know that tonight there is a chance to blow the lid off this town, as Lacey himself put it a few minutes ago before he left. And as you hurry downstairs to your own car, you know that if 2 and 2 make 4, your first job is to stop a murder.
Hey, you! Hey!
Someone clipped my fender there.
Lacey, I thought you'd be halfway across town by now.
Night man was off duty. I had to find my car in the garage myself. I thought I told you to stay with the kids.
Take it easy, take it easy. A police lieutenant I know will be there any second. Nothing's going to happen to him.
Policeman?
Oh, I know. He won't find out any more than I have. Hey, you got your family well trained. When I talk about you, they keep their mouths shut.
There's nothing on anybody, Valentine.
Oh, sure, I know. Particularly on you. You're the member of Averson's gang nobody's ever heard about. You're not popular like the others.
All right.
But a few people who know seem to want to do you favors. You smile, and even a thug like Joe gets nervous. You say you got to work tonight, and your sister gets nervous.
All right. So I hired you under false pretenses.
Sure, and you're late for an appointment, aren't you? A little guy in a rooming house on Commercial Street.
Mr. Valentine,
who knows something about the big shots, about Averson, maybe.
You could never even have...
For several years, the enemies of Duke Averson, the guys who know things, who might be squealers, have had a habit of dying. Only nobody ever gets caught. There's never any evidence.
Now, don't try to
I'm
tell
just
me...
saying I've figured you out, Lacey. No wonder you don't have any friends. It's high-priced, specialized work, isn't it? But it must be lonesome work, too. Like being a hangman. Only all out by yourself, way on the other side of the black fence, like being a private executioner.
Now, you think I'm a killer, is that it, Mr. Valentine? Oh, you should learn to move faster. How do you think I stayed alive in the business so long?
Hey, where is this? Hey, it's Commercial Street, all right.
Hang your head down between your legs a minute. You'll feel better.
Oh, brother. You know all the tricks, don't you? Lightning Lacey, Billy the Kid. Fast on the draw, fast on the rabbit punch.
Advice, that's all.
How many men have you killed, Lacey, huh? Must be quite a life. St. Peter will say to you, "What did you do, my friend?" And then you'll say...
Never mind. Keep your hand off that car door.
Oh, I know. You're the expert, all right. Lila is a mess on account of what you are. But Mickey, just because you're not the usual type rat, says you're straight, thinks you're a big hero.
Oh.
Well, lost your temper, huh? That's a big weakness in a guy like you.
I'm not mad. You just talk too much.
3157 Commercial Street, huh?
Yeah. Yeah, this is it. It'll be easier if you come with me. And don't get any ideas. It's well prepared. 3 other boarders. They all work night shift. Landlady is gone.
Great. What's this guy's name?
I don't know. Whitey something.
Comes from Detroit.
You don't even know his name.
He's been pointed out. The young kid down on his luck.
Just a kid. Only Avison says get him and you go to work while the rest of the boys have a party for an alibi. What's this Whitey got on the big boy anyway?
You waste your time asking me things. I'm here.
Oh, sure, I know. You don't squeal. You're straight. Nice, honest, loyal guy. Well, how do you know for sure this Whitey's a squealer? Just a new kid from Detroit, he knows something or saw something? Well, how does that prove that
Shut
he's
up.
the guy...
Yeah, who is it? Who is it? All right, I'm coming.
Get back in there, Whitey!
It's all right, both of you. Nobody's hurt.
Faster every time, aren't you?
What is this? I saw the two of you coming up outside. What's going on?
I'm from Avison. Here, take this.
Huh? What do you mean?
It's $1,000, and I'm a sucker. There's a plane leaves for Canada, 4 a.m., direct connection. Be on it.
Wait a minute. I don't want to go to Canada. I'm not...
Be on it, I said. And when you get there, whatever it is you know, forget it, you understand me? Just shut up and disappear. Yeah. All right. Whatever you say. I'll go. Well, Valentine, you see how wrong you can be?
All right, so you didn't. So you are playing a dangerous game tonight, so you're going soft.
There's the apartment house.
Soft in the head. Sure, the house that Jack built. You get orders to kill and you don't. That makes a big, noble guy out of you.
Lights are on in the apartment, so the kids are all right. We'll take the back elevator.
Oh, yeah, sure. The Penthouse Express, where the big guy lives and gives parties.
I've always played it that way. Duke and I were kids together.
Oh, you were kids together, huh? Oh, I wouldn't expect you to do any squealing. That's the code, isn't it? For a loyal man whose only vice is he kills people, who even his own friends are afraid of like a rattlesnake.
Leo!
What happened?
Saw it yourself, Duke. This guy's been on my tail all evening.
Yes, said Valentine. How on earth
He
did
picked me up in the nightclub. He's been glued tight ever since.
But what did you do
Well, I
about...
couldn't rub off that Whitey kid from Detroit for you, could I? With him hanging around, you saw that yourself.
But Lacey, look here, that Whitey...
I gave Whitey $1,000 and a ticket for Canada.
You what?
Valentine didn't even tumble. He stayed in the car. So now I can shake him. I bought myself a ticket for the same plane.
Oh, it's pretty good. So it happens in Canada instead of Commercial Street. Yes. Good work, Lacey. Whitey's a squealer. We can't afford to let him live.
I guess I'll be going then.
No, you've got time. Stick around. It's a good party. Old time's sake. Girls, bring my pal Lacey a drink.
Valentine, what are you doing with that phone?
I just want Lieutenant Riley up here.
Can't even come in without a warrant. There's nothing to search for or find either. This is the big time, Detective.
Now, look, Lacey, I've stuck around because you're going to give Avison to Riley on a silver platter.
What?
You're going to squeal. Come on, hurry it up.
I am what, you dumb stupid?
Easy now. Maybe that's how you can make some of it up. You and your code. You owe it to me, if nothing else, because I saved your life.
What did you say?
Yeah, that's right. You think you hired me so you'd have an excuse for not killing Whitey, an excuse to run away. Well, if I hadn't been with you tonight, it's you who'd be dead by now.
Oh, you're crazy. Now cut it out.
We'll get the truth out of Whitey. And I don't mean he's a squealer either.
Oh, Valentine.
Oh, that's right. Get mad now. Show me the muscles in your head. You know what I'm saying is true. There wasn't a soul in that rooming house. It was a perfect setup both ways. And did you see how surprised the Duke looked when you walked in? Yeah, he expected Whitey, not you.
I don't believe it. That's not true.
I dived for Whitey to knock him down. I bumped his chest. He was packing a gun.
You think I've gone soft? Afraid to kill, huh? Well, I'll show you.
Why don't you face it, Lacey? Who's more dangerous to Duke Avison than a guy who's gone soft like you have? Oh, no. No, you're not going to pull that trigger. You know it's true yourself. You're a has-been now, and anybody around you could see it. That Whitey you were supposed to kill, he's Averson's new executioner. Tonight, if I hadn't been there, you'd have walked straight into it.
Oh, go on. I know what side of the fence I'm on. For me, it's simple now. I just had... The elevator.
Yeah, that's right. My friend Riley, maybe. The telephone's still off the hook, see?
You dirty... Whitey.
So long, Lacey. Have a nice sleep.
You were right, Valentine. So Whitey came up to report to get me, but he couldn't have done it in the first place. Not fast enough, did you see?
Don't brag yet, Lacey. You're half as dead as he is.
Duke and me, kids together. Why did he hire that guy?
Why did you kill people?
My brother Mickey thinks I'm straight. He doesn't know much, but he'd never get over it if he thought I was a squealer.
You mean you'd lose your last friend?
Yeah.
I saw what Lila thinks of you. You'd be all alone then, wouldn't you? You're scared.
I'll talk. I'm a squealer. I want Mickey to know that, Valentine. I'll tell you about Averson. We'll blow the lid off this town. Believe me, he's it.
All right, put your hands up. That's it. Valentine, you stand over there.
And you drop that gun, Mr. Averson.
Well, of course. Hello, Lieutenant. I just heard the shooting. I came out here to find out what was...
I know. I heard it from the front elevator.
Oh, welcome to the party, Riley. But get a secretary quick. It's not going to last long. Hey, come on, Lacey, come on. Wake up. Snap out of it.
He's dying. Can't you see it? What can he say? Lacey and I are old friends, that's all. Huh. And if you try to go to court...
Oh, shut up, Averson.
He's right. Nothing I can say now do any good against him. There's never any proof. Oh, Valentine, besides, I'm straight, see. You can't get him. I'm too washed up even to squeal. Only...
Keep away from that gun.
Get out of the way, you suckers!
Look out, stop him. Lacey, don't do it!
All right, killer. You got him all right. You blew the lid off the town, all right. You killed the Duke. Only now drop that... Uh-oh.
Yeah, Riley, you're wasting your breath, all right. The killer's always too fast for us. He's dead.
He was a heel, wasn't he?
That's right, Mickey.
He was a rat like all the rest of them. In a pinch, he'd turn on anybody. He was no more straight than a...
Oh, stop that blubbering. You always knew what he was like. Why don't you admit it? You hated him yourself. You just don't know it
Take
yet.
it easy, Lila.
Well, grow up like I have. Talking football. Gee, ain't he fast? My wonderful brother I'm so loyal to. Sure. That's the trick. Say, this is the dog that chased the cat, that worried the rat, that... Come on, Mickey. We gotta buy some flowers for the funeral.
Yella.
Oh, George, they're so lost.
I know it, Brooksy. So is Lacey. But maybe they won't be now.
But Lacey wasn't really a squealer.
Should I tell Mickey that? When Lacey himself practically told me how he wanted it. Said he'd lose his last friend in Mickey if the kid thought he went against the code, against loyalty. Well, the kid'll be all right now.
Lacey really wanted to disillusion Mickey. Well, he couldn't have been such a bad person. Certainly the way he died.
Brooksy, he was a heel. He lived that way, he died that way. Let's just say he could see better than anybody else what a mess of a place it really was. How it had to be torn down. That house that Jack built.
Did you know that today's automobiles need 40% more battery power than the cars of 10 years ago? That's because of the added electrical equipment. On most cars a decade ago, the battery took care of the starter and the lights, and that was all. Now the battery has to furnish power for the radio, heater, and other accessories, as well as for the starter and all the extra lights. To avoid trouble, have your car's battery checked regularly at a standard station or independent Chevron gas station. Here they do a speedy job right at the pump block. Make sure that battery water is at the proper level, the terminal clamps are clean and tight, and that your battery has a high enough charge. And don't forget, frosty weather will be here all too soon. That's another good reason for having your battery inspected tomorrow. While you're there, get a tank full of Chevron Supreme, the gasoline that's super refined to give your car smoother and more powerful performance than ever before. Make it a date tomorrow at your independent Chevron gas station or your standard station, where they say and mean, we take better care of your car. Tonight's adventure of George Valentine has been brought to you by Standard Oil Company of California on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West. Robert Bailey is starred as George with Virginia Gregg as Brooksy. Let George Do It is written by David Victor and Jackson Gillis and directed by Don Clark. Wally Mayer is Lieutenant Riley. Larry Dobkin was heard as Jack, Vivi Janis as Lilith, Eddie Firestone as Mickey, Ken Christie as Duke, Dan O'Herlihy as Whitey, and Dick Ryan as the captain. The music is composed and presented by Eddie Dunstetter. Your announcer, John Heaston. Listen again next week, same time, same station, to Let George Do It. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System.
An importer, a beautiful woman, a nut, and a guy I couldn't figure out. But before we were through, one was in the hospital, two were in the morgue, and the fourth was waiting for the hangman. All that because of a blue burgonette, which was something I'd never even heard of before. From the pen of Raymond Chandler, outstanding author of crime fiction, comes his famous character. Put your act, please, then. The Adventures of Philip Marlowe. Now, with Gerald Moore starred as Philip Marlowe, we bring you tonight's exciting story, The Blue Burgonette. The knock on my glass-paneled office door sounded like a fresh-out-of-Yale insurance salesman making his first enthusiastic call of the morning. Yet when the door swung open, I was surprised to see a man with no more height and weight than a jockey, and all the boyish bounce of a New Year's Day hangover. He was about 40, and too carefully groomed. From pearl gray Hamburg through pearl gray stickpin to pearl gray spats. But when he started to talk, each sentence held too much self-assurance, and I didn't like it.
My name is Norman Voorhees. I'm an importer located here in Los Angeles, in San Francisco, and in the area.
I'm Philip Marlowe, private detective, located all in one place, which means that your rent bill is higher than mine, and that's all.
I have little time for flippancy, Mr.
And I have less time for high-handedness. I don't make ends meet by pulling a rickshaw either, Mr. Voorhees. Cigarette?
I don't... thank you. Mr. Marlowe, I need an escort for a crate of rare silks, which is to be flown to San Francisco tonight.
At $25 a day plus expenses, I could be your man. Why so much fuss over a few bolts of silk?
In this case, it's the embroidery on the material, a very rare and very intricate Chinese design.
Which in basic English means what?
Oh, come, Marlowe. The silk was legitimately purchased at a low figure, and a profitable resale is my only object.
Then why the pistol packing routine?
Because I was forced to outsmart a half-dozen competitors to get this material.
There are poor losers in every business, is that it?
Exactly. Now, will you take the job?
All right. Where do I report and when?
At my warehouse on South Figueroa. At 9 tonight. Here's my card. Either my assistant, Miss Sandra Lane, or I will be on hand.
Fine. Oh, and by the way, Mr. Voorhees, I didn't mean to snap your head off when you first walked in. It's just that I'm quick to resent being pushed around.
Don't apologize, Mr. Marlowe. If you hadn't been that quick, I wouldn't have hired you. Good day, sir.
I
stared at the decollete card Voorhees had given me and smiled until the staccato report of his built-up heels had faded down the corridor. I dropped the card into my pocket, punched out a couple of overdue letters on my Remington Rand, and left the office for lunch. Outside, the sun was too high and the smog too low for local comfort. So, with nothing to do until 9, I decided to drive out to the pier in Santa Monica, where I could eat French fried shrimp and watch the seagulls collect overhead and swear at me. But when I got to my car and opened the door, I suddenly forgot about lunch. Because a man was crossed inside my car waiting with a gun in his hand.
Get him, Marlo, quickly. Then start the car and drive until I tell you to stop.
What are we going to do about the red lights, Bud? Hurdle them?
Marlo, start the car or I'll kill you.
That's nice and congenial of you. Okay, where to?
Just drive and listen carefully. I'm a foreigner.
No.
Yes. My name is Leonardo Baltiera. Does that mean anything to you?
Frankly, no. Then again, I haven't checked the Rogues Gallery in almost a month.
Stop it, Marlo. I haven't traveled the width of this country without a moment's sleep to hear empty words. Now, where is the blue Burgonet?
The blue what?
The Burgonet, the blue Burgonet, Marlo. Where is it?
Look, Baltieri, maybe you have all your marbles and maybe you don't. But either way, believe me, I've never heard of a Burgonet, red, white, or blue.
Don't lie to me, Marlo. With my own eyes, I saw him going to your office. Voorhees.
Voorhees? What's he got to do with it?
Everything. He stole the Burgonet from me. You know that.
Voorhees never mentioned such a thing to me.
You lied. I only been here in Los Angeles an hour, but already I know that Voorhees has the Burgonet. And I swear by all that's holy, it will be in my hands where it belongs before morning. And if you don't... Marlo, watch out.
I just had my fender straightened out.
Don't move, Marlo, don't move. I still got the gun and I still shoot. Now remember, I'll be back for the Burgonet because it's mine. And I'll never rest until it's safely here in my hands.
Before I could make a pass at Baltieri, he was gone. I apologized to the cop, the truck driver, and the gaping mob that was disappointed not to find me bleeding, and then I went for a telephone to call Mr. Voorhees and complain about a madman, a blue Burgonet, whatever that was, and a pleated fender. But there was no answer at the warehouse. A fistful of nickels disappeared before I finally found an importer who knew that Voorhees lived at 1330 North Camden Drive in Beverly Hills. Half hour later, I turned onto a gravel driveway and crunched to a stop in front of a house which was redwood and glass, and guess where the front door is. The landscaping consisted of a mess of severely clipped trees that even Joyce Kilmer would have turned his back on. When I leaned against the front doorbell, a slew of Chinese gongs rang someplace deep inside, and I was ready for at least 2 Manchu when the door eased open noiselessly. Oh, but the collection of beautiful things that stood 5.5 feet above the threshold was about as Chinese as a butterscotch sundae and had a complexion to match. Her waistline was rye crisp and lettuce leaves, but the rest of her, strictly steak and potato. Her eyes were something a little greener than envy, and when she spoke, I couldn't figure out what Voorhees wanted with a bunch of old Oriental chimes.
You always stare like that?
Well, it's more polite than panting. Besides, you were surprised. I expected either Voorhees or something with a moon face and a kimono. Now, may I come in? Sandra.
How did you know my name?
I get around.
Oh, you must be Mr. Marlowe. Please come in. Mr. Voorhees is finishing some business in the study, but I'm... Oh, here he is now.
Yes, I'm sure we'll both be more than satisfied for this.
Yes, of course we will. The arrangements suit you, Norman. They're bound to make me happy.
You're always happy, Goody. Oh, Mr. Marlowe. Well, I didn't expect you. Excuse me a moment, please.
Sure.
Well, today I'll see both you and the money tonight.
Right, we'll be waiting side by side. Well, goodbye, Norman.
Who's laughing, boy?
I don't know. I haven't seen through Mr. Voorhees' personal mail yet today.
Another? You're on the wrong place at the wrong time. What's the trouble?
A blue Burgonet.
What?
Oh, that again. What do you know about the Burgonet, Marlo?
Nothing, but a nut with a gun in his hand wouldn't believe that. Now, you tell me, just what is a blue Burgonet, Mr. Voorhees?
It's an ancient ceremonial helmet.
Oh, you mean that knight in armor stuff? One of those tin cans with a hinged front for picking your teeth?
Yes, but this particular helmet was only ornamental.
It's made of solid gold and covered with jewels. Was completed in 1560 by none other than the great Italian master, Benvenuto Cellini. The entire helmet, or burgonet as that particular style is called, is decorated with a brilliant blue enamel, also the work of Cellini. And it hasn't lost its luster even to this day.
That's very interesting. What's it worth, the gold and the jewels on it, I mean?
Oh, $30,000, $40,000, but that's merely its intrinsic value. As an art relic, it's almost priceless. However, the last time I heard of the burgonet was in Italy before the war.
Yeah, but the man with the gun doesn't believe that. He thinks you've got it in your hip pocket.
Then the man with the gun must be Leonardo Baltiera.
That's right. How'd you know?
Because a great uncle of Baltiera's was the last rightful owner of the burgonet. And Baltiera has his own interpretation of the laws of primogeniture. He shows up periodically to threaten, sue, and spy on importers the world over. He's practically an international joke.
Yes, well, I find it hard to laugh at screwballs when my clients lie to me. Mind if I see the bill of lading on the silk?
Sandra, show Mr. Marlo all the papers on the silk transaction.
Yes, of course.
I hate to see him in doubt this way. It obviously distresses him so.
Sandra produced an armful of papers that looked more involved than the semi-annual report of the United States Gypsum Company. I pored over them until it was obvious to even the jade Buddhas in the room that my real interest wasn't in any figure on paper. And then I left. But when I got into my car and rolled out of the driveway onto Camden, a black coupe pulled up sharply on the other side of the street. A long, thin face that was jacking up a nut sandy head had stuff out of him and stared at me like I was a cyclops wearing harlequins. And he didn't let it go at that, because when I turned towards Sunset, he swung around and followed. It stayed that way until we were out of Beverly Hills and along the Strip. By then, I got curious to see just how far he'd go. So I signaled for a stop with all the subtlety of a Cub Scout sending his first message by semaphore, and I pulled up in front of a sandwich shop. A minute after I entered and sat down at the counter, Sandy Hair joined me. When we each had a steaming cup of coffee in front of us, he opened up. You mind passing the sugar, fella? Not at all. Now, do you mind telling me why I'm being tailed? Huh? Come on, tit for tat, you've got your sugar.
Okay. I saw you coming out of Norman Voorhees' place in Beverly Hills. Now, what's he to you?
I could say it was my mother, but you wouldn't believe me.
I'm wasting my time.
Mm-hmm.
Are you interested in making a lot of money for a little information? A reward, you might say?
Always. Information about what?
A blue burgonet.
Say, I know a guy you ought to know. His name's Leonardo Baltiera, and blue burgonets are his hobby. Matter of fact, you might even say that he's crazy about them. I'm shoving off, alone. Sandy Hair didn't bat an eye at the mention of Baltiera's name. But it didn't prove anything, and I knew that I'd still have to wait until 9 o'clock when I was due at the warehouse on Figueroa before I could start adding things up. It was only 5 then, so I went back to my apartment, showered, shaved, and grabbed a little sleep. And then after stopping off on La Brea at a prefabricated bit of old Spain, where I had a glass of stale Mexican beer, I took a cab to South Figueroa in the Crate of Silk. The place was a narrow, gray-curtained storefront that widened in the rear to a warehouse. From the modest half-inch high gold letters and Voorhees Importer, I gathered that my client didn't care much for the off-the-street trade. It was exactly 9 o'clock when I knocked. It was 2 minutes after 9, and the knuckles on my right hand were bruised before a light went on inside. And Sandra Lane came to the door.
Oh, Phil, I'm so glad you're here.
Why? The price of silk dropping?
Please, Phil, don't joke. I've heard nothing but strange noises in this warehouse ever since Mr. Voorhees left. Why, I finally locked myself in.
Where is Voorhees?
He had a phone call right after dinner. Something important. He asked me to wait for you.
No? Where's the silk?
In the back in the crate. Come on, let's hurry.
All right.
Sooner it's gone, the better I'll feel. There's a truck and a driver waiting outside in the alley. Here's the bill of lading for the pilot of the plane. Phil,
What is it?
you'll be very careful, won't you?
Why, Sandra. When you say it like that, how else can I be? Come on, baby, smile. After all, it's only a bolt of silk. Or is it? The truck driver was all muscle and about as chatty as a Vermont farmer with laryngitis. 15 minutes later, when we pulled up at the airfield, we learned that our plane wouldn't be in for another half hour. I knew any scheduled delay, the two-plane one-hanger grass-covered runway could mean anything from 60 minutes on up. So I sent the driver to scrounge some coffee, and I got out of the cab to stretch. Oh.
That's fine, Marlo.
What?
Just keep them up.
Oh, well, sandy hair. What happened? Couldn't you come to terms with my friend Baltiera?
I didn't try. It looked like you'd lead me to what I wanted. Now it seems as though I'm right.
Oh, you're not talking about this box here, are you?
Nothing else but Marlo. And at this point, it would kill me to see it get into anyone else's hands.
Then die!
Baltiera!
Yes, Baltiera. And just in time to save everything that means anything to me. That pig, Hamilton. I should have done that to him a week ago in New York. It would have been simpler that way. No, you, Marlo, get in that trunk.
Wait a minute, Baltiera. We've gone riding together before. It didn't do either of us any good.
I know, Marlo, I know. But you didn't have the blue bergonet all wrapped up with you then, eh? Now,
Okay. Where are we going?
Away, any place. Just so I can get the bergonet out of that ugly crate without interference from anyone, including you, Marlo.
Baltiera focused the muzzle of his gun in close to my right ear. Grinning like Svengali on Trophy's opening night, he put his foot on top of mine and shoved hard. The accelerator went to the floor and stayed there.
Oh, they thought they were so clever, those fools. Keep on this road until I tell you to turn.
You're in for a big disappointment, Baltiera. There's silk in that box, that's all.
You've been misled, Marlo. The silk is nothing but camouflage for the bergonet. Oh, Voorhees is a shrewd little man, all right.
What makes you think Voorhees had it?
Because someone got it away from Hamilton just a few minutes ahead of me in New York. Hamilton knew who it was. I followed him, and he led me straight to Voorhees.
You've been a busy little bee, haven't you?
It's been harder than I anticipated. My original plan was subtle and perfect. I even sent my wife away on an extended vacation so they wouldn't be able to get at me to her. Turn right on the side road ahead.
You better let me slow down a little. We'll never make it.
All right. I'm not afraid. They can strip me of money and position, but they can't keep me from the symbol of Baltiera power.
Can't buy much power these days for $30,000. That's what your fancy war bonnet's worth.
Oh, to you cattle, yes. But the blood of ancestors that built an empire flows in my veins. To me, the bergonet is the heart and soul of a tradition that will never die. I'm penniless now, but that golden helmet will be the source of an inspiration that will recreate the grandeur of my ancient family.
Oh, brother, are you wound up? You'll need a balcony and 8 inches more chin to get away with that routine.
Shut up. Stop over there under those trees and do just as I say.
All right. Now what?
Get out on this side. Now push that box off onto the ground.
Aren't you afraid I might bend up your precious heirloom?
Here is a tire iron. Rip the lid off. And a bullet flies fast, so don't try anything foolish.
All right.
That's enough. It's loose. I'll be very pleased to do the rest to myself. Stand back there. Oh, I've waited for this moment. No, it can't be. Voorhees.
Norman Voorhees.
He's dead. You tricked me. The bergonet.
Wait a minute. I didn't do that.
You fool, you killed the only man who knew where the bergonet is hidden. Immerse.
Look. He's moving.
What's that? No!
When he turned to look, his jaw swung broadside to me, and I hung an now and never right on it that piled him into a heap behind the box. I took a quick look to be sure Voorhees was really dead. Then it struck me that whoever had packed him for shipment would go for Chandler next. I jumped into the truck and went back to the Figueroa warehouse, wide open. A single light still burned in the back. So I parked the truck and started around on foot. The side door was ajar, and when I looked in, I saw Chandler backed against the wall by a man holding her at gunpoint. It was the sandy-haired Mr. Hamilton. I couldn't hear what was being said until I eased the door open, enough to get inside.
I don't know. Really, I don't.
Look, sister, you might as well tell me because I'm not leaving here until I know what's happened to the bergonet.
Please, I told you, I don't know anything about
You're
it.
lying. Voorhees got it and you know it. Now, where is it? What was that?
Look out, Thunder! Come on! That's all! Drop it! No, you don't! Drop it!
Oh, Philip, you all right?
Yeah. Hey, miss me. It's kind of funny, though. once. I expected a real fight.
It might be a trick.
No, look at his face, like wet ashes. The guy's out cold. He really looks sick. Name's Hamilton, but who is he, anyhow?
I have no idea. All I know is he came in with that gun in his hand while I was waiting here for Mr. Voorhees.
Voorhees? Got a long wait, baby. Voorhees is dead.
Oh, no.
Yeah, I carried his body out of here myself in that box we thought was full of silk.
Murdered?
That's right.
Oh.
Incidentally, Sandra, do you always wait around with your coat over your arm?
Well, no, Phil, I'm scared. I've got to tell you the truth now. Mr. Voorhees had the blue burgundy. He said he bought it from someone, I don't know who. That shipment of silk to San Francisco was only a decoy to get Baltier and this man Hamilton off the trail.
Baltier was decoyed to a vacant lot all of 10 whole minutes from here. Hamilton's right in our lap and Voorhees is dead. Fine. But those boys are playing for keeps. Where's the Burgonet now?
I don't know. Please, Phil, believe me, I don't know anything more than that. I'm afraid. I want to get out of here. Out of this whole mess. Listen.
It's all right, Sandra. I got his gun. Let's bring him to and find out what his wrinkle is. Got some water handy? His head's been cut.
Yes, there's water in the back. I'll go get some.
Thanks. Okay, come on, Hamilton. Wake up. Come on. Come to life. Scream jerking to my feet. I made an end run around a line of mean bosses and dashed to the back door as the motor roared off down the alley. When I got to where I could see a pair of tail lights were just winking out of sight around the corner. And even before I turned, I heard another car coming up behind me. It was blacked out, and Leonardo Baltiera looked like a ghost that had just seen a ghost. He was at the wheel. I dived for cover as he threw some bullets in my general direction. Then he tunneled fast into an alley after the first car, leaving nothing but dusty darkness behind him. I'd been as outclassed as a stutterer at an auction. And I figured if I wanted to see Sandra's green eyes again, which I did, I'd better pry some fast answers out of Mr. Hamilton. He was tottering on a pair of rubber legs when I got to him, but I didn't give him the benefit of any doubt. Where's the girl? What happened back there? Nothing, just kidnapping, reckless driving, and assault with a deadly weapon, and I'm in the same mood, so don't move until I finish calling the police. The police? You're going to call the law? Yeah. And then you're going to give out with some straight information, and if you don't think I mean it, just try getting tongue-tied and see what happens. Oh, wait a minute, Marlo. We've been wasting a lot of each other's time here. My membership card. H.J. Hamilton, investigator. Office of the Curator, Italo-Hispanic Museum, Chicago. Well, I was suspicious of you at first, Marlo. Yet all the time we were on the same team and didn't know it. I hope the outside world never hears about this. Okay, Hamilton, now how does the real story go? Like this, 1, 2, 3. The museum inherited the Cellini helmet known as the Blue Burgonet from its owner, Alessandro Baltiero, who was killed in the war. He was Leonardo Baltiero's great-uncle, and he disinherited that bug years ago. I located the helmet in Italy and brought it to New York last week. It was stolen from me there, and everything points to one man as the thief. That's Norman Voorhees. And when we find him... Voorhees is dead. You sure? I'm positive. His body was in the box at the airport. Leonardo Baltiero? No. Baltiero found the body, and it almost shocked him out of his accent. Look, what do you know that I don't about Sandra Lane? Nothing. She's Voorhees' assistant, that's all. She knows her boss had the helmet. She's in plenty of trouble right now. We better punch a hole in this setup and quick. You're right. That shipment of silk was a sidetracker, wasn't it? For you and Baltiera. And a big piece of this thing is missing, Marlo. There must be somebody else involved that we don't know about. Yeah. And with you out of his hair, Voorhees undoubtedly intended to get rid of the Burgonet tonight. Wait a minute. He did have an appointment tonight. Where? Who with? What was that guy's name? The red-faced, fat, a real laughing boy. I heard his name once. Ruddy complexion, jovial. Yeah. Could it be Corday? Corday. That's it. Spence, and we suspect the big one. Left Chicago 3 months ago. Lives in Beverly Hills now. I've got an address on him. Oh, good. Come on, find it. Here. 621 North Maple. It's a long shot. Well, what can we lose at this point? Besides, it's about our turn for a break. Hey, you really look beat. You sure you can make it? I wouldn't miss it for anything. Let's go. You got into the black drive-it-yourself coupe Hamilton had rented and made for Beverly Hills. I drove because he was still slightly green from that crack on the head Baltiera had given him at the airstrip. When we turned into North Maple Drive, only one of the half a dozen houses on the block had a light burning. As we got nearer, that blinked out. It was number 621. I went around a corner to be out of sight from the house and stopped the car. The light going out might have been a coincidence, Marlo, but let's not count on it. In this tournament of button, I wouldn't count on my own father. Now, look, Hamilton, you're not too chipper. so I'll go in.
All right.
But as soon as I'm up to the door, you give me some close support from that big front window, or our brother act might get the hook before we get out of the wings. Now, remember, whatever I do, I'll bank on your covering me, okay?
Yeah, okay, Marlo. And for comfort, keep your collar open. You're liable to get a very warm reception.
I walked around the corner, cut diagonally across the street, and went up the steps to the heavy panel door. I glanced back once and saw Hamilton moving slowly next to a high hedge that kept him hidden from anyone inside the house watching. I waited a moment and got a grip on my gun and then knocked good and loud. I waited again and listened, but nothing happened. From then on, I knew it was a trap, and I felt as comfortable as the last man in a round of Russian roulette. I was sure even before I touched the handle, the door was going to be unlocked. Yeah, it was. I ducked low and stepped into one side fast. Then I pressed my back against the wall and moved along a short hallway to the living room. Still nothing happened. Faint light that filtered in through the big front window fell across something on the floor. It took me several seconds to figure out that it was a body. I looked at the window again and saw Hamilton move outside, so it was time for light. I felt for a switch, found one, turned it on. The body on the floor was Valtier. He'd been shot. I walked clear across the room and bent over him before Corday made his move.
You've got two choices, laddie. Drop your pistol and stand up, or hang on to it and lay down beside that fella on the floor there.
Thanks, I'll stand.
You behave very well for a party crasher.
And you throw rough parties. Did you do it, Corday?
No, he didn't.
Hello.
I did, Marlo. I had to.
Sandra.
A few minutes ago, my husband broke in here and tried to kill me. That's why I had to kill him.
Your husband?
Yes. I'm Mrs. Leonardo Baltiera.
You're also a clumsy, hot-headed vixen.
Oh, stop it. Could I help it? When you sent me for water at the warehouse tonight, Marlo, I took that opportunity to get away because I had the helmet in the trunk of my car. I practically fell over Leonardo outside. When he saw me there, he realized I'd been working with Voorhees right from the start. He was murderous.
But you didn't have to lead him here and kill him on my living room floor.
You're a real sweetheart, you are, baby. And you killed Voorhees, too, huh?
Yes. I went in with him because that idiot husband of mine would let me starve rather than sell the Bergonet if he got it. But Voorhees was greedy. He double-crossed me by trying to sell it to Corday here without me. Once the jewels were stripped and the gold melted down, the trail would end, of course. I would be out.
And that would have been fine by me. Norman Voorhees, at least, was a very deep, efficient little man.
And he's a very dead little man, so shut up about it. I'm getting nervous. Let's get rid of Marlo here some way and finish our business.
Not so fast. You made a fine mess of things. Murder on the floor, private dicks in the house. How can I stay in my business with things like that happening? And before we settle anything else, we're going to clean it all up. Here, girl, take my gun. You're handy with them. All right, Marlo, take the dead man's shoulder.
Oh, sure.
We're going to carry him out back to my car.
Oh, of course, anything to help out.
Wait.
Huh?
I might have known it. That's what I get for dealing with amateurs.
What's the matter now?
Look at him. He wants to go outside. Well, don't you get it yet? He's got help out there.
Hamilton?
That's right, kid.
You scatterbrained fool, Sandra. You got me into this.
Stay back, Corday.
Give me that gun.
Now. Now, stay where you are. Both of you. Keep your hands up, Corday. Okay, Hamilton. You can come in now. Everything's under control. Hamilton.
Hamilton? Huh? Oh, Marlo. What happened?
What happened? Where were you?
Well, I guess the minute I got here to the window, I must have passed out.
Oh, fine. I was in here making brave, and you were out there, passed out cold. I slept in the next day and didn't get to my office until afternoon. I found then that Hamilton had been calling all morning. When I returned his call, he said that on his recommendation, the museum would pay me $25 a day plus expenses to deliver the Blue Bergonet to Chicago. He added that I had nothing to worry about because it would be packed in a well-labeled box to look like a shipment of Hickok belts and garters. But Hamilton was calling from the hospital. He had a fractured skull from the blow Valtiera had given him at the airport. So I'm going to take the job, all right. But just as a safety measure, I'm not going to carry that helmet in any box. I'm going to wear it.
Adventures of Philip Marlowe, created by Raymond Chandler, stars Gerald Moore and is produced and directed by Norman MacDonald. Featured in tonight's cast were Betty Lou Gerson, Hans Conried, Alan Reed, Louis Van Rooten, and Howard McNair. The special music was conceived and conducted by Richard O'Runt. Be sure to be with us again next week when Philip Marlowe says...
Strange things were going on that night. There was a wild stallion waiting in a garage, a gladiator with a chip on his shoulder, and a nasty storm brewing overhead. All I had to do was keep an angel out of trouble, and that sounded easy. Until I found out that even an angel can be too hot to handle. The Adventures of
Now,
living out in the open in the summer is fine. But living in the open in winter is quite a different matter. But that's exactly where you'll find millions of people in Europe and Asia. And many of those living outside are children. Support the Crusade for Children. Remember, the Crusade for Children represents 26 long-established relief agencies. Your gift goes to all these agencies. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. KNX Los Angeles AM and FM.
It was hot, boiling hot that night. I wanted to grab a beer and turn in early. So what happens? I get my beer, but with it comes a gunshot, a beautiful woman in trouble, and murder.
From the pen of Raymond Chandler, outstanding author of crime mystery, CBS presents his most famous character, brought to you now in The Adventures of Philip Marlowe. With Gerald Moore starred as Philip Marlowe, we bring you tonight's unusual story, Red Wind.
There was a rough desert wind blowing into Los Angeles that evening. It was one of those hot, dry Santa Anas that come down through the mountain passes and curl your hair and make your nerves jump and your skin itch. On nights like that, every booze party ends in a fight, and meek little housewives feel the edge of a carving knife and study their husbands' necks. Anything can happen when the Santa Ana blows in from the desert. I closed up my office early. I got tired of reading Philip Marlowe, private investigator, backwards on the ground glass of my office door. So I locked up and decided a nice cold beer would taste good before I went up to my apartment.
Fill her up again, Mr. Marlin?
Marlowe.
Marlin.
Yeah, Marlin's a fish.
Yeah, I know.
Marlin's also the name of a lady on the radio. Marlin, Mary, the story of.
Yeah, my wife listens to it.
Oh, good for her.
Hey. Hey, you bartender. Another rye.
Yeah, that drunk again.
What do you expect in this business? Autograph hounds?
Make it sappy. You hear?
Be right with you, sport. Gotta draw this man a beer. Crying out loud, these stumblebums.
Hey, Bud.
You got another customer, Bacchus.
Hey, Bud, you seen a lady in here lately?
A lady?
Tall, good-looking, brown hair, a print bolero jacket, and a blue silk dress.
No, sir.
No, sir.
Nobody like that, Spinian.
All right, straight scotch, fast.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
As the man drank, I noticed the drunk was grinning at him. And then, without changing his grin, the drunk swept a gun from somewhere so fast it was just a blur coming out. Made a couple of hard snaps and a little smoke. Very little.
You other guys, don't move. So long, Waldo. Don't move, you two. Poor Waldo. I bet I made his nose bleed. So long, boys. Drink up.
Get on the phone, kid. I'll get his license number.
Holy smoke.
Too late. He drove away in the dead guy's car.
Maybe he ain't dead.
No, he's dead, all right.
Oh.
That guy was using a .22 target pistol.
Yeah.
When they use that kind of gun, they don't make mistakes. Where's your phone? This is for the police. Prowl car boys were there in 5 minutes. Waldo was out of business, all right. Nothing in his pockets told who he was, but he had about $700 on him. And with that kind of heavy coin, you can buy a good 1910 automobile even today. Well, I told the cops what I knew, including about Waldo's brown-haired, pretty girl in the bolero jacket. It was about 9 o'clock when I stepped out of the elevator in my apartment house. and almost walked right into a brown-haired, pretty girl in a bolero jacket, waiting for the elevator on my floor.
Oh, excuse me.
Just a minute, lady.
What is it?
I'm a great admirer of bolero jackets.
What?
Now, take the one you've got on, for instance.
I'm sorry, but I'm in a hurry.
No, wait.
If you'll be good enough to let me... Oh, you've made me miss the elevator.
It's just as well.
What?
Well, it's better you don't go out in those clothes.
Just what do you mean?
Tall, good-looking, bolero jacket, blue silk dress. Mm-hmm. Lady, might I take the trouble of telling you that you're in trouble?
Trouble.
Yeah, the cops are looking for you. In those clothes.
I haven't done anything.
Maybe not. But if I were you, I'd have a little talk with me.
I've all the
I'm in
nerve...
room 41 across the hall. I know things about you.
Well...
Good girl. Come along. It took a firm grip on her arm, but I managed to get her to my room. I rustled up some drinks, but when I turned to give her hers, I saw she held a small automatic. She looked at me steadily. I put down both glasses slowly so I wouldn't be misunderstood. Look, sister, I know it's hot tonight and heat does funny things to people, but let's put that little thing away and have a nice cool drink, huh?
Don't move.
Oh, I'm strictly frozen in my tracks.
Stay that way.
Okay. But wouldn't you like to know that I'm a private detective?
Private detective?
I can prove it if you'll let me. That's better. Yeah, I don't like those things pointed at me.
I'll have that drink.
Oh, good. I don't often give good liquor away like this. I can't afford it.
Why are they after me?
Well, a man was just shot in a bar down the street. Before he got it, he'd been asking about a tall, pretty girl with a bolero jacket.
What did he look like? This man.
Oh, he was tall, about 5'11". Slim, dark brown eyes with a lot of glitter. Dark suit, white handkerchief in the breast pocket. And he must have seen you earlier tonight to know how you were dressed. Am I getting anywhere?
He used to be my chauffeur.
You had an appointment with him, didn't you?
I...
He asked for you, didn't he?
Yes, I had an appointment with him. He'd stolen something from me when he left 3 days ago. I was going to buy it back from him.
Why didn't you tell the police?
I couldn't tell him.
It was valuable, wasn't it? Valuable enough for Waldo to steal.
$15,000.
Peanuts.
But it wasn't the value. You see, it meant something to me. The man I loved gave it to me. And now he's dead. He was shot down over Germany. I'll go back and tell my husband that. He probably hired you.
He did? How much is he paying me? And where is this husband of yours?
He's at a meeting.
This late at night?
He's a very important man. The hydroelectric engineer.
Never mind about him. What about Waldo? Why was he knocked off?
You mean he's dead? Waldo is dead?
Yes, sister, he's dead, very dead. Screaming won't bring him back.
I'm not going to scream. Who would that be?
There's a dressing room behind the door. Hide there. Take your glass with you.
All right.
I went to the door, making a loud, yawning sound. Foolishly, I didn't have my gun. That was a mistake. Because when I opened the door, the guy on the other side certainly had one. A .22 target automatic that had already killed one man that night. And I knew the bald head, the flat, shiny eyes, and the face like a poisonous lizard. Baldy put the muzzle of his gun lightly against my throat. I backed into the room, and Baldy kicked the door shut.
You alone?
Look for yourself.
I'm asking, not looking.
I'm alone.
You and that dumb bartender saw me dust off Waldo.
What did Waldo do to you?
Who's asking?
Just making conversation.
He stilled on me on a bank job we did together. Got me 4 years in Michigan Penn. How is he?
Dead.
Huh. Well, I'm still good. Drunk or sober. Tell me why I came here, pal.
You heard the barkeep and me talking. I told him my name and where I lived.
That's how, pal. I said why.
Skip it. The hangman won't ask you to guess why he's there.
You're pretty tough at that, ain't you, pal? But you're slamming off.
All right. But, could you get that gun out of my neck and try somewhere else? Just any place.
This better? This suits you all right?
Yeah, just so it isn't my neck.
Say when, pal. It's your party.
I leaned against the gun weakly. The door of the dressing room showed a crack of darkness. The crack widened. I began to shake a little in spite of the heat. The girl came quietly into the room, but there was white all around her irises. She was scared. She had a gun in her hand, but I was sorry for her. Dead sorry. She tried to make the door a scream. Either way, it would be curtains for both of us.
Scared, mister? Worried about any little thing?
I couldn't talk. The girl floated in the air somewhere behind Baldy. And her horrified face was drifting toward us. My mouth was as cold and dry as yesterday's toast.
Well, kid, how's it feel? You ready yet? Say the word.
Well, don't take all night about it. If you're going to do something about it, do it.
Why not, pal? I like this.
Suppose I yell.
Go ahead. Yeah.
Put up your hands.
Hey, look! Thanks, sister. That buys me. Everything I have is yours, now and forever.
Is he dead?
You flatter me no end, lady. I only punched him. Now get out of here while I call the cops down on this killer.
Yes. Good night.
Wait a minute. That jacket marks you for the cops. Leave it here. You don't need it in this kind of weather.
Oh, yes, here.
Okay. See you again?
Why?
I don't know. Who am I to be the rival of a dead flyer and things like that? No, on second thought, forget the whole thing. I'll see that the police get Jesse James here. Good night, lady. Yeah? You mean me?
Yes, please.
Oh, you again.
Get in. I want to talk to you.
You want to know what happened at headquarters?
Yes.
I went down to headquarters with the law and gave them the story. I left you out of it.
Oh, thanks.
You saved my life. So no one knows anything about you. Incidentally, neither do I.
My name is Mrs. Frank Barsley. 212 Fremont Place. Olympia 24596. Is that what you wanted?
I guess so.
Well, there it is.
Now, why'd you really come back?
I wanted my pearls.
Oh, no. Pearls, too?
Yes.
All right, tell me about the pearls. We've had a murder, a beautiful mystery woman, and a sadistic killer, and an heroic rescue. Now we will have pearls.
I was to buy them back from the man called Waldo.
Well, I saw everything that came out of his pockets. There weren't any pearls.
Could they be hidden in his apartment?
It's possible.
Waldo lived on the same floor you do, in this apartment house.
And why didn't I know him, at least by sight?
Well, he just moved in last week. He managed to get a sublet.
Sort of amateur magician on the side, huh?
It's getting rather late.
Yeah. What about your husband this hot, mysterious night?
He's still at his meeting.
Good.
Why did you say that?
I didn't have any answers. We just sat there looking at one another. I was suddenly aware of the hot desert wind stirring up the night. I took hold of her and I kissed her. She sat very still. I was shaking when I let go of her. Her voice trembled a little when she spoke.
I meant you to do that. Oh, I wasn't always this way. Only since Johnny Dalmas was killed in the war. He gave me those pearls. 41 of them. With a diamond propeller clasp. I'd have loved them if they were wooden beads because he gave them to me. I loved Johnny. The way you love just one time. You understand that?
Yes, I can. What I don't understand is how you could explain a $15,000 pearl necklace to your husband.
Told him they were imitation. That I bought them myself.
How did Waldo latch onto them and what they stood for?
When my husband was in Argentina, Waldo and I would go for long drives. I was restless and wretched because of Johnny. Sometimes Waldo and I had a little drink together. but that was all.
But you confided in Waldo about those pearls.
Yes.
And when your husband came back, Waldo stole the pearls and offered to sell them back to you. He'd tell Papa.
Oh, I was a fool.
And now you think the pearls are upstairs in Waldo's apartment.
I suppose it's a lot to ask.
I've been paid. I'll go look. Wait here. Was I gone long,
No.
Lola?
Well,
No.
no pearls?
No pearls.
Oh.
There was a man in Waldo's room.
Man.
You know a guy named Leon Velasanos?
No, not by name. I don't know him.
Mexican, South American, about 45, small, iron gray hair, very neat. Fawn-colored suit, wine-colored tie.
No, I don't think I know such a man. You say he was in the room?
Yeah.
What did he say?
Very little. In fact, nothing. He was dead.
You are listening to The Adventures of Philip Marlowe, created by one of America's most outstanding writers of crime and mystery fiction, Raymond Chandler. Our story for today, The Red Wind, continues in just a moment. But first, a message of interest for all young men. How would you like to be up there in the wild blue sky, flying America's mightiest bombers, fastest fighters, and newest jet jobs? Believe me, it's a great feeling to know that you have the skill, the courage it takes to become a pilot officer in the United States Air Force, the Air Force that's second to none. Keep your eye on the local newspapers and your nearest Army Air Force recruiting station. An aviation cadet recruiting team will be in your community soon. If you're between the ages of 20 and 26 and a half years of age, single and a high school graduate, plan to see the aviation cadet interviewing team. If you pass the mental and physical examination, you'll be accepted for the 52-week aviation cadet training program. When you graduate, you'll be a second lieutenant in the U.S. Air Force, the mightiest of all. And now, back to the adventures of Philip Marlowe. With Gerald Moore as our star, we continue today's adventure.
I sat with Lola Barsley in her car, listening to the hot wind gallop around in the midnight streets. I just told her about the Latin-looking man I'd found in Waldo's room in a very dead condition. I held her hands until they stopped trembling, and then I gave her the few remaining details. He had a gun in a shoulder holster, but someone had strangled him before he could set up in business with a gun.
Someone. You mean Waldo?
Maybe. You see that convertible coupe 2 cars ahead of us?
Oh, it's been there for hours. It's there before I parked here to wait for you.
Well, Leon, the guy in Waldo's room, came in that car. But according to the key container he carried, it isn't his car.
Well, whose car is it? Does it matter?
Yeah, it belongs to a lady, according to the tag on the car keys. Eugenie Kolchenko, West Los Angeles.
Never heard of her.
Mm-hmm. Well, you better go home now.
What are you going to do?
I'll drive that flossy convertible around and wave at my friends. Impress people. You run along now. Me, I've got another date.
Yes. What is it, please?
Miss Eugenie Kolchenko?
Yes. What is it?
Did you lose or misplace a pigeon gray convertible coupe?
What are you saying?
Now, don't be alarmed. I found it, brought it home to you.
Come in, please. It is a reward you wish. Shall we say...
Snap out of it, dragon lady. Who was he?
Was who?
The little guy, Leon. You loaned your car to. He's dead. Who was he?
Oh, no. No.
Eugenie.
Darling, come here, please.
What's the matter, my dear? Who is this man?
I came about Miss Kolchenko's car.
What about her car?
Well, the gentleman who borrowed it couldn't return it on account of he isn't alive.
He's dead, darling. He is dead.
That's putting it more bluntly, of course.
Dead, huh?
Yeah, completely.
Who are you?
Philip Marlowe, private investigator. My card.
Have you told the police yet?
Never do at once what can be profitably deferred pending negotiation. Aesop.
I might negotiate.
Peachy.
Just what do you know, Marlo?
Well, a man named Waldo was shot in a bar tonight. I happen to have the inside as to who he was, and when I visited his apartment tonight, I found this Leon Velasanos dead.
He wouldn't have had $500 in 20s on him, would he?
No. But this Waldo had over $700 on him when he was killed in that cocktail bar, mostly in 20s. Is there a basis for negotiation yet?
Very well, Marlo. There were certain bills for some stuff Miss Kolchenko here had charged to my account.
But, darling, you told me I might charge to your account.
All right, my dear, so I wasn't bright.
That might be the understatement of the decade, but go on.
I had the bills safely in my briefcase. Somehow, this Waldo had a chance to steal the briefcase. I hired Leon, gave him $500 to buy back those bills from Waldo.
Instead, Waldo took Leon's coupons, was forced to kill Leon in the process. Then he went out to keep another date and walked into an old pal hostile enough to blow him down, huh?
And somebody still has those bills, and I'm in for a divorce suit, huh?
The man who shot Waldo got away in Waldo's car with your briefcase in it, could be. Cops caught him.
And the police have the briefcase?
Maybe. But the police are interested in solving crimes, not in tossing mud for the benefit of sensation eaters. I have a friend or two at headquarters. Let me see what I can do.
It's worth $500 to me, Marlo.
Then that's what it'll cost you.
Good luck, and thank you, Mr.
Marlowe. Philip Marlowe, remember?
Marlowe. My name is Frank Barsley.
Barsley? Oh.
And just what does that mean?
The big hydroelectric engineer.
Yeah. Yes, how'd you know?
Never mind. May I use your telephone? Someday I must tell you about Ibarra. Oh, he's a salt of the earth, Ibarra. Detective lieutenant over at Central Homicide. Well, I phoned Ibarra from Miss Kolchenko's house and told him where he could find a well-dressed cadaver named Leon, and furnished a few small details. I gave Ibarra time to check my tip, and then I went down to see the good lieutenant and told him why I'd been up in Waldo's room, only to find Leon instead of a certain lady's string of pearls.
Pearls, eh?
Yeah, I thought Waldo might have had them up there.
Whose pearls were they?
A lady's.
Go on.
Or they might have been in Waldo's car that Waldo's killer drove away in.
Yeah?
What, yeah?
They might have.
Yeah. Also a batch of bills charged to the account of a certain Frank Barsley.
Yeah?
The police aren't interested in domestic scandal. They want to prevent or solve crimes, right?
So?
So I've got $500 for the police fund. If those pearls and those bills are returned to their rightful owners.
Quit your kidding.
It's a valuable necklace.
Yeah. There's your necklace. Take it away.
On the level, Ibarra?
Just tell me straight what it's all about. All I ask.
Sure. Well, you see, this Waldo was blackmailing a wife with the pearls and her husband with the bills. Barsley, that's the guy's name, sent Leon to get the bills from Waldo. Waldo killed him and then stepped out and got nailed by that guy in the bar he'd stool pigeoned against once. Well, if Barsley's name stays out of the papers, I get $500. It goes to the police fund.
Thanks. We'll keep 'em out.
I'm not in this case for money. I just want to get back the bills and the pearls.
Sure. And like you say, Marlo, the police aren't in business to sling mud.
Look, you can deliver the pearls to the lady yourself if you like.
No, you better take them to her, Marlo. You see, except for that diamond propeller clasp on them, they're phony.
Phony?
But look, Marlo, I know pearls. Real pearls feel gritty between the teeth. These are hard and glassy. Try.
Yeah.
They're phony. All but the clasp, Marlo. All but the clasp.
I took the pearls and had them appraised the next morning at a gilt-edged place in Beverly Hills. Phony all but the clasp. An imitation as good as these couldn't have been made that fast. These were the pearls that Waldo had stolen. I took the glass pearls to a dive on Melrose and had them duplicated for $20. I had the jeweler attach the diamond clasp to the $20 duplicate string of pearls. Then I called up Lola. Hello, Lola. Okay, you're in?
Oh, Mr. Marlowe. Yes, it's okay here.
I have a string of pearls for you.
Oh, really, Philip? Really? Did you get...
Now, wait a minute, Lola. Waldo was getting set to gyp you. We sold the real pearls and made up a string with the diamond clasp.
Well, may I at least have the clasp?
Sure. Meet me at 4 at Nikolaev's.
Nikolaev's at 4. I'll be there.
There you are, Lola. These are the pearls the police found in Waldo's car.
You were right. They're not my pearls.
I'm sorry, Lola.
No. Still have the clasp that Johnny gave me.
Well, I'm happy if you are.
Happy. No, not quite happy. See, this morning my husband told me we're to separate.
Oh, I'm very sorry, Lola.
You've been very kind.
That's all right.
This is goodbye, I suppose.
Yeah. You'll never get over Johnny Dalmas. Goodbye, Lola. And if anybody ever bothers you again, let me know, huh? Name's Marlo. Philip Marlowe.
I'll remember. Philip Marlowe.
I drove almost to Malibu. And then I parked. And then I walked. Way out on a rock cliff, jutting into the Pacific Ocean. And then I reached into my pocket and dug out the string of bohemian glass pearls Lieutenant Ibarra had found in Waldo's car. I cut the knot at one end and slipped the pearls off, one by one. One by one, I flipped them into the water. Should have seen the gulls swoop down on them. And then they flapped up again, screaming indignantly. Phony pearls. They'd fooled Waldo and Lola Barceley, but they couldn't fool a seagull. I said aloud, to the memory of Johnny Dalmas, just another four-flusher. I listened a while to the wheeling seagulls. All at once, I realized that the wind had died. The Santa Ana had blown itself out. The red wind was done. It was over. It was cool again.
The Adventures of Philip Marlowe, created by Raymond Chandler, stars Gerald Moore and is produced and directed by Norman MacDonald. In tonight's story, Red Wind, Lola was played by Peggy Weber, and Barry Kroger was Baldy. Joan Banks played Eugenie Kolchenko. Jeff Corey was Lieutenant Ibarra. Parley Bear was Barsley. Lou Krugman was Waldo, and Wilms Herbert played the bartender. The special music was conceived and conducted by Ivan Ditmars. Philip Marlowe will be back in just a moment. Young man, be a Marine. Combine travel, adventure, and education at no expense to yourself. When you're a Marine, you can travel to the far places of the earth and carry on at the same time your own educational program through free Marine Corps Institute correspondence courses. You have plenty of courses to choose from, and an ideal way of studying geography or history is to take a course dealing with the background of the area in which you are stationed, or any of the more than 160 Marine Corps Institute courses. Thanks to this Marine Corps Institute, thousands of Marines are making continual educational advancements during their service in the U.S. Marine Corps. That opportunity, upon becoming a U.S. Marine, is yours for the asking. Check with your nearest Marine Corps recruiting office tomorrow for complete information. Next week at the same time, be sure to tune in for another adventure of Philip Marlowe, when Marlowe says,
I was low, very low the night I set out searching for the girl with the strange hazel eyes. The fog which hung over Los Angeles didn't help. And I felt even worse when I found her. For by then I had death on my hands.
If you like your laughs mingled with spicy music, be around tomorrow to hear the premiere of Alka-Seltzer Time, featuring Herb Schreiner and Raymond Scott's quintet. There'll be guest stars, too. Here's a show that's guaranteed to keep Monday from being blue. It's coming your way Mondays through Fridays over most of these CBS stations. So consult your local newspaper for the time of Alka-Seltzer Time. This is Roy Rowan speaking for CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Personal notice. Danger is my stock in trade. If the job's too tough for you to handle, you've got a job for me, George Valentine. Write full details.
Standard Oil Company of California, on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West, invite you to Let George Do It. Knock on Wood, another adventure of George Valentine.
My dear Mr. Valentine, I need your assistance most desperately. I am a landlord. Oh, yes, one of those poor, malign creatures who happen to own a building. Happen to? No, I'll be honest. It's my life, the culmination of my desire, my only love. And I'm sure you'll forgive my sentimentality when you realize it is none other than the Alfred J. Liggett Golden Tower apartment building. Oh, yes, I am Alfred J. Liggett. Well, Mr. Valentine, a person of much lesser achievement is threatening my horizon. To be blunt about it, my very reputation itself is in imminent danger. Please come quickly. I am desperate. Never in my life has my entire fortune been so threatened. You see, I have been a very lucky man. Knock on wood.
I'm sure this is the right door. Knock louder, George.
Yeah. Pretty plush around here.
It's a quiet house, mister. No need to make a lot of racket.
Huh?
Boss will hear you. No need for excitement.
Are you the janitor?
Guess you dropped that cigarette wrapper by mistake.
Oh, no, we didn't drop anything.
Try to keep it nice and clean. Tenants like it that way. No pets or children, you know. Wastebasket at the end of every hall in case you have any more trouble.
Oh, Mr. Liggett?
Oh, Mr. Valentine and Miss Brooks, come in quickly, please. Yes.
Sure. We just been blackballed by your janitor.
Newton. Oh, he's a wonderful fellow. Salt of the earth. Old-fashioned conscientiousness. You don't find them like that anymore. Keeps everything clean as a whistle, night and day.
I can imagine. The Golden Tower must be a very homey place to live.
Why, thank you, Miss Brooks. Oh, yes, indeed. We pride ourselves
Mr.
on...
Liggett, what's your problem? You wrote you've got trouble. What is it?
Mr. Valentine, it's the 15th floor, apartment A. Oh, my, I'm at a complete loss.
Well,
I made a dreadful mistake 2 months ago when I leased it. And now he's come back again. He goes away for a time, but now he's come back again. Mr. Valentine, I tell myself nothing will happen. I've always been very lucky. Knock on wood. But no, it's gone beyond mere hoping.
What has? Who has? What are you talking about?
To be quite blunt, I am persecuted and beset by an undesirable tenant.
Oh.
But the complaint isn't really mine, you understand. I'm I'm very tolerant.
Well, I'm sure you are.
But it's the tenant in 16A, the next floor, right over him. And there's the rub.
Look, Mr. Liggett, you've lost me.
One of my oldest tenants, 16A, a most delightful woman. So wealthy, but no sham, no pretense. And naturally, I must consider her first, mustn't I?
You've got problems. You figure them out.
Mr. Valentine, listen. She complains. I don't blame her for complaining. This man who lives under her, he's a lot more than just a trial and a nuisance.
But what on earth could you expect us to do?
Well, he's a lot bigger than I am. Bigger than Newson, or both of us rolled together. I want you to talk to the lady. That's Mrs. Fairchild. And then talk to him.
I'm sorry, Mr. Liggett, but this
man is a criminal. Doesn't that interest you?
A criminal?
Yes, he is. Since he swindled me into a lease, I've discovered he's actually been to prison. Yes, twice. He's a gambler. He's notorious. And to have him right here in my beloved tower, he calls himself Side Bet Sinclair.
Oh, Side Bet Sinclair.
His name does mean something. Oh, yes, there, you see. And Mr. Valentine, this person has clearly stated that if Mrs. Fairchild dares to complain about him once more, he will wring her neck like a chicken.
Excuse the bathrobe, lady. Would have worn my good one if I'd have known you was coming. One with eggs Benedict on it.
You get up a little late, Mr. Sinclair. So do your jokes.
Well, I live like a king. What do you think? Been to Santa Anita cleaned up. Back to collect a few debts, that's all. Why not enjoy yourself? Only live once. You should see my bathroom. That's my office. Oh, I tell you, I never had it so good.
Yeah, well, I'm only here because I'm sucker enough to...
Because of her up there, old Lady Fairchild? Boy, have I got those people buffaloed. What did she say about me?
Well, we decided to reverse the order and ask you first.
I can imagine you're not much to live over.
Wring her neck. I'll wring her neck. That's what I'll do. I'm straight with the law, Valentine. Everybody's happy except the ones who owe me money. Oh, now relax. Have a bottle of soda pop.
I beg your pardon?
I got an ulcer. Serve root beer at parties. Big, riotous underworld parties. And you know what they're like. You've been to movies.
Is that her complaint?
You know what she does? She knocks like this. Raps on the floor, see? With her cane. I tell you, it kills people. You wouldn't believe it.
I think I might. Okay, Buster, it's just a joke to you, huh?
Well, what's it to you? This is a pretty silly job you're doing, you know.
Never mind. At least I could enjoy throwing you out if I had to.
You're pretty funny yourself. You think I'm a little out of my class here, huh? Well, you want to make a little side bet on what you decide to do after you talk to her? Or on whom is liable to get killed by who?
Oh, go take your bath. Come on, Brooksy.
Oh, these crispy crunches. I just love them for breakfast, don't you?
Sure, Mrs. Fairchild. Just adore them.
I'm saving the box tops, you know. Not much left for a poor little lady like me to do. People don't realize.
We only wanted to know about Mr. Sinclair.
Yeah, and then we'll leave. Quickly.
Oh, no. You stay and talk to me. That's what you'll do. Soon as I finish my breakfast, we'll all have coffee.
About your complaint regarding Mr. Sinclair, just
Oh,
what is it?
Sinclair, you know, he's an awful man. He's simply awful. And poor dear Mr. Liggett worries about it so. I tell you, sometimes parties down there last until 11 or 12 at night.
Sounds pretty sinful.
Mm-hmm. I beg your pardon? Young man, you're not defending.
Oh, no, of course not. But he himself doesn't drink, apparently.
Oh, no. They're not that kind of parties.
And this place is such thick carpets and heavy construction, I can't imagine you can hear much from down there, can you? For instance, his radio was playing just a second ago, but I don't hear it now, do you?
Oh, but you can hear it with a glass on the floor.
What?
Well, you put a glass on the floor and put your ear down against the glass. Didn't you ever do that?
Well, for the love of...
Oh, aren't you old enough maybe yet to admit it? Well, here, I'll show you.
I'm sorry, lady, but that does it.
Oh, but it just take a minute.
Never mind. Come on, Angel, we're getting out of here. I want to go down and knock on the wooden head of that landlord.
No, wait. I'm showing you. Oh, my, and the things I can hear. Aren't you interested in that? Things about the underworld? Here, help me. I'm not very steady.
I'll bet they talk mostly about women.
Mrs. Fairchild, I wouldn't care if they talked in pig Latin to the ghost of Julius Caesar.
Oh, I'm sorry, dear. You don't care that he's liable to wring my neck? Is that it?
Here. Sit down again. I'm sorry, but frankly, Mrs.
No,
Cratchit...
I'm all right. Yes, wring my neck. Now, I know it's silly, but it is exciting, don't you think? And for a lonely woman, there's so little excitement.
George, catch her. She was wobbling. I knew something was wrong with her. George, I'll phone Liggett to get a doctor.
Skip it. She didn't faint. She's dead.
All right, Doc. Hurry it up. Rest of the crew will be here in a minute.
She was just talking to us, Lieutenant.
I know, and down she went. Well, at her age, what do you...
Nothing to do with it.
Huh?
It was the milk, not age. That's my first guess. Smells like it.
What do you mean, Doctor? She was only eating cold cereal.
And milk. With enough poison in it to kill off a herd of buffalo.
Poison. Whole bottles that way. And it must have been delivered early this morning and sat outside her door where practically anybody could have got...
about the underworld.
Huh?
What she heard. She was a snoop. I wonder if she really did hear anything important, Brooksy.
What she heard might have been the reason for this, you mean?
Hey, where you going?
To bring a guy up here, Johnson. A guy who just might have been kidding about something he really meant.
Here we are, George. Oh.
Hello? You coming to see the great sidebetter, too?
Yeah, ring the bell, will you?
That's what I'm doing. Your eyes bad or something?
I'm in a hurry, that's all. Here, let me...
I don't hear the bell. What did he do? Disconnected or something?
A little disconnected himself.
You a friend of Sinclair's, Buster?
The name's Hale, if you don't mind. Hale, but not hearty. He doesn't have any friends. I'm a new lawyer. I collect debts for him. I'm crazy.
So am I.
So is he. Got more people owing him money than the Department of Internal Revenue. He thinks it's funny. He thinks everything's funny.
Yeah, well, there's a little matter upstairs you might not laugh off. Sinclair, where are you? Hey!
He must have gone out, George. He's certainly
Stay where
not...
you are, lady.
What?
His office is in the bathroom. The bathtub.
Yeah, well, excuse me.
What are you talking about?
Telephone, reading stand, cigar, and all.
Yeah. And the radio. Only it's not playing now, is it?
Holy mackerel.
Don't touch him. Yeah. Side bet himself. Taking a bath.
But here, help me. The guy...
You can't help him. He's dead. And he didn't just drown, either. When a radio is fixed like this and falls into a bathtub, it's called electrocution.
We'll return to tonight's adventure of George Valentine in just a moment.
Listen to the difference. Yes, now you can actually hear authentic scientific proof of the difference between new RPM motor oil and premium type motor oils as designated by the American Petroleum Institute. Auto engines are equipped with irradiated piston rings, and during operation, minute particles of radioactive metal wear off the rings. Geiger counters are thus able to detect the amount of wear actually taking place. Listen now as the Geiger counters click off the difference. First, the low wear rate of the new RPM. Now, the much faster wear rate of the conventional oil. Now, new RPM again. You have just heard authentic scientific proof that new RPM motor oil cuts in half the wear rate of critical engine parts, doubles the life of the average auto engines between major overhauls due to lubrication.
Proved in the laboratory and checked out in severe road service, new RPM motor oil is sold with a money-back guarantee of satisfaction. Ask for it at standard stations and independent Chevron gas stations where they say and mean, we take better care of your car. Now, back to tonight's adventure of George Valentine. If you want good luck, then knock on wood. That's what Mr. Liggett does, the proud owner and manager of the beautiful Golden Tower Apartments. And look at the luck it brings him. The woman in 16A, Mrs. Fairchild, is killed by poison. And now, only a few minutes later, another of his tenants, a slightly different sort of person known as Sidebet Sinclair, is dead, too, on the 15th floor. Only this wasn't a poisoning. If your name is George Valentine, the way you'd put it is that when a radio is fixed like this and falls into a bathtub, it's called electrocution.
It's called murder, you mean? Well, where is it?
Through here, Johnson. Here we are.
That's what it was, all right, Lieutenant. Radio falling in a tub gives a shock big enough to kill off a herd of buffalo.
You're repeating yourself, Doctor. You said that about Mrs. Fairchild's poison.
Still true. Oh, not that you could get that many buffalo into a bath.
All right, all of you clear out.
Oh, is that man dead?
Not you, Doc. Stay there. I just phoned for an extra crew to help you.
I just want to know.
Come on, everybody, please. Nothing to be curious
This
about.
is the building we live in. What's going on? We certainly deserve an explanation.
Did any of you see anybody come into Mr. Sinclair's room in the last quarter hour? All right, then, all right. It's all under control. Nothing for anybody to worry about. That's it. We'll call on any of you that we need. That's it.
You'd better get that lawyer, though, Lieutenant. Mr. Hale, that friend of Sinclair's.
Oh, yeah. Take care of it, Sergeant. Oh, brother, what a day this is turning out to be. No sooner one
Take
happens...
it easy, Johnson. It's all under control. Nothing to worry about.
Valentine, I admire your courage, but there isn't time for sarcasm.
Why not? These two deaths are certainly linked up together, aren't they?
Course they are. Simple as a Chinese puzzle. A snoopy little woman and a big-time gambler. I'm just surprised they weren't both murdered the same way.
Now you're doing it. Okay, Johnson, but look at what you know so far. The old lady did hear things, maybe, from Sinclair's apartment here. And Sinclair himself must have certainly had enemies.
So Sinclair was up to something and Mrs. Fairchild heard it, and it was so important that the person who was involved killed both of them. Sure.
It doesn't make much sense, does it, George? Sinclair was too smart to go yelling about things, and she wouldn't have understood anything she heard anyway.
Well, they're tied up together in some way.
Both done in by the same crackpot, if you ask me.
Huh? Who let you in?
Oh, hello. The janitor, Lieutenant.
Name's Newton. Your sergeant called me. Only I got work I should be doing. Every fuse box in the whole place blown out. You know that? Lucky you didn't catch the whole building on fire. That's Sinclair and...
Wait a minute. What did you say about a crackpot?
Just what the other tenants are saying out in the hall. Nice, peaceful place until you got here. Everything neat and clean. Well, it's obvious, isn't it? Some madman or lunatic...
Well, don't wave your finger at me. I'm not going to argue with you.
Well, I am. Newton, who delivers the milk here?
What?
Facts, come on. Who delivered a bottle of Dutch Farm Guernsey to Mrs. Fairchild's door upstairs?
Same man's done it for 10 years. Who do you think?
I've already started on that line through the dairy, Valentine.
Name's Frank something. Makes a lot of deliveries in the building. Too dumb to be mixed up in anything.
You see him come in?
Of course I did. I see everybody come in.
You what?
You heard me. Nightman's been sick the past week. I've been on duty.
Where?
Lobby. Propped up in a chair right next to the elevator.
Well, whom did you see?
Nobody. Milkman, that's all. What of it?
Inside. Somebody from inside.
Maybe. And the milkman's probably all right. So somebody must have tampered with that milk in the hall after he delivered it.
Lunatic. Crackpot.
And today, maybe the same person came in here and gave Sinclair's radio a shove. Only that'd have to be somebody who could come in without surprising him, right?
He always left the door open.
That's not what I mean. Somebody who knew his habits, that's all.
Like the other. Somebody right here from this building.
From it? You mean in it, don't you? In it. Right now.
Now, look, Mr. Valentine, I can't help you tie these two things together. You're trying to add sheep and goats. That Fairchild
From you,
woman...
I just want to know about Sinclair, Mr. Hale.
Well, Lieutenant Johnson just ran past me there in the hall, and he didn't ask
Well,
me.
he decided he'd better run a fast check of the other tenants. Mr. Liggett's with him.
People hated Sidebet. I told you that.
A lot of characters in debt to him, huh?
Sure, with plenty of reason to kill him. Self-defense practically for anybody to kill Sinclair. A very unpleasant man. Gambler who always collected. Had a smile like a death warrant.
You're his lawyer. You should know.
Just got the job, miss. Big money. I'm a man with ideals.
Big money, sure. But stay on the rails. Any of those characters in the building in trouble with Sinclair?
You mean any of them live here? No, I don't think so. And if one of them did do it, how do you explain that woman upstairs
He doesn't yet, Mr. Hale. One thing at a time.
No, both things at once.
Stubborn type, isn't he?
I don't believe in crackpot killings.
There's a neat, simple explanation for everything.
Mr. Valentine! Mr. Valentine!
It's Mr. Liggett, George.
Right here, yeah.
Mr. Valentine, 16A, 15A.
What's your trouble, friend?
What am I going to do? My whole life,
what
my
about
building...
16 and 15A? Get your breath, will you? I thought you were Johnson.
I came to get you. He's downstairs in 14A. There's another woman there. Dead.
The woman in 14A, who was she?
And a woman, that's all. There's no possible connection. She's a school teacher, Mr. Hale, and she lives here.
Hey, wait a minute. The elevators are down this way.
No. This is faster. You don't have to wait. Just straight ahead. It's the way we went before.
But what happened to this woman? What did she...
Strangled. Just a few minutes ago. She'd just gone to answer her door, apparently, and someone was there. And it happened. A few minutes ago, I tell you, there's someone in the...
Calm down, will you, Leggett?
Here. This door.
Well, what's this? Fire stairs?
Yes. Come on. Be careful of the railing.
Hold it.
Go on, Valentine. The stairs are too
Wait,
narrow.
I said stop, both of you.
Yes, but Lieutenant Johnson is...
He'll live without us for a second.
You like the view or something? You trying to make yourself dizzy looking down?
Skip it, Hale. I used these stairs before. Now, this is an inside fire escape, isn't it? Only those doors to it aren't locked.
Well, not in a building like this.
Where does it end? That's what I'm trying to see.
At the back hall, by the alley.
Is that door locked? Down there, I mean.
Well, no, as a matter of fact. Oh, for heaven's sake, Valentine, at a time like this...
Somebody could have come in this way last night, couldn't he? To climb up here and tamper with some milk without being seen? And down below, Newton in the lobby by the elevators wouldn't have seen him.
All right, you solved it. Now let's get out.
Okay, let's move. 3 murders, all in a row.
You think he'll stop at 3?
Oh, be quiet, both of you. I can't stand it.
Liggett, what are the rest of the facts on this?
Leave him alone. He's knocking on wood to stop a 4th.
Please, I said.
Concrete place like this, he'll have to use his own head.
Stop. Don't talk like that.
Maybe you're right. Maybe there will be a 4th murder.
What's it? No, there won't. There can't be. Lieutenant Johnson has more police coming. They'll be here any minute.
Wait, Mr. Hale. Don't push.
But isn't this the door to the next floor?
It isn't marked. Neither are the apartments, I noticed. Just A, B, or C.
But of course it's 14. Come on, hurry up.
I like it better here. So do you guys. Besides, whatever 4th murder there is liable to be right here, isn't it?
What did you say?
Oh, come on. Let's keep on moving downstairs.
But this is the floor.
Mr. Liggett, you're liable to be the 4th corpse unless you shut up.
Bravo.
Listen, I'm not interested in that 3rd one. Because that's a murder that'll convince everyone forever that these are some sort of madman killings. Right? 3 in a row running right down a building?
Of course it's a madman. But what did you say?
So suppose instead it was just a brutal, cold-blooded job to make people think that. Now, come on, downstairs.
Yeah. Mr. Valentine...
this woman was strangled, though. I'm interested in that. There are tests they can run, you know, on a man's hands. If they can do it soon enough.
Would you please explain what you're talking about?
Mr. Liggett, you're a superstitious guy, aren't you? Knock on wood. And you own this building.
For the love of...
I'm making sense, friend. Just like this fire well does. Meaning that an outsider could be the murderer.
Meaning me? Well, so could anyone who lived in the building or owned it.
I don't think so. Hale, your so-called client Sinclair had an ulcer, didn't he? I guess he might have had milk delivered every night, too. Seems logical. People who plan a killing by poison usually don't make mistakes, I know, but they could if they didn't live here. If you walked up these steps last night, for instance, and counted as you walked, and made a mistake, and discovered it today, and corrected it by killing Sinclair, you pretended you were just going into his place, Hale, when we bumped into you there. Easiest thing to do, I guess, if you're caught just on your way out.
Liggett, what would you think of a detective?
Oh, be quiet. Sit down. Yeah, we'll all just sit here. On the 12th floor landing. Yeah. 16, 15, 14, 12.
Well, you know, it's so difficult to rent. Many buildings...
Yeah, I know, but Hale here didn't. Counted the floors and ended up one floor too high. Put poison in the wrong bottle. Mrs. Fairchild's. Didn't skip 13. No, 13th floor. Should have knocked on wood.
Yeah, what's that?
Oh, some of those extra policemen, I guess. Maybe there's a lab man with him, Hale. We can sit and wait for that test I talked about.
You're saying I did it? Any number of people could have...
All right, we'll wait for the proof.
Ridiculous. We will not. I'm getting out of here.
Mr. Valentine, don't let him
Get
go.
out of my way, or I'll...
No, Buster. You wouldn't pull another desperation murder with all those witnesses coming up, would you?
I said...
All right. Just take it easy.
No, he can get out in the hole. He can take the elevator to another floor. Why, he can...
Oh, no, he can't. The elevator won't work.
What? What do you mean? Of course it'll work.
No, it's an electric elevator, isn't it? Now, don't get sore, Hale. You did it yourself, you know. It was your murdering Sinclair half an hour ago that, well, as Newton put it, blew out every fuse box in the joint. It's a little ironic, isn't it?
But, George, how did you guess there wasn't any 13th floor in that building?
That's quite common, Angel. Keep your eyes open. Notice the elevator buttons next time. Only, maybe you won't notice if you climb up the fire stairs.
Well, I don't understand how Hale could have...
Well, on Mrs. Fairchild, he made the mistake.
Oh.
Wrong floor, wrong bottle of milk. Seems he was the one who owed Sinclair all that money. And he was afraid for his own neck, so he decided to kill him. Next day he did. Only we practically caught him at it without knowing.
Well, he didn't act nervous or anything.
Hale was desperate, Brooksy. Yeah, we would have found out it was a mistake in pretty short order, you know.
So he slipped off and committed another murder just to cover...
Sure, the bloodhounds would have gone off in the opposite direction fast. Maniac on the loose. No time to look for rhymes or reasons.
But he wasn't nervous or anything. I mean, I noticed he got lost in the shuffle there for a few minutes, too, but I...
Well, why does a murderer have to act like one? People don't always betray themselves, you know. They don't spill their emotions all over the place.
Don't spill their emotions all over... Oh. Well, some people certainly don't.
I don't know why you always expect them to.
You don't think I'm going to rise to that, do you? Well, I can sit here just as cold-blooded and showing nothing.
You sure, Angel?
For just about that long every time. Never longer. I hope. Knock on wood.
When you're out driving on the highway, there's nothing like having a clean windshield and a clean rear window every mile of the way. For clear vision, ahead and behind means greater driving comfort as well as greater personal safety. And helping you have clear vision is the speedy service offered to you at all standard stations and independent Chevron gas stations. Here you'll notice the men take pride in doing a thorough spick-and-span job on your windshield, and they're glad to offer you this service whenever you want it with no obligation on your part. Windshield care is but one of a number of car-saver services that are given as a regular procedure at these gas stations. Use them every day, and every day you'll enjoy your motoring. And remember, you're never far from an independent Chevron gas station or a standard station where they say and mean, we take better care of your car. Tonight's adventure of George Valentine has been brought to you by Standard Oil Company of California on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West. Owing to the illness of Robert Bailey, the part of George was played tonight by Ken Peters. Virginia Gregg is Brooksy. Let George Do It is written by David Victor and Jackson Gillis and directed by Don Clark. Ken Christie is Lieutenant Johnson. John McIntyre was heard as Hale, Howard McNear as Liggett, Jeanette Nolan as Mrs. Fairchild, Joe Duvall as Sinclair, and Fred Howard as Newton. The music is composed and presented by Eddie Dunstetter. Your announcer, John Heaston. Listen again next week, same time, same station, to Let George Do It. Let George Do It is heard overseas through the worldwide facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System.
Personal notice. Danger's my stock and trade. If the job's too tough for you to handle, you got a job for me, George Valentine. Write full details.
Standard Oil Company of California, on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West, invites you to Let George Do It. Sweet are the uses of publicity, a transcribed adventure of George Valentine.
Dear Mr. Valentine, believe me, trouble I've got like the hives. Danger I've got like dandruff. But who wants to scratch either one? Why should I ruin my expectancy when there's a man like your caliber advertises he should unwrap people's loads from their backs? No answer. It's for you. You've got it. A job, it's yours. Now listen, so much for politeness. You're going to keep me from an early death. You're going to throw out of work my tombstone maker. And how? By only making yourself pleasant while I throw a party. The place? East Bay uptown. Meet you at the side entrance at 8 o'clock. The name, Jacob S. Flannery. Jake to you. That's me. The job? Believe me, Mr. Valentine, it's a job, all right. You're going to be a bodyguard. A bodyguard to a man who doesn't exist. Only got 10 minutes, Valentine. Guess we'll be upstairs in 10 minutes. A bartender, Pete, the usual, and make it fast.
Yes, sir, Mr. Flannery. Coming up.
Is there anybody around here you don't know?
Anywhere, Miss Brooks. Anywhere, and I wish it weren't so. 10 minutes rest. The first all day. 10 beautiful
You know, friend,
little...
you're quite a character.
Mr. Valentine, you surprised me, too. No, I said that. You'll have to excuse the letter. But I figured Private Eye, Tough Joe, make 'em like it. Get in tune with his symphony. Get 'em here. If it sounded like no grammar, excuse it.
There you are, Mr. Flannery. Oh, thank you, sir.
The usual water?
For my pills. Dietitian says they're no good. Stomach specialist does. Analyst doesn't care, so I take the advice of myself. Valentine, I get myself into a person's personality, see? I'm fluid, flexible, in harmony with the situation.
Suppose you just tell us what your business is and what our job is tonight and let it go at that.
But that's what I'm doing. It's me, my talent, my career. And it's all teetering in the balance. Tonight is the night.
Mr. Flannery.
I build romance, Miss Brooks. I give glamour where there was only gallstones, pearls out of paste. Oh, here's my card.
Personality builder?
Publicity, is that it? Is that what you are, publicity agent?
Valentine, please. There's no person alive who can put his own best foot forward, so I do it for him. I touch up his public picture. I stick him in the public eye. Sure, publicity, press relations, whatever you like. But in 2 years, I built up a suite of 10 offices. You'd be surprised at some of the clients
Skip it, please.
Caleb Romano. Have you ever heard of that name?
Caleb, well, of course. He's that Czechoslovakian or Romanian.
I'll say I have, and he's not in your league, Buster.
The epitome of romance. He was my first client, Valentine.
Okay, sorry. But he's a big shot foreign businessman, isn't he? Always see his name going to some glamour spot over there in Europe? Being chased by some rich widow?
The bachelor, the charmer, the dilettante, the dream of what every dull man of 40 would like to be. My dream. Mine, you understand?
Huh?
Caleb Romano does not exist. I made him up.
What? Oh, now, wait a minute. I've read about
Yeah, but you've never actually seen a picture of him, have you?
Well, maybe not, but Caleb Romano is...
Quiet. I'm trusting you. What I've told you could kill me in this town, ruin me. Newspapers, magazine editors. I built my business on Caleb Romano. The other clients I've got, they're honest men. I'm an honest man.
Oh, yeah, sure. Honest like the day is short, pulling a fraud like this.
Listen, 2 years ago, I wasn't even eating regular. I had to do something. So I dreamed up Romano. It's easy to get publicity for somebody who doesn't exist, particularly when you keep them in Europe. You're not bowed down. You don't have to tell the truth about them. Well, anyway, it worked. When other people heard Romano was a client of mine, in came business. The tailored suits, I'm in.
Well, then what are you worried about?
Being out, being exposed. I made the mistake of having him come to the U.S. incognito. Reporters are beginning to get puzzled. They sniff around. He's been an albatross around my neck.
Frankenstein built a monster, and now Frankenstein's monsters.
Haunts me. I try to forget him, drop it. But they won't let me. It's every day. Where's Romano? Press agents grab me and say...
Now, wait a minute. Calm down, will you? This party tonight upstairs, and this bodyguard to nobody stuff, and your letter...
I said tonight's the night. Caleb Romano is going back to Europe to retire forever. Tonight, we lay the ghost.
What?
It's a farewell party. The whole press in town is invited. Columnists, the works. I say I've got a surprise for them. A chance to say goodbye to the man they've been itching to meet. Only, of course, he'll be regrettably detained and forced to dash straight for the boat instead. So they don't know it, but they'll never meet him in the first place. You get it?
Genius. Sheer genius.
Desperation, that's all. Be sarcastic, but help me. Please help me. Stand by if I need you, in case any of that bloodthirsty mob up there won't swallow the sweet talk and demand they gotta see him. Mr. Valentine, believe me, not even I've got this far before. Takes help to give a party for nobody.
It also takes guests to give a party for nobody. Don't look now, Mr. Flannery, but I don't see anybody but the waiter.
The gentleman of the press left, Mr. Flannery, just a moment ago. Apparently, they received a phone call. I don't know what this party of yours was to be.
Stop waving your arms. What phone call?
Yes, sir, of course, sir, but apparently they had an opportunity to meet someone they wished to meet. I can't say as I blame them. I've been fascinated by the stories about him myself.
Hey, what is all this?
Yes, sir. I believe they all went somewhere together. Someone had arranged a personal interview with that foreigner, Caleb Romano. Imagine, they're going to meet him in person.
Sir, I tell you can't go aboard.
Look, I know the president of the line, the chairman of the board, and me are just like
Hey,
that.
come
Don't
back
argue
here.
with the stockholders. Come on, Valentine.
All right, ballyhoo. We're aboard now, so slow down.
I got tickets for him for stateroom 1A.
When you perpetrate a fraud, you certainly do it up fancy.
Well, I had to. Had to carry out the full pretense. It's not easy to get rid of a man who doesn't exist.
Climb out of that squirrel cage and say it straight, will you? The reporters didn't know what kind of a party you had planned back there. Somebody else phones and says Caleb Romano can be seen in person someplace else. Well, what makes you think we'll find...
Claude. He's the only one it could be. Claude. Who? The steward. Valentine, I had to take him into my confidence, too. I paid the steward $1,000 to maintain the pretense until the ship was at sea. We reserved an empty stateroom, bought tickets. Some editor was bound to check out when I gave out the story that Romano had left,
You
so
think
I thought...
the steward was the one who telephoned? But why would he say they could come down here and see Romano in person?
Just to get in the act, to grab up the spotlight, publicity. What else does anybody do anything for? Takes my cash, then gets the credit for exposing me. Come on. I'll shove that laugh right through the other side of his face. He'll never be able to bite another hand that feeds him.
Oh, no, you don't. No, you don't. Stop, would you? Brooksy, find me the purser of this ship. Huh? Buster, you're just going to take some more pills.
Valentine.
I'll take care of your double-crosser for you and the newspaper men. So long, Ulcer. I'm going after this publicity myself.
Young man, are you going to be on this ship? Oh, delightful. I was only just saying to the chambermaid, I said, how dreary the ocean must be without...
I'm sorry, lady. Excuse me. I'm looking for...
Oh, but that's the end of the corridor. There are no more rooms.
The lady is quite correct, sir. Perhaps you are lost. There is only 1A.
Well, that's what I'm looking for, 1A. Hey, you're Claude, aren't you?
Yes, sir.
Claude? Oh, well, perhaps you could help me, steward.
Oh, lady, please.
I only wanted a cup of bouillon. Excuse me.
In just a moment, madam. No one is to be admitted to cabin 1A, so the gentleman doesn't wish to be disturbed.
Buster, where are the reporters?
I beg your pardon, sir?
Look, I work for the same guy you do, Flannery. Did you call reporters?
Really, sir, I don't follow you. I haven't seen a single gentleman of the press aboard this ship.
Oh, you haven't, huh?
Oh, no, sir. Everything's gone beautifully, just beautifully. If you're on the in, as we say, you may tell Mr. Flannery we've done a masterful job of his little deception.
You have?
Oh, yes, sir. See, even dummy suitcase is outside the empty cabin, and I have the only key. You may tell him no one has come near here. Now, if you'll excuse me, sir, the lady's bouillon.
Yeah, sure, go on.
There's a companionway up there for you to get back up to the deck, sir.
Yeah. Cabin 1A, huh? Masterful deception.
No!
George, the ship has sailed. I'm trying to tell you, the ship has sailed.
I can hear you. Hey, where are we?
On the ship. We left the dock half an hour ago.
Oh, that does it. All the crazy stupid...
I found you just wandering around with a blank look on your face.
Hey, where's Flannery? I suppose he got off all right.
Open your eyes, Detective. I'm right here.
Huh?
Don't make like you have the only headache. Have a pill. A bartender.
Oh, Buster, where did I
George,
get...
the ship stops pretty quick at the Outer Harbor Light Station. We can get off when they drop off the pilot.
Just a second, Angel. Now, listen, Buster, you're a fraud.
Let go of
There's no Caleb Romano, you say. Come help me, you say.
Valentine.
George, I believe it.
There's a million reporters running around loose, only they keep disappearing.
No. Stop it. What's come over you?
Buster, I'm going to bang down the door to that cabin 1A, and if I have to, friend, I'm going to use your head.
You see? Nobody.
Yeah, it's empty, all right, just like you said. Like the steward said.
Mr. Valentine.
All right, so I'm wrong. Just because somebody saps me, I act like one. But Flannery somehow on this hot air excursion... Hey, the boat's stopping.
George, that's what we were just trying to tell you.
Huh? Oh, yeah, the light station. We get off.
No, George, the reporters. That's why we're stopping.
The what? There aren't any, are there? The little genius's hoax is still nice and undetected, isn't it?
At the light station. The purser got them there.
What?
When you sent me to find him, remember? The purser said he was the one who telephoned that hotel. He's having the ship stop half an hour at the light station for them to come aboard.
The purser? Why?
Oh, you innocent babe. Why, he says. They saw Romano's name on the passenger list. That's why. Now the steamship company wants to get into the act. Show up their big passenger, Romano. It's for... Oh, no. No, I can't say.
It's for publicity, George. They want some publicity, too.
Oh, brother. Now I've heard everything. All right, Brooksy, this is where we came.
Hey, wait a minute. Valentine, wait.
You built yourself this headache, Buster. Oh, don't worry. Just show the boys from the press the albatross around your neck. You explain to them why this cabin's empty. But me, I'm through with them.
Where do you think you're going?
Lieutenant Riley.
That's right. Nobody's coming aboard this ship but me, Valentine.
Now, what in the name of...
A fisherman complained somebody threw a body in his net.
What?
You heard me. Right in the harbor here, a body was thrown off this ship. A man, a big shot. That guy you read so much publicity about. Caleb Romano.
The man who doesn't exist.
Hey, what's the matter with that bird there behind you?
George, I think Mr. Flannery fainted.
We'll return to tonight's adventure of George Valentine in just a moment. Every time you have to use the choke to get your car started, don't forget it results in extra engine wear as well as a delay in time. And what makes an engine hard to start anyway? Often it's the fault of gummy gasoline. Gummy gasoline? Yes, indeed. It's caused by the impurities that exist in most raw gasoline. But Chevron Supreme is the gasoline that is super refined to prevent engine sticking gum, to keep spark plugs, rings, and carburetor free of this contaminant. That's why Chevron Supreme gives you that new car feeling. Not only faster starting, but quicker pickup in traffic and ping-free power on the steepest hills. Just try super refined Chevron Supreme. It's the gasoline that gives you full mileage in the kind of driving you do. Buy Chevron Supreme at independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations, where they say and mean we take better care of your car. And now back to tonight's adventure of George Valentine. Caleb Romano was a romantic, mysterious figure, a bachelor sought after by many women, friend of the great, maker of tabloid headlines, the dream of what every middle-aged man would like to be. But, according to Jake Flannery, Caleb Romano was only a dream himself, a nightmare that Flannery created in order to build up his own publicity business. A fraudulent ghost returned to haunt Flannery forever, because now it's no longer a ghost. It's a body, the body of Caleb Romano. Well, if your name is George Valentine, that's what you want to see. In the police launch, tied alongside the big ship several hundred yards off the outer harbor light station.
Now, you believe me, Valentine. This is the main feature.
Bullet, huh?
Yeah, that's right. He was shot twice. .38 revolver. See what I mean? He was murdered and then thrown overboard. Murdered, I said.
And all for publicity.
What's that?
Oh, never mind. Refrain of his song. Riley, it must have happened just after I got cracked over the head.
There's a big window in cabin 1A. Somebody must have heard the ship was going to stop again and have reporters running all over the place. So they got scared and shoved the body through it.
Hey, wait a minute, Riley. Hold it.
Huh?
Mr. Valentine. Oh, there you are.
Hi, blood pressure.
Where's your respect for the living? Is that any way to talk? Just wondered if you got things straight with the inspector.
Flannery, I'm a lieutenant this season. And yes, I've heard that sluiced-up story of yours, and furthermore, I'm convinced you're the only fake around here, see? You see this pretty gold cigarette case?
Huh? Oh, initialed, huh?
Yeah, very classy. C.R.
Or would you rather paw around in a wallet?
Same initials, CR. Hey, what else was on the body, Riley?
Yeah, doesn't mean anything. Might be Chauncey Rhodes or Charlie Rappaport or even Captain Riley for all you can...
And he was wearing a nice new wristwatch. Caleb Romano.
But it can't...
You engineered all of this. Cooked up the stories for Valentine here.
It doesn't exist, I tell you. I don't know why that stuff's on him.
Well, who collects now that Romano's dead? That's all I want to know.
No. Listen to me. It's not true.
And don't give me any more that don't exist stuff. I know, see? I read an article once about Romano in a magazine myself.
I wrote that article myself. I made it up.
And, friend, I'm going to write you a nice long ticket.
Hey, cut it out, both of you.
Huh?
Riley, I got some more initials.
Huh?
Yeah.
Mr. Valentine, please tell me.
Stop babbling, will you? Take a look here. J.W., 1929. Mamie H., 1931.
Hey.
Yeah, some marks under his shirt. Here.
The names and dates all seem to end around 32.
Tattoo?
That's right, Buster. Now, look here. I'll always love you, Susie. Supposed to be a big romantic international glamour boy, Riley.
Yeah, with the names of his girls tattooed on him.
Yeah, I think we're finally going to believe you, Flannery. You wrote up Romano as being a foreigner, didn't you?
Oh, yes, I did. Yes. Czechoslovakian, a Romanian,
And here on this guy's chest it says, tell it to the U.S. Marines.
So now where are we, huh? It's an impersonation, all right. Impersonation by this guy, whoever he was, of a character written about in the newspaper. Even the wristwatch and the wallet are new. So he either bought it recently or it was planted on him.
Well, naturally, I wouldn't have any reason for... Well, I only dreamed up Romano. I didn't... Well, what's the matter?
Come on, Riley. We're going to dream up some answers. And stick around, Flannery. Maybe we'll all get our names in the paper.
But I'm trying to think, Mr. Valentine. There's so many men aboard a ship, you know, and it's all so exciting, at least for a single girl like myself.
Yeah, sure, Miss Nelson. Is that it, Nelson?
The Topeka Nelsons. Oh, I've taught Latin there in the high school for I don't know how many.
Yes, well, will you please try to remember? You see, you were there almost at the right time. You must have seen...
But I prowl all over the ship. I always do at sailing time. I travel a great deal, you know, all of us girls, and it's so thrilling to see what kind of experiences you're going to have.
Like men, you mean?
Well, really, Lieutenant.
Well, that's what he's trying to ask you. Did you see a man in cabin 1A? Did you happen to look
I'm
into...
certainly not that forward.
Well, did you see a man in the general area? Oh, excuse me, ma'am, but this guy who was in 1A was killed, and you're the only person who had even a remote chance of seeing or hearing
I'm
what...
trying, Lieutenant. I am trying. But I was late coming aboard myself, and, well, I remember you, Mr. Valentine. There was so much luggage in the corridor, we bumped into each other, didn't we? And, of course, the steward in that section.
That's you, Claude.
Yes, sir. Yes, of course, sir.
I wish I could. Well, there might have been something if only I could...
Think, will you, lady? Think, will you, please?
Oh, skip it, Riley, skip it.
Huh?
I understand, Miss Nelson. Thanks very much.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Valentine.
Claude, you want to repeat that story of yours?
If you wish, sir. I was quite busy with the embarkation.
From the beginning.
I accepted $1,000, yes, sir. Mr. Flannery is an old customer of the line. I only wished to oblige him. It was a very small fraud merely to pretend there was somebody in what I thought to be an empty cabin. I never even looked in that cabin, sir. I locked the door, told anyone who came near that the gentleman inside did not wish to be disturbed. I was pretending that the fictitious Mr. Romano was in there, and I went about my duties.
You locked the door without looking in?
Yes, sir.
If it was already locked by somebody leaving, you'd have noticed it.
Perhaps.
Or if it was locked from the inside by that guy who got killed or somebody else, you'd have noticed that too.
What?
And it would have been locked, of course, since the body hadn't been thrown overboard yet. So in either case, you would have noticed it, but you didn't. You said the door was unlocked.
Really, the logic you're trying to use,
Now
sir...
tell me, Buster, why is it the more nervous you get, the tighter you hold your hand against your side?
No,
That's where you keep your precious $1,000? Or is that where you...
Get away from God, he's got a gun. Grab him. Stop it. Let go.
Oh, no. No gun, Riley. Just his wallet, that's all.
Give it back. Give it to me.
Wow. 1,000? Jake Flannery said he gave you $1,000, but...
Holy smoke.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6. All right now, Claude, where'd you get the extra 5? And don't waste any words this time.
His name is Burnell, Sam Burnell.
Go on.
I met him. Never mind, that's not important. He's just a man, or was, I should say, unsuccessful at a good many things, in and out of trouble, in and out of the Marines, in vaudeville with a knife-throwing act, bicycle stunt rider on a tandem. You can check all this yourself. The only important thing was he had some money saved up and wanted to invest it.
And you had something to sell.
Well, in a manner of speaking, yes, sir. Well, it did seem ridiculous to me for Mr. Flannery to have built up that beautiful personality of Caleb Romano and then just want to throw it away.
So you sold the vacancy to this Sam Burnell?
Well, the role did have inducements. Perhaps he wished to write a book or marry one of these wealthy creatures who were always chasing after Mr. Romano in the Sunday supplements. Perhaps he...
Yeah, sure, I get it. It was a perfect confidence game for him.
But I don't see yet why he got killed.
Neither do I, sir. I know nothing about his murder.
Thank you, Claude. You're under arrest.
But, Lieutenant...
We'll call it material witness for the time. Overboard! Somebody overboard!
George, it's that little school teacher.
Somebody pushed her. You can't just fall over that rail.
What's the matter with the lights? Get a light down there!
Miss Nelson, huh?
She did know something. She did remember
She'd be on
something.
the surface if she were alive, wouldn't she?
Sail her down there now. I wonder where Flannery is.
The tide's running offshore, Lieutenant. It's carrying her out.
We'll get that launch going. Come on, come on.
Oh, George, maybe she never even guessed what it was she saw or heard that was important.
Come on, hurry up, Valentine.
Go on. Don't wait for me.
George!
I got something else to do, Angel. So long. I'll see you later. You heard me, Buster. Give me that boat. I'm going ashore. Well, welcome, lady. I've been on shore waiting for you.
Mr. Valentine. Oh, I don't swim very well. Saw the lights. Couldn't tell direction.
Yeah, the current's pretty strong, but you'll be all right. Now, give me your hand.
Oh.
Easy does it. That's it.
Oh, thank you. Oh.
Yeah, not as young as you used to be, I guess.
Oh.
No, now, don't try to talk. You must have had the daylight scared out of you tonight. Oh, here we are. Just sit here now and get your breath. It's pretty tough trying to swim like that after killing a man.
What did you say?
Yeah, you're the one who knocked me out, too, I guess. I was headed for cabin 1A. I had to be stopped so the body could be gotten out of there, tossed overboard.
You mustn't talk like that, young man.
Cabin 1A. You called it a room. The old traveler, huh? Called a passageway a corridor, too. Several other things.
Mr. Valentine.
JW, 29. Mamie H, 1930. Dates all ended in 32. None after, I noticed that.
No.
What happened then? Claude says Burnell tried vaudeville with a knife-throwing act. That takes a partner. Bicycle stunt rider for a while. On a tandem. Takes a partner. Little Latin teachers don't develop the nerve or muscles for a swim in water like that. Mrs. Burnell?
No, I'm not Mrs. Burnell.
You answer pretty quick, don't you? Sure, it must have been. And now that half-failure confidence game husband of yours latches onto the one thing that'd take him away from you forever. Old girlfriends and all. He was on his way to become the big international bachelor, pursued by the women of 5 continents. Oh, what a life.
Oh, you can never understand.
So you follow after the heel, get aboard ship, and then lose your temper, I guess. From then on, it's a 3-ring madhouse. The tide's running offshore now, you know. Of course you know, it almost killed you. But you wouldn't be here, would you, unless you dived off that ship on purpose. Unless you were trying to run away.
It was his gun. He had a gun. We struggled.
Yeah, sure. I guess there's a lot on your side.
Hey down there.
What's that?
What's going on down there?
Just take it easy.
Let go of me. Who are they? What?
Hey, what's the pitch? What's with the ship out there? We're running out of poker chips. You just come from that ship out there?
Reporters, that's all, Mrs. Burnell. From the Outer Harbor Light Station. Every reporter in town still waiting.
Hey, what is it? What's up? I tell you, we're getting pretty sick and tired of these publicity gags.
The jury will let Mrs. Burnell off easy. I'm in tune with that kind of stuff, Miss Brooks. Symphony and sob, that's the angle. Husband was a rat, going to go away and be a playboy like he was before 32. Like I remember once I ran up some stuff in a bomber. Stabbed his mother-in-law. The angle
Mr.
was...
Flannery, I thought you were all through with publicity.
You mean it's through with me, don't you?
If you hadn't got smart in the first place, this guy Burnell...
No, George. If the job of being Caleb Romano hadn't been around, that man would have left his wife some other way. With probably the same result.
Thank you, beautiful. Thank you.
Yeah, maybe you're right, Brooksy. So long, Flannery.
No, wait a minute, Valentine. I've got an idea. I'm grateful, see? So I take and I build you up, see? I make people George Valentine conscious.
You what?
Well, what's the matter? You want to be a hermit or something?
Get out of here.
The only trouble is you need a little more human interest. Home and fireside, soft lights and junk. Now, if you'll just take that dame draped around your neck there and...
I said get... Hey, wait a minute. You mean...
Well, it's an idea, isn't it?
Mr. Flannery, it's a wonderful idea.
Imagine how you'd feel if you found that your car's fuel tank had a slow leak and that you were losing 1 gallon of gasoline out of every 10. Expensive? You bet. But many motorists are losing that much gasoline simply because of worn and neglected spark plugs. At 35 miles an hour, your car's spark plugs have to fire about 5,000 times a minute, and in a temperature ranging from 2,000 to 3,000 degrees Fahrenheit. No wonder the porcelain sometimes cracks. No wonder the plugs need cleaning and resetting periodically. In fact, if your spark plugs have traveled more than 10,000 miles, chances are you'll be money ahead by getting new Atlas Champion spark plugs. They have the finest insulating material ever developed for spark plugs and efficiency beyond that of any other spark plug. So, to prevent gasoline waste and for better engine performance, go on Atlas Champion spark plugs and have them inspected at regular intervals. Get this car saver service at standard stations and independent Chevron gas stations where they say and mean we take better care of your car. Tonight's transcribed adventure of George Valentine has been brought to you by Standard Oil Company of California on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West. Robert Bailey is starred as George with Virginia Gregg as Brooksy. Let George Do It is written by David Victor and Jackson Gillis
and directed by Don Clark. Wally Mayer as Lieutenant Riley. Eddie Marr was heard as Flannery. Lee Patrick as Mrs. Burnell. Eric Snowden as Claude. And Bob Bruce as the reporter. The music is composed and presented by Eddie Dunstetter. Your announcer, John Heaston. Listen again next week, same time, same station, to Let George Do It. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System.
Sounded good, real good. A weekend at Malibu, expenses paid with a cash bonus thrown in. But that was before I knew about the henchman, the redhead, and the corpse. These three and a white Panama hat ruined it all for me.
From the pen of Raymond Chandler, outstanding author of crime fiction, comes his most famous character as CBS presents The Adventures of Philip Marlowe. And now, with Gerald Moore starred as Philip Marlowe, we bring you tonight's unusual story, The Panama Hat.
I was sitting in my office bombing the ashtray on my desk with paper clips, wondering what kind of a job a private detective gets when clients stop calling completely. I was seesawing between the picture of me as a well-starched huckster and the more comfortable portrait of Marlo, author in English tweeds, man of distinction, when the telephone brought me to a rude awakening. Marlo speaking.
My name is Isabel Gordon, Mr. Marlowe. I must see you at once. My husband Bruce is in terrible danger. Could you possibly meet me in an hour at the Pelican Inn? It's a small roadside place on the way to Malibu. I'll explain everything then.
Pelican Inn, 1 hour, Mrs. Gordon. The Pelican Inn was strictly a liquor license with chairs, and a bored piano player in one corner grinding away. The place was empty, and I was about to order a drink when the front door opened and a woman entered. She was tall and thin and right out of Harper's Bazaar, from double ankle-strap shoes to close-cropped hair. One look at her fear-crowded eyes, and I knew it was Isabel Gordon. I got up and introduced myself. Then we went to a table, and she started to talk.
For 2 weeks now, Mr. Marlowe, my husband Bruce has been receiving unsigned, threatening letters. I'm almost sick with worry. I don't know what to do.
Now, wait a minute, Mrs. Gordon. The first thing to do is to get hold of yourself and tell me the whole thing right from the beginning.
Yes, all right. Well, first of all, Bruce and I have only been married a little more than a year. We're living with my uncle, Avery Fairchild, on an estate out beyond Malibu.
I see. What does your husband do for a living, Mrs. Gordon?
Why, he's a photographer.
Movie or commercial?
Well, at present, it's neither. You see, Bruce has been terribly unsettled since the war. Lost, sort of, and then recently he got interested in photography, and it's been a great help to him.
But he doesn't exactly work at it, huh?
Well, he's converted one of the rooms in the guest cottage into a studio, and he spends almost all of his time there experimenting with portrait work. But he doesn't actually have a job, if that's what you mean.
How does that appeal to your Uncle Avery?
Oh, I'll be honest with you, Mr. Marlowe. My uncle thinks the sun rises and sets on me, but with Bruce...
It's total eclipse, is that it?
I'm afraid so. All his life, Uncle Avery has been concerned only with dollars and cents. He simply doesn't understand or sympathize with an artist's viewpoint.
Uh-huh. Now, what about these unsigned letters?
Well, Bruce has been getting them for the past 2 weeks. They're always made up of words cut from newspapers and pasted on ordinary paper.
That's a cheap stunt. What do they say?
Each one threatens my husband's life. Yet both he and Uncle Avery consider them nothing more than the work of some harmless crank, in spite of the fact that for the last several days I've seen a strange man lurking around our place every night.
Can you describe him?
No, except well, he's about your height and build.
Is that all?
Yes. No, wait a minute. There is something else. Each time I saw him, Mr. Marlowe, he was wearing a white Panama.
Well, that's not much to go on. Tell me, why haven't you called the police?
Uncle Avery wouldn't hear of it. He hates publicity, dreads it. That's why I suggested contacting you, a private detective.
It's sort of a bodyguard for Bruce, huh?
Yes. However, Mr. Marlowe, Bruce is somewhat temperamental, and I know he'd rebel at the thought of being watched over, so I'd rather you posed as a house guest, an old college chum of mine, perhaps.
My fee is $25 a day plus expenses, Mrs. Gordon.
Oh, any price is all right, Mr. Marlowe. Let's see, it's a little after 7 now. Can you be at our place at Malibu at 9?
I think so. But as a fellow alumnus, Isabel, one last question. Where'd you go to college?
Southern California. Why?
Well, I was afraid you might say Vassar. After Isabel left, I remembered that I was already on my expense account. So I had a tasteless, cold, hot blue plate special and a burned cup of coffee. Then I stepped out of the Pelican Inn and headed across the paved parking lot to my car. It was already dark, and I was admiring the full moon and the beautiful wash it made over the ocean when it happened.
Hey, mister!
What the?
Out! You all right, mister?
Yeah, I think so. Thanks to your sounding off.
That nut was aiming right for you.
Yeah, looks that way. Did you happen to get his number?
No.
What about his
I
face?
didn't.
Can you describe him?
No, matter of fact, I only noticed one thing.
What was that?
The hat he was wearing. It was a white Panama.
I tried to be broad-minded, but there was no other way to look at it. The gentleman in the white Panama hat definitely meant business. I returned to my apartment in Hollywood, where I shaved, showered, and packed. And then I headed for Malibu. At 8:45, I was inside the grounds of the Fairchild estate. Another mile, and I was at the front door. When I entered, Isabel greeted me like I was a keg of brandy around a St. Bernard's neck. Then we waded through an inch-thick carpet to the library, where Uncle Avery, fat, bald, and looking like he'd just bitten into an underripe persimmon, was waiting. I wasn't asked to sit down, and I wasn't offered a cigar. Avery Fairchild was not one to waste time.
I'm a very rich man, Mr. Marlowe. As such, I'm the target for all kinds of fortune hunters, confidence men, and cranks. In my lifetime, I've been threatened and pestered by a score of crackpots, each one slightly more psychopathic than the last. It's never bothered me, and it never will. However, in this case, the approach is a bit different.
Meaning you think somebody's trying to get at you through your nephew, huh?
Never refer to him as my nephew. My niece's husband, if you please. And don't forget it.
Uncle Avery.
Isabel, my feelings about your husband are no secret.
You're being unfair, Uncle Avery. Just because Bruce is an artist and he...
Artist, is he? Why, Isabel, that man's no more an artist than I am a horse jockey.
Good evening, everybody.
Hello, Bruce.
Hello, darling. You were saying something, Uncle Avery?
Bruce, I want you to meet Philip Marlowe. We were great friends at school, and when I heard he was in town for a while, I insisted that he spend a weekend with us.
How do you do, Mr. Gordon?
It's a pleasure to have you with us, Mr. Marlowe. You're very welcome.
I do the welcoming around here, Bruce.
Mr. Marlowe's had a long trip, and I'm certain he'd like to turn in early. Bruce, darling, he's going to stay in the guest cottage, the room next to your studio. Will you show him there, please?
Oh, I'll be glad to. By the way, Isabella, I'm going to work late, so I'll say good night to you now.
Good night, dearest.
Good night, sweet.
Please be careful.
Yes, Bruce, by all means, be careful. Remember, the true artist belongs to posterity, or something.
The guest cottage was only a landscaped hop, skip, and a jump from the museum that Uncle Avery called home. And as Bruce and I strolled along a flagstone path, I feigned a deep interest in photography. That was all my host needed. He struck at the bait like a shark with malnutrition.
Well, Mr. Marlowe, it didn't even occur to me that photography might be one of your hobbies. Isabel never said a word.
Well, good for Isabel. I'm strictly a dabbler. Now, tell me, Mr. Gordon, how long have you been at this?
Portrait work? Oh, about 6 months. You see, I divide my time between my studio here and a school I attend in Hollywood. That way I capture both the theory and practical experience at the same time.
Oh.
Well, here we are. Would you like to see the studio?
Yes, I would.
Here, let me get the lights.
Wow. This is all right, huh? Enlarger, 2 cameras, dark room. Are these your pictures?
Yes. What do you think of them?
I don't know exactly. They're certainly different, huh?
They are unusual, aren't they?
Yeah.
You see, Marlo, each picture is actually made up of 2 separate studies which are superimposed. I call it interpretive photography.
Uh-huh. Now, this one. A splash of light and a bent pipe cleaner?
The sun and the plant shoot. It's called metamorphosis.
Oh. Well, what about that one there in the corner? The girl's face and clouds, maybe.
Mr. Marlowe, you'll excuse me, but that picture isn't ready for display yet.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to pry. I thought it was just another interpretive photograph.
Well, it's not. That is, it isn't finished yet. Now, Mr. Marlowe, I'm afraid I've forgotten what my wife said about your long trip. Shall I show you to your room?
Yes, please do, Mr. Gordon. My room on the other side of the guest cottage was wider than Hollywood Boulevard. After Bruce apologized for his display of temperament and bid me a polite good night, I climbed into the silk pajamas that were laid out for me, stretched out on the bed, and tried to figure who belonged to the white Panama hat. About an hour passed, and I wasn't getting any sensible answers. So I switched out the light, put my gun on the table next to me, and snuggled into what felt like 1.5 miles of mattress. I was almost asleep, and the clatter of a shovel falling on the walk outside brought me straight up in bed. I grabbed my gun and made for the door. But the second I threw it open, I knew that I'd made a mistake. Whoever kicked over that shovel had heard me and met me with a large fist that came straight at my face. Oh! As I came back into the world, I was embarrassed to find myself alone and flat on my back. When I started to get up, I felt like the L.A. Dons, water boy and all, had run over my face. My gun was a few feet away, and when I went to pick it up, I stopped short. There was a souvenir from the man with the great big fist. A gold cigarette lighter. It was engraved to Skipper on his birthday. Putting it in my pocket, I picked up my gun and made for Bruce's studio. He wasn't there. I threw on some clothes and went back to the house and found Isabel in the living room. I was about to give her a biased account of the shortest fight on record when I noticed Uncle Avery quietly entering the house from a side door that led to the garden.
What's the matter, Phil?
Bruce isn't in the studio anymore.
What?
Now, Isabel, there's no reason for alarm. Why, Bruce often goes off into the night like this. Calls it a search for beauty or some such rot.
And what was it you were after just now outside, Mr. Fairchild?
I was looking for my niece, Marlo. Isabel, your cousin John telephoned to say he wouldn't be down this weekend.
Oh.
I didn't know there were to be other guests.
Oh, just my cousin, John Martin, Phil. Not really a guest. He comes down often.
Too often to suit me.
Oh, Uncle Avery, please. You know that I'm fond of him.
Yes, but I don't know why. He's a chronic gambler and of no use to anyone. Living at the Wilshire Gardens when he can't afford it. Driving expensive
Oh,
cars.
you're too hard on him. Skipper is
Skipper?
bad. Yes. Do you know him?
No. No, I don't.
Well, you're not missing anything, believe me.
Oh, I do believe you, Mr. Fairchild. I believe your every word.
What?
Good night, all. I left the house and headed straight for my car with the Wilshire Gardens in Hollywood in mind. It was just a chance that John Skipper Martin might own a white Panama hat. When I got to the prodigal cousin's bungalow, it was dark inside. So I pressed one hand close to my gun and the other against the doorbell. But there was no answer. The side window was open, and I started toward it when a nasty voice greeted me from the shadow of a palm tree.
Good evening. Lovely night, isn't it?
I hadn't noticed. I've been busy.
I know. We've been waiting for you for a long time.
We?
Uh-huh. Me and my nice shiny revolver here. 38.
Oh, I see. Well, you make a handsome couple, and I hope you're both very happy together now. What do you want?
I don't want anything. I'm here to give you something. Advice.
Look, brother, I've already told you I'm busy, so if this is a heist, let's get it over with, fast.
You know, I think you're confused. I'm holding the gun, Mr. Martin.
Martin?
John Skipper Martin. Surprised that I know your name?
Why, yes. Yes, I am. I don't recall having had the pleasure.
You haven't. People never forget me, Mr. Martin. My tag is Brock. Does that mean anything?
No, what do? Sing, dance, tell jokes?
Yeah, that's it. The last one. I tell jokes.
I can't wait.
You won't have to, Mr. Martin. I'm going to tell you one right now. Goes like this. Once upon a time, a young punk borrowed $10,000 from a generous gambler on his promise to pay the money back within a week. But the young punk never came across. So the gambler told a nice fellow named Brock to call on the young punk and tell him that he had 48 hours in which to get the money together. And that if he didn't, he'd never see the 49th hour. What's the matter, Mr. Martin? Don't you like jokes?
Brock grinned, shoved his .38 into his shoulder holster, and walked away. As soon as he rounded the corner, I went to the open window and climbed in. I rummaged through 2 closets looking for a white Panama you-know-what. I was about to search a third when I heard something that brought me to a dead stop. It was a key in the front door lock. I closed my right hand over the gun in my pocket, moved flush against the side wall, and waited. But the moment the door swung open, the telephone rang, and the hulk of a man that entered went straight for it. He was wearing a gray fedora.
Hello? Oh, hello, Isabel. What? Bruce? Are you sure? But that's impossible. I mean, things like that just don't... Excuse me, Isabel. I think I have a visitor. I'll call you back.
Reach, Mr. Martin.
Who are you?
The name is Brock. You owe a client of mine $10,000. He wants his money in 48 hours.
I'll get it. I swear I will. I'll have it right here, on time, all of it.
How are you going to do that, Mr. Martin?
I've got a way. Someone's going to give it to me tonight.
Why?
Why? Oh, because it's the healthy thing to do. That's why. That's all you wanted to know, isn't it?
That's all. Good night, Mr. Martin.
Hello?
This is Marlo, Isabel. I'm calling from a drugstore in Hollywood. Has Bruce returned yet?
No, and he won't. He's been kidnapped.
What's that?
And whoever did it wants $50,000 before morning, or we'll never see Bruce alive again.
As I walked to my car opposite the Wilshire Gardens, I felt like my brain had spent the night in a cement mixer. I was about to head back for Malibu when I suddenly saw Skipper Martin dash out of his bungalow and pile into a long, glossy convertible. I followed him out to the Pacific Palisades, where he made a call at a little house which sat on a bluff overlooking the sea. Once he was inside, I moved up quietly and saw that the name on the mailbox was Miss Carla Winters. I crawled up to a lace-curtain window where I could see what was going on. One look at Miss Winters made the damage I was doing to my tweeds worthwhile. She was strictly Dragon Lady, with flaming red hair and a waist you could span with 2 hands, if you were lucky enough to get that close. And the rest of the measurements fit just perfect.
Why, you sniveling coward, you wouldn't dare open your mouth about us.
Wouldn't I? Listen, Carla, I've got myself Skipper Martin to look after. First, last, and always. You remember that.
Why should I? You've always been cheap talk and no more. Look at you now. You're in trouble, so what do? You holler blackmail. Go on, get out of here. Get out of here before I kill you.
When Skipper slammed the front door, stomped to his car, and roared off, I couldn't figure any reason, legitimate reason, that is, for calling on Carla Winters. So I returned to the Fairchild place. Isabel was somewhere between hysteria and collapse over the fact that she and Bruce had less than $2,000 in their own name. Uncle Avery, of course, was more than reluctant to pay the ransom demanded for the return of a man he'd rather not have returned. But his niece won out.
All right, Isabel, I'll give you the money. But understand, I'm doing this for you, not for that no
Yes,
good...
Uncle Avery, I understand, but can you get that much cash at this hour? The banks
Who said anything about banks? You know I don't like them. Money will be in your hands in 30 minutes. In the meantime, tell Mr. Marlowe here what arrangements you've made with your husband's abductors.
1 minute, Mr. Fairchild. What about the police?
The police have already been notified, Mr. Marlowe. They've agreed not to interfere until tomorrow morning. By that time, I suppose we'll have Bruce return to us.
To us, Uncle Avery?
As a mere slip of the tongue, Isabel. I'm only paying for his return. You take over from there. I don't want him.
A half hour later, Avery Fairchild handed me a bundle of bills which added up to $50,000 cash. The bills seemed slightly dirty. The old geezer must have had them buried someplace. For a moment, I couldn't help thinking, boy, to get at this place with a shovel sometime. But then I got back to the more pressing matters at hand. I wrapped up the money in a shoebox and I drove north along the Pacific Coast Highway. I covered the 60 miles to the rendezvous, which was a junkyard near Ventura, in about as many minutes. Then, according to instructions, I slowed down to 10 miles an hour. I blinked my lights twice, tossed out the shoebox. I was just about to resume my speed when the headlights of an approaching car fell on a man as he darted back into the junkyard. And I saw what I'd been expecting all the time. A white Panama hat. But I was still playing by the rules. So there was only one thing I could do about it. I slammed my foot down on the accelerator and kept it there until I reached the nearest telephone, where I telephoned Skipper Martin at the Wilshire Gardens. It was just possible that he owned 2 hats. But that little balloon exploded in a hurry.
Hello?
Mr. Martin?
Yes. Who is this?
This is Brock, remember me?
Oh, yes, of course. I've been hoping you'd call.
You mean you got the money right now?
Well, no, not this minute, but I will have it in a couple of hours.
You're sure, Mr. Martin?
I'm positive, Brock.
Now only one thing figured. The man in the Panama hat worked for Skipper Martin. It had to be. An hour later, I pulled in at the Fairchild estate. And the moment I put my AA over the threshold, I knew that the kidnapper, too, had kept his part of the bargain. Bruce Gordon was back, safe and sound.
It happened shortly after you retired, Mr. Marlowe. I was working in my studio when a man wearing a
white Panama hat?
Yes. But how did you know that, Mr. Marlowe?
They're very popular this season, Mr. Gordon.
Darling, Mr. Marlowe was a private detective.
Huh?
But I'll tell you all about that later. Go on with your story.
Well, this man was wearing a handkerchief over his face, and he forced me to go along with him at gunpoint. Took me to a car parked in the service driveway and told me to turn around. And I was hit from behind and went out cold.
Oh, darling, how terrible.
It wasn't pleasant. When I came to, I was bound hand and foot, blindfolded and gagged. I had no idea where I was.
Oh, but didn't you see anybody before you were released?
No, Uncle Avery. Before they let me go, they hit me again. When I came to that time, I was lying on the road out near Ventura, untied. That's about it.
I suppose you've told the story to the police already, huh?
No, he hasn't, Mr. Marlowe, and what's more, he isn't going to. I'm sorry, but I was forced to lie to you earlier this evening. The police mean reporters, and they mean publicity. And I hate publicity. I'm sure you see my point.
I wouldn't make book on that, Mr. Fairchild. Secrets like this only encourage kidnappers.
Well, since we no longer see eye to eye, Mr. Marlowe, I'd suggest that we consider your services at an end. I'll have my check at your office in the morning. Good night, sir.
Avery Fairchild wasn't the kind of a man you argued with. I threw my coat over my arm, tipped my hat to Isabel, and stepped outside. I hadn't once mentioned Skipper Martin to the family. That might have been a mistake, but I still wanted to look around before I yelled copper. As I walked past the guest cottage, I decided to go in and check Bruce's studio. Maybe the man in the white PH had left a few odd footprints on the ceiling. I tossed my coat in a corner chair and started through the clutter. 10 minutes later, I'd found nothing. I was about to leave when I suddenly remembered the picture of a girl in some clouds that Bruce had been so careful to keep out of sight. It hadn't been moved. And when I brought it into the light, I didn't have to look twice. It was the portrait of Carla Winters, the red-headed dragon lady that Skipper Martin had visited. Now things began to add up. At the chauffeur's quarters, there was an outside telephone, and I put through a hurry call to Lieutenant Ibarra at Homicide in L.A. The best I could get was one Sergeant Neely.
I'm sorry, Mr. Marlowe, but the lieutenant's out on a call right now. There's some kind of a row uptown.
Well, do you know where he is? The address, I mean.
Oh, yeah, sure. It's one of those bungalows at the Wilshire Gardens.
The Wilshire Gardens?
That's right. What's so special about that?
Maybe nothing. I'll know in a minute. Thanks, Neely.
Hello?
This is Marlo, Ibarra. What brings you to Skipper Martin's at this late hour?
Well, it seems as though some person or persons unknown fired a gun several times a little more than an hour ago. 4 shots, to be exact.
Well, you think Skipper Martin fired him?
No, Marlo, I'm sure Martin didn't fire them. You see, he stopped them, personally.
Before I hung up, I gave Ibarra a quick rundown on the whole story. After making me feel like a schoolboy for keeping him in the dark so long, he told me to sit on the Fairchild's front steps until he got there. Well, it gave me a half hour to kill, most of which I spent walking around aimlessly, trying to get something close to 4 out of 2 and 2. But I couldn't.
Finally, I heard Ibarra siren up to the front door. I was about to head for him when the chill in the morning air reminded me that my topcoat was still in Bruce's studio. I went back and got it. When I turned for the door again, I noticed a little slip of paper that had been under the coat fall to the floor. I picked it up. I must have held it for a full minute before I realized what it meant. Just a small slip of paper, and yet it made everything, the kidnapping, Carla, the murder, fall right into place. When I entered the living room at the house, one glance at Isabel and Bruce told me that she'd already knew about Skipper's death. Only Uncle Avery, who was not one to shed crocodile tears, hadn't changed. Ibarra, of course, was unhappy.
Marlo, we can't run any kind of a police department when every private detective acts like he's the commissioner himself. Why didn't you call me when this business first began to smell? You know better.
I'm sorry, Ibarra, and I hate to sound immodest, but I happen to be one of the two men in this room who can name Bruce Gordon's kidnapper and Skipper Martin's killer.
You know what you're saying, Marlo?
I think so. The man in the white Panama hat who kidnapped Bruce Gordon, Lieutenant, is Bruce Gordon himself. In other words, Bruce Gordon kidnapped Bruce Gordon.
No! What? You're out of your mind, Marlo.
Am I? Would you still say that, Gordon, if we paid a call to Carla Winters and asked her to hand over the $50,000 of so-called ransom money she's holding for you, too? Or would you prefer...
Stop, Gordon, stop.
The window, Ibarra!
Bruce!
Then, in other words, Marlo, Bruce, who eventually planned to divorce Isabel and marry Carla Winters, wanted to have a little stake, like $50,000 around first.
That's right, Ibarra. But Skipper Martin knew about Bruce and Carla's plans to marry later, and he tried to blackmail them to pay off his gambling debts. That's why he came to Bruce's cottage on the sly. However, he got there just in time to see Bruce leave of his own free will, and therefore knew later that he couldn't have been kidnapped.
Which gave him two holds over Bruce.
That's right. But he made a mistake when he went to Carla's house and got too demanding, because she told Bruce about it, and before he released himself, he took care of Skipper, with 4 gunshots to be exact. Charming people, aren't they, Ibarra?
Lovely. Sometimes I think I should shoot higher and save the state a lot of money. And he almost got away with it. By the way, Marlo, how do you know?
That Bruce was the man in the white Panama hat? Well, I was pretty certain, but I got my proof accidentally. Promise not to repeat this, Ibarra?
Yeah.
Well, I practically fell over a little slip of paper in his studio. It was a receipt from a department store, and it was made out to Bruce Gordon.
For 1 Panama hat?
Uh-huh. Nothing else but. When I finally got back to my place on Franklin Avenue, the sun was already up. And the people who work at nice, sane jobs were beginning to fill the streets. I'd been on the go for a steady 24 hours, so I could think of nothing but my bed. I was about to put my key in the lock when a next-door neighbor walked by. Now, that alone wouldn't have disturbed my sleep, but why did he have to be wearing a white Panama hat?
The Adventures of Philip Marlowe, created by Raymond Chandler, stars Gerald Moore and is produced and directed by Norman MacDonald. Featured in tonight's story were Jacqueline DeWitt as Isabel Gordon, Wilms Herbert as Uncle Avery Fairchild, Bill Lally as Bruce Gordon, Shep Menken as Skipper Martin, and Lou Krugman as Brock. Detective Lieutenant Ibarra is played by Jeff Corey. The special music was conceived and conducted by Richard Orant. Be sure to be with us again next week at this same time when Philip Marlowe says...
When her will was read, everybody figured she'd been crazy when she wrote it, and that included me. But I changed my mind after spending the night on an island with a pig, a cat, and an ape. Because in reality, they were people.
Tonight, Amos and Andy return to the CBS network. And along with all their friends, Kingfish, Lightnin, and Henry Van Porter, they're settling down for a permanent stay. Be listening for them later this evening over most of these same CBS stations. This is Roy Rowan speaking for CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Personal notice. Danger's my stock and trade. If the job's too tough for you to handle, you got a job for me, George Valentine. Write full details.
Standard Oil Company of California, on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West, invite you to Let George Do It. Tag, You're It. Another adventure of George Valentine.
Here's a lady with a letter. Yes, sir, she's got one. Right here in her purse.
Give me that. Give it back.
No, lady. Wait a minute. Here's your letter. Now, what's the matter? Don't you want me to read it? Oh, you wrote this. That's it. You wrote it and haven't mailed it. You probably mad at the postman. He only rang once. Ladies, listen to this. Listen. My dear Mr. Valentine. Valentine!
Mr. McMurtry, would you please?
Now, don't blush, lady, don't blush. If our radio audience could only see her. Her, I said, not me. But, madam, if I'm brave enough to wear your scarf over my head, it's really a good fit, don't you think? Don't you think it is? Over the face. What do you say? It's not a fit, it's a convulsion. Oh, you're real cute. Listen, how about your husband, madam, huh? You suppose he's listening? I'll bet he doesn't know about this, Mr. Valentine. Ladies, isn't that a romantic name for you? Valentine. I'll bet your husband's out buying a gun right now. He's got a rival. But you remember our bargain now, lady, on this program. You dared me to wear your scarf so I can read anything I find in your purse. Shall I read it, ladies? Yeah! All right, that's right. All right, ladies, here goes now. Dear Mr. Valentine, I've got to see you about a telephone call. A telephone call, huh? Well, let's make her do the call right here from the studio, shall we? All right, ladies, but here's the rest of the letter. Listen. I've got to see you because I'm not sure, but I think somebody is trying to murder me. Murder? Trying to murder?
Mr. McMurtry, all I wanted to tell you was that it isn't my letter. It's not my purse. A large woman. She got up and left in a hurry. She must have taken mine. It's her letter.
Mrs. Oscar Pettyman, 432 West 16th Street.
All right, I'm coming. What do you want?
Mrs. Oscar Pettyman, this is 432
Ain't
West.
here.
You her husband, friend, Mr. Pettyman?
He's in Chicago. Can't stand her. Leaves every chance he can get. Ansel Pettyman's my name, her brother-in-law. I board here.
Well, Mr. Pettyman...
Yes, the police phoned me, miss, and no, I don't know anything.
You hung up on him?
Well, why not? Bunch of pests. Anybody tries to kill Bertie, it wouldn't hurt anybody. Why should they care?
Wow, you're a nice guy.
Puzzles, contest prizes. Yeah, you ought to see what she looks like.
Well, what do you mean?
Bertie's as big as a horse. My dear sister-in-law. So she started to let you let her. Think somebody's trying to kill her. All right. What's all the fuss? Let him. Yeah, there's a time-wasting contraption.
Now, wait a minute. I'll answer that. I asked somebody to call me here. Valentine speaking.
Hal McMurtry. Mr. Valentine, now listen.
Did you find her?
There are cops all over the studio. I want you to understand, though, that I didn't know who you were when I read that letter.
Did you find her?
Well, no, not exactly, not yet. But believe me, we're turning the place upside down. Now, about that game I play on my program.
Give me that phone. Give it to me.
Well, look, I want to explain.
Hey, what's going on? What's going on? McMurtry.
Hello, this is Holman speaking, F.J. Holman.
What? Who? What?
I'm a studio manager, Mr. Valentine, and as I told the police, we'll do everything possible. I've warned McMurtry before about that silly game he plays with those women, wearing their scarves and then trying to embarrass them by prying into their purses.
Well, they love it. You know they love that.
Be quiet. I just wanted you to understand, Mr. Valentine.
Well, yeah, sure, Mr. Holman, sure. Nobody's going to sue anybody. Skip it.
But you can ask Ansel there. He's been our janitor here at the radio station, you know.
He's what? No, I didn't know anything.
That Bertie Pettyman. She's the sort of a person any number of people might want to kill. She's a pest, you understand? A pest.
Look.
A professional radio contestant who's forever snooping around here. And sooner or later, she'll be back. You see, that's what I mean. You don't need to worry. She's an unpleasant woman that lots of people...
Oh, tell it to McMurtry. I'm busy.
Bunch of characters work at that place.
Including you, huh?
Gosh, 20 years, never a day sick. How else do you think my sister-in-law get all the broadcast tickets I get them for? Keeps her away, out of my brother's hair.
Look, I just want facts. Never mind the double talk like that Holman gives out because he's scared his radio station will get involved.
Hello from Tag. You're it. You're wealthy.
What?
Huh?
Letter she started said something about a phone call, didn't it?
That's right. And when the police asked you about
Trying
it...
to remember. Only a phone call I know anything about happened yesterday when I was home for lunch. Bertie stepped out to look up something for a newspaper contest. Voice says, hello from Tag. You're it. You're wealthy.
What?
I'm not fooling. That's the kind of crazy stuff goes on around here. No greeting, no nothing. I remember every word. If you look in your mail today, you'll find you're a winner. We hope you enjoy your award.
And that's all? Look in your mail. Hope you enjoy your award.
It happens all the time. She don't do anything for a living except that. Puzzles, contests, coupons are always ringing up, delivering things. You ought to see her stuff. She's got 5 vacuum cleaners in this house, and she doesn't use one of them.
What was in it, the mail? What was the award that they...
Search me, friend. I wasn't here. I work for a living.
Okay. Hey, Brooksy, phone Riley. Get him to check the mailman.
Sure, George.
So you don't like your sister-in-law, huh? Nobody seems to.
Doesn't do anything.
I know, yeah. Nut on contests. Well, sometimes I like contests myself. But I suppose it's a little different if that's all she does.
Always trying to get something for nothing.
Well, that's not the point. The idea is she was worried, wrote to me.
It is the point. How worried could Bertie be if she went gallivanting off to a radio studio to have fun before she mailed your letter?
Well, I'll grant you that it's...
I don't take it seriously because neither did she. Murder. Yes, it's just another idea to waste time with. You ask me, she's out someplace now. Forget all about it.
Wait a minute now. Tell me, what kind of a voice was that on the phone? That Tag, you're it. Man or woman?
Man, I guess. I don't know. It lisped.
It what?
Lisped. Like this. Soft voice. Just barely hear it.
Lieutenant Riley? Well, this is Claire Brooks.
Oh, wait a minute. Here, let me have it, Angel. Hello, Riley.
Listen, Valentine. We haven't found that Pettyman dame yet, but we just put out a bigger alarm on her because...
Riley, look, now, wait a minute. A quick angle. Her husband's out of town, so he
Yeah,
doesn't
but I
like
wanna-
her. Yesterday, she got a phone call, and later on, some kind of package
Yeah,
in the mail.
wait, will you wait?
Are you trying to accuse my
I
brother
already
of...
got in touch with her husband. He's in Chicago. He's got nothing to do with it.
Oh, Riley, everybody seems to think this is just a false alarm. She's just some kind of a crackpot.
I want it...
All right, maybe so. But if there's 1 chance in 50 of our preventing a real murder...
said wait, will you? It's already happened.
Huh?
I'm busy, I told you, with a blonde. And I don't mean Mrs. Pettyman. The exact opposite. Beautiful, young, real diamond.
Riley, for the love of
My
heavens, will you...
boys will keep on helping you look for Mrs. Pettyman, all right, but don't bother me. This one's a real case, my friend. This blonde, see, and the only clue I've got to go on is a note in her purse which says, Tag, you're it. You're wealthy. Ha! She's wealthy, all right. She's dead.
How long ago did the doctor say, Lieutenant?
Oh, it happened the first thing this morning. The traffic officer found her body in the car packed up an alley.
Girl was shot, huh?
Yeah, that's right. Nobody would have noticed it for hours. The best place in the world. Right in the middle of town, an alley in commercial district. But, oh, brother, how you get a connection between Mrs. Pettyman and something like this?
Maybe you don't, Riley.
This girl certainly lived in a fancy apartment house.
That's what I mean. What was she doing in the commercial district? 3A to the left, I guess. What's she doing with a note in her purse that says the same thing as...
Yeah, there we are.
It's Dorothy Cheever, huh?
I got the housemaid. She can never stop crying.
Oh, Lieutenant, she was such a lovely person.
Yes,
Such
yes.
a lovely person.
George,
Yes, I
she
know,
really
I know.
did
Now,
do all
please,
right,
take
didn't
it
she?
easy.
No one hated her.
Yeah, you can say that
Simply no
again.
one. I can't understand it.
But
She
I'll
was
bet
so
the
popular.
bald-headed guy in
Now,
that
did she
photograph
have any
isn't her
family?
father.
No, she was alone, I think, but so well liked, so lovely.
Yes, yes. Well, so you said. Well, now, take hold of yourself, see?
She's done so well. She's...
I'm sorry, lady. I'm sorry, but here. Here, take a look at this.
Tag, you're it. You're wealthy.
Yeah, that's right. We found this note in Miss Cheever's purse. Now, the handwriting doesn't check with the signature on a driver's license.
Well, of course not. It's mine. I wrote it.
Oh? Well, then you better start drying your eyes, lady, and explain what in the name of
I wrote that note for her, so she'd remember, that's all, after the phone call.
The phone call? Oh, no, not
Wait
the
a minute.
same.
Go on, please, go on.
Well, there was this phone call first thing after breakfast. I was in to clean up. A voice says, Tag, you're it. You're wealthy.
What else?
Well, an address. I took the message for Miss Cheever.
An address of what?
I'm trying to tell you. It said she should drive a car and park a car in that alley. It's the back entrance of Benson's first store.
Hey, wait a minute. Sure it is, and it's the most expensive place in town.
Yeah, sure, go on.
The voice says she's picked for a chance at a mink coat. You know, one of them giveaways or something. I guess they take your name from a phone book. Well, of course, she went right away. Wouldn't you, miss?
Well,
a chance at a real mink coat? Huh? Free? Just 'cause you're lucky and your name's been picked for...
Hey, tell me, what kind of a voice was it?
It lisped. It was, hello from Tag, you're it. You're wealthy. Soft, like that. Miss Dorothy Cheever hath been selected for a chance at...
Some crackpot.
No.
Some absolute nut. Sergeant, get hold of whoever runs that program and the radio station.
You haven't heard the worst of it, Riley.
Huh?
Go ahead, tell him, Brooksy. Tell him what kind of a case he's got, what kind of a connection there is between Mrs. Pettyman and this.
Well, we already did call the radio stations, Lieutenant, and the newspaper contest editors, all of them. There isn't any such thing as Tag, you're it, you're wealthy. They've never even heard of it.
Oh, brother. Well, that does it. You mean Mrs. Pettyman will turn up dead, too, huh? And anybody who's tagged will jump for it, just like the poor girl here did. Oh, my friends, we're up against a phony giveaway. Somebody just calling people up and giving away death.
We'll return to tonight's adventure of George Valentine in just a moment. Anyone who has cooked French fried potatoes knows that the frying fat can be used again and again, but eventually this fat becomes contaminated and has to be replaced by fresh, clean fat. Oddly enough, something like that happens to the oil in your car's crankcase. You start out with fresh, clean oil, but after about 1,000 miles, the oil is apt to do more harm than good. That's because the oil, which has to protect hundreds of precision-fitted engine parts, is now contaminated by dirt, moisture, and grit. And that leaves you with a choice of two things. You can make the oil last longer, or you can make your car's engine life last longer. You can't do both. To play it safe and economical, have the crankcase drained every 1,000 miles. Ask for this car saver service at the same stations where you get Chevron Supreme gasoline, at standard stations and independent Chevron gas stations where they say and mean, we take better care of your car. And now back to tonight's adventure of George Valentine. Yes, Tag, you're it, you're wealthy, and the lisping voice on the telephone really means that you've been selected for death. A fictitious giveaway, a contest, and you're the winner. At least that's what happened to Miss Dorothy Cheever. She went to collect on a chance at a mink and was shot. And earlier, a message came from Mrs. Oscar Pettyman promising a prize in the mail. And no sooner had she written her fear to you than she disappeared. Well, if your name is George Valentine, you'll have to agree with Lieutenant Riley, as back at the radio station, he puts it so mildly.
An absolute madman is calling up everybody, taking anybody's name from the phone book. And we'll never find Mrs. Pettyman. She'll probably walk into something just like the blonde did. Like everybody else.
Hey, wait a minute, listen.
You're welcome. Mr. Russell, you have won. Your name has been selected.
Hey,
you will just stay in
the
your
lisp.
office wherever you are.
So it wouldn't happen again, huh?
It's from this way someplace.
Here, come on, in here.
All right, whoever you are, put up your hand.
Hey, what goes on?
Who are you? You were whispering just a second ago.
Why don't you ring the bell or not? Uh-oh. The law, huh?
Stand still, I said.
All right, I'll take it easy. I didn't do anything. Here.
Hello from Tag. You're it. You're...
See? Just a gadget. I like gadgets. I hate the work. Oh, I'm Russell, Johnny Russell, night engineer.
That was a record, you mean?
Where'd you get it?
Oh, the telephone. I'm too lazy to answer it. I'm out of the room for a minute. Telephone rings, goes on the tape. Listen.
Hello from Tag. You're it. You're wealthy, Mr. Russell. You have won. Your name has been selected. If you will just stay in your office wherever you are, your prize will come to you. We wish you happiness as a winner in our contest.
See? Came on my telephone a few minutes ago, I guess, Mr. Valentine. I stepped out for a second. Tape machine rig picked it up. So I'm tapped. So it's me.
Don't you have any idea who it could be?
Look, Detective, I'm a lazy guy. I don't like old women and dogs, but I don't want anybody who wants to kill me for it. So just hand me my coat there, friend. I'm on my way. Tell the boss and McMurphy...
Oh, no, you don't. Wait a minute.
Ouch! Hey, let go. There we are. Smiling, the boy dropped dead. You don't think I'm going to stick around here, do you?
We'll find out what happens. I'll stay right with you, pal.
And wait for my prize to come, huh? I'm not that curious. I'm going to put as many miles between me and this place
Then you get a bodyguard.
Huh?
Sergeant.
All the same by me.
Oh, janitor. Janitor, get the sergeant.
Stay here, Angel. Well, McMurtry, huh?
Holy smoke. Hey, it could be me next, or you, or just anybody.
Oh, no, it couldn't. Say, it's quite a place Russell has here, isn't it? All these gadgets, pinups, hot plate for coffee, and this picture.
George.
Uh-huh. The blonde.
Yeah, Dorothy Cheever. Russell ran around with her once in a while.
Yeah, it all starts to tie together. Not the way I figured, but...
Well, she used to work here, you know.
Oh, no, we didn't.
Well, if you could call it that. She's not the working type, if you know what I mean. I took her out once or twice myself, but she's too rich for my blood.
Well, just what do you mean?
Well, don't misunderstand, but you know, ambitious. She wouldn't turn down a Duesenberg if you offered it to her. Out for the best she could get, you know. But that certainly wasn't Johnny here.
No, she liked men with more money. Like, FJH.
What, George?
Initials on the picture of the other guy. Bald-headed one back at her place, remember? Well, I wanted to see if F.J. Holman is bald.
Hey, now, look here, friend. The boss is all right. Sure, he dated Dorothy, so what? It's him, sure, but there's no love triangle.
Hey, Valentine!
George.
Yeah, hold it. Come on.
Busman's holiday, my friend. In a radio station. What do they listen to? Other radio stations.
Don't you understand? We found her, my sister-in-law. Bertie's all right. She ain't even halfway dead. Listen to her.
Well, I don't see anything to laugh at. Well, I don't. I answered the question right, didn't I?
Back to the microphone, please, Mrs. Springer.
Oh, excuse me. Well, I'm going to get a prize, ain't I? I mean, oh, my goodness, I'm so embarrassed.
Yeah. Told you what she's like. Might have known it. Ran out in McMurtry's program this afternoon because she remembered she had tickets to this one. She was just telling them over there.
Well, we'll have her under protection, too, Valentine.
Yeah. Told the audience her cat was sick. They'd laugh. Don't blame them. Piece of candy Bertie got in the mail yesterday.
What?
Huh?
Yeah.
What is all this? I'm so confused.
Well, apparently Mrs. Pitman got a box of candy. That's what the package in the mail was yesterday. The award the Lisper sent her. But anyway, she's out of danger now. Like Russell is.
Hey, Riley. Take a look at Johnny Russell there.
What?
Huh? My arm. I can't move.
Get him to the hospital. Come on, lift him. Come on, step on it.
Fast as we can, sir.
George, his coat. That's what it was. He said ouch when he put it on, remember?
Let me see that. Yeah, you see that needle there hooked in the lining? You put on your coat, you get a scratch that you don't even notice. Oh, brother, how fast you have to work in this three-ring circus to keep people alive.
Mr. Holman's not in his office, Mr. Valentine.
Oh, well, never mind. Where are you going, Ansel?
I work for a living. What do you think? Instruction box says sweep Studio B. Well, janitors are...
All right.
George, I don't understand.
Well, take them one at a time, Brooksy. Mrs. Pettyman got her call first. In some kind of murder attempt through the mail. Candy or whatever it was.
Yeah.
The whole case got thrown in the open fast because her letter was read right out on the air for everybody to hear. But in the meantime, Dorothy Cheever had got her call and had been killed. Then Johnny Russell. You see, Angel, the murderer was working against time, making mistakes, because it was really going too fast for him, too.
George, they're tied together, though. I mean, the blonde...
Well, they've all been around here in the studio, sure. The blonde, Johnny Russell, even Mrs. Pitman, always snooping around trying to get free broadcast tickets, remember?
Who's going to be next? I mean, what's the pattern? A killer like that doesn't stop. It just...
Hold it. What's the matter, Ansel?
I just happened to think Studio B isn't being used tonight. It's a spare down in the basement with the reserve switchboard.
What? Supposed to sweep it out for a broadcast, you said.
The note told me to do it. It was in the instruction box. Just a type note. Only now it's not there.
Ansel, you're the janitor. You see everything that goes on around here. Logically, you'd be the next person that...
Hey, Brooksy, get Riley back here. I'm going to be the next person.
What?
Yeah, stay up here, Ansel. I'll take a look at Studio B for you. Record storage, music library, phone booths. Ah, here we are. It's a pretty good-sized studio. What? All right, come on now. Turn them on. Turn the lights on. Come on now. There's a master board around here someplace.
What's the matter? Can't you see?
Look, it's too late to play games, friend. Put your lip back in shape.
Where am I? Yes. Where am I? You can't tell in the dark, can you? Where am I?
Oh, now, look for the love.
Music stands set up for an orchestra. Did you hurt yourself?
Not half as much as you're going to be, friend. Have a music stand yourself.
You only struck the piano.
All right, now, look. You're wasting your time, Buster. I know who you are.
Is that so? And I know who you are, too. You're not that stupid janitor, Ansel, are you? You're Mr. Valentine.
Oh, great. Oh, what a smart boy. Smart as anything.
Oh, that was a sound effects board, Mr. Valentine. Thunder, bells, anything you want. But no one upstairs will hear it, you know. It's a radio studio. It's soundproof.
Yeah, radio studio.
Uh-huh.
Great place to work in. What happened? Did you get fired or something? They pick on you? Come on, tell me. I know where you are. You haven't moved, so you're still somewhere by the big control switchboard.
Mr. Valentine...
Look, now, I won't hurt you. Yeah, I'm on your side. In fact, I'm almost on you. Hey, let go of that gun. Get away from those switches. Hey,
The wrong switch, Mr. Valentine.
No, what a madhouse. No, you don't, Buster. Get away. I'll get the lights. Get over there.
And I still have the gun.
Well. Hello, Ansel. You couldn't shoot me in the dark, could you?
You guessed who I was.
It wasn't a guess, Buster. You made a mistake. But skip that part of it. I'm on your side. Forget it.
Of course you're on my side. But I was fired. You guessed that.
Fired? After 20 years of service?
Holman said I should rest. But I work for a living. I'm not like the others.
Yeah, I know. The girl who was out for everything she could get without working for it. Johnny Russell, he's that type, too. And Bertie, always looking for a free prize someplace.
Stop looking past my shoulder. I'm not going to turn around. The worthless one. And I work. And I get fired.
Are you going to kill Holman, too, the boss?
Lots of people I'm going to kill. Parasites who toil not.
Sure.
Yeah.
Upstairs, you pulled that gag to get me down here. It was going too fast for you, wasn't it? Holman was out, and you had to have time for him.
You understand, don't you? You're in the way.
Now, look, Ansel, you know this is all in your imagination. Those people you tried to kill are all right. Holman's all right. I know too much, but I'm not so bad either.
Shut up!
Why don't you lisp like you did in the phone calls? That was your mistake, you know.
I don't make mistakes.
You're the first one who told me about the lisp. And you pretended you'd taken the first call from that voice. You said you remembered every word. Hello from Tag. You're rich. You're wealthy. If you look in the mail today, you'll find you're a winner. We hope you enjoy your award. Friend, in that entire message, there's not a single S for anybody to lisp on.
For the last time, look at me. Now! And look at the gun! You can't fool me. There's no one behind me. I locked that door when I followed you in here. What difference does it make what I say? I've worked all my life. Every penny I've made because I worked.
Sure, that's right, friend. This is a radio.
I'm going to kill you, and no one will ever know that it was I.
No one's ever going to know what. Let me tell you just one thing, mister. It's just what I've been staring at. One of those switches we hit. Maybe lots of people will know about you, friend.
Mr. Valentine.
Now, you listen to me. Now, I don't know what it means. You could tell me. But right behind you, back there over the door, there's a big red sign that's all lit up. Yeah, look at it. In great big red letters, it says, "On the air."
What? No, this studio
That's all, sucker!
Well, Ansel was always strange. Mr. Holman told you that. He'd saved enough money. He didn't need the job.
I wouldn't try to explain him.
Of course, I never paid much attention to him.
We know you were busy all the time doing what Ansel didn't like.
I beg your pardon. There's nothing wrong with contests, is there? With a bit of skill and a bit of luck?
Oh, no. We just...
You can't tell me there's anything to any of those ideas he had. A madman like that, a man who'd kill people.
Oh, no. I like puzzles myself. You're perfectly right. Now, there's no excuse for him. He's locked up where he should have been long ago.
Oh. Well, I just wondered, that's all. Because, you see, I just heard about another contest. They're going to give away the most beautiful prizes. And it ain't really getting something for nothing either. Because it's a mystery quiz. And I thought if you'd give me some help, Mr. Valentine,
That's all,
I might
Brooksy,
even...
This is where we came in. Good night, Bertie. We're going to a movie.
Yes, George, to the Tivoli.
Why the Tivoli?
We're giving away a set of dishes.
Oh.
The last place in the world for gum is in the gasoline you use in your car. That's because gummy gasoline raises Cain with the fuel line, the carburetor, and spark plugs, cuts down your car's power, and makes it logy when it should be peppy. The fact is, most raw gasolines contain impurities that form gum. The only way to get rid of those impurities is to refine them out. That's why Chevron Supreme is so good to your car. It's the gasoline that's super refined to prevent power-robbing gum. And it gives all the qualities in careful balance that your car needs for every driving condition throughout the West. This proper balancing means faster starting, faster pickup, smoother power on hills. So for supreme performance and plus mileage, depend on super refined, balanced Chevron Supreme. Ask for it where they keep a watchful check on your engine oil at standard stations and independent Chevron gas stations where they say and mean we take better care of your car. Tonight's adventure of George Valentine has been brought to you by Standard Oil Company of California on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West. Robert Bailey is starred as George, with Virginia Gregg as Brooksy. Let George Do It is written by David Victor and Jackson Gillis and directed by Don Clark. Wally Mayer is Lieutenant Riley, and Jack Bailey appeared as Hal McMurtry. Pat McGinn was heard as Ansel, Bill Boucher as Holman, Martha Wentworth as Mrs. Pettyman, and Anthony Barrett as Russell. The music is composed and presented by Eddie Dunstetter. Your announcer, John Heaston. Listen again next week, same time, same station, to Let George Do It. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System.
Personal notice, danger's my stock and trade. If the job's too tough for you to handle, you got a job for me, George Valentine. Write full details.
Standard Oil Company of California, on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West, invites you to Let George Do It. A Visit from Merlin, another adventure of George Valentine.
My dear Mr. Valentine, perhaps you have heard my name, Arthur Thurston Renwick, or just the Renwick Collection of Medieval Art. I don't like violence or violent people, so you can imagine my shock at the following episode. A stranger, Mr. Valentine, and I am habitually kind to strangers, ventured into my somewhat unusual domain, Renwick Manor. A little man in a tattered coat. Due to certain circumstances, I was in the position of feeling it necessary to give him a small gift. But before I could complete this friendly gesture, the man halted me. He gave me a gift. It was a 10th century dagger, Mr. Valentine, stolen from my own precious collection. The dagger was covered with blood.
My husband isn't here, Mr. Valentine.
Oh, thanks, Mrs. Renwick.
This is certainly an unusual house you have. Oh, George, look. A real suit of armor.
Not my size.
Miss Brooks, it isn't a house. It's a castle. You should join my staff on dusting days. You'd find out. He built it on the ruins of some Spanish grandee's old fortress. That's why it's so English.
What?
Oh, don't mind me. You live out here on the ocean, buried in the Middle Ages, and about that far from civilization, with nobody to talk to but King Arthur and all those...
There seem to be plenty of people here now.
Visiting day, Thursday. My husband is a frustrated professor, and so the curious come in to track up the floors and pretend they're interested in his lectures.
Wait. There's a little man standing there. I'm sure he was. Short, tattered old coat. Right in there, behind you.
I didn't see him.
He was there. I'm sure he was. All of you, I'm sorry the tour is over. Excuse me, but the visiting hour is done. It's the hour when we lock the castle gate. I am nervous. This little strange man, he haunts me. But why? Why? And where did he disappear, Mr. Valentine? How?
Look, Mr. Renwick, I think you'd better start at the beginning and
You
tell
met
us...
my wife. She's sarcastic and complains, but we really get along quite well together. You've seen my house, my castle. It's strange. And you say I'm eccentric. And of course I am. The antiquarian. The man who ran away from the present.
So we see.
Miss Brooks. I think what I'm trying to tell you first is that despite all this worship of the past, the Middle Ages, I'm not crazy. A man with a love. Yes. A man to be laughed at. No.
Nobody's laughing, Mr. Renwick. But this dagger
Now,
you talk
here's
about...
what happened. This is a very peaceful place, actually. My only regret is the lack of interest shown by other people in the gray, dusty part of the history that's my specialty. So you can imagine my reaction about 2 months ago when a man, one of the usual Thursday visitors, spoke up and corrected me on a point of English history. Pre-Norman, of course. Well, I investigated. The man was quite correct.
That's the same little tattered man?
Yes. And when he showed up again the following Thursday, I complimented him. He only shrugged his shoulders, went off snooping around some more, looking at everything. That's it. He only looks. He seems to want to study over everything I have, my entire collection.
Wait a minute. Hold it a second, will you please? I did a little research myself. You have right here in your house several $100,000 worth of gems, early bracelets, crowns, that sort of
Mr.
stuff.
Valentine, I may be eccentric, but I'm no fool. The gem collection is not in the house. It's in the keep. Yes. Real, authentic stone walls over a dungeon, that sort of thing. But guarded by my own private guards, and they use the latest locks and latest guns, I assure you. Bonded men who've been with me for years, listed with the police so that not even they could get away with anything. No, it's not theft I'm afraid of.
But the dagger was stolen?
Yes, from this case, right here. But it's the man I'm afraid of, Mr. Valentine. You see, he came back and came back. The guards had several run-ins with him for trespassing. But he always had an excuse. Then finally one day he asked me for a job. The day I wrote you.
A job doing what?
Lecturing, Miss Brooks. He wanted to take my place as guide. Imagine. Well, his knowledge is sufficient. But of course I refused. But I was embarrassed. He has strange eyes. That's when I felt I might give him a gift. Perhaps get rid of him once and for all.
Only instead he handed you the dagger with blood on it.
I've never seen a man look so offended and angry, but only in his eyes. He said he belonged here. Here, I locked the dagger up in this cabinet. It's right.
It's empty.
Well, looks like he got it again, huh? You're sure this is where you...
Yes, I locked it up myself. But I'm not surprised. No. Why should I be surprised? He said I had gone too far. I had turned him out. I had collected too many treasures of the past. I'd lived to regret it.
Hey, wait a minute. What kind of a thing is
Mr.
this?
Valentine, I think I expected this. That it would disappear again.
You did?
I don't know what compelled me. Yesterday, as he left, I spoke one word. I said, Merlin.
You said what?
Merlin. You heard me. I called him that, and he smiled.
You mean Merlin, like the sorcerer at King Arthur's court?
Stop looking at me that way, both of you. We don't know what's possible. We haven't even scratched the surface of the Middle Ages, the superstitions, the beliefs. Of course, I don't think he's really Merlin. But he follows me. He watches me. Why? He's always here. Why? And his peculiar knowledge. Why? How? I tell you, it's driving me up.
Keep your shirt on, boss. We got him.
What?
Yeah, we got him, I tell you. The little squid. Nobody in the crowd here today even noticed. He's in the town jail.
Jail?
Just a two-bit light finger boy, that's all he is. So cool off. It's all over. You Valentine?
Yeah, that's right.
Joe's my chief guard. But Joe, you shouldn't have...
He was in the crowd again, boss. You seen him. But he lifted one of them old salt shakers off of the mantle. And both of my boys seen that. Yeah. Pretty neat, huh? 6 months for theft. That'll keep Merlino out of your hair.
What?
Huh?
What did you call him?
Merlino. Says he's a member of the Magicians Union. How's that one for laughs? Oh, the boss is a nervous Nellie, that's all, Miss Brooks.
So I gather.
Here, only a couple of cells down this way. Nice to work for, you understand, but a little on the crackpot
This
side.
Merlino seems to have him scared pretty badly.
I don't know why the boss bothered you, though, Mr. Valentine. If I couldn't handle a guy like him with both hands tied behind my
Okay.
back.
I just want to talk to this guy.
Yeah, well, yeah. Here he is. This is where he was locked. He was
Is that
locked.
so? Where? I don't see anybody.
Now, Joe, cool off.
Yeah.
I didn't turn him loose, I tell you. I don't know how he could get out.
Oh, a great sheriff, you...
Joe, let me ask the question.
No, neither one of you are going to. I was home eating supper. You bring a man down here for me to lock up without charges or evidence. Don't blame me if he...
Without what?
Without evidence, he said.
Huh? What?
Yeah, here's Merlino now. Well, what's all the lather about? I guess I forgot to lock that cell door on you, huh?
No, you locked it. But I was hungry myself. I'm just on my way back.
Yeah, but if the sheriff locked the cell, how in the name of...
Please, young man. I just walked out. I'm a magician.
Is that so? Well, this time...
Lay off, Joe. Cut it out. Sheriff, you said there was no evidence. Clean that up, will you?
Well, we searched him when he got here. So did the guards. Just waiting to tell you, Joe. There wasn't any salt shaker on this guy.
What? But I seen him take it myself.
We searched, I tell you. There wasn't.
Of course, it's none of my business. I'm just a visitor in your town. Live at the boarding house, as I told you. Suppose I have been kind of a pest to Mr. Renwick. But if you ask me, Sheriff, if anyone is stealing out there, well, his guard here, he's the one I think you should serve.
What? Why, you little half...
Hold it, Joe. Easy.
What?
Oh, what's the matter?
What? Salt shaker. In my pocket.
All right, sleight of hand artist.
But I haven't been near him.
That's right, Valentine. He hasn't. Not even bringing him in.
I told the boss I'd get rid of you. I will. I'll show you some magic
Let go. No, stop it. No, you'll be sorry.
Cut it out, Joe.
You'll be sorry. Now, stop it.
I'll put rabbits in your hat. You can...
Cut it out. Cut it out. I'm the sheriff around here. Now beat it, all of you. Magicians, private cops. Go on. Get out. Get out of my hair. Well, there's your teletype, Mr. Valentine. I guess I'd better run the little guy out of town for him, but I kind of hate to. Landlady says he's real nice.
Depends on who you talk to, doesn't it? You don't suppose Mr. Renwick and his guards are trying to frame him for something, do you?
They're all crazy out there for my money.
Yeah, Chicago says he served a sentence once, small-time theft.
He didn't steal today, I'm sure of that.
They say he worked carnivals in the Midwest for a while.
Why is he here? Oh, George, it's getting late.
Yeah, come on.
You want me to go back out to the house with you?
Well, if he wouldn't just shrug his shoulders and walk off like that, it's Merlino I'd like to talk to.
Sheriff! Mr. Valentine, Sheriff!
Mr. Renwick!
What's the matter? What's happened?
He got it. He got every bit. It's gone.
What's gone? Hey, stop shaking. What are you
The
talking
gem collection, the bracelets, jewelry. Merlino's taken everything.
Oh, brother. I thought that place was impregnable.
So did I. But not against a man like him. I told you.
Take it easy, will you? There's nothing supernatural about...
Yeah, the gems were off in that crazy stone place you call the Keep, weren't they?
He said I owned too many things from the past. He warned me I should have...
All right. Get back in the car. Come on, let's go. We'll find out what happened, and it won't be magic either.
Won't it? Mr. Valentine, I know how he managed it. My wife saw from my room upstairs, over the wall in the moonlight. Yes, I think we found that dagger again, too.
What?
She saw it and came running and screaming. Joe's body, up there, in the moonlight, with the medieval dagger in it.
In just a moment, we'll return to tonight's adventure of George Valentine. New RPM motor oil doubles engine life. That's right, doubles engine life in the toughest test a motor gets. What is this toughest test? Here's another first-hand report on new RPM to tell you. We take you now by transcription to California Research Corporation's laboratories at Richmond, California. The next voice you hear will be research engineer Primo Pinati.
After an intensive study of engines brought into repair garages for overhaul, we were able to determine the causes of engine wear. The next step was to decide on the conditions under which new motor oil formulas were to be tested. We wanted to develop our new oil under conditions simulating the toughest test an engine gets. Tonight, we are going to show you how we arrived at that decision. Ed Welshmeyer, senior engine operator, and Link Mers, engine mechanic, are ready with the test engine. Now here is research engineer Mark Savage, who will take over the story.
The engine you hear is equipped with a piston ring which we had specially treated at the Oak Ridge Atomic Plant. Soon you'll hear a Geiger counter clicking as it measures the amount of treated metal worn from the ring. The greater the wear, the faster that Geiger counter clicks. I see Mr. Pinati signaling the hot engine test is ready. Hot operation is the kind you get on long trips, highway motoring, and hill climbing, the kind most motorists believe to cause the greatest wear. But let's let that Geiger counter give us the facts. Hear those slow measured clicks? Not much wear taking place there. You are listening to the popular belief about hot operation being exploded. All right, now let's switch to a cold engine operation. This is the condition you have in your engine under normal, everyday, short hops, stop-and-go driving, motoring through traffic. Hear that faster clicking? Yes, that's what we found. When it comes to engine wear, cold operation is the toughest test a motor gets.
And in the toughest test a motor gets, new RPM cuts in half the wear rate of critical engine parts, doubles engine life between major overhauls due to lubrication. Stop in for the new RPM at independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations, where they say and mean, we take better care of your car. Now, back to tonight's adventure of George Valentine. A man named Merlino, just a small-time magician, a smiling, limping little man who says he doesn't want to cause anyone any trouble. But he warned Mr. Renwick that the millionaire had collected too many valuable mementos of the past. Now, the most valuable ones have disappeared, and he warned the hot-headed guard named Joe not to try anything rough with him. But Joe did, and now the method of theft has been explained, for Mrs. Renwick has seen Joe's body. Joe has been stabbed.
It was just as plain as daylight. I went up to my room. I looked out. He was there on the roof.
Oh, what good does a guard do up on a roof, Mr. Renwick?
But the iron door down there is always kept locked.
I came running to find you as fast as I
George,
could.
how could Merlino get through the door and up here to stab the guard?
How does Merlin do anything?
The name's Merlino, Buster. Calm down, will you? Just show me where this body is.
It's right up there. You can see it.
All right, Mrs. Renwick. Get out of the way, please. Let me get through.
There. It's right. George.
Yeah. I don't see a body.
It was. I could see. I'm not lying. And the knife in the moonlight.
Disappeared. I'm not surprised. Merlin could easily...
Oh, stay where you are, all of you, will you? Pretty clumsy magic, I'd say. Here's the knife right here.
What? Let me see.
Stay where you are, will you? Yeah. Joe's body's disappeared, all right. But it must have been a hasty job. A good sorcerer would have wiped up the blood.
Yes, Valentine, the blood's Joe's, all right. Doctor says he's sure. There was a record of Joe's type in the files.
Okay, come on.
But where, George? Why would anyone move a body
Get
after
rid of
they...
the evidence, Miss Brooks.
But the knife was left behind.
No fingerprints, no nothing.
Mr. Renwick, come here, will you?
What is it?
My men are going to start searching your whole place.
They won't find anything.
Yeah, that fog coming in off the ocean, I know.
Look, Mr. Renwick, I think it's about time you and I stop this silly, superstitious...
Mr. Valentine, I don't want to sound like a fool. I don't want to believe such things. I don't.
But you think we'll never find the body and we'll never find Merlino again?
I know you won't. I can't help knowing it. He disappears. He makes things disappear. I know how it sounds. But he got what he came for. He carried out his threats.
You've been in the Middle Ages too long for... Look out, Angel.
Well, I'll be...
Hello there. Did someone call me? Call Merlina?
I said answer my questions.
Please, gentlemen. I don't know anything about bodies. Out of my line.
Oh, for Pete's sake, you admitted you were around here, didn't you?
Of course. There are things here I'd like to steal, but not tonight. No, really, I haven't done anything. You've searched me, haven't you? No keys, no jewels. Ask my landlady. I was with her at the time this poor man was killed. I'm afraid if I did it, I've committed a perfect crime.
Hey, Sheriff! Sheriff, come here!
Well, spot of blood on the garage floor.
Yeah, and tire tracks.
Renwick says this is where they kept that farm truck.
Only now it's gone.
Where's Merlino, Sheriff?
He's taken care of, don't worry.
The perfect crime, step one. Come on, let's go. Sure. Just ditched it in the woods, huh? Not so far from the house either, in a straight line.
Now, this is the truck, all right.
Here's the flashlight, George.
Okay, let me do this.
More blood, all right.
What?
Couple of little spots.
Yeah, only no body.
No, but there's room for it to have been carried there, right?
Sure. So from here we move on foot, backwards, back the way this truck came.
It's perfect, all right.
Oh, yeah, sure. There were the tracks from the road.
But they're in sand. I can't prove they're Merlinos.
Of course not. But they're deep. He was carrying something. They don't come back, so he probably walked back in the rocks. That's the fast way.
And this is the only place you can get down to the beach easily from the road, too. To this cove. Deep. Heavy tides. The perfect place, all right.
To carry a body, to throw it in the ocean.
It's a hard job to convict a man of murder without a body.
Well, you'll find other evidence. Merlino can't
Oh, yes, he can, Angel. Because what other evidence?
He even hinted at an alibi. Didn't you catch that?
Everything he's done is practically a confession. But you don't think we'll find fingerprints in that truck, do you?
But if he hid the things he stole somewhere around there,
You
then...
don't think we'll ever find them either, do you?
He's not supernatural.
I don't know what he is. Oh, come on. It's practically dawn. Let's go back. Maybe we can shake it out of him. A little better than my jail, huh? Out of the original old Spanish place. Regular dungeon for the Inquisition.
You have to climb down here now. I gave the sheriff my key when he locked him up, Mr. Valentine.
Damp earth floors. I hope he's got pneumonia by this time.
Here, I'll reach that. You seem a little calmer, Mr. Renwick.
I've been with the sheriff's men all night. Yes, I've about decided your perfect crime theory is correct.
Solid iron door. Oh, wait till you see the walls. Solid rock all the way around the cell. 6 feet thick and no windows.
Merlino,
Yeah, he's done it again. He's gone.
It's impossible. Everything he's done is impossible. A human being couldn't get out of there.
I had the only key myself. Valentine, for
He's
the
a cripple. He couldn't run very fast. Come on, let's get down to the beach before Merlin climbs back into the Middle Ages.
There he is, George.
Yeah, he's running.
Some cripple. Fakes everything, doesn't he?
Well, he's got a big head start tearing down the sand there.
In this fog?
George.
Lord, where is he?
He was at the end of the cove
He
there.
disappeared right into the fog in the water.
Come on, run. No, along the road, this way.
But Valentine...
Sure, Merlin's a ghost, all right. What's beyond this cove? Another one, isn't there?
Well, sure, you can't see it from above. Just a couple of 100 yards.
Better load your gun, then. This is no ghost we're after now.
Hey, there's a boat there, on the beach.
Yeah, a little tiny one. Think one man could carry that, Sheriff?
Sure, easy.
So back at the other place, those heavy tracks could be made by a man carrying a boat instead of a body, huh?
George, what on earth are you driving at?
Brooksy, there hasn't been a single bit of magic performed tonight. It's all been illusion. Things are impossible. Okay, I believe it. They are impossible. You just turn the checkerboard around, look at the black squares instead of white.
Watch it. This is rock. You might slip.
George, now you're crazy.
Almost, but not quite. Now think back, Brooksy. Everything Merlin has done. Steal a dagger, plant a salt cellar on Joe, break loose from jail. Get at Joe on the roof, spill his blood. Then let Joe's body be seen and then make it disappear.
Wait, there he is, coming out of the water.
Sure, of course. He swam around those rocks, that's all.
Stand still, he can't see us. He'll come this way to the boat.
That's right. But I better warn both of you. Don't be too surprised when you see it's Joe himself.
What?
Shh, here he comes.
Hey, grab him! Look out for that gun!
Let go of that!
Oh, no, you don't!
Sakes. Every bit of the loot right there in the boat. Enough crowns for a whole chest.
Sure, for the big king here.
Shut up.
The bright boy who figured it all out. How to rob his boss without having all the bloodhounds in the world after him.
Okay, you got me. So what?
So I want some more. You hired Merlino, didn't you? To put the scare act into your boss. To set himself up as the man of mystery. To brag that he was out to rob him.
But, George, the murder, or what Mrs. Renwick thought was one, and the blood.
Oh,
and the
sure, Brooksy. That was the neat part. Joe knew her habits. When she'd be likely to look out and see him lying there playing dead. And he cut his finger, spilled some blood, maybe.
Too bad I didn't use yours instead.
Nice little trail of blood, yeah, Joe. So there'd be no doubt in anybody's mind that Joe the guard was dead. Nobody looked further for the man with the loot. You and Merlino working together. And then he lets himself look like the suspect. But I'll bet in the final pinch, Merlino's alibi would have been perfect, Sheriff. He would have got off the hook, joined up with Bright Eyes here, and Renwick would have thought it was all magic.
I almost did myself.
George, if Joe did all that, well, he could have let Merlino out of that dungeon thing, too. I mean, chief guard, he'd still have a key.
The biggest impossible of all, yeah, sure. Only where's Merlino now? And why let out a guy whose story is all fixed, alibi and everything? And why do you suppose Joe here didn't leave hours ago in his little boat? That must have been the plan.
I don't know where Merlino is. I don't care.
Well, I do. It's the difference between a grand larceny rap and a bigger rap for murder.
What? Now look, friend.
Only reason I can think of Joe sticking around is he liked the jewels all for himself. After all, he was dead. And Merlino could always disappear by magic.
I didn't touch him, I didn't.
It was risky getting down to that dungeon, Joe. But it would have been riskier bringing Merlino outside to kill him.
Oh, no, that's
And of course,
not
that was a quiet place. And nobody would ever think of looking under... Nice dirt floor, wasn't it, Joe?
No, I didn't.
Sheriff, I told you Merlin was a ghost. Maybe we better do some digging there before he puts a haunt on King Arthur's castle.
And there he was, Merlin, buried in the loose dirt in the floor of the castle.
Merlin. The name's Merlino, Brooksy.
Well.
And anyway, the story's all over. Oh, I don't blame you, though. I was always a sucker for that stuff, too. The nights and the charges.
I bet Mr. Renwick isn't. Not anymore, I mean. I bet he takes up stamp collecting after this.
Oh, I sell out to the British Museum. Yeah, King Arthur himself. You know, I always imagined myself as more of the Sir Gawain type.
What?
Yeah, well, as a kid, you know how kids are.
George, he was romantic. Gawain was the one who was always rescuing a damsel or making love to some maiden.
Oh, no, not always. He slew dragons. He sat at the round table and... Oh, what's the matter? What are you laughing?
Oh, round table. Oh, I was just thinking. When it comes to romance, darling, you're more of a square.
Oh, great.
Earlier in the broadcast, you heard California Research Corporation scientists explain the conditions under which engines show the greatest wear. Cold operation, the kind you have in your car during short hops, stop-and-go driving in traffic. In tests that simulate these conditions, new RPM motor oil was compared against the best conventional premium-type motor oils, as designated by the American Petroleum Institute. The results were amazing. New RPM cuts in half the wear rate of critical engine parts. It maintains the low oil consumption of average engines twice as long. It's sold with a money-back guarantee of satisfaction. Ask for new RPM at standard stations and independent Chevron gas stations where they say and mean, we take better care of your car. Tonight's adventure of George Valentine has been brought to you by Standard Oil Company of California on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West. Robert Bailey is starred as George with Virginia Gregg as Brooksy. Let George Do It is written by David Victor and Jackson Gillis and directed by Don Clark. Ted Osborne was heard as Renwick, Howard McNear as Merlino, Florence Ravenel, Mrs. Renwick, Ed Max as Joe, and Joe Duvall as the sheriff. The music is composed and presented by Eddie Dunstetter. Your announcer, John Heaston. Listen again next week, same time, same station, to Let George Do It. It costs less to keep a boy out of trouble than to pay for his stay in reform school. It costs less to help a family now than to pay for a family breakup later. It costs less to prevent trouble, and that's what your community chest does. Community chest gifts make a big difference in dozens of ways. Give generously. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System.
Personal notice. Danger's my stock and trade. If the job's too tough for you to handle, you got a job for me, George Valentine. Write full details.
Standard Oil Company of California, on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West, invites you to Let George Do It. How guilty can you get? Another adventure of George Valentine.
My dear Mr. Valentine, I am one of the richest men in Sand Hill Center. As a ring lardner character might say, I've made my pile. Ha ha. There's nothing that makes a man as nervous and unhappy as $1 million. Ha ha. Yes, you will laugh. You won't believe my fears. You won't believe what kind of woman my wife is. You won't even believe she might be carrying on and plotting with another man. Well, you'd better believe that and come to see me immediately, or Sand Hill Center may be without the services of its only millionaire. After all I've given to this town, the one thing I don't want to give them is the pleasure of enjoying my funeral. Yours for a long life, ha ha, signed Fred Vincent Liggett.
Yes. Yes, my husband's at home. Why?
Well, I'm George Valentine. This is Miss Claire Brooks, my assistant.
Oh, yes, yes, of course you're Mr. Valentine.
Well, may we come in?
I don't know. I'm not sure. You see, I'm Mrs. Liggett.
Yes, so I gathered.
The wife of the millionaire. The wife of the man who made his pile in Sand Hill Center. What's the matter? Did I say something wrong?
No, of course not. But if you'd please tell your husband that we're here.
Yours for a long life. Ha ha. Oh, yes, come in. Come right in. Join the party.
You seem to know all about it.
All about my husband's mail, you mean, don't you? I just read it. Look, here it is. A carbon copy from his pocket.
Oh, well, look, Mrs. Liggett.
Such a funny letter, wasn't it? Ha ha. Such a funny man, my husband. So well-liked, so admired, so trusting, so able to see what other people are up to, so willing to believe the best about people.
Wait a minute, please, Mrs. Liggett. I know how it must make you feel to read what he's written about you.
Oh, but to go prying, to read his mail. But I am reading all of the things in his pockets. You walk in here the moment I've just been reading them.
Mrs. Liggett,
because
please.
the sheriff wanted me to read everything. He told me to look, too. To look at all the nice things my husband ever wrote about anybody.
Stop it, I said, please.
Sheriff?
What? Yes, of course. Because I've already done it, don't you see? Well, what else could you see? What else could you think? Go on in there. Go see my husband. He's dead.
Mrs. Liggett's been running around here like a chicken with her head cut off.
Yeah, well, Miss Brooks will try to calm her down a little, Sheriff. I just want to know what happened.
Or around to the neighbors to try to get help. I only been here myself a few minutes. Medical examiner's on his way from the city.
Uh-huh. She found him just lying here, huh?
Poisoned. I don't know much, but I know that much. Look at his face. Sure, poisoned.
That doesn't mean anybody did it necessarily.
Yeah, look at the glass. That's what he took it in. White powder of some kind. Must have tried to get to the phone.
Hey, what's that bottle you're waving around?
A prescription. Center drugstore. Found it in the bathroom. Showed it to her, and she fell apart.
What do you mean?
What do you think I mean? Mrs. Liggett admitted she measured this stuff and gave it to him in a glass of milk.
Well, if it's a doctor's prescription.
Her name's also on the drugstore receipt for it. She bought it.
But if she...
He drank a glass of milk. That doesn't mean he knew what was in it, does it?
Oh. So you've got a suspicious nature, too, huh?
Well, the first thing I seen in his pocket was that letter to you. What would you think?
Here, give me that bottle. Prescription number 537...
53785. What about it?
Well, hello, Mr. Manx.
None of that mister stuff with me. Deputy brought me right out, Bill. He says you're climbing out on a limb and making
This is Mr. Valentine, Ed Manx. Owns the Center Drugstore.
Hello.
Now, listen here, Bill. Your deputy's going over the books to check that prescription. In 17 years, my place has never been accused of anything.
Nobody's accusing you of anything, Ed.
Be quiet, will you? The boy mixed that. It's his initials. He's brand new this week, but he knows his stuff. He's a trained pharmacist. I've watched him. He don't make mistakes.
Nobody said anybody
So
made
for you to
it.
go popping off accusing people, saying it's poison from my drugstore that caused this whole thing.
No, hold it, both of you, will you? So far as I can see, Sheriff, you don't even know this is a murder yet.
Ha! That's what I said the minute I heard the rumors. Just because nobody liked Liggett, just because he had too much money and too many bad jokes.
Skip it, will you? Was Liggett sick that he needed medicine regularly?
No.
Yes. Ha! There, you see? Right off the bat, you go off half-cocked
What
about
was
his
the matter
condition.
with him?
Pretty bad case of anemia. Ask his wife. She's picked up medicine for him every week for the past several weeks.
Her again. His wife did she?
Well, what have you got against her? Holy smoke, Bill.
Who was Liggett's doctor? Who wrote that prescription?
Nichols. Everett Nichols. Only one in town.
Yes, and my file's got that prescription in Nichols' own handwriting. The same number stamped right on it, 53785. Here, let me see the bottle.
Yeah, look all you want.
Huh. Practically full. Dose is a teaspoon, it said. Well, what are you trying to say? She gave him an overdose? She couldn't. There's no more than a spoonful taken out of there.
All right, Ed.
But I don't get it. Poison? Sure, it's poison. Doc Nichols' prescription will show that. Same as the boy who mixed it. Your deputy's getting him now.
All right.
Wait a second, Manx. All you're doing is confirming whatever the sheriff thinks. So what is it, Buster? What don't we know?
Ed, you've seen how the Liggetts were getting along.
You mean headed for a divorce?
I mean her running around all the time.
Well, I can't say as I blame her. Liggett was no charmer.
Doc Nichols is.
Oh?
Ambitious man, Doc Nichols. And seeing as how Liggett mentioned something about a man in that letter to you, Mr. Valentine.
Well, maybe she's gone out to the club dancing a few times with Nichols, but that don't
Ed,
mean that
I don't like my job either, but I find a man obviously poisoned. Hadn't eaten nothing since breakfast a long time back. Takes milk with a high-powered prescription in it, given to him by his wife. Picked up at the store by his wife.
Well, she did do most of the driving in the family.
I know. Prescribed by a doctor who had an eye on their money. A doctor I should have brought here right now to tell us the things we don't know.
Hey, clear that up, will you? Why didn't you get him?
Because I can't, Mr. Valentine. He's not at his office.
He's got a place in the country.
I phoned. I got the neighbor to check. He's not there either. Why bother with details? The point is the doctor's disappeared. And at a time like this, disappearing don't look good.
How should I know where Dr. Nichols is? I don't know anything about him.
The sheriff says you've gone out a few times with him.
Of course that's what the sheriff says. I don't blame him. The rich man's wife who goes out with other men. It's not nice. No matter what your husband's like, no matter how separated you are, no matter how much of a gentleman the doctor might be.
All right, Mrs. Liggett, all right. I gather your husband wasn't much of a guy to live with, but...
I haven't seen Dr. Nichols for days and days.
All right, skip it.
Tell Mr. Valentine what you told me about Mr. Liggett. He was always suspicious of her, George. Suspicious of everybody.
Why should I tell him that? He wouldn't believe me.
Her husband told other people that he didn't trust her. That he was afraid someday she might try to get rid of him.
Of course, naturally. I'm a murderess. Ask the sheriff.
Look, Mrs. Liggett, I know it's tough. Before we even know the facts, everybody jumps to a conclusion. Why? Well, because I'm here. Because your husband wrote to me.
Because Fred picked the time he did to write you one of his ridiculous letters. Yes. In a way, it is your fault that I'm in trouble.
Yeah. You mean now it's up to me to get you out of trouble, huh? To prove it wasn't murder.
Yes.
All right, don't worry. I was hired on this case, so I'll go on with it.
Mister, I only answer Dr. Nichols' telephone. I don't read his mind. It's Miss Boggs who's his nurse.
But the sheriff says his nurse was off duty. She always is on Saturday mornings.
Well, so was I after 10 o'clock. The telephone exchange takes over after then.
10 o'clock. That's when Dr. Nichols left?
Exactly. We walked out together, and he didn't tell me he was going anyplace special.
And that's the last you saw of him, Miss Broom. The last anybody saw of him.
Here, let's see the list of phone calls, then. That's the last one. Hemlock number, yesterday afternoon.
That's right.
But you said he had patients. He was working this morning.
Well, that's just a few regulars, that's all. There was Cy Benson for his bandage, and Widow Morris, that's a heart. Pills for the Jefferson baby, and, well, of course, Fred Liggett.
Fred Liggett this morning?
Well, when do you think he got that prescription? Only if you think that there's anything wrong with any prescription that Dr. Nichols...
I'm not the sheriff, Miss Broom.
Well, it's a pity you're not. And I'll tell you another thing. The doctor, maybe he took Mrs. Liggett out once or twice, but he'd never get mixed up with a woman like that.
Oh, you don't think so much of her either, huh?
I didn't say that.
Hemlock
I just said
8339 in the phone book. Just looking up that last number yesterday afternoon, George. It's the Liggett number.
Well, all right, what of it? It was her phone, the doctor. So what? That don't mean anything. Maybe it's a talk about the weather. What of it?
Well, nothing. Except she was so careful not to mention it to us, George.
Yeah.
And now, what do you think you're doing?
Still looking for the doctor.
Well, supper time. If I know him, he'll be back home by supper time. That crazy sheriff saying he's disappeared just because he can't find him right
Hello?
away.
Oh, hello. Let me talk to Mrs.
Yes, Valentine.
Oh, it's you, Sheriff.
I came back to meet the medical examiner.
Good, I'll be right back.
No, you won't. This thing's mixed up enough as it is. I'm leaving for the country.
What?
You know, I told you the doc's country place was empty. Well, I got a man out there says his desk and everything are all cleaned up, just like a man does when he leaves town, runs away.
All right, Sheriff. Tell me later.
I know I'm wrong, because he didn't disappear.
Huh?
Doc Nichols, he's lying across that desk, dead, with a bullet in him.
We'll return to tonight's adventure of George Valentine in just a moment.
Listen to the difference. Yes, now you can actually hear authentic scientific proof of the difference between new RPM motor oil and premium type motor oils as designated by the American Petroleum Institute. Auto engines are equipped with irradiated piston rings, and during operation, minute particles of radioactive metal wear off the rings. Geiger counters are thus able to detect the amount of wear actually taking place. Listen now as the Geiger counters click off the difference. First, the low wear rate of the new RPM. Now, the much faster wear rate of the conventional oil. Now, new RPM again. You have just heard authentic scientific proof that new RPM motor oil cuts in half the wear rate of critical engine parts, doubles the life of the average auto engines between major overhauls due to lubrication.
Proved in the laboratory and checked out in severe road service, new RPM motor oil is sold with a money-back guarantee of satisfaction. Ask for it at standard stations and independent Chevron gas stations where they say and mean we take better care of your car. And now, back to tonight's adventure of George Valentine. How guilty can you get? Well, the sheriff in Sand Hill Center seems to feel that Mrs. Liggett must be very guilty indeed. And why? Because just before his death, her husband wrote you a letter accusing her of all sorts of things. Another man in her life, for instance. And the sheriff thinks that might be Dr. Nichols, the same doctor who prescribed poison for Fred Liggett. The only trouble is, now Dr. Nichols is dead, too. And if your name is George Valentine, you know it's not going to be quite as easy as you once thought to prove this was not a murder case.
That you, Valentine?
Yeah, right here, Sheriff. Thanks for waiting.
You ready to go? It's a good 15 miles out there to the country place.
Wait a minute. Who's this?
Oh, Dr. Milliken, City Police.
Oh, hello, Doctor. What was it?
Miss Brooks, Mr. Valentine.
How do you do? You mean the poison? Strychnine, I think. The hospital's running some tests for me.
Strychnine?
I'm the prescription, and Ed Manx found me that. And the boy who made it up confirmed it. It's Nichols' handwriting, all right.
So a doctor just prescribes poison right in the open, and a wife gives it to her husband in a glass of milk.
Couldn't be called medicine for him by the farthest stretch of the imagination.
It couldn't be called sensible either until Nichols turned up dead.
What do you mean?
Well, suppose Nichols was being used and didn't know it. Or pressured into writing the thing. That's the easiest explanation.
I wouldn't guess.
And I'm all through guessing, too. So come on. This time, we're not even going to open our mouths until we know what the facts are. Deputy out at Nichols hasn't touched the thing. Waiting for us right now.
I changed my mind. Leave me out. Yeah, you guys go out there. I'll follow you.
All right. Come on, Doc. Step on it.
Okay.
George, why don't you want to go along?
Oh, I don't know, Angel. Except that I'd rather talk to a woman than a corpse any day.
Mr. Valentine, I assure you I've never been mixed up in any way with Dr. Nichols. I'm sorry he's dead, but I don't know anything about it, any more than I really know anything about my husband's death.
You telephoned the doctor yesterday afternoon. You didn't tell us about that earlier.
Didn't I?
No. In fact, you said you hadn't seen him for weeks.
Oh, I'm sure I said a great many things today, Miss Brooks. Words, words, words. None of them half as wild as the things I've been feeling. Do you know what it's like to have people automatically assume you're a murderess who... Oh, but I haven't seen him. That was true. I just called him for Fred, I guess.
For Fred?
Well, I had the car and I had to do some shopping, so Fred was late and couldn't go to the doctor's.
You mean he was supposed to have gone yesterday instead of this morning?
Yes, I phoned Dr. Nichols to change the appointment, that's all.
You... Oh, brother, what's the matter with me? Strychnine.
What?
Sure, of course. Look, what do you know about your husband's illness? About any treatment he's taken or any...
Well, I really haven't paid too much attention, I'm afraid. I know it's anemia,
Well,
but...
skip it, never mind.
George?
Come on, Angel. I want to get on the phone to that Miss Broom in a hurry.
Miss Broom?
Yeah, unless I can think of the name myself. Ed Manx, the drugstore man. He might help.
What on earth are you talking about?
Morris, that's it. The widow Morris. A lady with a heart.
What do you expect to find?
I don't know, Angel. See if she's in first.
Well, it's the only Morris in the phone book. But if you'd waited until I called Miss Broom...
I didn't want to wait for anything, Angel. I don't know much about medicine, but I know enough to... Uh-oh. Come on.
Her lights aren't on.
Mrs. Morris? Mrs. Morris? Oh, here, the switch is over.
Poison.
Sure. The same expression on her face.
Just like Fred Liggett.
Been dead for several hours, I guess. Hey, look, here we are. Bottle. White powder.
What, George?
Brooksy, it's a prescription. Bought today.
Strychnine? The same...
No. Strychnine wouldn't have hurt Mrs. Morris here any, would it? Woman being treated for heart trouble? It's a common method of treatment, in fact.
George!
Yeah. Now you begin to get it. Suppose Fred Liggett, who didn't have heart trouble, got the wrong medicine. And the widow Morris
You
here...
mean the prescriptions were mixed. And he was being treated with something that she got, and that killed her.
Anemia he had, wasn't it?
Oh, but George, no, a doctor couldn't make a mistake like that. It's impossible.
That's what I always thought until right now.
And why would he himself have been killed? The doctor, I mean.
Well, let's get out there with the sheriff before he buries all the evidence. Because maybe the doctor's death was just as simple, Angel. Maybe we can wind this one up fast.
Yes, Mr. Valentine, quite possible. Anemia is sometimes treated with arsenic, and it can be taken orally.
Look, she was an old woman, Dr. Milliken. Had a bad heart anyway. It wouldn't have taken much to...
Exactly. I'll get down there as fast as I can.
Okay, thanks. Well, Sheriff?
Well, Valentine, look for yourself. I told you before, I'm all through playing detective.
When did Nichols die?
I don't know for sure, but a little time after the other two, apparently. Lying across the desk here, arm outstretched.
Well, you're doing fine. You're one jump ahead of me.
Found the gun in the wastebasket. One shot.
Uh-huh.
He had plenty of time to learn about Liggett and that Morris woman, in case he didn't already know.
Wastebasket right beside the desk.
Funny guy, Nichols. Ambitious, very proud of himself, his standing in the community, his reputation, his career.
Right arm outstretched, huh? Out over the edge, like this.
Sure, right-handed. You know, I said earlier, his stuff looked all arranged. Done in a hurry, but sort of like a man who's leaving town suddenly.
Or a man who fired a single shot. The gun drops from his hand into the wastebasket, and then he slumps forward on the desk.
Yeah, you don't have to go through the motions. I already done it. But you said a long time ago it might not be murder.
I was guessing.
Now you're not. Because if Liggett and Morris were mistakes, the most horrible mistakes I ever heard of, and I guess this proves it, doesn't it?
When the doctor, whose fault it was, commits suicide.
That's it. Just look at the evidence. That's what happened.
Suicide. So that's how it ends.
Poor man. Think how he must have felt when he found out, when he realized what he...
Yeah, the mistake was his, all right. Wasn't the drugstore's fault. You pharmacist on duty. He didn't know the people. He wouldn't have caught it.
Just think how Dr. Nichols
Well,
must
you were
have...
pretty upset by this, too, Mrs. Liggett.
You were blamed for a while.
Well, everyone knew how Fred and I were. I can't blame anyone for jumping to conclusions.
No. And your husband's letter to me and my coming here threw you into a blue panic, too, didn't it?
Well, I wouldn't exactly say panic. I think I must have been mostly hysterical.
Well, I'd say panic. Why not? It was the first thing that started to upset your plan.
My what?
Well, isn't that what you'd call it? When you plot your husband's death? When you almost get away with it?
Mr. Valentine, I'm sure
Just to be accurate, I'll say you and the boyfriend. He obviously did most of it.
Did most of what, George? For heaven's sake.
There'd been gossip about her and the doctor. Her and several other guys, as a matter of fact. But if there was a real boyfriend and they were plotting to get rid of Liggett, you don't think they'd let the gossips in on it, do you?
Just whom are you referring to?
The only man it could be. To pull off the most involved but simple crime I ever heard of. Ed Manx, the druggist. Who else? Oh, sure. Very funny. Go ahead, laugh. But there's a little too much coincidence for my blood. Ed Manx had a new pharmacist filling prescriptions today. Now, why?
I'm sure I haven't the slightest idea.
Manx is a pharmacist himself. For 17 years, he said. Well, why put the new boy on the same day two people get poison prescriptions filled?
How on earth do you think Ed could know
The
that?
widow Morris got a prescription filled every week. Who'd know that? Who'd know there was enough strychnine in it to kill your husband? Who'd know the effect of his medicine on her?
George, wait a minute. They'd have nothing against the widow Morris. No reason to want her dead.
They wouldn't care whether it killed her or not, Angel. Just her tough luck that it did. The important thing was setting up the doctor's mistake. So Manx could get him out to that country place and set up that poor, tragic suicide.
No, that's not true.
All right, let's get back to the drugstore. The coincidence of both prescriptions being made out and delivered on the same day. You set that up, Mrs. Liggett. There's a record of all the doctor's phone calls, remember? And you were foolish enough to explain the last call in his book yesterday. To explain that you delayed your husband by shopping in town. So could he please come in this morning just after the widow Morris? There you are, all set up.
Stop it. I won't listen to
The
you.
kid's on his way out here now, the pharmacist. Because as I got it, Manx gave him those prescriptions to make up and deliver.
No, he didn't. I'm sure he didn't.
What did you say? How could you know anything about that?
I don't. Of course I don't. How could I? You're trying to mix me up, that's all.
And why should that bother you? Ingredients have to be there before they can be mixed, lady.
Stop it. Stop it.
Sure,
stop
go ahead. Get hysterical. Maybe you'll pull another horrible mistake like you did this afternoon.
What?
Running around like a chicken with her head cut off, as the sheriff put it. Screaming to the neighbors for help and so on. And the last call to the doctor was yesterday afternoon.
Oh, George, that's right.
Yeah, that's what was really important about that list of his phone calls. Mrs. Liggett's husband was dying, and she didn't call the doctor.
Yes. Yes, I did. But he wasn't there.
The exchange takes all of his calls for him when he's out. It wasn't on the list.
I mean, I called his country place direct.
Oh, yeah, I see. And how did you know he'd be there?
Well, I didn't, but...
Your husband was dying, and you didn't call the doctor.
Stop saying that. One of the neighbors called for me, I thought.
Sure. Every one of them must have offered to do it. But they don't show on his list. So you must have stopped them from calling by saying you'd already tried to reach him. But you didn't.
No. I mean, yes. Ed Manx will tell you that.
Well, come on now. Make up your mind, sister. You didn't want the doctor reached by anyone because Ed was taking him out to be killed. Isn't that right?
No, that isn't true. He was at the country place by then. He was...
Oh, yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. Come on. Trip yourself up a few more times.
Stop it. Oh, stop it. Please stop it.
But, George, to have killed 3 people in cold blood.
Well, they thought they had to do it, Angel. Small town, her husband's money, and the suspicions he'd advertised. They knew it'd take a very slick plan to get rid of Liggett and keep it covered up. But they had their slick plan, all right.
Yeah, so slick they fell down on it. But it almost worked, didn't it? I mean, the sheriff believed it, so did I.
Well, so did I, until I caught that phone call business. Besides, Angel, it did seem pretty impossible that any doctor could ever mix his prescriptions like that.
George, I still don't understand. They were the doctor's prescriptions, and they were made out to the wrong people.
Well, Manx switched them, that's all. Take about one word of forgery on each one to keep the new pharmacist from getting them uncrossed. And who could forge a word or two better than the guy who for 17 years has had to decipher that gibberish doctors write on prescriptions?
Ooh, how guilty can you get?
About as much as they were.
Now, And now Fred Lickett's $1 million goes right back to Sandhill, I suppose.
Good place for it. I wouldn't want it.
Oh, George, now that's no way to speak of $1 million. Matter, are you afraid your wife might be tempted to kill you for it? Or, you mean you'd be afraid you might be able to afford a wife?
Look, if you want to change the subject, you do it like this.
Oh, darling. But I never really change the subject.
No, you don't. It's always the same. That's what I love about you. You're persistent. Good night, Angel.
When it's rainy weather, what are the essentials for your safety on the highway? Good tires and good brakes, certainly. But there are two other very important things, your car's headlights and the windshield wiper blades. That's especially true at this time of year. So if there's any doubt at all about the condition of lights and wiper blades on your car, do yourself and your family a favor. Tomorrow, have them inspected at a standard station or at an independent Chevron gas station. Here, the men want to make sure you have safety and peace of mind on the highway. With them, it's just plain good business. That's why they check many things on your car, including the lights. That's why they examine the wiper blade to see if it has turned hard and brittle or if it is worn unevenly. When you do need a wiper blade, they can supply you on the spot a quality-made Atlas wiper blade that literally shaves the water from your windshield. See you tomorrow at your independent Chevron gas station or your standard station where they say and mean we take better care of your car. Tonight's adventure of George Valentine has been brought to you by Standard Oil Company of California on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West. Robert Bailey is starred as George, with Virginia Gregg as Brooksy. Let George Do It is written by David Victor and Jackson Gillis and directed by Don Clark. Lee Patrick was heard as Marion, Ed Begley as Manx, Joe Duvall as the sheriff, Joe Forte as Liggett, and Myra Marsh as Miss Broom. The music was composed and presented by Eddie Dunstetter. Your announcer, John Heaston. Listen again next week, same time, same station, to Let George Do It. Let George Do It is heard overseas through the worldwide facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System.
It was a hunt through a jungle of city streets, with danger waiting at every intersection, until halfway through when the hunters became the hunted, and death brought an end to the game.
From the pen of Raymond Chandler, outstanding author of crime fiction, comes his most famous character as CBS presents The Adventures of Philip Marlowe. Now, with Gerald Moore, starred as Philip Marlowe, we bring you tonight's exciting story, The Grim Hunters.
The morning paper had headlined prices rising. My bank statement in the afternoon mail had warned balance falling, and I had wasted the evening on behalf of a client who ran out on me when I tried to collect. All of which added up to the end of the day and me unhappy in my office at 10 p.m., with one hand on my checkbook and the other one raised in almost solemn oath. I, Philip Marlowe, private detective and too often public servant, hereby resolve to one way or another jockey my budget into something close to equilibrium, And from this day Hello. Marlo speaking.
My name is Helen Palmer, Marlo. I need your help badly.
Yeah, but look,
I'm up at 8700 Magnolia Terrace in the Hollywood Hills. Now, please, drop whatever you're doing and... No.
I must have let go of the phone, grabbed my hat and coat, opened and closed the office door, piled into my car outside, and raced up into the Hollywood Hills because the next thing I remember after Helen Palmer's scream was swinging off North Bronson Drive onto Magnolia Terrace. But a minute later, when I screeched to a stop away from number 8700, scrambled out from under the wheel and started on the run for the front door, I was no longer sure of anything. Because the house in question, a stock southern mansion complete with stable boy statue in a gravel driveway, which according to the book should have been as dark and as quiet as the inside of a coffin, was anything else but. And when I got to the oversized bronze door knocker and dropped it hard, I was beginning to doubt that I had the right address.
Can I be of some assistance, sir?
I don't know. I'm looking for a woman named Helen Palmer who called me at my office. Said she needed help. And a second after that, she...
Screamed, huh? Tell me, sir, what is your name and occupation?
In that order, Philip Marlowe, private detective.
Good for Helen, good girl.
Happy, aren't you? What's going on here? What is this?
Why, it's a party, sir. A scavenger hunt. And it looks like Helen Palmer's the
Now,
winner.
wait a minute, laughing boy. I had a call that was interrupted by pistol shots, and I...
All just part of the play, sir.
Yeah, Helen Palmer had to bring back one private detective.
Yeah, you see, Marlo, each list, aside from the usual hard-to-find objects, had a human being on it.
That's right. I had to bring back a Hoover vacuum cleaner salesman, and believe it or not, he's already sold our good host, Thaddeus Grover, the deluxe model.
Yes, sir, he did at that. You see, Mr. Marlowe, Helen Palmer wasn't permitted to actually hire you. That's why she had to pretend to be in trouble.
With the net result that I nearly broke my neck getting up here. Mr. Grover, where is Miss Palmer?
Well, I don't know for sure, Marlo. She called just a bit ago and said that she only had to catch on to you and one other item and would be back after that.
Which makes her the winner, Mr. Marlowe, because none of us did better than half our list. By the by, you don't happen to have the breech lock of a 57-millimeter anti-tank gun with you.
At the moment, no. Nor do I have time for scavenger hunters.
Not even when they most cordially invite you in with the finest serving of party-style Southern fried chicken imaginable? Come on, Mr. Marlowe.
No, I'm sorry.
Oh, come on.
Well, come on.
It's delicious chicken.
Well, okay, the chicken did it. The inside of Thaddeus Grover's house was also a stock southern mansion from a giant cut glass punch bowl. Belonged to my mother, sir, First Lady of Atlanta, Georgia, sir, to a wide and winding colonial staircase. It left you expecting the descent of Scarlett O'Hara at any moment. There was one strange note in the soft southern surroundings. Piled 3 feet high in the middle of the room were the crazy quilt results of the evening's scavenger hunt, including a wooden cigar store Indian, a pair of Hickok suspenders from the local fire chief, 1 red motorcycle, a stuffed owl, a set of antlers, and more. And behind all that, my counterparts, the bringing back alive items from each list. A streetcar conductor in uniform, a waiter bald and under 40, a school teacher red-headed and over 50. But I was the center of attention. But Thaddeus introduced one after another of the guests to the genuine, 100% non-shrinkable private detective.
And now, Mr. Marlowe, sir, a very special friend of mine. At 31, sir, the president of Sample and Claiborne, best building contractors in the city of Los Angeles.
Oh, that's so very interesting, Mr. Grover.
Yeah, moreover, Mr. Marlowe, Sample made it right to the top in the past 2 years.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, ever since old Joshua Claiborne got killed falling off a scaffold.
He did.
Of course, between you and me and the gatepost, some folks say it was suicide. Oh, Larry, I'd like you to meet Mr. Marlowe, a private detective. Mr. Marlowe, Larry Sample.
How do you do?
Hello, Mr. Marlowe. Glad you're with us. Thaddeus, has Rhonda called in yet? Last time I heard from her was when we split our list in two, and she headed out after a Latin American rumba team.
Well, if she went after a boy, she'll bring her back. That's Rhonda Langley we're speaking of, Mr. Marlowe, Larry's lady friend.
Oh?
Nicest person I know. Except, of course, my fiancée, Helen.
Helen is in Palmer, my patron, Mr. Grover.
Yes, sir, one and the same, sir. Well, we certainly have a lot of fun, even if we don't make much money, huh, Marlowe?
Yeah, you certainly... Mr. Grover, did you say money?
Most surely did, boy. You know, dollars and cents.
Yes. Well, gentlemen, you'll excuse me, please, but I do have to run. Good night, Mr. Sample. And Mr. Grover, sir, it's been a distinct pleasure, sir. I bid you goodbye, sir.
Goodbye, sir. You're a card.
got back to my office, which I had left lights on and unlocked. My telephone was ringing. At this late hour, gullible me took faint hope that it could be a client who might still save the day. When I picked up the receiver...
Marlo?
I let go of that straw fast.
Marlo?
It was Detective Lieutenant Ibarra.
Marlo, do you know a girl named Helen Palmer?
Hey, Ibarra, don't tell me there's a pair of somewhat flat feet on the ladies' scavenger hunt list.
Very funny, Phil. How do you know her?
No, not beyond a panic telephone call that ended in a make-believe scream and a couple of pistol shots. All designed to bring me running to a party at 8700 Magnolia Terrace.
Mm-hmm. Well, that adds all right, because the only items not checked off a list are a night watchman's badge and one detective private, which must be you, since your name is circled in the classified directory here in this phone booth.
You're in what phone booth? Where are you, Ibarra?
At a closed filling station on Van Ness off Hollywood Boulevard.
Yeah, but wait a minute. Why is the girl's list there with you?
Because it's clenched in her right hand, Phil. And she's folded up on the floor of this booth. Dead.
Oh, no.
2 bullet holes in her back.
Oh, yeah, but Ibarra, her call was a gag.
The shots weren't. Anyhow, it looks like a stick-up since the lady's purse is gone and a wino we picked up. A wino we picked up saw what he calls a curly-headed guy with short legs do it and run. Also, the wino says that the murderer had been hanging around for a couple of hours like he was looking for a well-to-do prospect.
Yeah, I know, but it's still kind of strange. Me getting that call, I mean. Well, I'll drop around to headquarters tomorrow morning, Lieutenant, if you need any statement from me.
I think you'd better make that tonight, Phil. At the 8700 address. I'm sending Mooney up there now.
Oh, but wait a minute, Ibarra. You don't need me, and I do need business. If you think I'm going to get it by...
Phil.
Huh?
Phil, let's say that I'd appreciate it if you'd show for a few minutes. Okay?
No. Well, okay, a few minutes. Just so long as you appreciate it. Goodbye. Driving back to Magnolia Terrace, I used Detective Lieutenant Ibarra as an oversized whipping boy for the day's disappointments. So when I finally braked to a stop behind a half-parked squad car, which meant that Police Officer Mooney was already on hand, I was about back to normal. But then in the next quick moment, I forgot all about Ibarra because in the shadows ahead, sneaking away from a side entrance to number 8700, and looking as guilty as Lucretia Borgia leaving a corner pharmacy, was a young lady, brunette and beautiful. She hurried directly to a gray Nash parked in the rear and, without looking back, climbed in and took off. Following her had to be more fun than conversation with Mooney. 10 minutes later, the lady came to a stop in front of a dark, politely landscaped cottage on North Ogden Drive. In another 2, she was inside and the light was on. When I got to the front door and leaned against the bell, a card over it said that this could be one Rhonda Langley, Mr. Larry Sample's girlfriend. But that same card also gave another name, Helen Palmer, the lady dead in the phone booth. I rang again. When the door opened, it was the brunette, still beautiful. Only this time, something had been added. In her right hand, a .45, ugly and pointed straight at my head.
What do you want?
One straight answer, Miss Langley. Why did you run away from 8700 Magnolia Terrace and a cop with routine questions?
Wait a minute. Who are you? How do you know my name?
I'm a private detective, labeled Philip Marlowe. Item number 8 on the late Miss Palmer's list. And I know about you because I've already been to Thaddeus Grover's party. Now, after you put this gun away, we'll get back to my question. Why'd you run? Come on, talk, lady, now before I yell copper.
Well, all right. Come in.
Thanks.
Mr. Marlowe, I don't think Helen Palmer's murder was any run-of-the-mill robbery.
You don't think what?
I stayed just long enough to hear the policeman say Helen had been killed.
Oh. When I got to your welcome mat, I was greeted with a .45. Talk some more, Miss Langley. Real plain
Well, all
like,
right,
huh?
give me half a chance, will you? I didn't say anything to the police about this because I don't want to do any damage before I'm sure about a few things.
Like what?
Like the kind of a mess that Helen was in. Mr. Marlowe, I need help. I've got to know some facts. Please, will you work for me? I'll pay you anything.
Well, at this point, let's call anything 25 a day in expenses, huh? What about Helen and the mess you spoke of? How much do you know?
Very little. Only that I think Helen was blackmailing somebody. Somebody who was at the party tonight.
Like Grover, your boyfriend Larry Sample?
I don't know. Oh, you've got to believe me, Mr. Marlowe.
Well, all right. For the time being, I will. Now, first of all, how'd you latch onto this blackmail?
Well, yesterday morning, I accidentally overheard Helen talking to someone on the telephone. She spoke of a payoff that was to be made at Thaddeus's party. I don't know who she was talking to, but she warned the person not to try anything rash.
As in murder?
She didn't say. But she did say that she'd already airmailed a letter to her lawyers in San Francisco that would protect her from any harm. Then she laughed about the scheduled scavenger hunt and hung up.
Mm-hmm. You said nothing to her about this, huh?
No, I was afraid
All right, the letter to San Francisco. Did you see him mail it?
Well, I mailed it myself earlier in the day, along with one of my own.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't think about it until after her call, when she pointedly asked me if I'd remembered to mail a letter. My letter, that is, which she knew that I'd written to an aunt I have in Passaic, New Jersey.
Well?
Well, that's the whole story. If you want me, I'll be over at Thaddeus's place.
Thaddeus?
Yes, he was in love with Helen.
Yeah. Maybe she was returning that love with blackmail. What do you think, Rhonda?
I don't know. The thinking is now your job, Mr. Marlowe.
When I left Rhonda Langley and started back to my car as a bona fide private detective with client, I wasn't sure whether or not I was happy about the whole thing. But a second later, at the sight of a man in the dark ahead, half crouched behind a tree, I quit deliberating the point and got ready for trouble because, from what I could see, the gentleman in hiding had both the curly hair and very short legs that Ibarra had mentioned as a sign of Helen Palmer's killer. I kept walking straight until I was abreast the tree, and then I pivoted sharply, took one step toward him, and swung! Come on, brother.
Why, you dirty...
You haven't got the time. They believe me.
Enough, fella. Enough. Will you leave me alone?
Sure. Sure I will, after you start talking. Now, get up.
Okay. Okay, don't hit me again. I'll talk. I'll tell you everything. Hey, look there. No, don't! Oh, that lousy note.
In just a moment, we will return to the second act of The Adventures of Philip Marlowe. But first, you can do a lot of singing for $14,500, so they say. And tonight, some CBS listener may be able to speak with authority on the subject because $14,500 is what's waiting for whoever can solve the mystery behind the new Phantom Voice on CBS's great Saturday night quiz game, Sing It Again. Listeners from coast to coast will be quizzed by telephone about the new Phantom's identity. And they'll also be given a chance to win one of the other famous prizes for solving the riddle songs which feature Sing It Again's hour of Saturday night fun. Here's Sing It Again on most of these same CBS network stations tonight and every Saturday night. Now, with our star, Gerald Moore, we return to the second act of Philip Marlowe and tonight's story, The Grim Hunters.
The shots crashed out of the darkness. The life ran out of the little man like air from a kid's balloon. I couldn't figure exactly where the shots had come from, and I stopped trying when a pair of spiked heels clicked fast across the concrete driveway between me and the house. Then a motor started, and a second later a car roared by with Rhonda Langley at the wheel. I yelled at her to stop as she went by, and ran out in the street after her and yelled again at the retreating car. But she ignored me. When another car came around the curve behind me, I tried to flag it down, but the driver didn't even slow up. So I just stood there while the two cars twisted out of sight down the winding street, leaving nothing but silence and a lot of unanswered questions hanging in midair. I walked back to the corpse, went over it carefully. But there was no identification, nothing but a gun to indicate how he fitted into the screwy mosaic of murder, scavenging, and blackmail. I went inside to call Ibarra, and 5 minutes of tracers, relays, and busy signals went by before I finally got through to him with my news about Helen Palmer's killer.
What? Where are you, Marlo?
In a house on Ogden Drive, 4310 North. It was shared by Helen Palmer and my new client, Rhonda Langley.
Uh-huh. Did she kill my suspect, Marlo?
It could be. She left here in a big hurry. Another thing, Ibarra, there's more behind this business than robbery.
Like what?
Like blackmail.
Maybe so. We just found the Palmer's girl handbag in a trash can. Nothing left but a lipstick and 2 letters. Incidentally, one is addressed to your client, Rhonda Langley.
That figures. They shared the house, so Helen happened to pick up the day's mail. What's the other letter?
It was one returned for insufficient postage. They forgot that airmail is 6 cents these days.
Oh, return. Wait a minute. Is that letter addressed to a law firm in San Francisco?
No, it's addressed to Sophie Kilberty.
Sophie Kill who?
Kilberty of Passaic, New Jersey. Why?
Well, Ibarra, listen. Helen was blackmailing somebody, and she covered herself by mailing a letter to her lawyers in San Francisco.
Mm-hmm.
If that letter was returned for insufficient postage and the blackmail victim knew it, he'd have no qualms about killing her, right?
Sure, but the letters were in Helen's purse.
Oh.
Don't you think she'd have known her protection was gone? Phil, I'm going to put out a pickup call on your client. And you get on down here so we can go over this mess one step at a time.
Where's here?
Still at the gas station on Van Ness off Hollywood Boulevard.
Okay, Barra. How long are you going to be there?
Just until Thaddeus Grover shows up to identify the body and give me some answers personally about that scavenger hunt he threw tonight.
What about this curly-headed corpse I've got here?
Have you gone over him?
Yeah. Nothing but a gun, some small bills on him.
Then he'll keep. I'll expect you in a few minutes.
Okay, so long, Ibarra. When I put down the phone, I was convinced that a big switch was due any minute because finding those letters in Helen Palmer's purse made a lot of sense in one direction and not a bit in another. I could have made more heads and tails by flipping a ball bearing than I got out of the facts Ibarra had given me. Just then, the shadow of a man slid up the walk. I heard a pair of feet mount the stairs, 2 at a time. It was the Wonder Boy executive I'd met at the party. Better hold it right there, Sample.
What? Marlo. Why the gun?
So the same thing won't happen to me that happened to the dead little guy outside?
Another murder? Marlo, where's Rhonda? Is she all right?
She left here as fast as an 8-cylinder motor wide open could move just after it happened.
Then it was Rhonda I saw. On my way over here, a speeding car almost crowded me off the road. It looked like Rhonda's, but I wasn't sure. And Marlo, she was being chased by another car, a fast one.
Chased, are you sure?
Yes. The first car missed me by inches when it swung around a curve. I don't know yet how she made it. Then a second car came along and passed the curve, but it stopped, backed up, and then took the same road Rhonda had taken.
You think she got away?
I don't know.
Well, come on outside, Sample. I want you to take a look at this. By the way, how long have you known Rhonda?
About a year.
Mm-hmm.
She's a brilliant girl, Marlo. Came out from the East, and I gave her a job as my secretary.
She's more than that now, huh?
I'm in love with her, if that's what you mean.
Yeah. Oh, here it is.
Well, Marlo, I know this man. That's Nate Murdoch. He used to be a foreman with our firm. He left and went back to Atlanta right after Claiborne's death.
Atlanta? Isn't your host Thaddeus Grover from Atlanta?
Why, yes, he is.
Oh, brother. When did you see Grover last?
Well, the police asked him to go and identify Helen's body. He left the party while the officer was still questioning the rest of us.
Yeah, and on the way he could have taken time off to drop by here, kill Murdoch, and make a try for Rhonda, too. Come on, let's get to the phone.
But why, Marlo? Good heavens, Grover's our friend. He and Helen were engaged to be married.
All right, so it doesn't make sense. But his fiancée and his short friend from Atlanta are both dead. And Rhonda's burning the tires off a car to keep out of reach. Those are the facts. Will make sense later. Now call Grover's place and hurry up.
Yes.
That's where she intended to go when she left here, to console him, no less. Scavenger hunt my Aunt Minnie.
Hello? Hello, is Mr. Grover there? No? Well, has Miss Langley arrived yet? Oh, it's the maid, Marlo.
Mm-hmm.
Rhonda had... What's that? She's coming up the walk now? Hold the line a minute, please. She just got there, Marlo. What'll I tell her?
Tell her to leave again. Tell her... No. Where do you live?
4406 Ardmore.
All right. Tell her I said for her to wait outside in the back of the house until you can get over there to pick her up. Take her to your place, and I'll pin Grover down.
Right. Where are you going now?
See Lieutenant Ibarra, and I can get there faster than I can call him on the phone. Good luck, Sample. Sample was repeating my name over to Grover's maid on the phone as I left. And a few minutes later, at the mobile gas station off Hollywood Boulevard, I found Ibarra looking sardonic in the blinking light from a flying red neon horse above his head as he flipped through a stack of papers on top of an oil drum.
It's about time, Marlo. Where's that client of yours?
Now, wait a minute, Ibarra. I had her pegged all wrong. She's a pigeon. Has Thaddeus Grover been here yet?
Just left. He's quite a character, that guy.
You didn't let him get away alone?
Yes, he was... What do you mean, get away?
Ibarra, there's a big connection between Thaddeus Grover and Murdoch, the guy who killed Helen. Now, Grover might have hired him for the job, and now he's trying to get Rhonda.
Now, Marlo, how does that figure?
It doesn't, but so help me, Ibarra, that's the way it is.
Well, Grover was heading for his friend Larry Sample's house, and he left. Happened to know where Sample...
Holy smoke, that's exactly where I told Sample to take the girl. 4406 Ardmore.
Well, that's great, Marlo. They'll all be together in one place. I'll pick up the whole crew and right now.
You're going to pick up the pieces, you mean?
You think there'll be a showdown?
Any minute, Ibarra. It can't miss.
Okay, so we'll take some firepower along. Hey, McCall, Gray, let's go. Come on, Phil.
Now, look, Ibarra, maybe Sample hasn't gotten home with Rhonda yet. I'll go up to Grover's and try to head them off, okay?
Okay, Marlo. But if you get them before I do, bring them in, and no alibis. I'll see you.
Ibarra was grim as he climbed in his car and drove off fast. I headed for my car. Then, as I turned, my arm swept the scavenger list Ibarra had left on the oil drum off onto the ground. When I picked them up, Rhonda Langley's name was on top. Her list was as goony as the others, but near the bottom was an item strangely familiar to me, which hadn't been checked off. It was a canceled ticket from Woodhaven Ballroom. All at once, I realized why it was familiar. The sign I'd been half conscious of on top of the big squat building across the street read, Woodhaven Ballroom, closed tonight. On a hunch, I dug for Helen Palmer's list. Yeah, Ibarra was right. Everything but a night watchman's badge and one detective private had been checked off. And that gave me half of the switch I knew I had to show up. I ran to my car and headed for that southern mansion in the Hollywood Hills, the end of a very complicated frolic. And with every turn of the road, I gave myself another whack for being such a nearsighted sucker. When I got there, the big house on Magnolia Terrace was dark, except for a light in the servants' quarters. I stepped down the block, walked back, and edged around to the patio where the garage, the hothouse, and the king-size barbecue loomed only as shapeless lumps of shadow. I stood still and watched. Then I saw him move, walking slowly, gun in hand along the fence toward the hothouse. I started toward him quietly, just as he found out what he was looking for.
Oh, you're clever, my dear. But it's all over now. I know you're in there, so come on out with your hands up.
Oh, no. You're hanging yourself for murder right now, Larry Sample. I've got all the proof I need.
I don't know what good it'll do you, Rhonda. I'll never pay you a cent for it, you blackmailing tramp. I'll kill you first. And that protection letter you wrote to your lawyers was returned, darling. I found it accidentally in Helen's purse tonight at the party. So no one will know. Now come on out, or I'm going in after you.
I wouldn't try that if I were you, Sample. Marlowe's due here any minute now. He called me and told me.
That was I, dear.
You?
I used his name when I talked to the maid. Oh, I should have done this myself in the first place instead of trusting that stupid Murdoch. Are you going to come out of there?
No, and I've got a gun.
You can't see me, and I know it. But your white dress makes a perfect target, you little fool.
Drop it, Sample. Now let's have that gun.
Marlo, I'm so glad you got here.
No, he's not dead.
Oh.
And he won't be from bullets. Give me your gun, too, huh? Come on.
All right. I was too scared to use it anyway.
Thanks. Now sit down and shut up. We're going to wait for Lieutenant Ibarra, then you're both going to the pokey.
What? But...
Listen, you, I don't go for blackmailers, male or female. Even the cute ones are ugly, lady. Very ugly.
No, Phil, wait. You've got to understand something. 2 years ago, Larry Sample killed his partner, Joshua Claiborne. I knew it, but I couldn't prove it. So I pretended I could and blackmailed him. Don't you see, if he paid off or tried to kill me, that would be proof of his guilt. And he did, Marlo.
Mm-hmm. Why should you pull a stunt like that?
I'm a divorcee, Marlo. Langley is only my married name.
Okay, so what?
My maiden name was Claiborne.
Claiborne?
I'm Josh Claiborne's daughter.
Oh.
And I can prove that. Is that reason enough?
Well, why didn't you level with me instead of labeling Helen a blackmailer?
Helen was already dead. And I needed your help desperately. I thought I had to lie to get it. Okay?
Yeah. Okay, baby.
Anyone care for more coffee? How about you, Lieutenant?
Oh, no thanks, Mr. Grover. Well, Marlo, you got it all to come out even anyway. Frankly, that's more than I expected when I left you at that gas station.
Yeah, we were lucky, Ibarra. I guess I owe you an apology, Mr. Grover.
Oh, shucks, that's all right, son. It was a shock to me to be accused of poor Helen's murder, but, well, it's over now.
Yeah.
You said it was the scavenger list that set you straight. How'd you figure that, boy?
Well, there was a Woodhaven ballroom ticket on Rhonda's list, so she had to go there for the ticket, you see. A Sample knew that. And he told his killer, Murdoch, who incidentally he hired to murder Claiborne 2 years ago, that the girl who went to the Woodhaven ballroom was his target.
Uh-huh.
But Helen happened to go there after the night watchman's badge.
Which he could have picked up any place in town.
Yeah.
What a terrible coincidence for Helen. That was all that saved my life, really.
That's right, honey. Murdoch made the mistake, and when he and Sample discovered it, they made another try at Rhonda's house. But I caught Murdoch there, so Sample shot him before he could talk.
And when I left, he followed me in his car. I knew they were after me, and I thought for sure they'd killed you, Phil. That's why I ran.
Yeah, that threw me for a loop. Then Sample came back to make sure that Murdoch was dead and sold me a great big bill of goods at the same time.
Oh, it's a terrible, terrible thing.
Yes, Mr. Grover, it is.
Lieutenant, I want to thank you personally for your participation.
Thank you very much. Well, I've got everything I need, so I'll say good night.
Yeah, me too.
Oh, Phil.
Yeah?
Shall I mail you a check?
Why, yes, I think... No, wait a minute.
Yes?
You know, honey, with your knowledge of postal rates, why don't you just deliver it in person, maybe. Huh?
Love to. Count on it, Mr. Marlowe. Good night.
I drove down from the Hollywood Hills with a check warming my wallet and the echo of a soft invitation warming my imagination. You know, that was quite a party at Grover's house. Scavenger hunt. People determined to have a good time even if it killed them. You know what? It did. I know another game. Associations. It goes like this. Grover's party. Rhonda Langley. Rhonda... Date. I wonder if she likes baseball.
The Adventures of Philip Marlowe, created by Raymond Chandler, star Gerald Moore, and are produced and directed by Norman MacDonald. Script is by Mel Donnelly, Robert Mitchell, and Gene Levitt. Featured in the cast were Ellen Reed, Mary Shipp, Jack Moyles, Richard Benedict, and Lorette Philbrandt. Lieutenant Detective Ibarra is played by Jeff Corey. The special music is by Richard Orant. Be sure and be with us again next week when Philip Marlowe says...
They were born on the same hour on the same day of the same parents, and they were identical in beauty and talent. Only one was deadly, and the other was not. And I couldn't tell which was which until I found a green purse, a fresh corpse, and a pair of dancing hands.
If you happened to miss Jack Benny's hilarious show last week featuring the Ronald Colemans, you missed the laugh treat of the year. But Jack will be back again tomorrow on these same CBS network stations with his entire gang, including Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Rochester, Dennis Day, Don Wilson, and the Sportsman's Quartet. Invite some friends over. Sit back and enjoy the Jack Benny Show tomorrow. This is Roy Rowan speaking. This is CBS, where 99 million people gather every week, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Personal notice. Danger's my stock and trade. If the job's too tough for you to handle, you got a job for me, George Valentine. Write full details.
Standard Oil Company of California, on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West, invites you to Let George Do It. Cover for an hour. Another adventure of George Valentine.
Valentine, that's you, isn't it? You're him. I didn't want to call a cop. It just happened. How could I? I don't want to get mixed up, but danger's your stock and trade.
Hey, wait a minute. Slow down. Who are you?
Joe. My name's Joe. Holy gee, Mr. Valentine.
The Blue Dart Delivery Service.
Huh? The hat. Yeah, that's me. My name's Joe.
You said that. Sit down and
but it's my job, too. That's the trouble. I'll get fired if the boss knows I'm not doing what I'm supposed to do. Man's gonna be slaughtered, I tell you, beaten up.
Stop it, will you? Sit down.
No, I can't. I'm in this ticket agency to pick up a delivery for across town, see? And I overheard this guy behind me. Hey, is this clock right? Is it 12 o'clock, really?
Yes, of course. And stop waving that envelope.
This hasn't got anything to do with it. That's just a delivery. You come with me, Valentine. I'll tell you all about it.
For the last time, Buster, will you?
I'll get fired, I tell you. It'll take me an hour to get back. And this guy's going to get beaten up any minute. My girl's. Now, she's understanding,
Look,
but...
will you just tell me what happened?
Well, this guy's behind me. There isn't anybody. It's lunchtime, see? Oh, look, lady, could you possibly... I know it's asking a lot, but...
Here. Give me that.
My girl says I just gotta keep this job. Gee, thanks, lady. Boy, a guy in my position gets himself into all
Look,
kinds...
take it easy, will you? She'll deliver it for you. Only start making sense.
Huh?
Take a deep breath. Relax.
Oh, yeah, sure. Get myself collected.
Yeah, that's right. Now, you were saying you heard somebody's going to get beaten up.
Huh? Oh, yeah. Mr. Valentine, you are!
George. Oh, George, can't you hear me?
I'd better get the rest of this tape off of him, Miss Brooks.
Oh, George, what happened?
Yeah.
Darling.
Here, get up in the chair. Yes.
You wouldn't ask a flat tire what happened, would you?
What? But you were tied up. You were in the closet.
Here, drink this water, Mr. Valentine.
George, this is Mr. Varney.
How do you do?
He just moved into the office down the hall. He helped me get the door open.
Varney. Hey, you see anybody?
You mean in here?
Yeah.
Well, that delivery boy, I bumped into him in the hall. Miss Brooks told me about him, but I didn't think anything. What kind of a building is this, anyway?
George, he must have just done this to you and then run.
The boy. Let's call him a man. In fact, call him several other things. Why? Would you tell me that? What was he after?
I don't know, George. Nothing's been touched.
Oh, yeah, that's what you think.
But it hasn't. Your desk, the files, nothing.
Oh, now, wait a minute. A guy just doesn't
I'm
walk
pretty sure,
in.
George. The furniture's all in place. He didn't pry into anything.
What about the mail? Case is pending.
Nothing except bills this morning, and there aren't any cases.
You mean this man just came in and beat you up and tucked you in the closet and left? What kind of a building is this?
Oh, what? Look, thanks a lot for helping out, friend.
Well, sure, but if I were you, I'd take out insurance.
Thank you, Mr. Varney.
Oh. Hey, didn't he notice anybody else come in here besides that Joe?
No, George. Neither did the janitor. So it must have just happened because somebody bears you a grudge or...
Well, then why did he tie me up and tape me in the closet? Now you better guess again. Oh, hey, wait a minute. 1:15?
Mm-hmm. I noticed it was just 1 o'clock when I came back.
An hour. Joe was up here at 12. Oh, brother, we've got a case now, all right. Only what is it? 1 hour missing, Brooksy. And who used it for what?
No, Mr. Valentine. I assure you the Blue Dot Delivery Service does not employ anybody by the name of Joe. It has not employed anyone by that name, and it probably never will. Furthermore, I don't need to look it up, and you needn't look upset, because why? Because the Blue Dot Messenger boys are all girls.
Hey, Brooksy, what about that envelope you delivered for Joe?
George, it was just an ordinary...
Well, where'd you take it?
The other side of town. 306 Surety Trust Building.
Whose office?
Well, it looked very nice, George. Mr. J.W. Wagner, some kind of investment counselor.
Investments, huh?
Only he was out to lunch, so I left it with his secretary.
Yeah, it was a pretty thick envelope. Could have been papers or letters, maybe.
Her money. But what do you think...
Angel, when a phony like that Joe wants somebody else to make a delivery for him, what's the first thing you think of?
Blackmail?
Uh-huh. And what's the second thing you think of?
Blackmail.
J.W. Wagner, huh? Let's see if he echoes when you ring him.
My dear Mr. Valentine, what kind of a case is this that you're investigating?
Look, let's not embarrass each other, Mr. Wagner.
You see, I've never heard of this Joe person you describe. He's not my sort of client at all.
The envelope did have your name and address on it.
Of course, my dear, and we'll go into that.
Look, Mr. Wagner, tell me about your business. It doesn't seem to surprise you to have an envelope like this from somebody you never heard of.
I often have deliveries, bonds, that sort of thing. But it doesn't show a return address, does it?
Okay, you have wealthy clients. You handle all kinds of things for them.
Well, for myself, too. I can afford a few hobbies. I'm not poor.
Not slow, either.
I couldn't be tricked into telling you anything that's confidential. Investments are.
Would you call blackmail an investment or a hobby?
Mr. Valentine, I wouldn't show any connection with this thing no matter how long you stole. But for heaven's sake, open it, will you?
George, wait.
Huh?
I assure you I haven't even had a chance to open it myself.
I know it's the same envelope, George. I dropped it getting out of the car. There's the spot I got on it.
Uh-huh. Well, the seal's not broken either. It hasn't been tampered with.
All right, so it's the same envelope. Now, will you two open...
Okay, friend, okay. The same one, all right, so here goes.
Paper. Just blank paper.
Now, what in the name...
That does it. First, it's a blank hour you complain of. Now it's blank paper. Good day, Mr. Valentine.
A wild goose chase. A wild goose chase.
All right, Lieutenant Riley. That's all it was, sure. This Joe just wanted Miss Brooks out of the way for a while.
But why did that envelope have Mr. Wagner's name on it?
Because his office is on the other side of town, that's why. Pick any office out of the directory. It's an old stunt.
Okay, Riley, okay. So Joe sent Brooksy off on a wild goose chase that took her at least an hour. Then he went to work on my eye.
Ooh, you know what beefsteak cost this week? You better find out, son.
Oh, that's very funny. The point is, he taped me. He gagged me. I couldn't hear. I was in the closet. Look, Riley, don't you get it? Whatever happened during that hour, whatever Joe did it for, happened in my office.
Thought you said nothing was touched.
It wasn't. And we went over it with a fine-tooth comb.
Then what do you come to me for, asking me
Riley, listen, please. Somebody must have wanted to use my office. Something must have happened in my office during that hour, and that's...
And so you want to know who got killed this morning? Well, nobody. Nowhere. No place in town. Valentine, you just lost an hour, that's all. I haven't heard any complaints, and I had to work from 12 to 1. You slept.
Oh, Riley, sometimes...
Sure, we'll look for this boy, Joe. But you just relax, son. Forget it. Maybe somebody just used your office to telephone South Africa. You'll get the bill soon enough.
George, when we get in the office, I'll call and get something for that eye.
I ought to get something for both of them. I'm going to go through this place with a magnifying glass, and I'm going to... You hear that?
Our office.
Oh, Miss Brooks. Miss Brooks.
Hey, what in the world are you...
It is you, isn't it? I saw you from the door, the glass.
What are you doing in there? Who are you?
Oh, and gosh, kid, he told me you were sick.
What?
I'm Sue, public stenographer. You know, down at the corner. Oh, I seen you lots of times, honey, eating lunch at the drugstore.
Yeah, I guess so. Now pull yourself together.
Well, he said I was to take letters. I went in, and there was a letter from somebody's Aunt Nellie.
Letters? Aunt Nellie?
Well, I mean, he wasn't there, only there it was on the desk. Well, I thought it was kind of funny because his wallet was right beside it, too.
Come on.
So, I mean, I didn't see him then. At
Hey,
least...
look, the joint's been torn apart.
Oh, I know. Gee, it looks awful. Oh, honey, listen to me. I just got this call. You see, only a few minutes
What
ago.
call? From whom? Clear it up, will you, Sue? Can't you
Well,
be a
he
little...
said you was sick. I told you. He needed a stenographer.
Who did?
The one whose wallet... Oh, honey, hang on to yourself. He's good-looking, too, like the picture in the wallet. Oh, look out there, mister. It's behind the...
That's a man. On the floor.
George, don't go any closer, honey. Don't. It's him.
Never saw him before. It's not Joe, Brooksy.
Oh, don't you understand? It's his picture in the wallet. His name. It's him. Called me only 15 minutes ago. It's your boss, honey. It's Mr. Valentine lying there. He's dead.
We'll return to tonight's adventure of George Valentine in just a moment. Every day in the week, you'll notice more and more motorists stopping at independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations. Of course, for that's where you get Chevron Supreme, the gasoline that makes your car run smoother and more powerfully than ever before. And that's because Chevron Supreme is super refined to prevent power-robbing gum from forming in your car's engine. Most raw gasolines contain impurities that form gum. The only way to get rid of the impurities is to refine them out. Chevron Supreme is super refined to stop engine sticking gum and to give your car all the extra power it can handle. That's why motorists say Chevron Supreme gives them that new car feeling. Try it in your car tomorrow. Enjoy full mileage in the kind of driving you do.
Get super refined Chevron Supreme at standard stations and independent Chevron gas stations. Here you can be sure of quality products and top service. Clean restrooms, for example. And here's where they say, and mean, we take better care of your car. And now back to tonight's adventure of George Valentine. It's a well-covered hour, all right, only the body lying there on the floor of your office didn't get there during the missing hour, did it? So you still don't know what happened between noon and 1. But there's plenty happening now. In fact, it's been a busy day, and if your name is George Valentine, you're probably less surprised than Lieutenant Riley when he hears that the body lying there, that man who has been shot to death, is you.
Say it slowly, I said slowly. In one sentence.
Well, I don't know who's who. I mean, I couldn't tell.
Oh.
All right. You don't need to pop your eyes at me. But I got this phone call, you see. I'm public steno in the neighborhood. And then this man on the phone says he's George Valentine.
Go on, Sue.
Well, he says you were sick, Miss Brooks, and I knew who you were. You see, Lieutenant, sometimes me and her eat lunch at the same... All right.
Well, get to the point.
Well, so I just pick up my pad and pencil and come up here. Well, I open the door and, it's a typhoon's been here.
Now, look.
And then I look behind the desk and I practically drop my... Well... Anyway, it's the same name.
Yeah, now look,
Only then Miss Brooks and this Mr. Valentine come along. So if you think it isn't natural to be confused when it
thank you. Go have a cup of coffee, honey. We'll get in touch with you. I know it was once a... She's confused.
Well, it was the proper identification card, all right, with a picture of him, fake signature.
Whoever he was trying to pass himself off as you, George.
Whoever he was is easy, Miss Brooks.
What do you mean?
Jimmy Hank's a small-timer, the boys tell me.
Well, it begins to fit then, doesn't it? How did the boys have
Sure, confidence game, blackmail. That's his specialty. You hit the nail on the head earlier.
Joe slugged me to get the office for an hour. Then I suppose this Jimmy Hanks came up and used it, posing as me.
Well, he didn't get shot during that hour. The doc agrees on that.
So maybe this time he was up to see me or to look for something. You know, in a blackmail or shakedown, people don't get killed unless something goes wrong, do they?
Yeah, hey, you over there.
Mr. Varney, Lieutenant.
Okay, Mr. Varney. Didn't you see anybody else down this hall?
I told you, Sergeant, I've been busy moving my furniture.
A swindle of
in.
any kind usually means more than one person. There's got to be somebody around to be took. Now, you must have seen somebody or heard somebody
I could break my valise, I would. I tell you, what kind of a building is this?
Just answer it straight.
No, I tell you, no. How many times do I have to tell you?
Skip it, Riley, skip it. Thanks, friend. Let him go.
Yeah, all right.
Hey. Aunt Nellie.
Huh? Aunt who?
Aunt Nellie, let's stick to her. The letters Sue noticed, remember?
George, there were several. A couple of others had slipped off the desk. It was a bundle of letters.
All from Aunt Nellie?
Mm-hmm. I read most of them. They're just short ones.
But that's the only thing in the office that wasn't here before, right? That's what our little friend Hank's alias Valentine must have been going through before he was shot.
Or whoever shot him took them off his body and went through them.
A bundle of letters from Aunt Nellie. Yeah, blackmail?
George, I think there may be what went wrong.
What do you mean, Angel?
Well, suppose it was a blackmail case or a shakedown or something, and the important thing was some letters.
Yeah.
I mean, somebody killed Jimmy Hanks and then ransacked this office, obviously, and didn't take the letters.
Supposing that they were the wrong ones.
That's right. That's what went wrong. Somebody had switched letters or palmed off the wrong ones on somebody.
Wait a minute.
Because they're nothing. Just notes about a garden and recipes from an Aunt Nellie, some lady who lives in Honolulu.
Let me see those
and
letters.
They're not important to anybody. They can't be.
Miss Brooks, sometimes it takes an expert...
Lieutenant, look at the envelopes. Who's going to blackmail anybody with letters dated 1851?
Huh?
All right, come on, get in there.
Hey, what's going on out there?
Sergeant, what's the matter out there?
I'm not resisting. You can't make me resist. I know my rights.
Joe!
They picked him up spending money like confetti, Lieutenant.
I was not. I was just...
brother, let me handle this guy.
Oh, now take it easy, Mr. Valentine. I didn't hit you very hard. I tried not to.
No, Buster, not half as hard as
Wait a minute. I taped you up comfortable, didn't I?
Delivery boy, huh?
Oh, that was just an act. Only job I had in weeks. I'm an actor, see? And...
You're a what?
Sure, that's what I am. Used to wrestle on television. Now listen to me. I did it just for $100, that's all. If I'd have known what kind of job it was going to be,
You'd have asked for more, I know. What kind of a job was it?
Just what I did. Shakedown. Some kind of shakedown, I guess.
How do you know? You're a hired hand. Who hired you?
He did. What? Him. The one lying there. I don't know anything. He could tell you all right. If he wasn't so dead.
That does it. That does it. Checkmate. Ring around the rosy.
Now, look, Riley, I know it's that kind of a case.
Oh.
Like what I still want to know what happened in the missing hour. But if we stick to what we've got, maybe we'll find out. Now, look at these other ones. This other envelope, Brooksy.
It's just a wrapper, that's all.
One of Aunt Nellie's letters was in it.
All of them must have been in it to carry the letter, sure. But look at the coat of arms, Riley.
Yeah?
There wasn't a new Cosmopolitan Hotel in 1851, was there?
What's that?
But there is now. Right here in town, right around the corner, the new Cosmopolitan.
Here. Room 714.
Yeah, give me that phone.
Yes, hello. This is Mr. Cruikshank speaking.
Hiram J. Cruikshank from Bangor, Maine.
Yes, that's right. Who is this? Are you from Maine?
Look, I just talked to the desk. They said you were 714. Now, how long you been in town, Mr. Cruikshank?
Well, I'm just leaving, Picked up my tickets at the station. Oh, a week. Yes, week, I guess. See here, I'm busy with a caller just now. Who is this?
Well, look, this is George Valentine speaking.
Who?
I said...
I didn't quite get the tone of your voice, young man.
George Valentine. And before you take any trains this afternoon, you...
Valentine? Well, how do you like that?
Huh? Hey, what... Mr. Cruikshank. Hung up. Come on.
Oh, no, sir. Mr. Cruikshank hasn't checked out yet. I'd know because he raises a fuss every time he turns around. Only has one arm, but you ought to see him count change with it. Nearsighted, but you ought to see him add a bill over your shoulder.
Is Cruikshank's a tightwad?
Oh, no. Only expect 6 or 7 cents out of a nickel. Bellboy's delight. Here in town to make some kind of a deal, they say.
Yeah, what else do they say?
Down to the right now. Here to sell something. Did it this morning. Came in looking like he swallowed the mint.
So Cruikshank's here to sell something and did.
George, the letters, he must be the one who...
Excuse me, this is it. Now watch this. Callers, he'll say. Someone from Maine? Then who are they? What do they want? Man has to watch himself in this part of the country, he'll say. Man has to be careful how he...
Yeah. Man has to be careful, all right.
Dead. Slugged from behind with a lamp, I guess. Deader than
George,
Kelsey.
I've seen him before, I have.
Yeah.
In the office, a week or so ago. I didn't think anything of it, but it was Mr. Cruikshank, I'm sure.
Yeah, well, what's all this?
Well, he wanted somebody investigated. You weren't there, George. He didn't tell me anything, just said he'd get in touch later if he needed you.
Didn't tell you anything, huh? Nobody tells anybody anything in this
Skip
case.
Skip it, Riley, skip it. Look at the room. It's been combed over just like my office.
I know it. So has he. Look, his pockets, everything.
Yeah?
Yeah, but nothing taken. At least not the usual. And the keys, the travel folders. Wallet isn't even touched.
He's all packed and ready to leave.
That all there is?
You mean on him?
Yeah.
Sure. A wallet, Rotary Club. What more do you want? Hey, listen to this.
What is
What?
It's a copy of a letter he typed several days ago, apparently. It says, I have the cover in question. You have the money I need.
Cover?
How many more words do you need for blackmail? It says, my agent will get in touch with you at the earliest convenience. Considering the value of subject, I'm sure you will have no objection to meeting my price. Hiram J. Cruikshank.
Agent? Sure, of course.
And this letter, my friend, was addressed to Mr. J.W. Wagner.
Wagner?
Yeah, and it's the same one, all right. Yeah, now we're getting somewhere. The sale was made. This sharp little boy from Maine came out here and sold this stuff.
Hey, let me see the rest of that.
Because there, my friends, is a check. $50,000. Oh, Wagner handles investments all right.
It's made out to him, to Cruikshank.
Signed by Wagner, dated to date for $50,000.
Wait a minute. What else is in his pocket?
Don't heckle me, son. Hand me that phone. Hello? Hello?
Hello?
Huh?
Oh, Lieutenant, I was just going to ring the room there.
No, all right, Sergeant, get off the line. I want to make a
We
call.
checked the hotel personnel, sir.
Yeah.
No one seems to have noticed anyone unusual coming in or going out.
All right, Sergeant. I want to make
The
a call.
boys found the gun that killed Jimmy Hanks in the alley behind Mr. Valentine's office building. Thought you'd want to know there weren't any fingerprints on it.
And I thought you'd want to know you'll be pounding a beat unless you get off this phone. Now get me Wagner. J.W. Wagner. Yeah, investments. Oh, sure, the kind of clients he has.
Riley, will you stop going crazy? Just give me that stuff in your hand. The keys, travel folder, the check, the letter.
Now, wait a minute. Where you going?
To put your jigsaw together. There's one thing missing.
What? But he don't answer. This guy...
Of course he doesn't answer. Come on, Angel. We're going to catch a train. Here we are. Compartment 2, baby.
George, I know Mr. Crookshank said he'd picked up his tickets, but why on earth would anybody take them?
Hold it.
There, it's empty. Of course it's empty.
Now the light's on, fan's on, blind pulled up. Well, sit down, Angel. Relax.
Now the train's already moving.
All this time I've been trying to figure what happened in our office during that hour that was missing. But it wasn't that at all, was it? Joe's slugging was just to keep me out of the way for a while. It was what you did that was important, Brooksy. What he got you to do. You...
Oh, Sue!
Come in. Come in, Sue. Shut the door.
I didn't expect
I know. Surprise.
Mr. Valentine?
I guess the gun could have gotten in the alley by your tossing it out the window of my office, couldn't it?
What?
Jimmy Hanks. You killed him. We got there just after it happened. And you pulled a fast story to cover.
What? Miss Brooks, you seen me eating lunch. We're practically friends. Explain to him what happened.
One-armed men don't type professional-looking letters, Sue.
Well, of all the
Okay, now
nerve,
let's stick to Jimmy. What was he, a partner, boyfriend? Confidence game expert you called in when you thought you'd stumbled into a good pitch? No. Because that's what happened, isn't it?
No.
Crookshank called you to write a letter, that one to Wagner. And you got all excited and went to work, called in Jimmy. Then when Riley let you go today, you had to go out and kill Crookshank, didn't you? He's the only one who could have tied you up in all this.
Sure. Hotel personnel didn't notice her. A public stenographer's nothing unusual around there.
Yeah, that's right, Brooksy. Oh, no, you don't, sister.
Jimmy double-crossed me. I had to, but it was his gun. Stop it. Let go of me.
Yeah. Now, that's better, lady.
Crookshank was a blackmailer. You seen that letter, you know what I mean. Of course, I got big ideas. He was in town to sell a bundle of letters to a big shot. You know, one of them boys with hobbies on the side, J.W. Wagner. And when I got an inkling how much money he might pay...
What did you and Jimmy intend to do?
Well, Crookshank wanted Wagner investigated. Make sure he had money. Went up to hire Mr. Valentine, but he wasn't in.
Last week in the office, of course.
Well, he'd seen you, Miss Brooks, and I knew who you were, but he'd never seen Mr. Valentine. He just pretended Jimmy was you.
So he investigated Wagner and wrote a phony check.
Yeah, $50,000. How to swindle a swindler. Sure, we wanted to get a hold of them letters.
So you could hold up Wagner later on yourself.
We were so smart. Crookshank fell for it, we thought. He took the check, but worried if Wagner would get the letters all right. That's all Jimmy hired Joe for.
To get Brooksy to run a dummy envelope over to Wagner's office?
Yeah, Jimmy got Crookshank to phone Wagner's office. The secretary said, sure, Miss Brooks delivered the package all right. We wanted our amateur blackmailer to leave town happy. We wanted time to shake down Wagner ourselves.
What went wrong? You completed the deal. You got the letters.
That's when Jimmy turned on me. Tried to make me believe the amateur wasn't so amateurish. We gave Crookshank a phony check. He gave us phony letters. They weren't blackmail letters at all, he said. Nothing but stuff from Aunt Nellie, he said. Jimmy thought you were mixed up in the double cross.
So you had a big fight in my office, and he ended up dead. And then you tore the place apart. And I just telephoned Crookshank, and he was probably pumping you full of questions, and you killed him.
Yes, stop it, will you stop it?
You thought you were out swindling a swindler. You thought you were broke and had to swipe a train ticket. When all along you had a $50,000 investment in your hands.
What'd you say?
Yeah, that's right. A cover, Sue, is something that collectors buy. It's an envelope with a valuable stamp on it.
There they are, George. They're all still in the wastebasket.
Well, your office has been locked, Mr. Valentine.
Yeah, look at this. Listen. 1851. Hawaiian 2 cent. Unwatermarked. $15,000. That's the blue one. And the same year, 5 cent.
There are 3 envelopes. Well, together they must be worth even more than $50,000.
Uh-huh.
That crazy little girl thought she'd stumbled into a sale of blackmail letters.
Well, it seems to me that crazy little girl must have been a pretty vicious sort of... What are you looking at me for?
I don't know, Mr. Varney. But for a while, I thought maybe you had something to do with this.
Me? Now, see here, I just moved in.
I know. You're right. She was awful.
Awful amateurish. Awful stupid.
Mm-hmm. Scares you sometimes, doesn't it?
Yeah.
You know, she had the wrong kind of boyfriend. Oh, George. Sometimes...
Hey, wait a minute. What are you...
Oh, go on, Miss Brooks. Kiss him again. You know, I think I'm going to like this building.
You're driving along the highway and everything's fine. You don't need gasoline and you don't need oil, but you would like to stop at a service station where you could be pretty certain of finding a clean restroom and where you'd be welcome without feeling you had to buy something. Well, you shouldn't have to go far. What you're looking for is an independent Chevron gas station or a standard station. And wherever you drive in the West, you're never far from one of these. Here, the restrooms are cleaned thoroughly, inspected often, kept well supplied with soap and towels, and you're welcome to use them any time. So keep this in mind next time you go for a drive. For a clean restroom and a friendly welcome, it's a standard station or an independent Chevron gas station. Here, too, you can be sure of getting quality products like Chevron Supreme gasoline and top service. For here's where they say and mean, we take better care of your car. Tonight's adventure of George Valentine has been brought to you by Standard Oil Company of California on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West. Robert Bailey is starred as George with Virginia Gregg as Brooksy. Let George Do It is written by David Victor and Jackson Gillis and directed by Don Clark. Wally Mayer appears as Lieutenant Riley. Shirley Mitchell was heard as Sue, Joe Forte as Wagner, Tom Tully as Varney, Stanley Farrar as Crookshank, and Jack Lloyd as Joe. The music was composed and presented by Eddie Dunstetter. Your announcer, John Heaston. Listen again next week, same time, same station, to Let George Do It. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System.
Good evening. Welcome to radio's Adventure Theater. Like fine vintage wine that gets tastier with the years, radio's mystery and adventure stories out of the past are still vibrant and alive. Join us now as we reach into the dusty archives for tonight's exciting drama.
The Adventures of Philip Marlowe. With Gerald Moore starred as Philip Marlowe, we bring you tonight's gripping story, The Persian Slippers.
One of those thin, chilly fogs had sneaked in from the Pacific, and it hung vaguely to the streetlights along the Sunset Strip. It was a kind of a fog that you could see through, but everything was out of focus. Made you start wondering what you were going to do when you were 90 and you were all alone. I'd have liked to have spent the night in a room full of noisy extroverts playing charades. But instead, I had to eat a quick dinner and drive up into the secluded Hollywood Hills to meet a guy. A guy who had nothing but trouble on his mind. When I pushed the buzzer, I had the feeling of wishing I was someplace else. Carl Delaney himself opened the door. He was grim and brusque and to the point.
Marlo?
That's right.
Come in, Marlo. I appreciate this. You're coming up here after business hours, I mean. I wouldn't have asked except, well, perhaps I waited too long as it is. Sit down.
Thanks. Waited too long for what, Mr. Delaney?
36 hours ago, my wife disappeared. Marlo, you've got to find her for me. Find her just as fast as you can.
Wait a minute. Disappeared, you said. Would you mind playing that part back a little slower?
Norma simply walked out that door, got in her car, and drove off to get hold of herself, as she always does when we've quarreled. And always before, she's come back in an hour or so. But this time...
This time she simply didn't come back, is that it? Look, Mr. Delaney, I could...
You'd better let me finish before you do anything. Lately, my wife has been brooding over something serious that she refused to discuss. I've caught her crying several times, and she's not a woman given to tears. Marlo, I'm sure that unless we move fast, when we do find her, we're going to find her dead.
Suicide?
Yeah.
With his thick, blunt hand, Delaney reached for a color portrait lying face down on the table and gave it to me. I looked and saw the face of a dream. A beautiful dream with strange hazel eyes and soft black hair. I felt Delaney watching me as I glanced up in time to catch the fading end of a very ugly expression on his face. I handed the picture back to him, and he laid it on the table again, face down. Then he took me upstairs to Norma's room. It was a nice, frilly room, typically haunted by elusive, sweet smells. There was only one incongruous note. What was the horoscope doing on her desk? From the looks of her picture, I knew that Norma was attractive enough that she didn't need to look to the stars for a future. A horoscope?
Yeah, you know how women are. Marlo, will you find her for me?
Well, I'll try. My rate is $25 a day plus expenses. And remember, you hired me to find her, not bring her back.
Fair enough. You just find her. I'll be satisfied.
I'll need a starting point. Were there any phone calls or letters or anything that might be a lead? What about friends?
We have no close friends. Norma always stayed to herself. Wait, there was a phone call yesterday from, Madame Jeanette, I think it was.
Who's that, a dressmaker?
I haven't any idea. She wanted to speak to Mrs. Delaney. I told her Norma was out, and she asked that my wife call her when she got back. That's all there was to it.
Anything else you can tell me?
No. No, it's not much to go on.
I'll see what I can do, Mr. Delaney.
I'll be here all night, Marlo. Call me if you need anything.
Yeah, I'll do that. Good night. I drove back through the persistent fog to Sunset Boulevard. It was 9:30. I knew it was going to be like tracking a hummingbird through the petrified forest by the bent twigs, but I got a classified directory and I started digging. I checked the hairdressers, the manicurists, and the milliners, and I was just about to start on the interior decorators when I remembered the horoscope on Norma's desk. I quickly turned to the personal consultants. Yeah, there it was. Madame Jeanette. Her establishment, located in the dubious neighborhood south of Olvera Street, turned out to be a tacky cottage set back next to an alley. It was as dark inside as out. I was pounding on the door like a vampire at sunrise when a newsboy came up the path.
Looking for Madame Jeanette?
Yeah, you know her?
Sure, she tells fortunes. Says I've got a great career line. You want to see it?
Not right now, thanks. And I'll say for her that she's a sound sleeper.
Maybe, but not so early as this. About this time, she's always hanging around that bar on the corner. Tonight, she's throwing a farewell party in there.
Farewell party? Who for?
Herself. She's leaving town.
Oh, thanks a lot. Here, kid.
Gee, a buck. My old man'll swear I've been shooting crap again.
What'll it be, mister?
Something just a bit drier than muscatel. Say scotch?
It's on me, mister. It's my party.
Well, this is indeed a pleasure. You're the Madame Jeanette, aren't you?
Yeah, why?
You're all of 20 years younger than what I expected.
Probably the life I lead. Hey, wait a minute. Why should you be expecting anything about me? I don't know you.
Perhaps not, but I know you.
From where?
Oh, you're more famous than you think. Your reputation has spread far beyond Olvera Street. In fact, it's gone up as far as the Sunset Strip, Madame Jeanette.
No kidding.
How would you kid a fortune teller? Don't you know all, see all, and tell all?
Well?
And judging from that Spanish shawl, your Hungarian skirt, and those embroidered Persian slippers, I'm beginning to think your fame is not only local, but international.
Say, you're beginning to make me feel like I shouldn't be giving up this racket after all.
Giving up fortune-telling? No.
Yeah. I'm leaving town on the midnight train. Gonna spread my talents all over the East, and I'm not coming back.
Don't tell me your crystal ball has laid a golden egg.
So to speak, yeah. I come into some lettuce. Suddenly.
That's always nice. Well, I guess it means you won't be interested in the few paltry dollars I'd intended to spend with you.
Hey, can I have another beer, Jim?
Shut up, Pinky Blow.
Ah, just a...
Traveling lady can always use a little extra moolah. What was it you wanted, Bud?
I'm looking for someone. Norma Delaney.
I'm afraid I don't know anybody by that name.
I'm afraid you do.
Hey, Charlie. Yeah? This bird's crabbing my party. What kind of a joint is this, anyway? Lady can't sit here and have a farewell party without being insulted by every jerk that drops in.
Well, mister,
I haven't finished my drink yet.
you got pockets, ain't you? Just pour the drink into one of them and take it along. You ain't finishing it here.
Charlie reached under the bar for his pick handle, so I left without pursuing the subject further. But I knew Jeanette was lying, right in her purple lipstick about Norma. I walked back to my car, lit a cigarette, and spent a few precious minutes trying to decide whether or not to break into her place and snoop. Then I caught the shadow of a figure slipping up on me from behind. I turned.
Wait, don't swing, Mac. Don't swing. It's only me, Pinky. I was in the bar when you was talking to the madam. That tightwad Jeanette.
Yeah, I saw you, so?
She did something the minute you left. She made a phone call.
Who to? What'd she say?
Nothing. Just some swear word in Spanish. The line was busy. But I kept my eyes open and I got the number.
All right, let's have it. If you can still remember it.
Oh, I can remember easy. 5 first, huh?
Here.
Thanks. The number was Crenshaw, 1929. But you get it? Like the year of the big crash.
Thanks to the thirst of an underweight lush, I wasn't at the end of my rope yet. I drove as far as the nearest drugstore, dropped a nickel in the slot, and dialed. Crenshaw, the year of the big crash.
Hello?
Hello, let me speak to Norma Delaney, please.
I'm afraid you must have the wrong number.
Look, I'm trying to locate Mrs. Delaney. I suggest you help me.
How did you get this number?
From a client, Mr. Carl Delaney.
But that's impossible.
Let's stop sparring. We can save each other a lot of wear and tear if we get together and talk this over.
Maybe you're right. Yes, that sounds sensible. I'm at the Beechwood Apartments, number 4.
Check. I'll be right out. Mr. Pierre Gillum, it says here on the door.
Yes. Are you the man who called?
Uh-huh. Philip Marlowe.
Come in, won't you? You said you were looking for Norma Delaney, Mr. Marlowe. Tell me, what's wrong? Has anything happened to her?
Well, her husband seems to think she might have killed herself, but I have a hunch that you might have something interesting to say.
No, poor kid. Poor Norma. Well, I'll tell you what I can, Marlowe, but it isn't much.
Oh, I'm all ears, and I'll sit, thanks.
I was in love with Norma once, briefly, a long time ago. She was a wonderful girl, but her husband was insanely jealous.
Mm-hmm.
Even though she hadn't loved him for years, he refused to give her up. He even threatened to kill her first.
Oh?
Norma and I realized that serious trouble lay ahead, so we parted. Good friends. And I haven't seen her or heard from her in months.
I buy it all but the last line. You have seen or heard from her, and recently.
I'm not going to argue that. I've told you the truth. You can take it or leave it.
I leave it.
Suppose we both put our cards on the table. You lied to me when you said Carl Delaney gave you my number. I know because Madame Jeanette called me shortly after you did.
Touché. But why did she run to call you at the mention of Norma's name if you two broke up months ago? And incidentally, how did that ersatz oracle Jeanette get mixed up in this in the first place?
That is a long story, Marlo.
Good, I like long stories. I'll bet it begins just for a lark. Norma and I went down to Olvera Street once to have our palms read.
Yes, that's exactly how it started. Madame Jeanette was an unusual woman, a character, you might say.
Uh-huh.
Well, we became friendly with her. Norma got quite sentimental about her. One day we made a sort of pact. If ever either of us was in trouble and needed the other, we'd go to Madame Jeanette or get a message to her. She would notify the other. And...
So when I walked in asking for Norma, the madam assumed she was in trouble.
Right. Called me immediately because she herself was leaving town in less than an hour.
I know. Well, Mr. Gillum, it's all very interesting, but it's getting me no place. Thanks. If I need you again...
Oh, no, wait, Marlo, don't go. I know a lot of details about Norma that I'm sure will be helpful. For instance, she drives a Nash coupe, powder blue.
Powder blue coupe, huh? Thanks, that'll help.
Oh, and she has a fondness for white gloves. Wears them quite often.
I see. Well, I better get moving.
No, wait just a minute, Marlo.
I've got to go.
Now, listen, Marlo.
I told you I was in a hurry.
Now, take it easy. Stick around a while.
Get away from that door.
Look, just who do you think you are? Come busting in here, prying, asking questions, you dirty...
Oh! You asked for it, Gillum. All right. Oh! You got a left, too, huh? So have I, brother. I left Gillum sprawled all over his coffee table, as limp as a 5-cent salad. Madame Jeanette's train left in 40 minutes. I ran through $22 worth of red lights, getting down to a cottage because I was sure Gillum's attempted stall was tied in with a departure, but I couldn't figure out why. That is, I couldn't until I switched out my lights and coasted to a stop in front of her place. Then I saw it. Half hidden in the shadows back of the house sat a powder blue coupe. I got up on the porch close to the front door and listened. Jeanette was talking to a woman. I couldn't catch what they were saying, but one thing was certain. The woman was Norma Delaney. All at once I realized the talk had stopped. That was my cue. I shoved open the door and went in. Jeanette sat at a table alone, facing me.
Oh, Mr. Marlowe, you've returned. What is it this time?
I'd like my fortune told.
Yeah? Now listen close, Gumshoe. I'll make this a short and snappy reading because I'm catching a train in 15 minutes. There's a woman very close to you. In fact, she's right behind you, sucker!
What? Oh! Again, nothing changed. It took me a long time to figure out that the lights were off and it was dark. I climbed up the table leg hand over hand and switched on a lamp. Jeanette's house was absolutely quiet. I had caught a glimpse of a white glove holding what is known as a blunt instrument just before I dozed off. And that reminded me what I was down here for. I wobbled through the kitchen and out the back door, but the powder blue coupe was gone. It was 12:15. My head and the fog both had gotten a little thicker. So I just stood there, useful like a ping-pong ball in a bowling alley. It was the sound of footsteps that finally moved me, and the newsboy was back.
Well, how you again, mister? Did you ever get a hold of Madame Jeanette before she left?
Yeah, but not tight enough. Say, a blue coupe left here a few minutes ago. Did you see it?
Nope, I didn't. Gee, I'm sure sorry she went away. She gave me $1 tonight, too. Said she was coming into a fortune.
You and your career Say, what's that down there, in those weeds?
I don't know. It looks like some kind of a shoe. Yeah. Yeah, it is a shoe. Here, see?
What do you know? A Persian slipper. I suddenly got a very creepy feeling. And 20 minutes later, I pulled to a stop at that small but elegant house. The lights were on, and I saw the powder blue coupe in the garage next to Carl's big black sedan. I ran up the steps. The front door was ajar, so I went in. I found Carl Delaney in front of the fireplace, face down on the floor, dead. There was a handbag on a chair. I opened it. Compact, cigarettes, and a key to room 340 in the Bradford Arms Hotel. No identification. That color portrait of Norma was standing up on the table this time. And those searching hazel eyes seemed to follow me all the way to the telephone.
Lieutenant Ibarra speaking.
Phil Marlowe, Ibarra. There's a dead one at 1077 Hollycrest Road. Named Carl Delaney. Murdered.
I'll be right out.
I hung up the phone, and then the hair on my neck crawled as I heard the unmistakable sound of a woman's heels on the floor upstairs. I ducked behind a door as the heels clicked down the steps. And then she entered the room. Norma Delaney was lovely as a picture. She moved calmly and deliberately, put a note on the table, picked up the handbag, and then turned to face the door I was hiding behind.
You can come out now, Mr. Marlowe.
Hello, Mrs. Delaney.
You can call me Norma now. And if you're thinking of using your gun, perhaps you'll be good enough to read this note first. Here.
To whom it may concern, I, Norma Delaney, purposely and with premeditation, shot and killed my husband, Carl. It is beyond me to express how deeply I hated him, and since I must pay for this and cannot endure a public spectacle, I shall take my own life within the next few minutes. Norma, if you'll listen to me
Stay
just
back.
a minute.
Tonight I made my only friend, Madame Jeanette, happy. And I killed a man who needed killing. Something good, something bad. So I'm quitting, even up.
What do you propose to do with me?
You mustn't try to stop me, Marlo. See that closet?
Mm-hmm.
Get inside. And careful how you move your hands. Turn around to the wall. That's it. Marlo, I'm sorry I had to hit you with Jeanette's tonight. Goodbye.
It took 3 shots to smash the lock on that closet door. I heard her driving away just as I got it open. In spite of what she'd said, I couldn't let her kill herself. I ran outside to my car. One glance under the hood was all it took. There was nothing left of the wiring but loose ends. I ran into the street and a miracle happened. The first time in my life, a taxi in Los Angeles when I wanted it.
I'm sorry, fella. I'm going to call.
Skip it. This is an emergency.
Hey, wait a minute. You
Police
can't...
business. A girl is driving up the road in a blue coupe. We got to catch her before she kills herself. Let's go.
Think I saw taillights just then.
Yeah? Can't you go any faster?
Not on these curves, brother. I got a wife and kids.
Okay, fella. We'll be at the top of the hill when we can get around the next bend. We should spot her then.
Yeah, you can see the whole road down the other side. Here we are, mister. This is the top.
But I don't see her. Where is she? Hey, wait a minute. Stop here. Turn up your motor. This is haywire.
I don't get it. We were gaining on her, and now she just disappears. Hey, what's that?
A motor. That side road we passed. That's it.
Hey, look. Look! Holy smoke.
We both saw the awful sight for just an instant. A powder blue coupe with a woman crouched over the wheel. It shot out of that side road, crashed through the guardrail, and fell end over end down into the gorge. By the time we got to the hole in the fence, the wreck was an inferno.
No use trying to get down there. The whole hillside will be on fire in another minute.
I guess she pulled over here into this side road and waited for us to go by. And we did.
Yeah. It's sandy here, too. So I wonder she didn't get stuck. What's the matter?
There's something buried here in the sand. One of her tires ran over it.
What is it?
Why, it's plenty, brother. Come on, turn that hack of yours around. Let's get off this mountain. I just found the answer to a lot of questions.
That you, Marlo?
Yeah, Lieutenant.
We found the body and the wife's suicide note.
Then one of the boys spotted that fire up on the hill. What is it?
Car went off the road.
An accident? Or the suicide?
Just a little of both, Ibarra, but we'll talk later. Right now, we got to go to the Bradford Arms Hotel on the double. And please, no siren. The Bradford Arms was a 3-story walk-up. When we got there, Ibarra stationed one man in front, sent another to cover the back, and we started up the stairs. We had reached the second floor when we saw him on the landing above. Gillum. He spotted us at the same time and turned back fast.
There, Marlo. Who's that?
That's our boy, Ibarra. Up here, Gillum. Let's go.
There he goes. He's heading for the fire escape.
Take him, Lieutenant. He's all yours. I got business the other way.
Hey, you stop or I shoot!
Room 336, 38, 340. It's all over now. You better drop the gun. Please, it's been neat so far. Don't mess it up. Come on, beautiful. Drop it. That's better.
Well, Marlo, I got him. I had to wing him to bring him down, but here he is. And the lady must be...
Yes, Lieutenant. The lady is Norma Delaney. The girl who wanted to kill her jealous husband and then commit suicide, but didn't want to die doing it. So she used someone else's body, Madame Jeanette's, which was a logical choice because Jeanette was blackmailing her. Thus, 2 vultures with 1 stone, leaving 2 lovebirds free to fly away together. Right, Norma? Didn't you give Madame Jeanette money so she'd leave town and tell everybody she was going away?
Yes, I did.
That way the body wouldn't be missed, huh?
Yeah. Isn't it pretty?
Oh, lay off, Marlo, can't you?
Okay, Gillum, okay. Well, Ibarra, I've got a sour taste in my mouth. I think I'll go home and goggle. Anything else you need?
No, I guess not, Phil. I've had all that's necessary. Wait. Just one thing. How'd you get inside this setup? How do you find out it was the dead Madame Jeanette who went over the cliff instead of the very much alive Mrs. Delaney here?
Well, Jeanette had on a pair of Persian slippers, Lieutenant. One fell off down at her cottage where Norma murdered her and put her in the trunk of the car. The other one fell off in the sand of that side road when she took Jeanette out of the trunk and propped her up behind the wheel. It was lucky, Burra. Just dumb luck.
And that's Adventure Theater. Join us each week at this time as we reach into the dusty archives for another thrilling story of mystery and adventure from out of the past.
For the safety of your smile, use Pepsodent twice a day. See your dentist twice a year. Brothers Company presents the Pepsodent program, The Adventures of Philip Marlowe, starring Van Heflin. Philip Marlowe, the screen's most famous private detective, created by Raymond Chandler, brought to you on the air by Pepsodent, and starring MGM's brilliant and dynamic young actor, Van Heflin. Now, families all over America have named their favorite toothpaste. New Pepsodent with Irium. New, fresh-tasting Pepsodent with the new, cool, minty flavor. Yes, in a recent test, new Pepsodent was preferred 3-to-1 over any other toothpaste.
It's true. With families all over America, new Pepsodent is the favorite 3-to-1.
Families from coast to coast recently compared new Pepsodent with the toothpaste they were using at home. They preferred new Pepsodent by an overwhelming average of 3-to-1 over any other brand they tried. These families, 3-to-1, said new Pepsodent tastes better, makes breath cleaner, makes teeth brighter.
Yes, in a recent survey, families 3-to-1 said new Pepsodent tastes better, makes breath cleaner, makes teeth brighter.
Get new Pepsodent toothpaste for your family right away. Now, The Adventures of Philip Marlowe, starring Van Heflin.
The moment old man Jeter came into my office, I made up my mind not to vote for him if he ever ran for president. He was tall and thin with straight, compressed white lips. He wore a neat pinstripe flannel suit with a small rosebud in the lapel. He carried an ebony cane, and he wore spats. He looked a smart 60, and unless his ulcers got nasty, I gave him another 15 years, which was pretty big of me. He sat down, speared me with those barbed gray eyes, and came right down to business.
Mr. Philip Marlowe, I believe?
That's right.
My name is Wadsworth Jeter.
How do you do, Mr. Jeter?
You're a private detective?
Well, why not?
Frankly, sir, I'd expected the Hollywood detective's office to be somewhat more glamorous or rather more elegant, shall we say?
No, Philo Vance has a branch office here on the 4th floor if you're shopping around.
No. You'll do, I'm sure.
Well, my rate is $25 a day, plus expenses.
Money is no object.
Except when you don't have much of it.
That seems to be the motivating philosophy where Miss Harriet Huntress is concerned.
Who or whom is Miss Harriet Huntress?
A rather standard, rather obvious gold digger who wishes to marry Grover.
You want to tell me who Grover is?
Grover is my adopted stepson, my late wife's son.
Go on.
Next year, he will inherit $1 million left him by his mother.
Which explains Miss Huntress's interest in Grover.
Precisely.
Look, Mr. Jeter, am I being hired to smear Miss Harriet Huntress?
Not at all. Merely to disillusion Grover about her.
Yeah, well, that's the same thing. I think you better find yourself another boy.
Wait. There's more.
Okay, let's hear it.
Do you know a man named Marty Estelle?
Sure. He's a big-time gambler out on Sunset Strip. Why?
Mr. Estelle claims my son Grover owes him $50,000.
Well, then Grover'd better pay up if I know Marty Estelle.
But suppose my son doesn't really owe Estelle the money.
Does he or doesn't he?
Mr. Estelle supplied photostat copies of Grover's notes with Grover's signatures. I thought they might be forged, so without Grover's knowledge, I took them to a handwriting expert named John Arbogast, a sort of detective.
No?
He's not sure. He wants more time. I'd like you to take over the case.
Harriet Huntress and all.
Miss Huntress, as you may know, is associated with Mr. Estelle.
Well, that's incidental. I'll handle the forgery case and not the slander job. Now, where does this Arbogast have his office?
On Sunset near Ivar.
Okay, I'll look it up. Miss Huntress?
She lives at the El Milano on North Sycamore.
All right, I'll look her up, too. Arbogast and Huntress in the order named. There was no snooty secretary to prevent me from walking right into John D. Arbogast's extremely fat presence on Sunset near Ivar. He was an enormously fleshy gent with a thick neck that was in folds like a concertina. He wore a wrinkled dark suit that needed cleaning and some reweaving where it had some small holes in it. Arbogast just sat and stared at me with the whites of his eyes.
because those 3 holes that needed reweaving were bullet holes. And John D. Arbogast was dead, very recently dead. I left in a hurry, and as far as I could tell, nobody saw me come, nobody saw me go. My next stop was the Swank El Milano Hotel on North Sycamore.
Just a second, mister. Something you want?
Yeah. Who are you?
I'm the house detective.
Well, I'm looking for a Miss Harriet Huntress.
Miss Huntress ain't seeing anyone.
You can tell her it's Marty Estelle.
Are you Marty Estelle?
I'm from him.
That's different, ain't it?
That's none of your business, is it?
Well, whatever you're up to, you're not playing it very smooth.
Well, some days I feel like playing it smooth, and some days I feel like playing it like a waffle iron. Well, if you must know, I'm one of the boys. Philip Marlowe, private eye. Here, it's my card.
Yeah, well, that's another story. I'll phone up to Miss Huntress.
Yeah, say I'm from Marty Estelle, and make it convincing, huh?
How much convincing?
Oh, well, how much do those cigars you're smoking cost you?
$22.50, box of 50.
That much convincing.
Well, that's cute. You and me are going to get along. I'll phone Miss Huntress, but you go right on up. Room 814. I just know it'll be all right.
Harriet Huntress was too tall to be cute, too beautiful to be really cheap. Her green eyes were wide set, and there was plenty of thinking room between them. Her hair was a dusky red, like fire seen through a haze. The green eyes were that much green ice as she sized me up in the doorway.
Well, what's the big message, Sonny?
I'd have to come in. I never could speak very well in public.
Come in.
Never could speak very well on a dry throat either.
There's the scotch. Help yourself.
Thank you.
So, you're from Marty Estelle?
No, not strictly, not even loosely. Not at all, in fact.
What's your racket?
No racket.
Marty'll love to know you used his name.
I'm shaking in my shoes.
You're some kind of detective, aren't you?
Yeah, right. Philip Marlowe. Hey, it's good scotch here.
I'm glad you like it. Now, what's your business?
All right. How much will you take to give up Grover?
You look smart, but you talk stupid.
Old man Jeter's pretty tough. His idea is that you get nothing. You get smeared. I don't see it that way. How much?
How about $50,000?
How about $500?
How about talking about the effect of the rain on the rhubarb?
Now, look, sister. Suppose we skip the footwork, considering the sobering fact that a man named John D. Arbogast has already been murdered in this little case.
Does that have anything to do with me?
I don't know. He was hired to analyze some notes Grover gave Marty Estelle. He was killed just after I took over the case.
Do you think Marty Estelle works that way?
You know him better than I do, does he?
Have you told the police yet?
No, I thought I'd see if I could make a deal with you first.
I'm going to tell you something. My people were nice people who never got involved in murders. Old Jeter ruined my father. My dad shot himself and my mother died of the shock. I'm going to fix Jeter for that someday, even if I have to marry his son to do it.
Adopted stepson, really. There's no relation at all.
It'll hurt Jeter just as hard. And the kid will have $1 million next year. I could do worse, even if he does drink too much.
You wouldn't want Grover to hear that now, would you?
No? Turn around and have a look, Gumshoe.
I turned fast. He stood about 4 feet from me. Big, blonde, powerful. Whiskey in his brain and blood in his eyes.
I can say anything I want around Grover. It's all right with him. Isn't it, Grover?
That's right, Harry.
He's trying to break us up, Grover. What do you think of that?
I think maybe I better break him up. That's what I think of that.
She laughed, and that made me mad. I turned to glower at her. It was a dirty look. It was the look of the month. That was a mistake. The big guy hit me. I went over sideways. It wasn't a hard punch, but my head hit a desk going down, and the desk got the decision. It gets dark fast in Southern California, but seldom that fast. When I came out of it, Grover, the blonde sucker puncher, and Harriet Huntress were gone. But the bottle of scotch was still there, so I took that for a souvenir and stuffed it in my pocket and floated down the elevator into the street. It was dark by the time I got back to my apartment on Hobart Avenue in Hollywood. I turned on the light, and there stood a big guy, another big guy. This was National Big Guy Week. This one had a big nose, the dead color of wax, and he had a .22 caliber Colt Woodsman pointed straight at me.
Close the door and reach. Come on.
I turned a little to close the door. I got my hand under my coat. Then I turned back to Waxnose fast. I had my Luger out. We stood there facing each other. Waxnose didn't seem at all impressed with my automatic.
I just came to tell you to be smart.
You're looking at a Luger, mister.
I know. Men of distinction carry Lugers. Me, I pack this small bore because I can shoot. If you think you can take me, go to it.
Now, look, what's the game?
Maybe you can take a hint, and maybe you can't.
Maybe, maybe not. What is it?
Lay off old cheaters, boy.
Well, I wouldn't think of contradicting anyone who uses a Colt Woodsman .22 with the front sight filed off. Must think he's pretty good.
I am good.
Yeah, and that's why I say, okay, pal.
We'll see.
Speaking of .22s, do you know anybody named John Arbogast?
I meet such a lot of people.
Well, this one was fat and shot 3 times with a .22.
I don't remember shooting no fat guys today. So long, chum. Remember what I told you. Lay off Grover. So long, chum.
Yeah. Swell. Ah, shut up. Yeah.
Mr. Marlo?
Oh, Mr. Jeter. Well, your son or your adopted son or your stepson or whatever he is poked me in the jaw today.
He is both my stepson and my adopted son.
Well, both of them poked me in the jaw.
My word, where?
In Miss Huntress's apartment.
You spoke to her? What did she say?
She wants $50,000 and no dice. I offered her $500, just as a gag.
Just as a gag? Mr. Marlo, perhaps you underestimate the importance of this matter to me.
Listen, Mr. Jeter, there are some very unusual angles to this case. For example, a gunman just stuck me up in my own apartment and told me to stay off of this case.
What?
I don't see why this case should get so tough.
Good heavens. Listen, Mr. Marlo, my chauffeur, Waldo, will pick you up in my limousine. I want to talk to you.
All right. Well, tell Waldo to park on Hobart facing Franklin.
He'll be around for you in 20 minutes.
Good. Just give me time to drink my dinner. Bye-bye. Sat next to Waldo, the chauffeur, as he tooled the big Jeter limousine through Hollywood, along the glitter of the Sunset Strip, out past Beverly Hills toward Bel Air. At Cavello Drive, we swung left for a couple of 100 yards, then left again, aiming for a driveway flanked by 12-foot wrought iron gates. Then something happened. Someone was standing in the glare of our headlights. Waldo swore and slammed on the brake shelf.
You stupid! Go and get out of the driveway!
The man stepped toward us. In the next minute, there was that same Colt .22 staring into my face again.
All right, this is a heist. Get out of the car, both of you.
Look, Waxnose, haven't you had enough fun for one night?
Buzz off, bum.
Shut up and get out.
I'd have to think some more on that, Buster.
I'm warning you. I'll let you have it.
Don't be a goon. You're going.
All right, you asked for it.
Hey!
Hold. You shot the guy.
Yeah. I shot him. It was this. All in fun.
Yeah, some fun.
It did the work. Jeter's house is right ahead.
You sound as if you just shot a nickel in a pinball machine instead of a man. Now listen, turn off those lights and let's get out of here, but fast.
You are listening to The Adventures of Philip Marlowe, starring Van Heflin. Yes, families all over America have named their favorite toothpaste. New Pepsodent with invigorating Irium foam. New, fresh-tasting Pepsodent with a new, cool, minty flavor. In a recent test, New Pepsodent was preferred 3-to-1 over any other toothpaste.
It's true. Families all over America say New Pepsodent is their favorite, 3-to-1.
The William Kilpatrick family, 212 South Missouri, Claremore, Oklahoma, preferred New Pepsodent on every single count. The Kilpatricks say New Pepsodent tastes best of all, makes breath cleaner, makes teeth brighter. On all these counts, by an overwhelming average of 3-1, families prefer New Pepsodent over any other toothpaste they tried.
It's a fact. Families 3-1 say New Pepsodent tastes better, makes breath cleaner, and makes teeth brighter.
Remember, this is not just our opinion. It's the honest conviction of the Kilpatricks and other families who were asked to compare New Pepsodent with the toothpaste they were using at home. Get New Pepsodent, the only toothpaste containing irium. Get it for your family without delay. We continue with the adventures of Philip Marlowe, starring Van Heflin, who appears by arrangement with Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, producers of The Romance of Rosie Ridge, starring Van Johnson.
Waldo and I drove back to my apartment again, leaving Waxnose lying dead in the Jeter driveway. We went back to my place to start all over again, over what was left of my purloined scotch.
Yeah, this is good scotch you've got here, Marlo.
Inch bottle.
Not this.
Sure. Pinched it from the apartment of Harriet Huntress.
Well, bottoms up.
Waldo, do you think that gunman was there to scare young Grover into realizing Marty Estelle means business?
Could be. I always drove Grover home around that time.
It just doesn't sound like Marty Estelle to pick that sort of a helper.
Well, sure. Maybe that's why he picked him. Because it didn't seem like Marty Estelle.
Yeah, that's good thinking, Waldo.
Dartmouth, 37. Rah, rah, rah.
That would be either the cops or Mr. Jeter. Hello.
Mr. Marlowe?
Yes, Mr. Jeter, and the reason we're not in your study now is lying outside of your front gate.
What's that you're saying?
Somebody jumped us outside of your gate and Waldo shot him dead.
Good Lord.
Yeah.
Listen, Marlowe, come here at once. Do you hear? At once.
I'll send Waldo, Mr. Jeter.
I want to see you.
Waldo will tell you all about it, Mr. Jeter.
Marlowe.
Good night, Mr. Jeter. After Waldo, the chauffeur, had left, I went back to the El Milano Hotel. Hawkins, the house stick, was all smiles and open palms. I placed no confidence in his smile and a $20 bill in his palm.
Harriet Huntress again? What's the matter?
Just take me up to her apartment, that's all, huh?
Sure. Right this way, fella.
Hawkins took me to the 8th floor, room 814, and opened the door. There was someone in the room, waiting.
Here's company for you, Mr. Estelle.
Beat it, Hawkins.
Yeah, this is the guy I was telling you about, Mr. Estelle. Come in earlier today. Said he was from you.
Beat it, I said.
Oh, sure.
Come on in, Marlo.
I came to see Miss Huntress, not you, Estelle.
Well, first of all, Harriet's not home. I came to tell her what happened outside of Jeter's gate.
So you keep informed.
I can't wait for her any longer. Got to get back to the casino. Well, then, what did you come back for, Marlo?
I'm looking for the Jeter boy. After what happened to him tonight, he needs somebody to walk behind him.
You think I play games like that?
All I know is we were shot at.
I asked you a question.
I answered it to the best of my knowledge.
What knowledge, for example?
Well, for example, you hold $50,000 worth of Grover's notes for gambling debts.
I've got $50,000 invested in the kid. Would I be likely to bump him off?
Ah, that makes sense, all right.
I always make sense.
Bully for you.
And when I have $50,000 invested in a guy, I'm apt to find out all about him. Like about old Jeter hiring a man named Arbogast to work for him. Arbogast was shot today. You knew it. I know because I had you followed. You didn't tell the law, Marlo. That could be very hard on you.
Well, could.
Does that make you and me friends?
A little blackmail, huh?
Not much.
We'll call it tattletale grail mail.
From now on, do you stop bothering Miss Huntress?
Yeah, you win, Marty.
Swell. That's all. I've got to go.
Well, I'll just wait around for a bit, okay?
Well, Harriet's scotch is in that cabinet there.
Thanks. I'll roll up my pants and go waiting in it.
You know, Marlo, I like you. You're cute. So long, Shaman.
Marty Estelle was right. He wouldn't kill anybody who owed him money and was soon to come into a lot of it. Now I was in bed with the police for not reporting Arbogast's murder. Well, I looked around Harriet's apartment vaguely, walked into the bedroom, and stopped. Because mixed with the fragrance of good perfume and good cosmetics was the plain, ordinary, homespun odor of gunpowder. I walked across the room and yanked open the closet door and stepped back. There, just as big as life, but as dead as they ever come, was young Grover Jeter. And at Grover's feet, among the graceful shoes in Harriet's closet, was a tiny pearl-handled automatic. I felt bad about that, because I guessed that the dainty holes, the bullets from that dainty gun, would fit the two dainty holes over Grover's heart. I put the neat little pistol in my pocket. I thought old man Jeter ought to know about his son, I thought. I didn't expect to find Waldo, the chauffeur, and Harriet Huntress with old Jeter in Jeter's big study, but there they were.
Why, Mr. Marlo, I'd about given up hoping to see you tonight.
Well, I changed my mind about coming out again, Mr. Jeter. Oh, Waldo?
Hi, Marlo.
Didn't expect to see you here, Miss Huntress.
Didn't you?
Did you expect to see me here?
Never mind that, Marlo. I want to know where my son is.
What do you mean, Mr. Jeter?
He's missing. That's what I mean.
Oh.
He's missing and no one knows where he is.
I know.
Eh?
What's that?
Where, Marlo?
Miss Huntress, where did you and Grover go after Grover took that sucker punch at me in your apartment?
We went out together in a taxi. During the ride, I had a change of heart. I didn't want Grover or Grover's money. I told Grover to find another playmate, and I got out in Beverly Hills. Grover went on in the taxi.
And where did you go?
Back to my apartment. Later, I got out my car to come down here and tell Mr. Jeter I decided to forget the whole thing. For him to call off his dime novel, Salute.
A dime will no longer buy a novel of any description, but that is beside the point.
You said you knew where Grover is. That's not beside the point, is it, Mr. Marlo?
He's back in Harriet's apartment.
Well, I didn't let him in. How on earth could he?
Hawkins, your house detective, let him in. The last I saw of Grover, he was dead.
Oh, what? What's that?
Dead. Dead, shot with a small caliber gun.
I can't believe it. I can't. It's...
Grover dead?
Miss Huntress, this .25 caliber pistol was on the floor at Grover's feet. Here, take it. Look it over, will you?
It's mine.
You murderess.
I'm not.
You cold-blooded murderess.
Oh, stop that!
Stop it, both of you. It could have been suicide.
Suicide? Well, yes, that's a possibility, of course.
I see you like that idea, Jeter. But it wasn't suicide.
Then she did it. The murderess, the scheming, contemptible...
It was murder, and it's fairly obvious who did it, Jeter.
Eh?
Marty Estelle is my guess.
Well, guess again, Waldo. Estelle had $50,000 invested in Grover. He wouldn't kill a golden goose like that. And Waxnose didn't do it because he was dead, thanks to Waldo here.
That leaves her. She did it.
There had to be a motive and an opportunity.
Well, it was her apartment after all.
Correct, Waldo. But Grover was Jeter's adopted stepson.
Oh, like a real son he was to me. A real son.
Yeah. But did you lovely people know that in the state of California, a man can inherit from an adopted son who has money and who gets dead? Did you know that, Mr. Jeter?
Why, what do you mean?
Your inheriting Grover's $1 million would be a motive for killing him, wouldn't it?
Mr. Marlo.
That was the motive, Jeter, and it was Waldo's job to find the opportunity to murder Grover for you.
All right, Marlo. That'll be all for you.
Well, Waldo, the Dartmouth gun fanner. Huh?
Drop that gun, Waldo.
Shut up.
I said drop it. Drop it.
Hey, that's nice shooting, Harriet.
My hand.
Well, Papa will put a little Band-Aid on for you, Waldo.
Waldo, you could have gotten into my apartment wearing that chauffeur's uniform. You could have gone in through the garage entrance and up the back way.
Sure. When Grover let him in, he backed Grover into the room with his gun, but he shot him with yours. How much was Jeter going to pay you for this job, Waldo?
Don't talk, Waldo. He's bluffing.
You're telling me he's bluffing.
Nice kids, these college boys. Tell me, was it Dartmouth or Dannemora, Waldo?
Shut up, copper.
You killed John Arbogast to throw suspicion on Marty Estelle. Then you hired Waxnose to fake a holdup on Grover. Why? Again to throw suspicion on Marty Estelle. To make it look as though Estelle was trying to scare Grover into paying his gambling debts.
If I hired Waxnose, why would I have shot him tonight?
Because you like to kill people, Waldo. When I was brought out here tonight, Waxnose thought I was Grover in the car. He began to fake his holdup. But you just couldn't resist taking one of your snappy snapshots at Waxnose, could you, Waldo?
Shut up.
Could you? Next, Mr. Wadsworth Jeter.
Look here, Marlo. You can't accuse me of... Doctor.
He's sick.
Call a doctor.
It's his heart. If Jeter dies, it's your fault, Marlo.
Okay, Waldo. Tell you what I'll do, Waldo. If Jeter dies, he doesn't have to pay me my fee. We're even. Okay, Waldo? Harriet Angel, listen, go call the doctor. And while you're there, call the law, huh? Jeter didn't die. His heart was as good as mine, if you want to make anything out of that. The law had Jeter and Waldo cold, and I mean cold. Me? Well, I went out a couple of times with Harriet, as I sat home with her a couple of times drinking her scotch. It was nice, all right, but I didn't have the money or the clothes or the manners. Still, I was sorry when she went to New York to live. She had absolutely the best scotch I ever tasted. Maybe because it was free. I don't know.
You have just heard Van Heflin, starring in the mystery series Raymond Chandler's The Adventures of Philip Marlowe, brought to you by the Lever Brothers Company, makers of Pepsodent. Van Heflin will return in just a moment. Have you tasted the new Pepsodent toothpaste? Its lingering, minty flavor is so fresh and inviting, families prefer it by an overwhelming average of 3-to-1 over any other toothpaste they tried. In a recent nationwide test, these families said new Pepsodent tastes better, makes breath cleaner, and makes teeth brighter. Remember, new Pepsodent gives you more invigorating irium foam. It sweeps dulling film away. No wonder it's the 3-to-1 favorite with families all over America. Get new Pepsodent with irium for your family right away. Now, here is our star, Van Heflin.
The need for food in Europe tonight is desperate. Starvation faces a multitude of our fellow men. There's a way you can help. For $10, a package containing 21.5 pounds of food will be sent for you to a friend or a relative or any member of an organization you designate in Europe. Or simply say to a little French girl or to a Belgian war widow. Your order will be strictly respected, and you'll receive a signed receipt from the person who received your gift. Send $10 now. Send all you can. Send your $10 to CARE. C-A-R-E. CARE, New York. Help keep America the hope of the world.
Tonight's story was adapted by Milton Geiger from the story Trouble Is My Business by Raymond Chandler, creator of Philip Marlowe, the screen's most famous private detective. The original music was composed and conducted by Lynn Murray. This is Wendell Niles inviting you to listen again next week at this same time to another exciting mystery on the adventures of Philip Marlowe, starring Van Heflin with a distinguished cast.
NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Personal notice. Danger's my stock and trade. If the job's too tough for you to handle, you got a job for me, George Valentine. Write full details.
Standard Oil Company of California, on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and Standard stations throughout the West, invite you to Let George Do It.
The Treasure of Millie's Wharf, another adventure of George Valentine.
Dear Sir, Mr. Valentine. Dear Mr. Valentine! Oh, but what will I say? What will I write? How can I ever tell how exciting it is? This is the town of Millie's Wharf. Yes, Millie's Wharf. And, dear sir, my name is Millie. And as my fourth husband used to say... Valentine! Shut up, you skinny, cockeyed, brainless bird! Oh, now, did I hurt him, little feelings? Poor, dumb little parrot. Can't talk back. There, Cupid. Cupid! Shut up, you skinny, cockeyed, brainless bird! Dear Mr. Valentine! Nothing ever happens in Millie's Wharf. At least not since my last husband died, and that was years ago. Nobody of any importance lives here anymore, but here we are, situated on the historical old Bay of Islands. Yesterday, when I was gone picking blueberries, my parrot, whose name is Cupid, and who steals things and whose wings ain't clipped so he can fly, stole something. I don't know where he got it or how, but it's a map. Here in this place where the Spanish ships used to come. And on the map is a mark. But why would anyone put a mark at a place underwater? Yes, out behind one of the islands where it's easy 2 fathoms. On this map, there are arrows and directions and a great big red X. Shut up! Oh, a map, Mr. Valentine, and something underwater, and an X to mark the spot.
Well, but it's only a torn piece of notebook paper, the kind you buy in a 5 and 10.
I know.
And the red is just pencil, just ordinary pencil.
I know.
I certainly don't see anything to get excited about in just a...
Mr. Valentine, why should anyone draw such a map?
Well, to locate a shoal, maybe. You said it was shallow out there.
20 or 30 feet, but no.
Maybe somebody wanted to remember a place to anchor.
Hasn't been a ship in the bay bigger than a snipe since my second husband went to the bottom in a lumber scow. Exciting, ain't it?
Yeah. Now, look, Millie, so your bird wanders around the wharf picking things up. So he gets a piece of paper with scratches and arrows.
Azimuth readings, compass bearings, so whoever drew it could find the place marked X again.
Oh, that's the way it looks, but...
Now, Mr. Valentine, tell me, why would anyone draw such a map, huh?
So maybe somebody was out fishing and lost his wristwatch and wanted to mark the place, that's all. Just because there's a lot of legends about this bay.
There are ships sunk here, lots of ships. Miss Brooks, now, when Henry Morgan sacked the city of Panama in the year 1600-something, there were Spanish ships that fled to the north, and lots of them big galleons was just simply loaded down to the gunnels with...
Hey, Millie, look, I've heard how the suckers used to come flocking to this place looking for buried treasure.
And so did you, didn't you? The minute I wrote the letter... Just 'cause I need the help of a red-blooded man who...
I came here to tell you not to spend time and money trying to get in on whatever somebody else has already found.
There now. You said it yourself. Somebody's found something. That's what the X is. Somebody's found something and marked the place so they could come back. But we're going to beat them to it. You and me, Mr. Valentine.
What?
It's finders keepers, ain't it? So here's what you do. Now, there's a long drink of water, owns a little store and hotel down the road. Now, his name's Uriah Jenks, and he's about as wide awake as a barnacle. But he owns a little rowboat, you see? Only one around here, and he never uses it. But you're going to borrow that boat, and we're just
wait
going
a minute. Slow down, Millie.
Huh?
You mean you expect me to row all the way out just to take a look at that place marked X on the silly piece of paper?
Oh, you'll row fast, 'cause now I'll show the bird, the parrot. Come on in here.
You what?
Been bandaged and put in a cage ever since I come home and found him last night. Oh, yes, I had to. My poor little Cupid who stole the map. Only look at him, Mr. Valentine, at his wing. Now, you're not going to tell me that X isn't exciting and important when the same day he was innocently stealing the map, my poor little bird got a hole in his feathers. Yes, somebody shot at Cupid with a gun.
X.
Well,
boat leaks, Mr. Valentine.
But it's been used lately, Mr. Jenks. I noticed.
Leaks like a sieve. Man practically drowned.
What man? When was this?
Man who used it, naturally. Wouldn't be anybody else.
All right, but would you tell
Now,
me?
my advice to you is to stay away from that Millie woman, her and that nuisance Bird. Good advice for any man.
But, Mr. Jenks, we want to know who it was.
Man, that's all.
Man who... Oh, go on. Let's hear some more.
Just rented it for the day. Come in the night before.
But where did he take the boat? I mean, George, he might have been the one who went out and drew
He
that
bought
map.
some red pencils. I know that much.
Uh-huh. That's him, all right. Now, look, what's his name?
Come in night before. Yes, sir. Windy night it was. I remember that. Just a man. Short he was. Stocky. Just sort of there he was at the door. Middle of the night.
But didn't you ask him anything about
Spent
himself?
the next day out in the boat. That's all I know.
Oh, brother. First it's a parent with a map, and now it's a mysterious stranger in the middle of the night.
Leave well enough alone, I say. What's mysterious? The man's name was Laver, Dr. Laver. You know how I found that out? He signed my register. See?
Emil Laver.
And you know where he is now? On his way to catch a bus out of town. Why should you interfere? Nothing to get excited about. Forget him. Forget the whole thing.
Well, this must be where the bus driver meant, Angel.
Yes. There's the water tower over there.
Where he dropped Laver off, 12 miles from town.
Only there's nothing out here, George. Just sand dunes.
This part of the shore is closer to the little islands, though. Sure. Look, here's the tracks where the bus stopped.
And the tracks of a man, George.
Huh? Dr. Laver. Come on, they cut across the sand.
Well, at least he doesn't have a wooden leg, does he? But I bet he has a patch over his eye or
Brooksy,
a bandana.
there's a perfectly logical explanation for all this Robert Louis Stevenson stuff. That's why I want to find Laver before I go galloping out after an ex.
What is it? This logical...
I don't know. I'll ask him.
George, there's the water.
Yeah.
And his footsteps. So you're going to ask him, huh? They just walk right out into the ocean.
Oh, now, wait a minute. They can't just... Hey, Brooksy, look. Up the beach there, see?
Man.
Yeah, and they're working at something. Hey, stay here, will you?
But, George...
Hey, where are you going?
Well, hello there, friend.
Sure, I'm everybody's friend. Where are you going?
Oh, just out for a walk, Skipper? What's it to you?
When a man is bigger than you
Oh,
are...
lay off that. I was looking for a guy named Dr. Laver.
Huh? Look someplace else.
Why? You're off a ship, aren't you? Laver's tracks go down to the water there. Well, who picked him up in a small rowboat? You?
Oh, now look, friend, don't be so smart. Just go away.
Now you got a crew of men working up the beach.
Yes, of course I picked him up several hours ago. So what? Now he's out on my ship, and those men are loading water for my ship. Isn't that exciting?
Well, it might be.
And it might not. Goodbye.
Might even be worth shooting a hole in a parrot.
What?
Tell me, is your friend Laver the kind of guy who draws maps? Does he go around putting X's on...
I told you when a man is bigger than...
Oh, get off it, Buster.
My friend, it's too bad you're so curious.
George, look out!
Now, wait a minute.
But they just went off and left you, George. And you wouldn't wake up. They loaded water tanks into a boat and headed out for their ship. Wherever that might be.
Around this next island, lady.
Yeah, sure, Mac. Hey, can't you crank a little more speed out of this outboard?
Well, we're doing all right. Turn in just a second. Daylight now.
George, it's crazy to go banging right back out here.
I'm all
when
right, Brooksy. I tell you, I'm fine. I just slept through a couple of reels, and I want to catch up with that captain.
But why? He's still bigger than you, and nothing has actually happened that you know he's mixed up in
Well,
anything.
maybe I just want to see that X underwater.
And to sing the ship as soon as we get out of the line of those trees.
How do you know how exactly where this boat's anchored?
Well, because I come out during the night, that's why.
The night?
What?
Yeah, I'll hire her for anybody, mister. Millie and that sleepy fella Jenks over Millie's Wharf. Well, what did you think I was doing over there with my outboard anyway? They gave me a call. I brought them both out here and then left him.
Brother, I did miss a lot, didn't I? Half the feature.
There it is, George.
Yeah, that's her. Nice tub, ain't it?
Yeah. And with practically everybody on board now, huh? Say, what's all that funny rig, you know?
Oh, not sure. Diving, I think.
Diving?
Oh, I don't mean real deep-sea stuff. But there's lines running down there, see? And, well, that's a pump on deck.
George, so it is a treasure
Hey,
hunt.
look, somebody's been below just now, just coming up. Look, a skinny guy in a helmet, see?
Yeah. I wonder what he found down there. I wonder what the X really is.
Look, I found it. It's there. Emil, where are you? Lave out.
Hey, wait a minute, friend.
Oh, of course. Of course. So glad to have you aboard, Mr. Valentine. Oh, excuse my trunks, Miss Brooks, but you see, when I'm diving...
Let's see what you found, Professor Schmidt. That's what interests me.
Yes, our last trip we should get it. Down amongst those rocks, I knew we would. They're dangerous. They're so big. Look. You see?
George, look what he was diving for. A lobster.
Oh, no, Miss Brooks. No, not just a lobster, a type of crayfish. Yes, certainly, but up and down this coast we have chased, looking but never finding this exact specimen.
You mean that's what you're here for, crayfish?
Hey, what did you get? Look at him, Emil. Isn't he a beauty? Oh, I'm sorry. Permit me. Dr. Emil Lever, Miss Brooks, Mr. Valentine.
Hello.
Emil is the other half of our little expedition.
Expedition?
Yes, he's the marine botanist. Crustaceans are my specialty.
Harry, I think Mr. Valentine had a little different idea about our mysterious presence.
Huh?
Yeah, I've talked to that old harpy, that Millie.
Oh, yes, that nonsense. Yes, I know. Oh, but now see here, Emil, I found another one of those.
What?
Mm-hmm. I haven't scraped the stuff off. Now, wait a minute. There. M-L...
Hey, wait a minute.
Well, anyway, it's the year 1600
It's
something.
a coin.
Yes. Rather interesting, isn't it? Minted by the Spanish, I should say. I think it's called a doubloon.
Oh, now, wait. Let's get this straight. You guys are a scientific outfit, but you turn up Spanish coins. You make a map with an X on it. Now,
Mr. Valentine, please, there's an explanation.
And the captain
for
of your
this.
boat takes a poke at me. Let's get him in on this explaining, too.
Of course, be patient.
I suppose he's one of the eager beavers who jumped to the rail the minute that word doubloon came out.
He's somewhere, perhaps in his cabin.
George, there's the captain. There's enough light so that you can see now. X marks the spot, all right.
What?
In the helmet. See? The helmet underwater. He's down there, George, down on the bottom, only the way his arms are moving, he looks more like he's dead.
We'll return to tonight's adventure of George Valentine in just a moment. One of these evenings, you may have some friends over for canasta. Comes midnight, and you want to drive them home. But what's this? First, your car's hard to start. Then it kind of hiccups down the avenue. It has no pep in traffic, and it pings on hills. Better your friends had walked than be embarrassed like this. But seriously, if your car does act like this most of the time, it may be the fault of gummy gasoline. Most raw gasoline contains impurities that form gum. Then the gum gets into the fuel line, carburetor, spark plugs. To avoid this trouble, depend on Chevron Supreme. It's the gasoline that's super refined to get rid of those impurities which could form gum. That's why Chevron Supreme gives faster starting, smoother pickup, ping-free power on hills. And that's why folks say Chevron Supreme gives them that new car feeling. Try super refined Chevron Supreme in your car tomorrow. Get it at standard stations and independent Chevron gas stations where they say and mean, we take better care of your car. And now back to tonight's adventure of George Valentine. You go to the town of Millie's Wharf. You meet a parrot that someone shot at. You meet a woman who is all excited over the idea of Spanish treasure and sunken galleons. You meet two scientists who seem to be a good deal more interested in the discovery of a new type of lobster. But if your name is George Valentine, the one person you met whom you'd like to meet again is the captain of the scientist's ship, the man who knocked you out and left you on the beach hours ago. Only now, in the water below you, the captain has just been found. He's wearing a diving helmet, but from his appearance, he's dead.
Grab these lines, pull him up. Hurry now, get that winch going. Oh, for heaven's sake, get that bird out of here.
Don't you touch Cupid. He's not doing anything, Mr. Smith.
Nothing much we can do, Mr. Valentine.
Oh, yes, there is, Laver. Come here, lady.
I'm just watching, that's all.
We're keeping air in his air hose.
Let go of me.
Why did you come out here, you and that bird of yours?
But you just up and disappeared. And then Mr. Jenks said he'd seen this ship from driving up on the hill.
So the two of you hired a boat and came out, huh?
No, I've just been sitting here waiting for daylight.
Sure, so you could see what they were diving for.
No, keep the air going. He may just be in trouble.
No, I already knew about the money. The Spanish treasure. Here, you see? After you'd gone, I got looking around, and Cupid had brought it back, and it was hidden in the...
Here, please, yeah?
You don't have to tell me. It's one of them pieces of 8.
Cupid's stealing things again, huh?
And that's why I'm here, and I'm going to stay until every last penny of it's brought aboard. I'll have you know my third husband owned a lot of property around this bay, and if I haven't got some legal rights to own a ship, then I might as well...
Join the gold rush, then. Hold hands with your friend Jenks.
With what? That spineless, sleepy-headed...
Oh, Skipper, will you? Any luck, Schmidt?
Well, the winch won't pull his line up, Mr. Valentine. The current seems to have snagged one of those lines.
Yeah, you could swing the boat around, Professor. Might be able to get a better pull from the other side.
Let's try it, Harry.
Oh, try anything. Only step on it, will you? Get that guy up.
So strange. He never liked to dive. Laughed at us for doing it. He was lazy. Just a hired captain. When we could pay him.
He wasn't so lazy when he hit me. He'd already heard about that first doubloon, hadn't he?
I guess so. Professor Schmidt found it last evening. We joked about it. Meant nothing to us. Curiosity.
But it would drive a guy like the captain crazy. Look, didn't anybody know he was down there?
That's so early before dawn. He was eager, I guess. The pumps are automatic. You just take a helmet and go over the side.
Why did you draw that map, Dr. Laver?
What?
You did draw that map, didn't you?
Oh, that. Of course. I draw them all, 50 or 60 this summer. Here, I could show you.
Never mind. Just show it.
Oh, well, sometimes I go ahead of the others. Sort of reconnaissance. From our last place up the coast, I came down to this Millie's Wharf. I hired a boat. I found this place. It looked good. That map had nothing to do with, well...
Were these coins that drifted into the same place, huh?
Well, there's no ship sunk there. I know that. But, yes, things drift on the floor of the sea, perhaps.
Boat's all the way around now, sir.
Those lines are foul. That's why we can't pull him up.
Hold it, Dr. Laver.
Down on those rocks. You see them? I've had that same trouble
Now,
myself.
what's the matter, Professor?
Oh, I'm going down now myself. His ropes are all tangled.
No, you were just down, Harry. I'll take a helmet.
Well, there are 2 of them.
That's right. You sit still, Professor Schmidt.
Hmm?
Come on, Laver. I'll help you get the captain.
Well, it's easy enough, but if you're not experienced...
Come on, let's do a little diving.
George, can you hear me all right?
Yeah, sure. Feels a little silly being lowered like this. These weights on the sandals.
Well, the professor didn't want you to just climb down, but it's only 35 feet or so, he said.
I know. To me, it looks like 70. Boy, it's sure getting darker.
Can you see him yet, George?
Yeah. I'm dragging these lines. It's a little hard.
Well, don't get them tangled on the rocks like he did.
Now, just take it easy, Brooks. This is so shallow you can kick the gear off and swim up.
The captain couldn't do it, could he? What?
I didn't say anything.
Oh, wait a minute. George on the other phone. Dr. Laver says there's nothing wrong with the captain's lines. Looks more like he fell and then they got tangled.
Yeah, I know. Laver's right beside me. He's pointing. Yeah, I can see. I think he's right, Angel.
George, you get there already? George?
Captain's dead, all right, Brooksy.
Oh.
I don't know what could have gone wrong. The air's still pumping into his helmet, but it's all crooked. Water got in, too.
You mean he drowned?
Yeah, I guess so. Nothing else wrong with him, though. Looks more like he fell, and that knocked his helmet cockeyed. Only I don't know how a man could fall underwater. It's all slow motion. Unless he was... Unless... Hey, Brooksy. Brooksy. Hey. What in the name...
Get that cigarette away from there, Mr. Jenks. I didn't do anything.
Well, it's all right, George.
Oh.
It was the air intake, but it's all right.
Yeah. Oh, brother. Cigarette near the air intake, huh? Yeah, I heard Schmidt. I was going to say a second ago. I guess that's how it was done.
What?
How the captain was murdered, Angel. Yeah, you heard me, murdered. Only we'd never be able to prove it. Hey, listen. There's a pouch thing on the captain's belt. Yeah, Laver, I see him. 1, 2, 3. The captain was down here collecting them all right. 7, 11. 11 more Spanish doubloons. Brooksy. Brooksy.
Nothing to get excited about, Mr. Valentine.
Huh? Jenks. Hey, where'd she go? Put her on.
Man should stay in his element, though. Good advice.
Hey, look, Buster.
That's where you're staying. Below, I mean. Hope it don't get too cold for a while, Mr. Valentine.
Put that gun down. Put it down, I said.
For heaven's sake, Mr. Jenks.
Never mind, Professor. It won't go off.
Uriah Jenks, I'm warning you.
Won't go off unless you open your mouth, Millie. Close it.
You worm-turning chiseler. You've got no more right to the treasure.
Millie, I warned you. Any more of your chatter, and you'll have powder burns like that pesky bird of yours did. And if you don't shut him up, I'll get my aim better and hit him.
So you're the one. You shot at him. Uriah Jenks,
Stop it, both of you.
That's what I say, miss. Words are a waste of thought. Can you hear me down there? Hello?
Of course, yeah. Harry, what's
Applies
going on
to
up
you,
there?
too. Just listen. We got a treasure now.
A few piddling coins.
We've stumbled into something may turn out to be bigger than Fort Knox. And all I want's an agreement, fair and square. Now's the time to make it. Now, isn't that reasonable, Mr. Valentine? Well?
George?
Valentine. Here, give me that phone. Valentine!
There he is on the surface.
Hey, throw me a line, will you? Hurry up.
No, here, I've got you. What happened? Oh, you got out of your helmet.
Yeah. Thanks. Yeah, it's like being thrown out of a jack-in-the-box, Angel. No, I'm okay. Well, hello, everybody.
Oh, George, this crazy Mr. Jenks.
He shot you with Mr. Valentine. He admitted it.
All right. He's got a gun. Leave him alone.
George.
Sure. Just hold it steady, friend. That's all. You know, I kind of like you, Jenks. You give me ideas.
Well, if that ain't...
So you shot at the bird, huh?
Nothing to be ashamed of in that. Pest. Stole that coin and the map from the rowboat the other day. Seen him do it.
You got the fever bad, haven't you?
Mr. Valentine, Laver is still down there.
Yeah, he's all right. On the phone, isn't he? Professor, how'd you guys get along with the captain? Somebody said you didn't pay him very often or something.
Oh, no. We did owe him money. He was trying to get possession of the boat, but really
I met the guy, not very pleasant, I can imagine. Here, let me have that phone.
Well, it doesn't have anything to do with...
That's not your idea, is it, Laver? Laver, can you hear me?
Of course. I will come back up to deck.
A helmet, couple of lines, and a phone. Be almost impossible for an able-bodied man to get in trouble down there. And he could always get out the way I did. Unless his lines were really tangled, which the captain's weren't. Here, let me have that cigarette.
George, you said the
If
air
you're
intake...
smoking, it's easy to make a man cough down there. Like this.
Hey, what is it?
Oh, I'm sorry, Doctor.
I'm coming on deck.
Oh, now there, that's better. But a cigarette isn't enough to kill a man, even if he choked and had trouble with his helmet. You have to stand up in one of those helmets, though, don't you? To really keep the water out.
Coming up.
You're not coming up. Not even the way I did.
What?
I was dragging the lines for both of us, remember? For the time being, you're with the fish, Buster. I tied your lines.
You're crazy.
I want to try a lot of things in front of this air intake. Maybe I can tell by the way you act what you used on the captain. Was it formaldehyde? Gasoline? Ether?
Valentine, what do you think you're
That's
trying...
how you killed him, wasn't it? How you made him pass out down there so he'd fall and drown? Fairly shiny coins, too, aren't they? Where'd you get them, a museum?
What are you talking
Well,
about?
a man couldn't dive down that deep from a rowboat and get a coin, could he? So where did the parrot steal that coin of his along with a map? Oh, and he's been bandaged ever since that day, so he couldn't have wandered around to steal it since then.
Valentine, please let me...
So if you had a coin that day, you didn't get it from the bottom of the ocean. You brought it here. You brought all of them here. Sure, and the map makes more sense that way anyway. You draw a map when you bury treasure, not when you dig it up.
I always do them. I told you. I located the
Skip
place.
it. You salted the ocean like you salt a fraudulent mine. And why? To get that loud-talking captain who'd never do any diving himself down there. To sucker him into a spot where you could commit a perfect murder.
I didn't. Take that away from the antique.
Buster, you started a fake treasure hunt. But too many people got excited over Spanish doubloons. That's what trapped you.
Take it away. I can't breathe right when you...
Keep talking, friend. We'll be down to get you in a minute. But we'll haul up a confession first. No, Angel. There was no gold in that bay. Laver admitted it when he wrote his confession. Stole 13 doubloons from the collection up north.
Did he ever explain why he killed the captain, George?
Well, he hated the guy. The captain did have a lien on the boat. Was going to take it away from the hard-working scientists. And I guess that's all Laver lived for, puttering around on the bottom of the ocean.
But Professor Schmidt didn't have anything to do with it.
No.
George, wait a minute. You said the confession said 13 coins.
Yeah.
But as I remember, when we added them up, there were 14.
So?
Now, listen. I mean, there really were Spanish ships in this bay, and, well, where did the extra coin come from? Aren't you curious at all?
Definitely. I'm... Hey, say something cute, but not just X. What a...
Shut up, you skinny cockeyed brainless bird!
When you go on a vacation, you usually plan on spending a certain amount of money. But here's a way to enjoy your motoring trip and save money at the same time. Before you start out, have your car's crankcase drained and refilled with RPM motor oil. First choice where driving's toughest. And have your car's oil filter inspected. By keeping grit and dirt out of your precision-built engine, the oil filter is a real money saver. But if you use clean, fresh oil with a clogged-up filter, it's just like throwing money away. Start your vacation trip with a new Atlas Micronic filter element, and you'll be money ahead with a cleaner engine. This low-cost Atlas Micronic filter element traps all the sludge, all the abrasives, right down to particles as tiny as 39 millionths of an inch. How about doing this tomorrow? Get an Atlas Micronic filter element at your standard station or independent Chevron gas station, where they say and mean, we take better care of your car. Tonight's adventure of George Valentine has been brought to you by Standard Oil Company of California on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West. Robert Bailey is starred as George, with Virginia Gregg as Brooksy. Let George Do It is written by David Victor and Jackson Gillis and directed by Don Clark. Martha Wentworth was heard as Millie, Herb Butterfield as Jenks, Harold Deerenforth as Laver, Joe Duvall as the captain, Larry Dobkin as Schmidt, Dick Ryan as the man, and Bill James as Cupid. The music was composed and presented by Eddie Dunstetter. Your announcer, John Heaston. Listen again next week, same time, same station, to Let George Do It. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System.
Personal notice, changes my stock and trade. If the job's too tough for you to handle, you got a job for me, George Valentine. Write full details.
Standard Oil Company of California, on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West, invites you to Let George Do It. Island in the Desert. Another adventure of George Valentine.
Dear Mr. Valentine. Look at that. Dear Mr. Valentine. Just like any amateur, like any old woman who shakes in her boots. So I'm going to say it different, George, you old buster, rescue me quick. I am surrounded by heat. I am shipwrecked in perspiration. I am lost in the middle of a hotel room in the middle of an island, half in your country, half in mine. An island in the desert, amigo. In the middle of the continent. With dirty old buildings for trees, with snails for people. But, George, if I could look out the window across the border and know that you were there, George, then I could hope to escape. 2 days I am here, and it is I who am burning up, because there is lots more in this old pair of border towns beside the heat that stifles. Sometimes it catches on fire, and where I should find just ashes. Sometimes I find lizards, I find rattlesnakes, I find...
And that's all he wrote, huh?
See, Mr. Valentine.
But, Sheriff.
Buenos dias, Pacheco. I'm mine.
Or is that what we call you? I mean, here in Mexico.
Oh, sure, baby. Sheriff, that's for me. They found the letter under his body, Mr. Valentine, there in the hotel room yesterday.
I get it.
Sheriff? Sure, why not, baby? They have one on your side, so I persuade my own people over here. You call me Tasco.
Uh-huh. Well, I didn't mind coming down here in a hurry, but...
Pablo, the clean glasses, the cold beer.
But if you want me to identify this guy who was writing, who got killed, you'd better show me his body, hadn't you?
Go slow, senor. Go slow. This is not Tijuana. First, I show you my hospitality, my little bar. Hey, wipe them off, Pablo, clean.
Pretty fancy hospitality.
What, the slut machines? Well, this is my business. The sheriff is my pleasure. But in my own bar, I can also keep eyes on people, Hey, move over, Dutchman.
Oh, yeah, excuse.
So, 2 birds with 1 stone, huh? Here we are. Oh, looking at you, baby.
Thank you.
Yeah, tastes good in this weather.
Yeah.
Only this guy who got killed.
Hey, he seemed energetic and crazy like you, Mr. Valentine.
You mean stubborn?
Yes, stubborn.
All right, but what else did he look like?
Oh, good clothes from Mexico City. Young, tall, with a gun.
With a gun?
Oh, yeah, he had a gun.
Huh?
He carried it under his jacket.
Dutchman.
Well, excuse, Tasco, but this is the murder you talk about.
Wait a minute now. Go on, friend. What do you know about it?
Well, we eat in the same place, the same hotel. We don't talk, but I see him hang up his coat, so Americans. You are Americans. He was Mexican. I am Dutch, you understand, and so anxious to get a passport to USA. Perhaps if you could assist me with
all
the
this? What's he
official...
talking about?
What do you know about the man?
Well,
Nothing. You know nothing, huh?
Nine, Tasco. Excuse me,
Americans must be careful. He's looking for a handout, that's all. Drink up. And I have already checked around. I have the facts the official police will need.
That's all. Let's skip the beer, huh, Tosco?
Oh, but
you and I are going to see that body right now.
Morgue's the only cool place in town, huh?
Oh, brother, you got a great sense of humor.
No. I am not your reverend, only a realist. Death, it comes often here. Like so. That is he.
Yeah. Wore a shoulder gun. Well, he never got a chance to use it. His name's Rayedos, Mackie Rayedos. He worked on a case together several years ago.
Case?
Yeah. Mackie was a private detective, one of the best ones in Mexico.
Private detective? Oh, so that's who he was. Hey, my sleepy town.
He must have had some idea. Didn't he have any identification on him? What have you been doing the past 24 hours?
Must do things easy, senor. In this heat?
No identification, just a man around town asking questions and hiding his name. The letter was all I had to go on, addressed to you, huh?
Yeah, sure. I'm just a little sore, that's all. He was a nice guy. Hey.
The wheels are in motion. Don't worry. You have done your work. Now we'll do ours, senor. Well, what's the matter?
Siren. Fire siren.
Oh, yeah, of course, a grass fire. The rains never come, but the fire is on the American side in the hill in your town. Our engine goes to help sometimes, that is all. Don't be so nervous. So,
Mackie Riedos was a fire insurance investigator.
What?
You heard me. He investigated fires.
Well, so in my town, that would be appropriate. The Americans say you can fry eggs on our pavement.
Vasco, you just said my job was done. Now you'll do yours. Is that right?
Well, yes, but my hospitality...
Okay, then go ahead and do it. I'm leaving, Buster. This place is too hot for me.
George, what on earth? Mackie was a friend of yours. You're not going to just run away.
Mackie didn't tell anyone in that town his name, Brooks. He left all his identification at home. Now, why would a licensed detective do a thing like that? Don't you get it?
Oh.
Yeah, sure. He didn't trust anybody in this town, not even the police.
Haskell?
Maybe, I don't know. But at least I don't want to beard that two-language double-talk artist again until I know what I'm talking about.
You're going to see the local police here on the American side?
Brooksy, we're going to see the American Fire Department.
Well, there's only the three of us, Mr. Valentine, on regular. This is a small town.
I see.
I understand you had a grass fire a little while ago.
Why, yes, Miss Brooks. Didn't amount to much, though. Mexicans gave us a hand.
Hey, you burned your shirt and got your hair mussed up. Ain't that something? How do you think you'll impress a lady with your hair?
This is Place. He's our driver. Miss Brooks, Mr. Valentine.
And this is Al. He saves the babies and gets the medals. Pleasure.
How are you?
Hello. Place?
Yeah, like between winning shows, huh?
Place used to be a jockey.
What do you think I am now? Sure, I booted home more losers over in Caliente than you ever...
Place. Mr. Valentine's here to see about a murder.
Well, how much does he charge?
Very funny. Now, listen to me, both of you. A friend of mine, a Mexican detective, a fire insurance outfit, was across the border on some kind of a job. Well, I saw the Mexican engine come over to help you, so I thought maybe you'd gone over there sometimes. So Mackie must have been around to ask you boys some questions.
Hey, holy smoke. Tall young guy, kind of thin.
Yeah, there was a young Mexican here.
That's him.
Dead, huh? That guy's dead.
Murdered.
Yeah. Well, sure he was here a couple of days ago. He said he couldn't do anything official out of his own country, but he talked to the chief, to Slim. I think it was about there being too many fires over in that town. I think Firebug was his angle.
Hey, come on, Slim's already down at the boarding house. That's where we hang out, sort of a pool room, lady.
Firebug. Mackie was asking questions about a firebug.
Well, we never have any trouble on our side, but over there, well, they've had a lot of fire.
Sure, Brooksy, that makes sense. And now I know why Mackie wanted me here, why he started the letter to me.
What do you mean, George?
Oh, my. Hey, where's the telephone?
It's on the wall back in the office, sir.
I'll meet you in the boarding house, that pool room.
Well, it ain't no jockey club, Miss Brooks, but the clientele's nicer. Slim here rigged up an alarm bell outside for us.
Yeah, but it only rings when Place needs an excuse for missing a three-cushion shot.
Now, boys, I'm retiring soon, you see, Miss Brooks. And that's what I told your friend Mackie. And I said that in my opinion, a fire's a fire. In 25 years of experience, I've never caught a firebug yet. And I said, in this area, it don't make much sense anyway, bringing coals to Newcastle, setting fire to Hades, and furthermore,
All
in
right,
my
turn
opinion...
it off, Pop. Here he comes now. This is Slim, the chief, Mr. Valentine.
How are you, Slim? Brooksy, did you ask him about
We
the
made
time?
out a list, George, the fires they've had lately in the other towns. What did you...
Son, you know you remind me of nephew I had once.
Yeah?
Almost as big and husky as Al here. I used to say to him in my
I'm
opinion...
sorry, Slim, but let me see that list, Angel. I'm in a hurry.
Here.
Well, now, this here nephew was...
City-owned garage. That's the one.
What?
Yeah, 10 days ago. I talked to Mackey's office in Mexico City. They hadn't even been notified of his death yet. But that's why they sent him up here, to investigate the burning of that garage.
Well, now, I remember that one, but there sure wasn't nothing suspicious. City garage wasn't nothing but a ramshackle...
Chief. It was insured for $25,000 more than it was worth.
Holy smoke.
City garage. You know who that means, don't you, Mr. Valentine? I mean, well, it's just like in our country. Every once in a while, a guy gets control of a city.
Haskell? The one that calls himself sheriff?
You should hear what the Mexicans call him.
Uh-huh. I think I'll go back and see him now, Brooksy.
But, George...
Tasco didn't start any fire, not himself he didn't. Well, why would Mackey want me here? When he's Mexican, the insurance is Mexican, the fires are in Mexico. Oh, no. Mackey must have found that something came from the USA. Only he couldn't do anything about it. He wasn't licensed here, so all he could do was ask questions on this side. He needed me to run down...
George, the firebug. Mackey must have found out that whoever started the fire came from over here, from the United States.
That's it exactly.
But then why are you going
I'm
down...
going to where the trouble happens, friend. To the place where the answers are. I got to find out what Mackey found.
Son, I might be a bit of a windbag sometimes, but I'd better point out to you that your friend Mackey, he maybe found out too much. Appears to me he must have got killed for asking questions, for getting too close to something hot.
Okay, Chief. I'll see how close I can get.
I'm sorry, Mr. Valentine, but I said no. I'm responsible for immigration here, and you can't cross that border.
I what?
But we were just over there a few hours ago.
We've got a local problem to deal with. We have to cooperate with the other side.
Oh, I get it. And they have to cooperate with Tosco. But look, I left him with the impression I was going home for good, skipping his hospitality.
Don't underestimate him, Mr. Valentine. Like he didn't you.
But he has no authority.
But he's got a lot of friends. He'd know it if you got across to his town. Frankly, Mr. Valentine, I'm thinking of you. I don't like to let a man get down there and then maybe come back home for good on a slab.
Checkmate. Oh, brother.
What's the matter?
Hey, listen.
The bell.
Hey, wait a minute. That's smoke, Angel, on the Mexican side. Sure, that bell's the one outside the pool and the fire alarm bell. Meet me there later.
George.
Nobody's going to stop a fire engine, Brooksy. But I'm going across, Tasco or not. Hey, Slim, wait! You got a new fireman!
In just a moment, we'll return to tonight's adventure of George Valentine. You've probably got your vacation trip already mapped out. Now, I don't know whether you're driving north or south or east or west, but I can throw in a reminder that will make your vacation miles more pleasant. Between Canada and Mexico and the Pacific and the Rockies, here's how to be sure of finding clean restrooms for your convenience. Just stop at independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations. Here, the restrooms are cleaned thoroughly and inspected often, kept well supplied with soap and towels. And when you stop at these service stations, you're never made to feel obliged to buy something. So wherever your vacation takes you in the West, count on the convenience of clean restrooms at standard stations and independent Chevron gas stations where they say and mean, we take better care of your car. Back to tonight's adventure of George Valentine. You came to this double border town because your friend Mackey Relledos, a Mexican private detective, needed your help. But before you arrived in the sleepy, sweltering place, Mackey had been murdered. Well, he wanted your help because there were things he couldn't do on the United States side of the border. And then you found that you couldn't get back into Mexico. But if your name is George Valentine, you've found an answer to the dilemma. You've remembered that no one ever stops a fire engine, at least when it's headed for a fire.
That was easy as rolling off a log, Mr. Valentine. Nobody even noticed you.
Well, if I roll off this truck, how do you hang on
Grab
to this
your
thing?
bonnet, Nellie. We're round on the last turn. All right, boys. Spin that wall. Valentine. Afraid you're up against a little change of plans. You better get lost and hop for another part of town.
Yeah, I get it. Tosco's bar's on fire. It's Tosco's own building.
Wow, what a pile of insurance that must carry. Hey, and there's the guy who carries it. Go on, go on.
I'll duck out of sight fast. Thanks. So long.
Right.
Hey. Hey, wait a minute.
Oh, senor. Oh, hello, American.
Yeah, you're one of the guys I'm looking for. You're the Dutchman who said he'd seen Mackey, the man who was murdered.
I'd like to talk to you about the United States.
You wanted to sell me some information, only Tosco shut you up.
Well, it was nothing, really.
Now, just hold it, Buster. You buttonhole all Americans. Well, Mackey apparently had it figured the guy who starts fires is American. Maybe starts them for Mexican property owners. So tell me about the Americans you see over here.
No, let me go. I don't know anything.
Hey, wait a minute, you. On your coat here.
But let go.
I wondered why you were edging away. It's kerosene. It's kerosene.
Let go.
Okay, Mackey, we were wrong. Hey, stop that guy, will you? Get out of my way, will you? Hey, stop him. He's the one. Hey, which way? He started a fire, don't you see? Look out. Get out of the way.
All aboard the stone, aboard.
Well, the fire's all over. I guess this is where Valentine and the Safe Passage part company. So long, fire engine. I got work to do right where I am. Hey, you. Wake up, will you? Hey.
Si, senor.
Now, look, I'm looking for somebody.
Si.
He's a Dutchman. Well, look, this is the Bartzio, isn't it? Hotel, rooming house, whatever you call it.
Oh, si.
Okay, well, does he live here? That's what I mean. Is he here? Look, there's a lady in a restaurant says he's been around for months, saving dough to get to the USA. Now, come on, tell me.
No sabe.
Oh, like that, huh? Here. Dollar mean anything to you?
Si.
All right, $2.
Si.
Not at home, huh? Where else do we look, friend? Where else? Hey, hold it. Maybe just his room's good enough. Yeah. Well, what's the matter with you? Leave me alone here, will you? Go on, Gabby. It won't hurt your conscience.
Si.
Okay, here's $5. Now get out. Find out where he's gone.
Si.
Hey, what's this little book? Huh? Yeah. Mackey, I think we're getting even closer. Because I think we're wrong again. Now listen carefully, Brooksy. The Dutchman has a very interesting bank book.
George, I don't understand.
And yes, he's the firebug, all right. But look.
But how can you be...
But what? What? Hey, look, I can't hear you very well.
I can hear you, but wait till I raise this mouthpiece. Is that better?
Yeah.
Oh, George, I was so worried
Now skip
about
it. You're there in the firehouse, aren't you?
Yes, in the office. I've been walking around outside, but I grabbed the phone the minute you rang. They've been back here for hours.
Angel, you're alone there, aren't you?
Well, yes. Everybody's over at the pool hall, I suppose.
Brooksy, we had this whole thing figured backwards. The Dutchman's closet's full of cotton wadding and kerosene. And he's also made bank deposits on every single date they had a fire down there.
Ouch!
Huh?
Oh, I burned my finger, that's all. George, there has been somebody in here where I am a few minutes ago. Cigarette butt still hot here on the pencil rack. I'm sorry, George. You said...
Bank deposits, Brooksy. The Dutchman's been paid for starting fires. So if there's an American involved, the way Mackey figured, it's the employer, not the firebug himself.
George!
Angel, I know it doesn't make sense, but I checked. Every penny the Dutchman's deposited has been in American money, and... Wait a minute. Call you right back, Brooksy. Oh, it's you.
Si.
Oh, did you find him, friend? Where's the Dutchman?
Holy mackerel, mister. The Dutchman's dead. Just murdered. Bingo.
Huh?
Si!
Brooksy, the Dutchman ran out of here just before I arrived. He'd received a phone call only a few minutes ago. His body's in an alley several blocks north.
Toward the border, George?
Yeah, that's right, Angel. He got called to his own death. And the operator said the call was from your side.
But you said a few minutes ago. Darling, that's just what I said to you about a cigarette being here, but...
Never mind. Get out of that place fast. Meet me at the American telephone office and step on it.
George, there's a record of all calls that go across the border, and the only one around that time to that Dutchman's number was from where we thought it was. And that phone on the wall in the firehouse.
All right, come on.
But, George, I was there, outside, walking around, and I didn't...
I know, but it happened, didn't it? Somebody was in there to phone. Come on, let's cut through here and take a look.
Yes, George, somebody, just before
Hey.
me, but I...
Mr. Valentine, wait. Buenas noches, baby.
Tosca. A little out of your bailiwick, aren't you, big shot?
I explain.
How long have you been around here? Come on.
Since the fire. My fire. Oh, my beautiful bar. I come over. I've been looking for you, Mr. Valentine.
This had better be good, Buster.
I was not very helpful this morning about your friend Mackie.
Say that again.
Baby, please. Fire insurance investigation. It is an embarrassment, but not a crooked one, I'm sure. A city garage burned 10 days ago. They seem to be overinsured, but...
Your bar burned down today, and I bet it had plenty of insurance on
Oh,
it.
my beautiful bar, baby. Had not one penny of insurance. I want your help now. I'm ruined. Not one penny.
George.
Okay. Come on into the firehouse, into the office here. They leave the door open, Brooksy?
Yes, but I don't understand.
My insurance, I tell you...
I heard you, Buster. I heard you. You said it. So, all right. This case has nothing to do with insurance.
What?
Yeah. In fact, you make it a whole lot easier that way.
But,
Oh, I know Mackie came here on an insurance case, that garage. And there had been too many fires. But suppose he stumbled into something totally separate, and that's why he got killed.
Go on, George.
Sure, that's why he was murdered. And the Dutchman got his because he could have told me the whole story.
What story?
The Dutchman got a phone call and came rushing to an alley near the border. Whoever called from here must have told him where to come.
Who is whoever?
Yes, how can you ever hope to tell who made that call? Everybody comes in here.
Come on now, think, Brooksy, think. We'll never find a clue here, I know that. But what did you say to me? Something you said. You were the next person in here, next after the murderer. The cigarette was still burning, remember? You burned your finger.
Yes, George. You said you couldn't hear me until I raised the mouthpiece.
Yeah?
Oh, hi. Ran out of beer over the pool hall. Got to call a liquor store and get... What's the matter? Hiya, Tosco. Valentine.
Al's a big guy, isn't he, Place?
Huh?
Al, the guy you work with.
Well, cigarettes never stunted his growth.
So is Slim. Even Tosco here.
Hey, look, what in the name of...
But, you used to be a jockey. Yeah, boot him home at Caliente. Drive a fire engine
George,
now.
look, I think all of them smoke.
You've been exposing yourself to the sun, Mr. Valentine.
I'm sorry, Place. Go ahead, call the liquor store.
Sure.
Senor Valentine.
Yeah, Tosco. You kept asking me what else instead of insurance was involved. Well, that's simple, like all of it. But I grant you I didn't catch on.
What's all this?
I'm not sure yet, mind you. But all day I've been beating my head against a border with its check stations, officials, and red tape. But once today I went across there without even slowing up. Because nobody would stop a fire engine. International cooperation. Well, now, suppose a real smart guy wanted to take things across that border. Wouldn't that be a neat way to do it?
Smuggling?
Carrying whatever it is in the fire truck someplace? Only being a middleman, he'd have to meet a schedule. He'd have to pick his days. So naturally, he'd have to hire somebody to start fires. Then in the crowd and confusion, I suppose it's an easy matter to load up or unload whatever the smuggled goods of the day are.
George, about our telephone call, I remember now what it was I said.
I know. He just did it now. Just now, in reverse. See him? Brooksy, you used that wall phone right after the murderer did. You're not very tall yourself. But wait till I raise this mouthpiece, you said. The murderer who talked on it before you must have been pretty short. The jockey, Place here, had to shove it down to fit him just now.
Look, Mr. Valentine, just because I'm a jockey, so what if she is taller than I am? All this stuff you say, I ain't no...
Why, you little
Let go of me. Cut it out. Let go of me.
Well, that's it, Sheriff. Guess you can go back to just frying eggs in your street now. The place admitted it was all true.
Yeah, sure. He arranged the fires and hired the Dutchman to start them for him whenever he wanted to bring over a load or pick one up.
It's so crazy, though. Ain't it, baby? He should kill men, too. He should do this thing with Mr. Valentine breathing down his neck.
Well, the heat was on, that's all. Heat like a snowball. He must have had a hot load in his truck to get rid of, so with us nosing around, it was the frying pan of the fire. He had to go ahead.
Like a snowball in a frying pan, huh? Our weather finally got him. Yes, baby, I know. He makes sense.
All right, Tasco. But I don't like some of the words you use either.
Oh, please, I know. The big shot's not popular, but now I will have to go back to work to build up my bar again, so I will have no time for a big talk.
Well, I'm glad to hear it. But that wasn't what I meant. It's the way you keep talking to Miss Brooks. It's that word, baby.
So? And what is it, Mr. Valentine, you have against babies?
Huh? Well, well, that is...
That's all, George.
You might think that long weekend trips and hundreds of vacation miles would be the hardest kind of driving on your car's engine. But that's not true. Hometown driving is even tougher. For short trips with a cool engine produce acid-laden moisture inside cylinders, and that can account for as much as 80% of engine wear. How do you stop it? By getting RPM motor oil, first choice where driving's toughest. There's good reason why folks will tell you more people prefer RPM than any other brand of motor oil. RPM is compounded to keep a moisture-proof film of oil on engine parts. To fight off that rain of acid moisture, it clings to engine hot spots that other oils leave bare, stops carbon and sludge. In fact, it's the finest engine insurance you can buy. Ask tomorrow for RPM, first choice where driving's toughest. Ask at independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations where they say and mean, we take better care of your car. Tonight's adventure of George Valentine has been brought to you by Standard Oil Company of California on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West. Robert Bailey is starred as George with Virginia Gregg as Brooksy. Let George Do It is written by David Victor and Jackson Gillis and directed by Don Clark. John Daner was heard as Tosco, Sidney Miller as Place, Peter Leeds as Al, Herb Butterfield as Slim, Anthony Barrett as Mackie, and Larry Dobkin as the Dutchman. The music is composed and presented by Eddie Dunstetter, your announcer, John Heaston. Listen again next week, same time, same station, to Let George Do It. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System.
Personal notice, danger's my stock and trade. If the job's too tough for you to handle, you got a job for me, George Valentine. Write full details.
Standard Oil Company of California, on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West, invites you to Let George Do It. 11 o'clock. Another adventure of George Valentine.
Mr. Valentine? Estella, who's Mr. Valentine? Hey, book of the month, unglue yourself. I said, who's Mr.
How should I know he's a man?
Just like that, she says it.
Oh, don't talk like a girl's college, Maggie.
This is your alma mater, dear, not mine. I don't know how you stand it. Oh, I don't mean it hasn't been nice for summer session, but for an aging school teacher like me...
I know. Give you a handy football team every time. You're like all the rest of the man-happies around this place.
I just wondered why I was coming here, that's all.
I don't know. Friend of my uncle's, I guess. Be here this morning. I mean, Valentine, somebody named Miss Brooks. I don't know, just coming.
I thought you had a class this morning.
Educational Psych 110.
Oh, I don't know how you stand all that garbage. Leave your mind alone, I say. Your mind's for wearing hats on, not hocus pocus, and Psychology 110. Hey, that's Ferris, though, isn't it?
Yeah, the teeth. Seen my scarf anywhere?
Estella, why don't you tell me what goes with him and that blonde drawl down the hall?
Not interested. Who cares? Women never talk about
anything. Oh, I know
but...
you can't stand him, but you know, don't you? The girls always tell you things. And somebody said they go horseback riding together, and he's married, too. Did you know that? I mean, Vicky the blonde was an undergraduate here herself, wasn't she? So you ought to know. What's the big secret, anyway? What's with this guy, Ferris? What's so mysterious about him?
What time is it?
Oh, 11 o'clock. Where are you going?
11 o'clock.
Aren't you going to wait for Mr. Valentine?
I must go someplace.
Well, hey, at least take your books for you. 11:30. Estella, what's the matter with you?
I don't want to see Mr. Valentine. There's too much to do. I'm not going to class.
What? Oh, listen, you never missed a class in your life. Estella.
Let go of me.
But you look sick. Oh, I always said you worked too hard.
I promised her I wouldn't tell. I promised the other...
Honey, wait a minute.
No, I'm going. I have to go. Ferris told me to.
What?
Goodbye, Maggie.
Estella, look out! Oh, that girl's not going to live very long.
That was my car, Mrs. Ferris. We almost hit her.
But what does that have to do with me?
We didn't know who it was at the time. We weren't going fast.
Crazy kid didn't even look up, after which she just kept on walking. In fact, she ran. I yelled at her, but she wouldn't stop.
Oh, well, that's Estelle. Estelle?
Estella. Blair is her last name.
Oh, yes. And somebody wrote to you about her, Mr. Valentine?
Her uncle, Mrs. Ferris. I explained that to you. I wanted to see your husband, the professor, about it, but you...
Oh, well, he's in class. Good heavens, there are so many in summer session. Some of his classes are 70 and 80 regular tent shows. And in psychology, too, the poor thing.
Now, look, Mrs. Ferris, it was this Estella's roommate who suggested we come right over here, a girl named Maggie.
Well, I don't... This Maggie was scared to death about her. She's out looking for her now. She can't find her.
She said Estella suddenly started acting so strangely and ran out saying that your husband had told her to go someplace.
I can't imagine where. Or maybe she meant she told my husband to go someplace. Oh, look here, Mr. Valentine, I really don't understand what you're doing.
Okay, here, take a look.
Oh, letter. Oh, the uncle. Dear Mr. Valentine, would appreciate it if you dropped by to see my niece, Estella Blair. I'm her guardian and now too busy to see her very often. But I've been worried the way she's acted lately, her last few visits. She's finished studying for her degree at summer session at, Well, that makes it so clear. Some sort of a woman's counselor, are you? Dorothy, dear? Oh, I'm afraid now I'm really baffled.
Mrs. Ferris, I talked to her uncle on the phone. He's worried about the girl because he feels she's hiding something. Something to do with your husband, Professor Ferris.
Oh, excuse my underestimating you. You do go straight to the point, don't you? You think this girl and my husband. So you come to me. Well, come in. Like some iced tea? It's awfully hot. I'd give you something cooler if I thought you wouldn't tell.
No, thanks. You're wrong, Mrs. Ferris. Nobody thinks that at all. If we did, we wouldn't be so tactless.
If you'd seen the girl, I'm sure you wouldn't. I remember her now. A little too dull, I'm afraid, for the teeth.
The teeth?
That's what the girls call my husband. You know, the teeth. He smiles so beautifully. And at everyone. No, I understand you're worried and blunt because you think the next car might not stop as quickly as yours did.
You almost killed the girl, and you think she's still in danger and out lost someplace.
And we want to know about her fast.
Well, it's a logical enough conclusion, though. Thinking of my husband that way. Every girl in college is always in love with him, you know. But you just picked the wrong girl, that's all. Now, if it had been a red-headed research student named Mrs. Cell Jensen who keeps his notes for him, bless her heart, then my...
Look, Mrs. Ferris.
No, you look. I'm not just talking. I think you should know that my husband and I don't have much in common except existence. If it weren't inconvenient, we'd be separated. Though none of what I'm talking about means anything to me. My husband is a perfectly harmless research psychologist. In love with nothing but his deep, dark work. And that's quite all right with me. This is the way I stall gossip, you see. I tell people first. But did all this happen about 11 o'clock?
11 o'clock? Well, yes, in a way. Estella ran out of the dormitory at 11. Started acting strangely then.
Just what do you mean, Mrs. Ferris? Well, I don't quite know. But there is something peculiar. I don't mean the Cecile Jensen I spoke of, but you see, the campus stables are right up the lane from here. And another girl, Vicky, who goes riding sometimes with my husband, is quite innocent, really. Oh, I know this is so confusing. There are so many women around.
Well, go on. What was it you started to say?
George, listen. Well, just that this other girl besides your Estella was cutting my husband's class, too. It's 11:30. I met her on the sidewalk. She had her job clothes on, just looked right past me, but